Hello guys, how are you? Like this video for more amazing parts. Chapter 1. No matter where, the air is better than on Blue Star. The boy stood at the edge of the forest. He lowered his head and looked at the little guy beside him. How do you feel about the new world, Peng Peng? Where's Bo? Whose full name is a legendary Pokemon from the Pokemon game Vermilion. She has a green body dotted with white flowers and yellow circular patterns, her legs are black on the outside and white on the inside, and there are 2 green leaves between her toes. From the appearance, Eruption seems to be wearing a green cloak with huge black thorny vines growing on the upper side of the cloak, and the 2 top thorns are similar to horns. Hearing Bai Luo's question, the 2 starry eyes on that tangerine-colored face narrowed into slits with joy. Bo ni hum. New world, Bo ni likes it. As long as you like it. Bai Luo looked at the little fellow who was jumping and shouting happily, and couldn't help but smile. He patted Eruption's head and opened her attribute panel. Evil Spirit. Contractor, Bai Luo. Race, Ghost. Existence Value, Magic 6500. Magic, Grass-type Pokemon Magic, Grass-type moves. Inherent abilities, Element Absorption, Ability Enhancement. Unique skills, Destroyer, has the power to destroy any material. Grower, can continue to grow by defeating opponents. Destroyers and Growers. What appeared in front of Bai Luo was not the attribute panel of the Pokemon, but a status bar unique to this world. A month ago, Bai Luo awakened the memory of his past life. In this life, he is a farm boy from a village on the edge of the Kingdom of Farmus. The Kingdom of Farmus is located in the northwest of the Jura Forest. It has 30 million citizens, plus 10 million members of the Free Guild, a total of 40 million people, making it one of the largest countries in the West. However, life of ordinary civilians in this country is not good. Farmus is a feudal country ruled by aristocrats. Commoners can only ensure that they will not starve to death. The meaning of their existence is to be exploited and sucked blood by those high-ranking rulers. I have been reincarnated into another world. From the initial confusion to the excitement under the voice of the world. In just a dozen minutes, Bai Luo knew what kind of world he had traveled to. Falmus Kingdom, Jura Great Forest, isn't this the name of a place in that time I got reincarnated as a slime? The boy looked exactly like Bai Luo in his previous life, only younger, about 15 or 16 years old. As for the reason of crossing, Bai Luo's last memory was of a dump truck flashing white light. So, am I transmigrating, or have I been reincarnated into another world, and am I only now awakening my memories of my past life? If it was the former, Bai Luo did not perceive the other soul. The memories of his predecessor from childhood to adulthood seemed like Bai Luo's personal experiences, and there was no sense of incongruity at all. No matter which one it is, I've earned it by being able to live again. Bai Luo began to accept his new identity with the mentality of making the best of it. Soon, Bai Luo discovered that his identity in this world was very subtle. Although he is a half-blood demon, he did not inherit much of the demon's power from his previous incarnation. Instead, he was discriminated against by normal humans and was very unwelcome in the village. Fortunately, Bai Luo is not left with nothing. As a time traveler, it is a pity that he was unable to awaken the system, but Bai Luo still has a unique golden finger. Time goes back to the present. Bai Luo closes the attribute bar of Ergilong. Open the panel. Then, Bai Luo's mind moved slightly, and a new panel appeared in his mind. Bai Luo. Race, half-blood demon, a hybrid of human and demon. Existence value, 3500. Magic, energy block production, elf space, identification. Intrinsic ability, adaptability, your body's ability to adapt to any system. Unique abilities, traveler exception, you can open the door to the unknown world and travel through it. Leader, by conquering followers, you can increase your own existence value. Captor, sign a contract with other creatures and transform them into followers. Dependent, the evil one. Tagged world, Pokemon world. In the world of that got reincarnated slime, there is a strange power called the voice of the world. When individuals change, gain skills, and evolve their skills, they can receive feedback from the voice of the world. In short, the voice of the world can be understood as the rules and systems of this world. Whenever you acquire new skills and produce new changes, as long as their influence can pluck the cords of the world and leave traces on it, you will receive gifts from the world. Bai Luo has 3 unique abilities: Traveler, Leader, and Captor. The first Traveler, perhaps because of his identity as a time traveler, Bai Luo, was given the suffix exceptional. Unique skill, Traveler. It has the ability to allow individuals to leave the base axis world and travel between planes and planets in the world view of reincarnated slimes. Traveler exception. Bai Luo's unique skill goes a step further than the Traveler, allowing him to break the world view and travel to another world. The world view of that time I got reincarnated as a slime is not small, and it can be mainly divided into 3 parts. A material world without magic. The spiritual world of pure magic. A chaotic world with both matter and energy. While checking his own attributes, Bai Luo explained the common sense of the new world to Ergui Yan. The chaotic world has high concentration, medium concentration, and low concentration according to the abundance of magic elements. For example, the blue planet where the protagonist Rimuru of the original novel was before his reincarnation was a material world without demons. The world where Bai Luo lives now, where the Demon King and the voice of the world exist, is the top one in the chaotic world. It is also known as the axial world, and is the cornerstone and hub of the 3 major world systems of matter, spirit, and chaos. Furthermore, because the axis world has been bathed in high concentrations of magic, its nature has undergone tremendous changes. Where's Bo? Ergui Yan bent down, and used her little hands to fiddle with the dirt and stones on the ground. Then she tilted her head and said, Yan feels that the things here are no different from the original world. That's because you've become stronger too. Bai Luo said, every blade of grass and every tree, even a grain of sand, here has a solidity that cannot be compared with other worlds. To make a simple analogy, although the humans in the Axis world and the humans on Blue Star have the same appearance and physiology, there is a dimensional gap in their physical fitness. On Blue Planet, it can destroy an area with a radius of several kilometers, but in the Axis world, it may be a large pit of about 100 meters. This is also the reason why Bai Luo dares to travel around the world without fear of sudden death. Although he is just an ordinary human boy of E level in the Axis world, it can be placed in the Pokemon world that you just traveled to. He is definitely a super real rookie among super real rookies. I see. Ergian suddenly realized what was going on. She stood up and looked at Bai Luo with admiration. That's why Bai Luo is so powerful. He helped me defeat those bad guys in no time. What Ergian was talking about was Bai Luo's first trip. Chapter 2. There are 2 main types of travelers' journeys through the world. One is to go to the worlds they have been to, and the other is to open up a channel to a new world. The Pokemon world, this is the first world Bai Luo has traveled through, and the only one so far. Bai Luo made full preparations for this journey. He spent half a month arming himself as best as possible before he mustered up the courage to open the door to a new world. During the first time traveling, Bai Luo landed in the Sinnoh region. At that time, he was penniless and could only take out the ore from the Axis world that he had prepared in advance and exchange it with the residents of the local town. Fortunately, the first place Bai Luo traveled through was the Pokemon world. As we all know, most people in the Pokemon world are hospitable, simple, and honest. This made Bai Luo's process of obtaining travel expenses quite smooth. With money, Bai Luo began to plan his itinerary. The duration of the door to the other world opened by the traveler's ability is not fixed. For example, the Pokemon world can only last for a short 7 days. Afterwards, they will be forcibly sent back to the Axis world. Then wait for 7 days to cool down before turning it on again. During the 7 days, the easiest and most cost-effective beast Bai Luo could think of was the Aegean. Luo has strong combat capabilities in the game and its various mechanisms are very powerful. Besides, she has a gentle personality. Although a little naughty, he is kind by nature, afraid of loneliness and longs to be close to others. The distance is short and the difficulty is low. I still need to cultivate other elves, and I may not be able to encounter them. Only if you know where the evil spirit is, you can go there and start the strategy. Having made up his mind, Bai Luo immediately bought a ticket to Baishang Township. Bai Luo's luck is really good. I still remember that day when Bai Luo climbed up the ghost mountain and saw the pitiful figure holding the emerald green mask, helpless and alone in the deserted cave. No matter what Bai Luo originally thought. At that moment, Bai Luo sincerely wanted to give her a warm home. "Hello, you Rukshan." So, after some contact and communication, Bai Luo successfully gained the favor of Guiyan and helped her regain the lost mask. "Would you like to go with me to see the outside world? What are the unruly people of Baishang Township, and what are the 3 beasts accompanying them?" Bai Luo used this super base man's body to tell them what it means to be strong and powerful. Yes, no Pokemon needed at all. With just one man and a pair of fists, Bai Luo single-handedly swept through the entire Baishang Township. Of course, Bai Luo didn't really hurt anyone. The most he did was to destroy the ancestral hall where the mask was enshrined, and in the process, he gave Tao Dailang a skull crack with a powerful blow. All in all, Bai Luo's journey to the Pokemon world was very successful. Taking Peng Peng away, he also obtained energy block production and elf space, 2 abilities defined as magic by the Axis world. As the name suggests, energy cube making allows Bai Luo to transform fruits into energy cubes of various tastes. After the transformation of the world, energy cubes are not only suitable for the evil spirits, but can also be eaten by ordinary people. Its properties are more like the compressed biscuits in Bai Luo's previous life, condensing a large amount of nutrition into a small cube. There is also the Pokemon space, which is the result of the analysis by the voice of the world after Bai Luo returned with the Pokeball. The Pokeball disappeared, and in its place was Bai Luo's own portable space for storing his followers. These are all the benefits that Bai Luo gets from the Pokemon world by using the traveler's abilities. It's time to leave. Bai Luo turned around and glanced at the village in the distance without much nostalgia in his eyes. This land belongs to the kingdom of Pharmus. After reading the original novel, Bai Luo knew how terrible this country was. The nobles imposed heavy taxes, lived a luxurious and licentious life, and did not care about the lives of ordinary people at all. In addition, the humans here are extremely disgusted with monsters, which naturally includes half-blood monsters like Bai Luo. Bai Luo's racial hybrid demon, that is, the offspring of a demon and a human. However, perhaps because the time was too long, the demon blood in Bai Luo's body was too thin. Before awakening his memories, he did not show any characteristics different from ordinary humans. But even so, Bai Luo's life in the village is still not good. Monsters are evil, and this idea is deeply rooted in Pharmus. Even half-monsters like Bai Luo are discriminated against by the people. This kind of life continued until a month ago. That day, Bai Luo suddenly awakened his past life memories and heard the voice of the world. Voice of the world gives Bai Luo travelers, leaders, and captors unique skills. In addition to exceptional travelers, the captor allows Bai Luo to subjugate followers through contracts. This unique skill is somewhat similar to the beast tamer profession, only more convenient and powerful than that. As for the leaders, there is a complementary relationship between it and its captor. Whenever Bai Luo gains a follower, the latter's existence value will, to a certain extent, feed back to Bai Luo, increasing his existence value. Similarly, as Bai Luo's existence value increases, his followers will also benefit. The so-called existence value is a special definition under the world view of that time I got reincarnated as a slime. Existence value is a bit like combat power, but it is not completely linked to strength. Instead, it affects the total amount of magic energy of the individual and the status he possesses. Like eruption, after she came to the Axis world, she was automatically given the unique skills of a destroyer and a grower by the voice of the world. Also obtained is the energy system collectively known as magic elements. If it was the original Yurukshan, even though she was a legendary Pokémon and mastered all kinds of Pokémon moves, but in the basic world, she could only get a D-level rating at best. However, because of the unique skills of Bai Luo Captor, a master-slave relationship was established between Ergilong and Bai Luo. This enabled her to gain recognition from this world after she returned to the Axis world. Existence value. Ergian could also see her own attribute column. She pointed at a certain attribute and said, "Is it this thing called magic element?" Yes. Bai Luo praised, "Yan Yan is very powerful, with 6,500 magic points which has reached the B-level standard in the basic Axis world." B-level? Ergian asked doubtfully, "What about Bai Luo?" "My words." Bai Luo looked at his 3,500 points of magic power and said, "Probably C-level. In this world, apart from common animals, all species that are harmful to humans are collectively referred to as monsters. Among them, the race with high intelligence is the demon clan, and the humanoid monsters with powerful strength are the demons. According to the danger level of these monsters, Free Combination has made a simple level classification for them. Special S, natural disaster level. A single country cannot handle it, and humanity must unite with other countries to handle it. This level concerns the survival of humanity. S, disaster level. A level that can be handled by the military forces of a major country. Special A, disaster level possesses a danger level that can threaten the entire country. A, disaster level, the level at which the city will suffer serious damage. B, black spiders, big ghosts, etc. A single individual can destroy an entire village. C, lizardmen, Pegasus, etc. are slightly stronger than professional soldiers who have received combat training. D, pig-headed tribe, etc. Even if 3 to 4 ordinary adults fight against them, their lives may be in danger. E, goblins, etc. are slightly weaker than normal adults and always appear in groups. F, no fighting power. According to the calculation of existence value and magic element amount, the current Ergian is probably similar to the B-level Big Ghost tribe, and has the powerful destructive power to kill hundreds of people in a village by itself. If combined with her unique skills as a destroyer and her ability to continue to grow stronger, Ergui's actual combat power and potential will be even higher. In short, in one sentence, Bai Luo patted Ergui's head and said happily, "My Ergui has the appearance of a demon king." Chapter 3. Bo Ni. Being praised by Bai Luo, Ergian happily jumped and danced around him, just like a cute little loli. Ergian's curiosity about the new world cannot be suppressed. There will naturally be no danger or anything like that. This place is at the edge of the forest and close to a human village. Bai Luo usually lives nearby and is very familiar with the place. What really bothered him was that the little guy totally ignored the dirt and grass clippings on the ground. In just a short while, Ergian had already made himself dirty. Bo Ni, Devil King, I want to be the Devil King. The little guy has no idea what a Demon King is. But since Bai Luo said that the Demon King is very powerful, he must be right. If you want to become a Demon King, you must first master your newfound power. Bai Luo felt that this place was far enough from the village. He found an open space and said, "Come on, use the skills you have mastered, and then get familiar with the changes in your body." Bo. Without any hesitation, Erotica immediately began her practice. Eruption has the potential to grow into a demon lord. But this does not mean that every Pokémon has the potential to become an Uruko. In order to gain recognition from the Axis world and be endowed with magic elements, one must first be transformed into a follower by Bai Luo. The upper limit of the number of followers Bai Luo can have is closely related to the strength of the unique skill of the captor. Today's Bai Luo can only contract with 3 followers at most. The scarcity of spots makes Bai Luo dare not catch Pokemon easily. It can be said that the poor little Igui from Baishang Township is the easiest mythical beast that Bai Luo can think of. According to Bai Luo's understanding, only level 2 gods, level 1 gods, and mythical Pokemon have the potential to grow into demon kings. Every contract quota is extremely valuable. It's not like Bai Luo hasn't thought about capturing more Pokemon. After all, even the weakest Pokemon can be cultivated into a good combat power if placed in the basic Axis world. Unfortunately, given Bai Luo's current situation, even if he has enough places for followers, he does not have the ability to protect the weak Pokemon and help them grow. I can only wait until later to go to the Pokemon world and capture Gardevoir. If you ask Bai Luo about his favorite Pokemon, Gardevoir will definitely be one of them. But the reality is cruel. Bai Luo can only give up his superpowered queen with tears. Bo. Bo ne bo ne. Bai Luo was completely unaware that he was eating from his bowl, looking at the eruption in the pot, waving his thorny vine stick and performing various Pokemon moves. Well, now you can't call it a Pokemon move. After the conversion of magic elements and rules, all the Pokemon moves mastered by Yurukshan have been transformed into general skills. Because the moves are no longer simply cast by the attribute energy in the elves' bodies, but are driven by magic power, they can also be regarded as a special kind of magic, Pokemon magic. I feel like I've become much stronger. Ergui looked at the tree she had broken with her stick. She compared Baishang Township with here and said, "My strength has increased several times, and my stamina has also improved a lot." Direct translation of the conversation between the two. It's not just as simple as a few times. Bai Luo stroked the little guy's head and explained, the physical rules of the two worlds are different. The Pokemon world is a low magic chaotic world. The basic Axis world is even higher than the high concentration, and can be regarded as a super concentrated chaotic world. According to the simplest calculation, the individual's expressiveness will improve by 1 level with each increase in concentration level. Like Erotica now, she can smash a tree with 1 stick in the Axis world and get a D-level rating. The performance of breaking a giant tree with 1 strike is equivalent to D-level, which is common in most worlds. At high concentrations, this attack will rise from D-level to C-level. If this happened in the Pokemon world, when Yuruko returns, facing creatures like Groudon and Rayquaza, he might only need to raise his hand to defeat them and make them unable to fight. I don't quite understand, but it seems to be very powerful. Ergian looked confused and impressed. She was not very smart, but since Bai Luo said that he had become stronger, then he must be right. For the only good friend I have met in hundreds of years, and now my family. Ergian has absolute trust in Bai Luo. Get used to your newfound power as quickly as possible. Bai Luo looked into the depths of the forest and said, it will take a long time to find a suitable location to build a new home. He has decided to leave the human village and go to the Jura forest to develop. Possessing the abilities of a leader and a capturer, Bai Luo decided to follow Rimuru's path and turn this ownerless forest into his own territory. Peng Peng is extremely strong. Ergui Yan raised his thorn vine stick high and said happily, don't worry, leave the construction of the new home to Yan Yan. Woo! Seeing Ergui's cute and confident look, Bai Luo didn't wait for her to react and just picked her up from behind. There are many powerful monsters in the forest. Peng Peng is not afraid. Bai Luo lifted Ergui high up. After the initial panic, the little guy now looked at the Jura forest in front of him with curiosity. Bai Luo, protected by Peng Peng. Pokemon Trainer, Pokemon, Travel, Battle. These things, Ergian had only seen on people who traveled to Baishang Township before. And now, Yo-Yo also has his own trainer and is about to embark on an adventure. Crash crash! With the protection of the evil spirit, Bai Luo does not have to worry about the threat of monsters. In this way, Bai Luo left the village where he had lived since childhood and entered the Jola forest. Along the way, the two encountered many magical beasts that exuded a dangerous aura. Fortunately, they are not very strong. When they encounter B-level or KI, whose combat power is actually enough to fight against A-level monsters, they can hardly withstand a single move. All of these monsters turned into experience points, magic elements, for Ergirong and became food for her to become stronger. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, Bai Luo, who was groping forward in the forest, felt the ground shaking under his feet. Something big is coming. Where's Bo? Bai Luo didn't need to say much. Ergui Luo had already summoned the thornvine stick and blocked it in front of him. Roar! Soon, a dark figure nearly 4 meters tall, like a wall, appeared in front of the two. It was a giant black bear that exuded a cruel aura. Its arms and legs were covered with hard bristles, and there was a faint flow of black energy on its body surface. Its pair of blood-red eyes were staring at Ergui Luo and Bai Luo behind her. Obviously, this guy was coming for them. Most monsters in the forest have extremely strong senses of smell and hearing. However, Bai Luo and Ergilong, two obvious targets, could not escape the Warcraft's perception at all. Chapter 4. Do you think of us as food? Bai Luo has already recognized the identity of this black bear, sea-level monster, terror explosion bear. Are you confident that you can handle it? No problem. This is not the first time that Ergi Luo has fought against the monsters in this world. It's just at the sea level, not enough to scare Ergian. Good. Bai Luo quickly retreated to a safe location. He stared at the terror bear in front of him, with desire in his eyes. If you want to eat us, then you must be prepared to be treated as food. Go ahead. Bai Luo, it just so happens that we are eating bear paws today. Clear. Ergian holds a thorny vine stick in his hand, and his whole body is filled with green grass-attributed magic. The next moment, the little guy's figure disappeared from the spot. Swish! Oink oink! The evil spirit seemed to turn into a stream of green light, flying rapidly among the trees, causing the originally extremely ferocious terror bear to fall into confusion in an instant. The illusory after-images kept appearing, making the terror bear dazzled. Now! Bo! Suddenly, a 3 or 4 meter long thorny vine stick made entirely of energy fell from the sky and hit the top of the head of the terror bear. Bloody! Boom! The head was shattered, blood was splattered, and the huge body of the terror bear, which was as big as a house, also fell down. Bo! Ergilong jumped down from the air and landed steadily in front of Bai Luo, not forgetting to strike a handsome pose. Notice, individual named Evil Ghost defeated C-rank monster Terror Explosion Bear. Successfully obtain magic from the unique skill grower. Gained existence value, 3 EP. In just a few days, Ergui's magic value increased from the original 6,500 to 7,000. I have to say that this unique skill of the grower is really a bug. As long as you continue to defeat or kill your opponents, you can gain magic. And magic element is the key to the evolution of monsters. Well done! Bai Luo praised, you have completely mastered the use of magic and the control of strength. Bo Niham. Ergian transformed the thorn vine stick into grass attribute magic and dissipated it. She scratched her head awkwardly, feeling a little shy about Bai Luo's praise. The magic element has also increased by 500. If you hadn't encountered enough magical beasts, you could have become even stronger. Bai Luo thought of Rimuru in the original work, a predator who was even more perverted than the grown one of Rimuru. Of course, beings like Rimuru and Yurukshan, who can become stronger by devouring and defeating other monsters, are rare in the Axis world. So don't think that the evolution of monsters is easy. In fact, before Rimuru appeared, A-level demons were a legend among the demon clan that had not appeared for thousands of years. Although not many, it is not a small number either. If another 1,000 of them can be defeated, the eruption will be able to evolve into an A-level monster. Yan Yan just got a little bit stronger. I feel like I've become a lot stronger during this period of time. Ergui Yan bounced back to Bai Luo, tilted his head, and asked curiously, is it because you obtained this thing called magic element, EP? That's right. Bai Luo touched Ergui's head in praise and explained, in this world, magic element is closely related to the strength of monsters. Normally speaking, the more magic elements a monster has, the stronger it will be. Of course, this does not hold true for humans. Humans use more of something called technology rather than skills like monsters. The terror bear we defeated just now was a C-rank monster. And is class B. Bai Luo told Ergi the information he knew. After B level, there is B and level, A level, and the higher A level. In the base axis world, the general conversion between existence value and level is as follows. 0 to 1000, E level. 1000 3000, D level. 3000 6000, C level. 6000 8000, B level. 8000 9000, B+. 9000 10,000, A level. Then, 10,000 is a watershed. If you exceed 10,000 existence value, you can become an A-level monster and be evaluated as a disaster. 10,000 100,000, Grade A. The A level has a huge span and is completely on a different dimension from the monsters of the previous levels. Generally speaking, a monster rated A-level disaster that appears in the human world can destroy a city on its own. When it reaches the higher special A level, it becomes a disaster that is enough to destroy a country. By breaking the bottleneck of 100,000 existence value, you can obtain a special A level evaluation. Of course, special A also has different levels. Among special A, some monsters that do not continue to move forward will be named disasters. The special A level that can break its own limitations and continue to evolve, the moment its existence value exceeds 200,000, will become what humans call the Demon King, or the Demon King species. Although the description of the Demon King in the original work is not that powerful, it can even be said that he has not even touched the threshold of the Demon King. But in this real world, humans do not simply divide such existences into Demon Kings and Demon King species. The Demon King, also known as the Demon King, is a super-large disaster that can threaten a country or even destroy it. If such a being were to emerge, millions of people would die and tens of millions of humans would be displaced. Not to mention in the axial world, even in modern society, it would be a disaster that would shock the world. Yan Yan is going to become the Demon King. Ergui Yan's determination to become the Demon King became stronger. The little girl's idea was simple, in that case, Yan Yan can better protect Bai Luo. Haha! Bai Luo felt warm in his heart, thinking that she was worthy of being his little cotton-padded jacket. Come and help me, Peng Peng, Bai Luo said, I'll make you something delicious. Oh! Bai Luo and Ergui Yan couldn't finish eating such a big explosive bear. But it doesn't matter. Bai Luo has an elf space where he can store the remaining bear meat without worrying about it rotting over time. The two had no shortage of food, as Bai Luo's space was filled with a large amount of supplies purchased from the Pokémon world. But Bai Luo had only heard of bear paws in his previous life. If you have the chance to taste it now, you definitely can't miss it. Suddenly, Bai Luo saw Ergui looking at the dead terror bear. What's wrong? He guessed the little guy's mind and asked, are you feeling uncomfortable? A little, but not much. Urukyo shook his head. There are also normal animals in the Pokémon world. She won't kill a Pokémon because it's her own kind. But for ordinary animals, there is nothing to worry about. This is similar to the relationship between monsters and monsters in the Axis world. Monsters are intelligent, have their own language, can communicate, and have emotions. However, monsters like the terror bear are monsters that are completely controlled by emotions. They are not even the product of normal reproduction. Chapter 5. It seems that I have to explain to you the origin of these monsters. During this period, Bai Luo and Long defeated many monsters, including some demons. But the two did not kill him. The amount of magic that a grower can obtain by killing or defeating him is the same. This makes the two prefer to defeat their opponents rather than kill them indiscriminately. First of all, this monster called the Terror Explosion Bear, don't underestimate it, it has flesh and blood and can be eaten by us. Bai Luo, in fact, its body is made entirely of magic elements. Completely made of magic elements. There are three great beings in this world. 1. The most fragile astral body that envelopes the soul. 2. The foundation for accumulating strength, the spiritual body. 3. A material body that is directly connected to the world. Seeing Ergui's expression of "I don't understand, but I'm shocked," Bai Luo couldn't help but laugh and said, "Okay, okay, I know you don't understand this, Ergui. To put it simply, the magical beasts in this world, no matter how powerful they are the product of the fusion of spiritual bodies and magic elements. They don't have such a thing as a soul. Spiritual entities are everywhere, invisible and intangible, and you cannot destroy them using the rules of the physical world." When the terror bear died, the spirit that drove it to act dissipated. What was left was just a pile of meat containing magic elements. And people like you are called monsters. Monsters have souls, and there is no essential difference between them and humans. Yanyan is a monster. Ergian tilted his head and asked, "What about Bai Luo? Is Bai Luo a human or a monster?" If but judging from the appearance, Bai Luo would definitely be judged as a human. However, this is not the case. Bai Luo is a hybrid demon, the product of the union of a demon and a human. It should be distinguished here that a mixed-blood demon is not the same as a half-demon. Half-demon generally refers to humans who have been transformed into demons, also known as the human demon race. They are completely different from Bai Luo's mixed-blood demons. Half-demon, half-blood demon. Ergian scratched his head, still not quite understanding, but he roughly understood some of it. "I'm not really sure about this. Bai Luo, as far as I know, half-blood demons should be very rare in this world. The Axis world is not strange stories from a Huxia studio, nor is it the Huaxia legend world. There is no such thing as monsters and humans being able to produce offspring by combining with each other. Only humanoid monsters are called demons. When demons mate and leave offspring, a large portion of the parent's magic energy will be inherited by their offspring. This is the reproduction between demons and humans. If it were between demons and humans, it is no exaggeration to say that the demon on one of the parents is simply gone. For a monster, losing a large amount of magic essence is equivalent to losing most of its lifespan. Even the ceiling of this world, the Star Dragon King, the god of creation, is so helpless. The origin of the predecessor is indeed a bit strange. He is clearly a half-blood demon, but I don't know what kind of demon his non-human bloodline comes from. Fortunately, Bai Luo was not particularly looking forward to the power brought by the monster bloodline. Even if he doesn't awaken, it won't have much impact on Bai Luo. Having monster blood is good enough, why do you need a bicycle? In the Axis world, monsters are far more popular than humans and are easier to become stronger. This can be seen from the fact that the protagonist of the original novel is a monster. Because of his demon bloodline, Bai Luo also possesses the ability of monsters, which is to continuously evolve by increasing the amount of magic energy. The only regret is that Bai Luo doesn't have the same convenient abilities as Rimuru. If he wanted to increase his magic power, he could only train himself, accumulate it, and become stronger step by step. In addition to this, he relies on the evil spirit. Before traveling through the Pokemon world and obtaining the Uruk York, Bai Luo's existence value was only 300, barely enough for an E-level rating, almost the same as the goblins in the forest. As the existence value of Ergilong increased to 7,000, Bai Luo's existence value also underwent a drastic change. From 300 to the current 3,800, a full 3,500 point increase, equivalent to half of the increase in eruption. An existence value of 3000-6000 has reached the evaluation of a sea-level monster according to the standards of the base Axis world. As for the specific combat capability, unlike Pokemon like Uruko that are naturally good at fighting, Bai Luo has been a human for 2 lifetimes and has not received any professional combat training. The 3 unique skills do not involve any enhancement in combat. If a real fight breaks out, Bai Luo won't be able to unleash the combat power of a C-class monster at all, and can only rely on brute force to fight against a D-class pig-headed man. As mentioned before, existence value is related to the amount of magic elements. The more magic elements there are, the greater the magic power will be. The relationship between magic elements and magic power can generally be understood as the relationship between the blue bar upper limit and the blue bar, as well as the blue bar recovery speed. The original work has no magic power, it is still magic element. However, for easier understanding, the settings of magic element and magic power are separated here. To give a simple example, 1000 magic elements and 10,000 magic elements only seem to be a 10-fold difference. But the former can restore 1% of magic power per second, while the latter can restore 5%. Converted into numbers, the former can waste 10 magic points per second, while the latter can waste 500. One increases and the other decreases, the difference in basic magic power alone is 50 times, not to mention the latter's extra magic, inherent abilities, unique skills, resistance, etc. Of course, the outcome of a battle is not only determined by numbers and abilities, but also by martial arts and practical experience, which will also affect the outcome of the battle. The best example is Bai Luo in the original work. Bai Luo's magic value is not high, about 100,000. But he can rely on his swordsmanship to fight against enemies whose magic value far exceeds his own. This is the bonus that practical experience and skills can bring. Crackle. After the firewood was lit, the flames greedily devoured the dry leaves, making crackling sounds. The skewered bear meat was placed on the grill, and the aroma of the meat quickly spread in the fresh air. As the meat slices were roasted in the flames, their color gradually turned from bright red to golden yellow. Oil dripped into the fire, stirring up bursts of smoke. Gurgle. Seeing Ergui swallowing greedily, Bai Luo picked up a string of bear meat and handed it to the little guy. Here, eat it. Thank you, ahem. Ergui took a big bite and squinted his eyes happily. It's delicious. Bai Luo also took down a bunch himself. I have to say that everything in this world, whether it is mushrooms in the forest or animal meat, is very delicious. Is this the change caused by the magic element? Bai Luo could only say that the things in the advanced world were indeed so extraordinary. While eating, Bai Luo was not idle either. He took the opportunity to think about his future path. Martial arts, magic, practical experience. I have absolutely no way of acquiring magic and martial arts. Actual combat experience is too dangerous. Sure enough, the profession of trainer is very suitable for me. Bai Luo has a clear positioning of himself, that is, a summoner, the type who just needs to stay behind the summoned beast and shout 666. Coincidentally, the leader of Bai Luo and the grower of Ergui Luo are the best partners. The eruption can grow, or increase its magic power, by defeating or killing monsters and enemies. Of course, this defeat is not without limits. First, each individual can only defeat the other once before the other has a major breakthrough. No experience points will be gained by defeating the same individual repeatedly. Moreover, this increase in magic power has an upper limit and is not infinite. After all, growth is just a unique skill. It can allow eruption to grow into a demon king, which is already amazing. If one wants to break through the special A level and reach the S level, which is the level of a true demon king, then one must take this unique skill of the grower to a higher level. As for how to go further, Bai Luo cast his gaze towards the cooling down state. I wonder if there is a way for me and Lulu to become stronger in the next world. Chapter 6. Time flies. A week has passed since the two entered the forest. And on another morning 7 days later, Bai Luo and Liang finally found a good place to build a new home. Deep in the woods, a clear stream gurgles, like a fine thread of nature, quietly outlining a quiet and pure land. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves and falls into the stream, making the ripples sparkle like countless little golden diamonds jumping and shining on the water. On both sides of the stream, there is green grass, dotted with wild flowers, exuding a faint fragrance. Are we going to live here from now on? Ergian squatted down, gently fiddling with the flowers at her feet with her little hands, and was in a very good mood. What do you think? There are many fruits in the woods and fish in the water, Ergian said. Yunyan likes it here. As long as you like it. Bai Luo patted Ergui's head. It was not that he didn't want to stay in the village. His previous life in the village was not easy. After awakening his memory, Bai Luo would naturally no longer be looked down upon by others. So, after making good preparations, Bai Luo took action to teach those who had discriminated against and bullied him a lesson. Then, before attracting the attention of human adventurers, he entered the Pokémon world with the prepared supplies. In addition, unlike his predecessor, Bai Luo actually prefers the setting of a demon clan rather than a human identity. After all, in the Axis world, becoming a demon king is the mainstream. The demon blood in Bai Luo's body is just enough for him to start the demon evolution ritual and complete the awakening of the demon lord from low to high. And to achieve this goal, conquering humans is useless. In order for a monster to grow, in addition to the necessary potential, it must increase its existence value through merit and continue to evolve until it reaches the Demon King species. Territory, subordinates, and battle records. All three are indispensable. Bai Luo has travelers who can gain power and partners by traveling through different worlds. The growth of Ergilong is even more straightforward. He just fights to survive. He keeps fighting and naturally becomes incredibly strong. The two are now in the western part of the Jura forest. There aren't any powerful monster groups living nearby, but with the strength of the Birank eruption, combined with various Pokémon moves, it's enough for them to gain a foothold here. Even if they encounter a monster above level B, they can abandon this place immediately. There is no shame in running away. Save your life first, there will be plenty of opportunities to come back and take revenge later. I'm going to the woods to pick some fruit. Having made up his mind, Bai Luo began to arrange the work for the two people. Peng Peng, can you help me cut down those trees in that circle? Are those the ones? Yes, from here to there, and this area on the left. Bai Luo pointed to Erguiyan and said, we are going to build a new home by the stream. If we cut down all these trees, we can make more land for planting crops in the future. The trees that are cut down can also be used to build houses, Bai Luo said. We will have more companions in the future, so we need to prepare houses for living in advance. New companion. Ergian likes a lively environment, Yanyan wants to build a big house and let many friends live in it. But, Peng Peng doesn't know how to build a house. But soon, Ergiluo found that he had been living in a cave and had no idea how the house was built. Don't worry, leave the building to me. In his previous life, Bai Luo studied carpentry because of his interest and hobby, especially building simple wooden houses, which he remembered very clearly. Bai Luo is so awesome. When he heard that Bai Luo could build a house, Ergui's eyes widened with admiration almost overflowing. I have to say that Pokémon is really a cute creature that can heal people's hearts. Ergian is simply Bai Luo's sweet and caring little cotton-padded jacket. I'm going to pick fruit. Bai Luo's physical condition is good enough, and he is just picking fruits, so he won't encounter any danger. Even if a monster really appears, Ergian will rush to his side as soon as possible. Next, the two of them went their separate ways. Bai Luo first picked various fruits that he remembered were edible and tasted good, and washed them in the stream. By the way, we also caught 4 big fat fish as a snack for lunch. It's a pity that the meat of the explosive bear that we hunted earlier has been eaten, otherwise lunch would have been more filling. Bai Luo decided to save some of the supplies he brought back from the Pokemon world. He couldn't be sure that he would be able to collect enough resources in the worlds he traveled to later. If you encounter the end of the world, after a disaster, or in a more primitive world, at that time, Bai Luo would have to spend the traveler's opportunity to go to the Pokemon world to purchase goods, which would be too troublesome. So, save wherever you can. Since there is ready-made food in front of us, there is no need to consume the supplies in the warehouse. Bai Luo, is this enough? If it's not enough, I'll go cut more. In the open space beside the stream, the small body of Ergian was holding a log that two people could hug high above his head. Using Pokemon moves and the powerful strength that Eruption now possesses, which is comparable to that of B rank. Those ancient trees that would take ordinary people several hours to cut down can be broken by Ergian with ease. That's enough. Bai Luo quickly stopped Igui, no need to be so fast, take your time, we have plenty of time. Looking at the energetic appearance of the little guy, Bai Luo inexplicably felt guilty for exploiting child labor. Bo! I saw that Ergian exerted force on his hands and the log flew out in an instant. Obviously, the little guy didn't listen to Bai Luo's instructions and just kept working hard, not knowing what slacking off was. Boom! In just half an hour, Ergian not only cut down the tree, but also completed the preliminary processing. All that was left were mountains of logs, neatly stacked on the grass. But even after doing so much work, Ergian not only did not feel tired, but instead enjoyed it. After living alone on Gishan Mountain in Baishang Township for these years, Ergui finally met Bai Luo who was willing to contact her. I am afraid of loneliness by nature, and have been alone for hundreds of years. Not to mention just chopping some trees, even if it was a harder job, Ergui Yan could complete it happily, as long as I can be with Bai Luo, Yan will be happy to do anything. Chapter 7. You've worked hard, come and eat something. Bai Luo stopped Ergian, stroked the child's head, and took out various freshly washed fruits from the basket with a smile. Eruption is a grass-type Pokemon. In theory, it can replenish the energy needed for life through photosynthesis by drinking water. However, Pokemon need to grow up. It is not enough to just survive. A rich and nutritious diet is the cornerstone for Pokemon to become stronger. Bo Anihum. The little girl happily picked up the fruit that Bai Luo handed to her. She opened her mouth and bit down with her two little canine teeth with a click. At any time, the sweet and sour juice fills your mouth. Tasty! Ergilong sat on a rock side by side with Bai Luo, her two short legs dangling in the air. Eating delicious fruits and having his family around him, Ergian felt very happy. There's not much time left today, so we can only make a simple tent and build our new home tomorrow. Bai Luo said as he wiped off the fruit stains on Ergui's body. Every move he made was like that of an older brother taking care of his innocent sister. The breeze blows and the shadows of the trees dance. The two of them lay under the shade of the tree, relieving the fatigue accumulated during the day. Let's get started. After lunch break, Bai Luo and Ergian started working again. Bo! Ergui jumped up and brought a log without waiting for Bai Luo to speak. Take this log and cut it into this shape. Bai Luo planned to build a fence to protect their future home. Oh, and we need to dig a deep enough ditch on all sides. Of course, these two things cannot be done by Ergilong alone, that would be too inhumane. Bai Luo doesn't want to be hung on a street lamp. Bai Luo will also participate in the task of digging ditches. There is no need to worry about the tools. When he was in the Pokemon world, Bai Luo purchased a lot of tools for construction and brought them back to the Axis world. The two cooperated with each other, and Bai Luo swung the hammer to hammer pieces of wood into the ground. Whenever Bai Luo ran out of materials, Ergui Luo would be the first to come over with a pile of processed wood. Little guy, you are full of energy. Rustle. Suddenly, a sound coming from the jungle made the two people who were working alert. What's that sound? Bai Luo looked serious. It seems like something is coming. The 7-day forest expedition gave Bai Luo a lot of experience in dealing with danger. He did not go forward to commit suicide, but took a few steps back with great sincerity. Bo. Ergian dropped the wood in his hand, stood in front of Bai Luo to protect him, and a thorny vine stick emitting green fluorescence condensed in his hand. Soon, a strange creature that looked like a combination of a centipede and a spider appeared in front of Bai Luo and Ergilong. What kind of monster is this? Bai Luo bought the World of Warcraft Atlas sold by the Freedom Guild in the village. However, he had no impression of the huge insect monster in front of him. Identification. Without hesitation, Bai Luo decisively used an identification skill on the insect monster. Multi-legged spider. Type: hybrid insect monster. Level: C. Existence value 3800. Inherent abilities: silk, poison. Introduction: a monster that appeared in the Jura forest not long ago. It would poison its prey and then suck its flesh and blood with its mouth parts. Danger: low. Is this really a monster? Is there such a monster in the original book? As soon as Bai Luo had this thought, he immediately rejected it. The original work is just a novel, and this is the real world. There are so many species in the forest, it's impossible that there are only those described in books. Besides, if it's a monster, it should be possible to communicate, right? But looking at the spider monster, it doesn't look like it can communicate at all. It is even more beastly than any other beast Bai Luo encountered along the way. For a moment, Bai Luo could only retreat with Peng Peng and keep a certain safe distance from the opponent. That. Bai Luo still wanted to communicate with the insect monster in front of him. Can you calm down? We have no ill intentions. If this is your territory, we can leave. Whether it is Bai Luo or Ergui Yan, they are essentially principled people. If this area is already occupied, well, their actions of destroying the woods and building fences wantonly are indeed somewhat offensive. Squeak, squeak, squeak. However, the centipede spider monster seemed to not understand Bai Luo's words at all, and directly spewed a large amount of venom towards the two of them. Damn it! Bai Luo and Ergui Yan dodged quickly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Turning my head, I saw that the trees and land covered with venom instantly turned black and smelly as if they had been corroded by sulfuric acid. There was no doubt that the other party was coming to kill them. Where's Bo? Ergui Yan waited for Bai Luo's command. The latter looked cold and said in a deep voice, "Be careful of its poison and silk. Use long-range moves as much as possible. Then, cripple it. Receive." The corners of Ergui's mouth are slightly raised, and his little canine teeth are cute yet a little fierce. Bo Enihum. I saw the little guy dancing with the thorny vine stick with great vigor. As she stepped on the ground, a large amount of light green energy instantly covered the area of dozens of meters around her, centered on her. This move is a magic transformed from a Pokemon move, a green grass field. And unlike the green grass field which originally benefited both sides, Eruption's magic was only effective against her and friendly forces recognized by her. Squeak, squeak, squeak. On the opposite side, the multi-legged spider was obviously frightened by Ergui's move. A large amount of magic power scattered in all directions, causing the multi-legged spider, which used tentacles rather than eyes to sense, to lose its awareness of the surrounding environment. Because of anxiety, the multi-legged spider could only spray silk threads forward instinctively. Unfortunately, Ergian was prepared and dodged the attack of the multi-legged spider with a quick move. Now! Bai Luo, use seed bomb! Bo! The evil spirit opened its mouth and sprayed out a large number of golden spots of light. These spots of light fell on the centipede spider, immediately causing a deafening explosion and making it emit a painful insect-like cry. Break all its legs! Without further hesitation, Bai Luo gave the order for close combat, use the thorn vine stick. Drink. Ergian had been waiting for a long time. He saw the little guy suddenly stomping on the ground, and the whole person seemed to turn into a flash of lightning, carrying a strange power like splitting mountains and rocks, and smashed all the insect legs of the multi-legged spider monster. Chapter 8. Squeak. Accompanied by a loud bang, the multi-legged spider wailed in pain. But without the support of its legs, its entire body fell to the ground with a bang. A large amount of dark green blood emitted a foul odor, which made Ergui Yan retreat repeatedly. Where's Bo? Ergui retreated to Bai Luo's side, his face full of disgust. This guy stinks. Ahem. Bai Luo also put on the mask of pain. He really doubted whether such a monster really possessed intelligence. The flesh and blood of the magical beasts encountered in the past were all edible. The spider monster in front of him looked nothing like a biological weapon. Biochemical weapons. Bai Luo once again used the identification skill on the spider monster. This time, Bai Luo used the inquiry function of the identification skill. The so-called inquiry is to identify the required target. For example, if you identify a sword, you will obtain the attributes of the sword. However, the specific data cannot be clearly obtained through simple identification. By asking, you can find out information about the sword, such as its thickness, length, weight, and material. Such directional identification depends on what you want to know. Targeted inquiry and identification is far less convenient than Rimuru's Great Sage, but some basic functions are actually not much different. Question: does this spider monster have intelligence? Report: no. Bai Luo's eyes widened, wondering if he had heard it wrongly. No, didn't you just say it was a monster? It doesn't even have intelligence, are you sure it's a monster? Notice, man-made monster, similar to constructed life. Bai Luo almost understood. Simply put, this thing is not a naturally born monster. It has a soul, but not a complete soul, but a fragment of a soul. Bai Luo is not sure about the details. He only knew one thing, that is, he should not regard this spider monster as an intelligent life. Tisk, feelings are just a brainless wild monster. Bai Luo frowned slightly, raised his hand and fanned his nose. Solve it, peng peng. Bo. Eruption did not ask why. As long as it is Bai Luo's request, Ergui will execute it without hesitation. Bloody. Then, the thorn vine stick was swung, and the green energy smashed down fiercely across dozens of meters. The enormous force landed on the spider monster's head, and along with half of its body, it exploded like a watermelon, as if it was dead beyond deadness. Individual name: Evil killed multi-legged spider and gained 5 existence points. The experience acquisition prompts provided by the eruption made Bai Luo aware of the existence value that the multi-legged spider could bring. 5 points of existence value, 2 points higher than the 3 points of the terror explosion bear. Bai Luo did not pay much attention to the magic element obtained from killing the spider monster. He was more concerned about the name of the artificial monster. I always feel like I've gotten into something bad. Bai Luo shook his head and waved away these unnecessary worries. As long as the power becomes strong enough, no conspiracy or trickery will be a problem. Yan Yan, who do you think is stronger, this spider monster or the explosive bear from before? Ergian thought for a moment and said, Yan Yan feels that spider bugs are very weak. Even though the eruption was fighting, the green grass field was used to confuse the spider bug's perception, and the seed bombs were used to remove the spider bug's defenses. These are just the fighting methods that Ergi Luo developed specially for the sake of caution. If you really want to make a comparison, the Uruko can kill the spider monster with one blow. Well, the same is true for the explosive bear. But I still think that Xiong is more powerful. This was Ergui's intuitive feeling. She couldn't explain why, but she just felt that the terror bear was more threatening. Intuition. Bai Luo believed that Ergui's feeling was correct. He looked down at the broken spider monster and said, "After all, it is a man-made product and cannot compare to a real sea-level monster." Of course, this is also because Ergian has become stronger than before. When encountering the terror bear, the magic power of the eruption is about 7,000. And now, after 7 whole days, Ergui's magic power has increased from the initial 6,500 to 8,000. Along the way, Ergilong took action many times. Whenever you see a monster or beast that can provide experience points, whether it is useful or not, you will be beaten by the evil spirit. Bai Luo treated it as a Pokemon monster. If it is a monster, the eruption will try to minimize the damage and quickly put it into a baby-like sleep, thus obtaining the defeat condition. As for monsters, as long as they choose to surrender, the grower can obtain the corresponding magic elements. In addition, Bai Luo would leave food for the defeated. Bai Luo, who had just awakened his past life memories, was unable to plunder wantonly. He gained experience points and the other party got food. A total win-win. Xiao Xiao used so much magic power to fight the terror bear. It takes this much to kill bugs. Ergui used his 2 short hands to measure the length, but Bai Luo couldn't understand it anyway. In short, when it comes to killing bugs, the magic power consumed by the is much less. Since coming to the Axis world, Ergilong has found that the energy in his body has increased a lot. Not only has the quantity increased, but the recovery speed has also been greatly increased. Like in the past, after a battle, Ergilong had to take a breath no matter what. But now, as for that kind of battle, Ergui said that she would not feel tired even if she fought dozens of rounds in a row. The higher the existence value, the more magic elements there are, and the amount of magic power and physical strength that can be accommodated is directly proportional to it. Coupled with her amazing recovery speed and Eruption's unique Pokemon moves, her strength is far more than what can be summarized as a simple B-level. Bai Luo felt that even if Ergian faced an A-level or even A+ level monster, it would still have a good chance of winning. Alright. Bai Luo didn't say anything more. Man-made monsters and the like are too far away from them. The top priority now is to bury the beaten spider to prevent it from polluting the fields. In Bai Luo's memory, most insect monsters have a certain connection with the Zerg in the spiritual world. In the following period of time, the two encountered 3 waves of invasions of insect monsters in succession while working. Bai Luo also didn't know what was going on in this place, or why there were so many insect monsters. But Ergian is not a pushover either. With a thorny vine stick in his hand, he is worthy of the name of Little Kaido in the Pokemon world. After adapting to Pokemon-type magic, Eruption fights more easily and often kills the enemy before they even make a move. Is there a nest of insect monsters nearby? Bai Luo watched as Eruption manipulated the tree roots to drag the remaining debris into the ground and bury it. He held a dagger in his hand, and on the ground to one side were piles of materials that Bai Luo had picked from 3 insect monsters. Bai Luo endured the stench coming from these things, and although he was disgusted, he still started to clean these materials. The main purpose was to avoid waste. Want to go check it out? While cleaning, Bai Luo thought to himself, no, it's just me and Peng Peng. Even if we find the insect nest, it will waste a lot of time. It's not worth it. Considering that the campsites had already been preliminarily built, Bai Luo finally decided to leave them alone. There are still a few hours left before the traveler cools down, and by tomorrow at the latest, Bai Luo will be able to cross again. The traveler's ability to travel through time has a cooldown period. The length of the cooling time is related to the time Bai Luo stays in the other world. Just like the last time, Bai Luo stayed in the Pokemon world for 7 days, so after returning to the Axis world, there was a 7-day cooldown. Of course, this refers to cooling down after returning to the base Axis world. If he is in another world, Bai Luo can return at any time to avoid encountering unhandled dangers in the new world. Just use it as a weirdo point. For some reason, Bai Luo thought it wasn't bad to have spiders visit his house occasionally. This way they don't have to go through the trouble of looking for monsters. Chapter 9. At the same time, in the forest dozens of kilometers away from the camp selected by Bai Luo, a small village with 300 people was located. The architecture here is Japanese style and is a pure wooden structure. The men passing by were mostly dressed as samurai, while the women wore kimono-like cloth. They were all tall and had horns on their foreheads. If Bai Luo were here, he would definitely recognize this village. It is the village of the great demon tribe that was destroyed by the pigmen led by footmen in the original work. The Great Oni clan is a demon clan close to the demons. Their average combat power is B level, and they have the powerful force to destroy human villages on their own. The population of Big Ghost Village is around 300, and its overall strength is such that it can easily defeat an attack by an A-level monster. In the eyes of human adventurers, it is a terrifying force that is capable of destroying an entire city. However, the big demons in the Jura forest are not as fond of destruction and killing as they appear. On the contrary, although the Great Ghost Clan is aggressive in character, they value loyalty and never attack the weak or innocent people. They mostly work in the form of employment, receiving compensation from different monster tribes in the forest and humans from the outside world to maintain the development of the village. After hundreds of years of accumulation, the Great Ghost Clan has now become one of the three dominant forces in the Jura forest. The population in the south is huge, with up to hundreds of thousands of pigmen. The population in the north exceeds 10,000, and the individual combat power exceeds that of sea-level lizardmen. There are also a tribe of large ghosts, numbering only 300, located in the west of the forest, which have B-level combat power once they reach adulthood. The three major forces restrained each other, forming a three-way balance of power, which allowed the Jura forest to maintain superficial peace. Originally, this pattern had been going on for a long time. Human adventurers generally do not go deep into the Jura forest, and the great demon tribes will not take the initiative to attack neighboring countries or forces. However, not long ago, a group of insect monsters came from nowhere and broke the peace of the western part of the forest. They wantonly slaughtered the beasts in the forest and continuously plundered the resources that the monsters depended on for survival. At first, the big ghosts didn't take it seriously. The Jura forest is filled with the magic of storm dragons. No one can predict what kind of monsters will be born. However, not long ago, a member of the tribe was hunting in the forest and was attacked by hundreds of sea-level insect monsters, and his life was hanging by a thread. If the young master of the Great Ghost Clan had not led a rescue team, this group of people would have probably been wiped out. To the sparsely populated Great Ghost Clan, every member of the clan is extremely precious. But even so, two big ghosts still died under the attack of the insect monsters. The body of one of them was dragged away by the insect monster, and the other lost his life shortly after being brought back to the village. "We can't go on like this," the muscular red-haired demon said to the old red demon who was sitting in the leader's position. "Dad, gather the warriors in the village and defeat those disgusting bugs." This red-haired demon is none other than the great marshal of the demon kingdom, Benimaru, who would later follow Rimuru and be named by him in the original work. However, at this time, he, as well as Shin, Shina, Hakuro, Sui, and Kurobo, had not yet obtained their own names. In the Axis world, most monsters have no names. Once a monster has a name, it will become a named monster, and its potential and life level will be greatly improved. Unfortunately, there are no named monsters in the current Big Ghost Village. After all, ghosts have long become a legend among the Ghost Clan and have not been born for thousands of years. "What do you think, old man?" The leader looked at the white-haired old man who was thinking with his eyes closed. The entire Great Ghost Clan has great respect for this old man who has rich combat experience and superb swordsmanship. In fact, if the old man had not been obsessed with swordsmanship, he should have been the leader of the Big Ghost Clan. "I've never seen this kind of insect monster in the Jura forest. They don't look like native monsters. Unlike the spider-type insect monsters that Bai Luo encountered, the types of insect monsters encountered by the big ghost tribe and other monster tribes in the forest are far more than just one. There are various types of weapons, such as mantis type, centipede type, beetle type, butterfly type, etc., which almost cover all battlefield needs and can be called biological weapons. But I doubt whether those bugs are really monsters. Based on classification, they are indeed monsters. The Red Demon leader also couldn't understand, but we tried to communicate with them and found that it didn't work at all. Warcraft cannot communicate, has low IQ, and is pure monster. Monsters, on the other hand, are intelligent beings with their own tribes, and most of them can coexist peacefully. No matter what, the young master's idea is not wrong. These insect monsters keep appearing, so they must have a base camp of some kind, such as a nest. Only by finding it and destroying it can we eliminate these dangerous insect monsters fundamentally. Bai Luo's proposal was approved by all the big ghosts present. So, the leader of the Red Devil tribe began to arrange manpower. He asked the future Benimaru to lead a team, including Shen, Sui, Shana, and others, as well as Bai Luo, to search for the insect monster's nest in the forest, and then launch an attack on it to eliminate this disaster that came from nowhere in one fell swoop. As night fell, Bai Luo had no idea where the successive waves of insect monsters came from, nor did he know that the big ghost tribe was organizing people to prepare to attack them. After a whole day's work, Bai Luo and Yan finally completed their first wooden hut. The wooden house looks like a tent, is one person tall, and has a triangular structure, which is large enough to accommodate Bai Luo and Peng and provide them with shelter from wind and rain. A bonfire was lit in front of the hut, and the two people had to take turns to keep watch to prevent night attacks by wild beasts and monsters. But this is temporary. When Bai Luo's time travel cools down, he will take Yan to the new world. If they are lucky, they can not only find a place to rest, but also replenish supplies. In this way, Liang guarded the first half of the night, and Bai Luo guarded the second half. This arrangement is also to ensure that after the crossing, Long will have sufficient physical and mental strength to deal with possible troubles. The campfire crackled, and a faint flame flickered in the darkness. In the wooden hut, Bai Luo felt the tranquility of the forest at night. Yan was resting his head on his thighs, his little body curled up into a ball, smacking his lips, as if he was dreaming about something delicious. Even in such a wilderness, Yan seemed to be sleeping in the warmest bedding. As long as he stayed by Bai Luo's side like this, Yan would feel extremely safe. What a foodie! My mouth is watering. After wiping the water stains off the little guy's fangs, Bai Luo stroked the hooded body of the evil creature. His hand brushed the pointed corner of the little girl's hat, which was part of her body, not just decoration. However, Eruption's body feels very soft to the touch. Even the ghost horns, which should have been sharp, became soft in Bai Luo's hands. In this way, Bai Luo took care of her as if she were his younger sister until the sky gradually brightened, and they did not encounter any insect monsters that attacked them again. At dawn, a hint of paleness appeared in the sky. In the haze, the mist in the forest floats like a veil, and the faint light shines through the sparse treetops, sprinkling on the wet ground in a mottled manner. Dewdrops can be seen faintly, flashing silver light on the green grass leaves. Where's Bo? Waking up from his sleep, Yan rubbed his sleepy eyes, and then subconsciously began to look for Bai Luo. The moment he saw Bai Luo, the worry in Ergui's eyes immediately disappeared. Instead, there is full of joy and dependence. Bai Luo, shall we continue to build the house today? With yesterday's experience, Yan has gained some experience in building houses. She wanted to challenge herself to a bigger wooden house and build a big house that could accommodate two people. Stop for a moment. Bai Luo patted the little guy's head, then took Yan to wash up by the stream, ate a simple mushroom stew and a few energy cubes, and then announced today's plan. I plan to open the door to another world, so I'll go over there and check it out first. Bai Luo said, if the new world is too backward, we can use the one-day crossing to the Pokemon world. The technology in the Pokemon world is very advanced. Bai Luo could go there, introduce various equipment and resources, and then quickly build a simple camp. He had no plans to conquer other elves. Travelers cannot bring others across, unless the other person becomes a follower of Bai Luo. However, the number of places for dependence is currently limited, and Bai Luo does not intend to use the remaining 2 places on Pokemon. But if we encounter a dangerous world, we will return immediately. Well, Peng Peng will protect Bai Luo. Then I'll leave it to you, Yan Yan. Bai Luo stretched his body and looked at Ergui, who had regained his energy and was eager to try. Are you ready? Bo. Ergian made a body-building gesture, indicating that he was full of energy. Very good, very energetic. After Bai Luo finished speaking, he activated the Traveler ability which had cooled down and could be used again. Let's go. Then, with the flickering light, the figures of Bai Luo and Ergui Yan disappeared from the camp, leaving only the extinguished fire filled with smoke in the humid air of the early morning. Chapter 10. When Bai Luo opened his eyes again, what came into view was an indescribable unique space. It was pitch black all around, with only a small area in front of me that was bright, emitting a deep light like the starry sky. Where's Bo? Ergian held Bai Luo's hand, his little face full of shock. The little guy has no idea where this is. Where is the different world you promised? How did you get to such a dark place? Don't worry, let me sort it out first. Bai Luo was just about to wonder where he was and what kind of world he had come to. The next moment, rays of light bloomed before Bai Luo's eyes. Bo! This scared Ergian, and she quickly condensed a thornvine stick and protected Bai Luo behind her. Even though Peng Peng is shy and afraid of loneliness, and looks small and unprepossessing. But at the critical moment, she really dared to go forward. Wait a minute. Bai Luo steadied his body and looked intently. In front of the 2 of them was a chair, a small round table, and some black tea and desserts on the table. At this moment, a blue-haired girl was sitting on the chair. Welcome to the afterlife. Although it is short, this gentleman's life has ended. This is a girl of 15 or 16 years old. She is very beautiful, so beautiful that it exceeds Bai Luo's cognition. How to say it? I don't know why, but the word goddess popped into Bai Luo's mind the first time he saw the girl. Yes, apart from a goddess, it is impossible for a woman with such beauty to exist in the world. The clear water blue long hair gives people a light and soft impression. The perfect body that is neither too plump nor too thin is covered with a loose-fitting lavender garment commonly known as a feather robe. Suddenly, the blue-haired girl who was reciting her lines seemed to realize something. She blinked her aqua-blue eyes, which were as clear as her hair color, and stared at Bai Luo and the little Ergian in front of him, who had an open mouth, revealing 2 small fangs, and a very cute expression. At this moment, the girl looked at the 2 men. Hey! What? Gradually, the expression of the beautiful girl with long aqua-blue hair began to change, and she seemed to not understand what was going on. Bai Luo and Ergui Yan did not act rashly. Bai Luo in particular had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu about the scene before him for some reason, as if he had seen it somewhere. Blue hair, goddess-like beauty, and this outfit. Has she been sack? Before Bai Luo could ask, a certain mentally retarded goddess exclaimed, No, who are you? Is there something wrong with the mechanism for attaining Buddhahood? And where did you come from? This is overtime. Overtime. Protest. Firmly protest overtime work. Aqua has obviously discovered the peculiarities of Bai Luo and Ergi Luo. As the goddess in charge of the destination of the souls of young Japanese people after death, no matter how stupid Aqua is, she can see that Bai Luo and Erkuro are still alive. This situation is more like reincarnation in another world. It's just that the reincarnation process was reversed, and people from another world suddenly appeared in this space. Ahem, Calm down for a moment, Lady Aqua, the goddess of water. Hey! When Aqua heard Bai Luo calling her name, she was stunned at first, and then an extremely proud smile appeared on her face. Puff, puff, puff. The girl covered her mouth and said with a chuckle, I don't know where you are from, but I'm glad you've heard of my name, Aqua, the goddess of water. There's really nothing I can do. Okay, I'll just try to accept you guys. Aqua's reaction made Bai Luo, who had prepared various persuasion plans, look like a fool. Yes, Bai Luo called out the other person's name on purpose. As for the purpose, it is naturally to go to the seeking world. The adventure mechanism and skill points there are very suitable for Bai Luo's situation, who only has magic power and attributes but no combat skills. But now, you want to go to another world and challenge the Demon King. Aqua sat back in her original seat. She calmly opened a bag of potato chips and started eating them in front of Bai Luo and Ergui. It is hard to imagine how such a beautiful and pure face could make such a disrespectful move. What's even worse is that, even though he clearly doesn't take her seriously, why do you still think she's pretty? Bai Luo didn't know how to complain. Fortunately, he knew in advance what kind of existence Aqua was. So, sorry. No matter how pretty Aqua is, Bai Luo doesn't want to have anything to do with her. After all, it is illegal to do that. Not to mention that with Aqua's personality, if she follows him around, who knows how much trouble she could cause. Ahem, yes. Bai Luo said, this kid and I are traveling around the world, and in the process, we are defeating strong opponents and improving our strength. Oh. Aqua didn't think much about it. Her empty brain couldn't hold too many things. Conspiracies and tricks are not as good as Bai Luo's Lady Aqua, the goddess of water. Anyone who has heard of your name must be your believer. Aqua is quite tolerant towards believers. Aqua, no one wants to go to that world anyway, so it's great that you want to help. That. Bai Luo said, great, wise, beautiful, and noble Lady Aqua, can you give us a little benefit? He. Aqua continued to indulge in Bai Luo's compliments. She said, you speak nicely. Say more. Originally this kind of thing is definitely not allowed. But who can blame us, the great goddess Aqua? Here. Accept it with gratitude. This is a blessing from the great upper goddess Aqua. The next moment, Aqua waved her hand, and pieces of parchment fell around Bai Luo like flowers scattered from the sky. Oh! Bai Luo, you are worthy of being Lady Aqua. With this sentence, Bai Luo is no longer complimenting, but speaking from the heart. You're a good person, Aqua, for giving out benefits right away. Although she is mentally retarded, she is really willing to spend money when treating others to a meal. In the original novel, Aqua was in debt many times because she spent money to treat the entire guild to dinner. Even for an outsider like Bai Luo, Aqua is still willing to break the rules and give him cheats. With this feeling, Bai Luo secretly decided, next time I see Aqua and Kazuma mixed up like in the original, I will lend you some gold coins, Aqua. Take your pick. But, only one copy. Aqua pointed at the Urukyo and said, its life form is very special. It is together with you, so it cannot obtain the cheats provided by the gods. In short, even in Saking's worldview, Ergian is Bai Luo's summon. If you can get more plugins in this way, then Bai Luo can summon hundreds of skeleton soldiers, which will directly skin the gods bald. Alright. Bai Luo was a little disappointed, but since it was a world rule, there was nothing he could do about it. Greed is the key. Bai Luo was already very satisfied to get a cheat ability for free from Aqua. That's right. Since searching by himself was too inefficient, Bai Luo decided to ask Aqua directly, is there a plugin that can quickly learn skills? Oh, that kind. Aqua is usually bored and reads a lot of comics and light novels, so she immediately understood what Bai Luo meant, that one, it allows people to copy the skills of the people they have come into contact with. The limitation is that the copied skills are only level 1, and the effect that can be exerted is linked to one's own attributes. This is the setting in Seeking. Suqing skill points can be used on any skill that can be learned, and not just once, but continuously. Just like Hui's explosion magic, if you want to use it, you need a lot of skill points. Similarly, increasing the level of explosion magic also consumes skill points. The reason why Hui's explosion magic is so powerful is that she specializes in this skill and spends all her skill points on it. So, according to Aqua's meaning, if Bai Luo copies Hui's explosion magic, he can indeed get the explosion magic, but it is only level 1 explosion magic. Not only that, if the magic power is not enough, Bai Luo still cannot release the explosive magic. So, this cheat is pretty useless. Aqua, even so, are you going to take it? Bai Luo did not decide immediately, but asked about several plug-in abilities that he thought were more suitable for him. Unfortunately, those abilities more or less have certain limitations and thresholds, and are not very suitable for Bai Luo and Ergilong now. Alright. There was no other way, so Bai Luo finally made a choice. I'm going to copy the ability of the skill. So, this. Aqua, what's your name? My name is Bai Luo, and this child is Ergui Luo. Bo Enihum. Ergian was completely confused the whole time. All she could think about was who am I, where am I, and what am I doing here? Mr. Bai Luo, and your familiar Ergui, you are about to go to another world and become one of the reserve heroes to defeat the Demon King. The moment you defeat the Demon King, you will receive a gift from the gods. You can have one wish granted, any wish at all. As Aqua chanted, a bright magic circle flashed under Bai Luo and Ergui's feet, and then guided the two of them slowly upwards. Bai Luo did not resist. This was the power of the gods in the Seeking world, which was far beyond what he could resist now. Ergian was also very sensible. He was held in Bai Luo's arms obediently without making any noise. Hero. May you stand out among the many reserve heroes and become the one who defeats the Demon King. Okay, let's go. The light enveloped Bai Luo and Ergui, leaving only Aqua's voice echoing in their ears. When the light faded, Bai Luo found himself on a street in medieval Europe. The carriage drove along the cobblestone road, making bursts of noise. In front of the rows of red brick houses, pedestrians came and went. There were orcs with animal ears, and elves with pointed ears. There was no doubt that this was the novice village Axel City in Seeking's novel. Chapter 11. Really, it was successful like that. Bai Luo was still a little dazed at this time. He had thought that he could get more benefits in the other world. But I didn't expect that things would go so smoothly. Let's not talk about how strong Seeking's worldview is. But the adventurer skills here, as well as the mechanism of being able to defeat monsters and level up, are indeed of great help to Bai Luo now. As expected of Aqua. Thank you so much. Bai Luo quickly felt the gift from God, the ability called Copy. Bai Luo. Race, Half-Blood Demon. Existence Value, 3505. Magic, Energy Block Production, Elf Space, Identification. Intrinsic Ability, Adaptability. Unique Abilities, Traveler Breakthrough, Can Return, Leader, Captor, Duplicator, Analyze the abilities of others and copy them. Dependent, The Evil One. Marked Worlds, Pokemon World, Sashin World. Replicator. Looking at the description of Replicator that appeared in the Unique Ability column, Bai Luo knew that this time travel was not a loss for him. The world voice of the Axis world does not exist in the Seeking world. The two belong to different worldviews and cannot influence each other. But because of the unique abilities of the extraordinary traveler, Bai Luo is like an anchor point that the base Axis world drops into the Seeking world. Similar to a signal station, Bai Luo can receive and feedback the base Axis world at any time and interact with the voice of the world. This kind of interaction affects more than just Bai Luo. It also has the same effect on followers within a certain distance around him, such as the eruption. Therefore, the moment Bai Luo gained the ability to copy, the Axis world analyzed and made a new judgment on it. The end result was that Bai Luo's copying plug-in ability disappeared. Instead, it has a powerful unique skill called Replicator. Let me see the purity of this unique skill. Bai Luo said, focusing on the word Replicator. Soon, information related to this skill appeared in Bai Luo's mind. The Replicator's replication is not a one-shot process. Bai Luo thought to himself, it will take different amounts of time to analyze, depending on the strength of the ability it needs to copy. Only after the analysis is completed can I learn this skill and make it my own. Theoretically, as long as it is not a unique and physiological ability, Bai Luo can copy it. Uniqueness means that there can only be one in the entire world. Physiological, such as moves that require a tail, a third hand, or special body organs to perform. Of course, if physiological abilities can be solved with magic. For example, if the silk produced by spiders is a purely physiological product, Bai Luo would not be able to replicate it. On the contrary, if the silk thread is essentially a product of magic, Bai Luo can simulate it through magic. Specifically, Bai Luo has not yet figured out the limitations and limits of the replicator because he has only had access to it for a short time. We need to find a few targets and test the effects of the replicator. Bai Luo was thinking this as he was gently pulled by the cart while holding Ergui's hand. What's wrong, Yu Rukshan? Where is this place, Bai Luo? Ergui Liang had seen similar Western fantasy-style buildings when Bai Luo was still a village on the edge of the forest. However, the village where Bai Luo originally lived could definitely not compare to this novice city for adventurers. Compared to prosperous Axel, that village was downright rural. This is the other world we are going to explore next. Bai Luo touched Ergui's little head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I know a little about this world. Just listen to my arrangements from now on." Eruption is very curious about the new world. The dazzling stalls and the clothes worn by the passers-by were so dazzling that the eyes of Erguian, who had never seen the world, were full of shining stars. Now, let me imagine. Well, first go to the Adventurers Association and register as an adventurer. Bai Luo recalled the story about Suqing and knew that only by becoming an adventurer and getting a skill card could he officially integrate into this world. Bai Luo, who possesses the unique skill of adapter, is not worried about not being able to obtain the abilities of the Suqing world. However, Yigian might have some problems adapting to the local climate. There are no adapters to integrate into the Suqing world, and Erguian still uses the system of the Axis world. According to the principle mentioned by Bai Luo before, the strength of the base Axis world is far greater than that of the ordinary world. Although Suqing's other world also has magical factors, every blade of grass and every tree here is also infected by magic and possesses strength and resilience that surpass the material world. However, the concentration of magic power here is far lower than that of the base Axis world. Calculated using the Chaos World rating, it is generally only at a medium concentration level. With a simple conversion, Kuro, which is only rated B in the basic world, is upgraded by at least 2 levels in the Suqing world, which is the level of Special A. Bai Luo can also do this, such as actively shutting down the adapter and then gaining A-level combat power. But in this way, Bai Luo will not be able to obtain the power system of the new world. By the way, you must control your power in this world, and never use magic power higher than B level. Hey! Ergui looked at Bai Luo in confusion, only to hear the latter explain, the way we travel this time is different from when we went to the Pokemon world. Over in the Pokemon world, I went directly in my real body. It's just that this time, the situation is a little different from that time. Cutting in line to the reincarnation ceremony that Aqua was in charge of was actually a case of the Axis world taking advantage of a loophole in the rules of the Suqing world, allowing him to treat Bai Luo as one of their own. In essence, Bai Luo's behavior is more like smuggling after hiding his identity. I have the power I want in this world. So we must hide our identities as best as possible and not be excluded by the rules of this world. Otherwise, once Bai Luo actively shuts down the adapter, he will jump out of the framework of the current world. Sicking rules will put Bai Luo on the blacklist. The worst result is being driven out and Bai Luo will never be able to return to the Sicking world. It is slightly better, but it also means losing the opportunity to obtain the rules of the Sicking world and strengthen the base axis world. No matter which one it is, Bai Luo doesn't want to face it. Bo. Ergian raised her little hand. Yan understands. I will be careful. You don't have to be so careful. Bai Luo smiled and said, as long as you keep your strength around level B, it will be fine. If we really encounter danger, it is definitely more important to save our lives. The world is gone, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. On the premise of protecting himself, Bai Luo thinks there is nothing wrong in keeping a low profile. There's something wrong with me. You ask. Why is it B-level? Liang felt that she was very powerful now. She was not sure what level the B-level that Bai Luo mentioned was. Let me briefly explain this. Bai Luo, first of all, it's about expressiveness. Can you understand that, Peng Peng? Expressive. That's right. Bai Luo explained, every world is different. The strength of the base axis world is higher. A piece of stone there may be harder than the steel in this other world. You are in the axis world. A normal attack can destroy a house. This is called B-level expressiveness. Then here comes the problem. Bai Luo pointed to the road under his feet and said, what kind of damage can you cause in this world with your current full strength? According to the first level concentration, it is divided into a major realm. The Ergian that came to Sikking's world is equivalent to a special A-level monster. And the special A-level attack. The things here are very crisp. Ryu is not stupid. She has a very strong fighting instinct, so she quickly made an accurate judgment, if Ryu throws one punch, the whole city will collapse. A full force attack from a Class A weapon is enough to cause earthquake-level damage to the city. And this is called special A-level expressiveness. Do you understand? Bai Luo said, the power you can display in the Sicking world must be the same as in the base axis world. That is to say, when Peng Peng throws a punch, he should control the size of the hole to be several meters wide. That's right. Bai Luo confirmed, that's it. The base axis world is level B, so when we arrive at the new world, we must also control it at level B. It's not like Bai Luo traveling through the Pokemon world, because he is traveling through in real life, he doesn't have to worry about expressiveness. Bai Luo, who was only at E level at the time, was placed in the lower level chaotic world, and his performance was directly improved by 3 levels, reaching the B level. The unruly people from Baishang Township were naturally defeated by Bai Luo, who was at level B, with 1 punch each. The world has memory. We can deceive her, but we can't deceive her twice in the same way. So, unless the eruptor also gains abilities similar to those of the adapter in the future. Otherwise, if she is in a different world, it is best to use the same expression as in the base axis world. I understand. Yuruko understood that she was not the kind of Pokemon that would cause trouble to her master. Chapter 12. Excuse me, can you tell me where the Adventurers Guild is? Bai Luo stopped a passerby and asked him where the Adventurers Guild was. With the other party's instructions, he found the guild. The Adventurers Guild in the city is a rather large building. Before entering, Bai Luo and Ergui could smell the aroma of food wafting from inside. Where's Bo? Ergui Yan, what a nice smell, is this a restaurant? The guild here also functions as a tavern. Adventurers can order food here. While Bai Luo was explaining to Ergui, he took the lead in pushing open the door of the trade union. When entering the guild, the first thing that catches your eye is the hall that is large enough to hold a banquet, and the neatly arranged long tables. Although they hadn't reached the restaurant yet, quite a few teams of adventurers had already gathered there, drinking and chatting. The bustling sounds made the atmosphere of the entire guild seem very lively. Ah, welcome! If you need to be introduced to your work, please go to the counter inside. If you need to eat, there are still many empty seats, so feel free to take a seat. As soon as the two entered the door, a waitress with short red hair came up to them warmly. When they saw the new faces appear, the adventurers in armor, leather armor, and wizard robes turned their heads and their eyes fell on Bai Luo and Ergui Luo. What is that? Demon! It should be a familiar or something. It looks so cute. Oh, it's really cute. Bai Luo doesn't care. He is a pure human being and there is nothing much to say. The Ergian is quite eye-catching. There are no creatures like Pokemon in the Seeking world. The monsters here, except for the Demon King's army, have almost no intelligence and are pure monsters. In addition, familiars from another world can generally be understood as summoned beasts. There is also a summoner profession among the adventurers in the guild, but no one has ever seen a familiar like Ergiran. Where's Bo? Being watched by so many people, Ergian shyly hid behind Bai Luo. This reaction attracted even more people's attention. Especially those beautiful girls with delicate looks, they instantly fell in love with the little lowly-like Ergian. Unfortunately, they didn't know Bai Luo and didn't dare to come up and ask directly. Let's go, Dot. Bai Luo took Ergui's hand. He ignored everyone's and looks. The adventurers had no ill intentions, they were simply curious. Soon, Bai Luo and Ergian crossed the hall and came to the counter. There were 4 counter staff, 2 of whom were female, and the one Bai Luo chose was the mature blonde sister in the animation. You too. The receptionist, Ms. Luna, looked at Bai Luo and Ergui with curiosity. No, it should be this gentleman, how can I help you? Luna originally thought that Eruption was a little human girl. There's no way, Peng Peng is only about 1 meter tall. If converted into a human being, she would be at most a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. But when you take a closer look, you can see that although the appearance of the Eruption is cute, it can't be said to be human at all. Instead, it looks more like some kind of intelligent monster. However, considering that Ergian is very well behaved, and this is the base camp for adventurers. Luna didn't think much about it and just thought she was Bai Luo's familiar and summoned beast. I want to register as an adventurer. Ah, you're a new member who wants to join. Of course, no problem. Luna smiled and said, as long as you pay the 1000 Eris handling fee, you can proceed with the attribute test. The handling fee. Cough. Bai Luo thought that he seemed to have no money in this world. Fortunately, Bai Luo was not as nervous as Kazuma and Aqua. Instead, he calmly took out a piece of dog head gold dug in the Jura forest from the elf space and placed it in front of the counter. We came here from far away, and we have already spent all our Eris reserves along the way. I wonder if the guild can trade directly with gold. Gold is a precious metal in most of the world. So in order to prevent the current situation from happening, Bai Luo specially prepared enough gold, minerals, and gems. Of course, Bai Luo's nugget gold has been processed. Bai Luo analyzed the concentration of magic elements in the material and reduced it by several levels before exchanging it for the currency of the Seeking world. Otherwise, this thing alone in the Seeking world can only be some unknown metal that looks like gold. There is no way, the world is different and the rules of physics are completely different. Without processing, Bai Luo would not dare to take it out casually. Please wait. Luna was startled by the gold nugget that Bai Luo took out. I'll get the testing equipment right away. Although she was surprised, Luna did what she had to do without any hesitation. Just as Bai Luo thought, the Adventurers Guild was a jack of all trades. Even the identification of gold and treasures could be handled here. But soon, Bai Luo ran into trouble. Wow, what a strong magical reaction! Luna looked at the information displayed on the detection instrument in surprise. The proud blonde lady said in disbelief, "It's just a piece of gold, but the magic power contained in it is even greater than that of a high-concentration magic crystal. Incredible! Is this gold dug out from the magic crystal mine?" Not only Luna, but even the gold shop owner who came to test the gold was shocked by this piece of gold. What? Bai Luo scratched his cheek awkwardly. Bai. It seems that the magic element has not been cleared enough. But I did weaken it to the level of a medium chaos world. It seems that even in the same medium-level chaotic world, there are differences in the amount of magic contained. The seeking world should be on the lower level among the medium chaotic worlds. Can it be exchanged? It's okay. The gold shop owner who came to take charge pushed up his glasses and asked, "The question is, which exchange method do you want to choose? What's the meaning? That is, do you plan to exchange it for gold or trade it for a sufficient amount of magic crystals?" This was the first time that the gold shop owner had encountered such a situation. You turned good gold into magic crystal. It turns out that young people really know how to have fun. Ahem. Bai Luo understood, and he asked, "Which one is more expensive?" "Of course it's the magic crystal." "Okay, then I'll sell it as magic crystals. Thank you for your help." Soon, Bai Luo exchanged this nugget for about 3 million eris. Chapter 13. As for the initial 1,000 eris, they were simply wiped out by the Adventurers Guild as a small change. However, Bai Luo paid another 1,000 eris as an appraisal for Ergui. "Why? Shall we have this little fellow appraised?" Luna was a little confused, but Bai Luo wanted to spend money and she couldn't stop him. She first handed 2 cards to Bai Luo and Ergui, and then explained to them the nature of adventurers. "Please look here on the card. Is there an item called level? Luna, as you two know, everything in this world has a soul inside of it. No matter what kind of being it is, as long as you eat or kill a living being, that is, terminate a certain life activity, you can absorb a part of the soul memory of that being. That is what is collectively called experience points. These experience points are generally not visible to Ruyin," Luna said, "but as long as you hold such a card, the experience points absorbed by the adventurer will be displayed on it, and the corresponding level will also be revealed. This is the standard for the strength of adventurers. The number of targets conquered will also be recorded here. As experience points accumulate, all kinds of creatures will suddenly grow extremely fast one day. This is what is called transcending levels and becoming stronger. Simply put, as long as you increase your level, you can get various benefits, such as gaining points to learn new skills, enhancing attributes, etc. Yan, do you feel anything?" Bai Luo glanced at his card and found that the attribute values on it were very different from the basic axis system he knew. Well, because there is no reference, Bai Luo can't quite understand it. As for Aron, after she touched the card, there was no reaction and it remained blank. "Hey! Is the card broken?" Miss Luna was very confused, she thought there was something wrong with the card. But after changing the card, it is still blank. Logically speaking, this situation should not occur anyway. Even if it is just a summoned creature or even a visitor from another world, its soul value will be identified due to the rules of the other world and then displayed on a card. However, Ergui's situation was obviously beyond Luna's understanding. "It's so strange. I've never encountered anything like this before. Who is this child? Yurukshan is not a creature from the Sashin world, she is an outsider from the Axis world and the Pokemon world. To put it in more understandable terms, Eruption's entire body is wrapped in the laws of the Axis world. This makes it impossible for the rules of the Seeking world to penetrate this protective film and spy on the information of Ergian. They can only treat it as Bai Luo's pendant and be regarded as an entity that is one with him. That is why, once Ergian unleashes his power, the Seeking world will implicate Bai Luo as well and drive them out together. Maybe it's because this child is my familiar. Well, even if it's a familiar, the card should be. Luna murmured a few words, but since it involved Bai Luo's privacy, she didn't delve into it. Can I see your card, sir? Well, here you go. Luna took the card handed over by Bai Luo, and sure enough, she found the label of familiar in his attribute column. Although Ergui Luo was not recognized, Bai Luo was considered one of them in Siking's world. Through Bai Luo, Siking world easily determined that Ergian was his familiar. The familiar evil marked in the attribute column is the best evidence. It seems that this little fellow is a very remarkable familiar. Luna didn't think about it carefully. It was immoral to pry into other people's privacy. As the guild receptionist, Luna is well aware of the principle of speaking too much and making mistakes, and of not speaking too much to new friends. Next, please fill in your height, weight, age, physical characteristics, etc. on this document, Mr. Bai Luo. Next, with the help of Luna, Bai Luo filled in all the information that needed to be entered. Okay, that'll do. Then, Mr. Bai Luo, please touch this stone tablet. In this way, we can know the parameters of your various abilities. Luna, after that, please choose the job you want based on the values. Is it finally time to start? When Bai Luo travels to the Siking world, the two things he is most looking forward to are Aqua's plug-in ability and the career system here. Although he is already a learner with copying skills, Bai Luo still has a relative desire for a career. Because occupations can bring improvements to attributes. The Axis world gave Bai Luo magic elements, and learners allowed him to gain skills. But magic elements only act on existence values. It doesn't have much to do with an individual's strength, speed, and other attributes. The demons in the Axis world rely on various passive characteristics except for their physical armor and skin. There is no setting that the higher the level, the more abnormal the physical strength. Bai Luo can only look for this kind of power in other worlds. And his first stop was Siking career. Your muscle strength, vitality, magic power, flexibility, and agility are all very good. Luna recommended, with attributes like these, you can directly choose those advanced professions. The basic attributes brought by the sea level in the basic Axis world are also elite in the Siking world. The advanced professions that Luna mentioned are those such as Crusader, Sword Master, High Priest, Archmage, etc. Bai Luo did not make a choice directly, but carefully asked Luna about the information of these superior professions. Luna is indeed a professional counter-receptionist. She patiently and carefully told Bai Luo the advantages, disadvantages, and characteristics of each profession. Are you sure you want to be a martial artist? Luna, excuse me, among the physical professions, the martial artist's defense is not as good as the crusader, and the attack is not as good as the sword master. Yes. Bai Luo finally chose the physical melee profession called martial artist. The reason for making such a choice is that the attributes that can be improved after each upgrade of the martial artist profession are exactly what Bai Luo needs most now. Health, strength, agility, flexibility. Each upgrade of a martial artist is not as good as other higher level professions, but it wins in balance. In Bai Luo's plan, he can increase his existence value through followers such as Peng Peng, thereby continuously increasing his magic elements. Bai Luo noticed it when he activated the skill card just now. Every adventurer will accumulate a certain amount of initial experience points when he or she first changes his or her job. After all, it is impossible for a person to live to adulthood without ever gaining experience. For example, Aqua in the original work accumulated a large number of skill points when she first became an adventurer. The reason for this is that Aqua's level itself is very high. Just like Bai Luo now, his inventory experience value is more than 30,000, which is almost 10 times the existence value. However, using magic elements to upgrade the level of the Siking world will not make the magic elements in Bai Luo's body disappear. The magical power originally brought by the magic element remained unchanged, but it seemed as if an extra attribute and skill had appeared out of thin air, superimposed on the basic axis attribute column. In addition, the experience value system of the Seeking world is different from that of traditional online games. The information we got from Luna is that in order to level up to 100, approximately 1 million experience points are required. Of course, although the maximum level is fixed. But because of everyone's starting point, the choices they make, careers they pursue, skills they learn, and their growth potential are different. The gap between level 100 and level 100 may be even greater than the gap between humans and dogs. The leader increases the magic element, which is converted into experience points, which are used to increase the martial artist's professional level and gain attributes. And those skill points can all be used on the most cost-effective skills. The skills that Bai Luo obtained through the copying ability all have an initial level of 1. If he wants to upgrade them, he can only do so by adding points. Well, this is the rule of the Seeking world. I just don't know what kind of changes will happen after I bring these skills back. However, these have little to do with Bai Luo. He did not choose the copy ability for switching skills. The place where learners can use their skills should be the worlds that Bai Luo will travel through in the future. The special abilities from different worlds, copying them and making them Bai Luo's own, this is the correct way for learners to open them. Well, please keep your skill cards and carefully choose the skills you want to learn. If you want to accept a mission, you can go to the notice board and choose the one you like. Well, thank you for your help, Miss Luna. In this short period of time, Bai Luo has become familiar with Luna. Bai Luo left the counter with Ergui Yan. He took out the skill card and began to look at the various skills possessed by the martial artist. Before adding points, copy all the skills that can be copied. Thinking so, Bai Luo chose a long table. He ordered some food and ate with Ergui Yan while using his identification skills to observe the adventurers in the hall. Defense Theft Quick Cross / One-Handed Sword Mastery Elementary Magic. There are a variety of skills, although most of them are low level, there are also advanced skills that require a large number of skill points to learn. The only pity is that this is just a novice village in the Seeking world, and the adventurers are generally not of high level. Hey! Suddenly, Bai Luo noticed a figure in the guild. He stared at the character list that appeared in front of him. Name, Yu. Occupation, Archmage. Skills, Advanced Magic, Intermediate Magic, Teleportation, High-Speed Chanting, Multiple Casting, Magic Amplification. Advanced Magic. The magic system in the Seeking world is different from the generally known Fireball, Healing, Wind Blade and the like. The magic here is more like the Elementary Wisdom, Intermediate Wisdom and Advanced Wisdom in Heroes of Might and Magic. The skill Advanced Magic requires 30 skill points and the advanced profession of Archmage. After learning Advanced Magic, the Archmage can freely record various powerful magics. By increasing the skill level of Advanced Magic, the power of the corresponding Advanced Magic will also increase. In short, it's a one-trick pony that works everywhere. A magician does not need to know dozens or hundreds of kinds of magic, but instead opens a high-level magic skill and then specializes in practicing certain powerful spells. This is not a game world. For the same fireball spell, how many, when and at what angle you release it all depends on the adventurer himself. And such a mechanism is perfect for Bai Luo. No Archmage class. It doesn't matter. Learner, I will take action. So, Bai Luo did not hesitate at all and directly copied all the skills that Yu now possessed without leaving a single one. By the way, since Yun is here, where do we get Huai? Bai Luo will never forget the most powerful explosion magic in the entire Seeking. Soon, Bai Luo found a little lowly from the Red Demon clan who looked a bit immature. Learner, copying started, copying completed. Done. Bai Luo gave himself a thumbs up in his heart, thinking that he really made a lot of money from this time travel. Dozens of professions and over 100 skills. Bai Luo even found a colleague who had changed his job to become a martial artist in the crowd, and copied all of the martial artist's skills, saving him a lot of skill points. As expected of Sikking Novice Village, there are so many talented people. A new class, martial artist, and a method of converting magic into experience points to improve basic attributes. There are also unique skills for learners of this bug. Next, let me think about which skills should be upgraded. More than 30,000 experience points, after all converted, can allow me to reach level 15. Martial artist is a high-level profession. In addition to the basic 15 skill points each time you level up, you can gain an additional 2 skill points. There is no bonus for primary professions, 1 point more for intermediate professions, and 2 points more for advanced professions. In this way, the gap between adventurers became apparent. 45 skill points used to increase skill levels. Different skills can be upgraded a limited number of times, and will be displayed in the form of LV1 and LV2. When a skill reaches the maximum level, it will be displayed as not max, which means it has reached the limit and cannot be upgraded. Skill points are limited, so it's best to use them wisely. Bai Luo glanced at the skills he already had. Excluding the passive skills that could not be upgraded, his attention was mainly focused on those skills that increased by percentage. For example, the magic type high-speed chanting. High-speed chanting LV1, reduce casting time by 10%. Very simple description, but very rough. Instead of increasing the casting speed, it reduces it. The magic that originally takes 10 seconds to release can be shortened to 9 seconds after activating this skill. If it can be upgraded to LV10, it will be instant. This skill must be activated. Similar to high-speed chanting is multicasting. Multicasting LV1 can release 2 kinds of magic at the same time. When upgraded to level 2, 3 kinds of magic can be released at the same time. When seeing this skill, Bai Luo could imagine the scene of throwing out hundreds of fireballs at once after combining the fireball chain, intermediate magic, with multiple castings. So far, things have been going very smoothly. Bai Luo had no intention of intervening in Su Qing's plot. He needed to grow up as quickly as possible, and Su Qing's life was too comfortable. This place is more suitable for Bai Luo to use as a place to replenish supplies rather than to improve his strength. You said there are wild monsters to fight in the Sikking world? Bai Luo's answer is not enough. Sikking has too few wild monsters. In this world, eating food that gives a lot of experience points is the best way to increase your level. Fighting monsters is more about solving troubles and handling the requests from people who come to submit tasks. What's more, even if the level is raised to 100, it is only 1 million experience points. Converted into magic elements, it is around 100,000, or even lower. The specific conversion method can only be determined after Bai Luo defeats monsters and levels up here at Suqing and returns to the base Axis world. Chapter 14. Next. Bai Luo focused his attention on the skill list of the martial artist profession. Let's see which skills are suitable for me now. The profession of martial artist belongs to the type of dual cultivation of magic and monsters. However, compared to the pure long-range magic of the mage, the martial artist's magic is more used for assistance and to strengthen himself. This respect is very similar to the magic swordsman that often appears in Western fantasy novels. A passive reinforcement, once clicked it will be permanently effective. This is good, click it. There's no need to add these active moves. Bai Luo thought to himself, the level 1 skills copied from others are enough. Strength enhancement LV1, basic strength attribute increased by 15%. Strong body LV1, increases health limit by 15%, increases health recovery speed by 50%. Agility LV1, gain 15% increase in basic agility attribute. Among the martial artist's skill list, Bai Luo's favorites are those that can increase strength, health, agility, and recovery speed. Most of these skills are related to basic attributes. The basic attributes are obtained by Bai Luo through Suqing's level upgrade, which can reach up to level 100. Of course, this is just the level of the Suqing world. However, Bai Luo will also travel to other worlds to obtain more methods to convert magic elements into physical strength. According to Bai Luo's guess, these skills can enhance not only Suqing's attribute values, but also Bai Luo himself. To give a simple example, let's say that the health points that Suqing gets at level 100 are 10,000 points. Even if Bai Luo upgrades his strength and physical fitness skill to the maximum level, the maximum he can do is to increase his health by 1.5 times, to 25,000. The same goes for other skills, there are certain limits. But what if these skills strengthened Bai Luo himself instead of the fixed 10,000 health points? Then when Bai Luo's vitality is increased to 1 million after accumulating in several worlds, the full level endurance skill will bring an additional increase of 1.5 million. This is an improvement beyond Suqing's career panel. It is equivalent to a permanent effect on Bai Luo himself, rather than simply a level 100 character obtained in the Suqing world. What are you still hesitating about? Bai Luo decisively added 9 skill points to endurance, raising it to strong physique LVMAX. Wow! This feeling! There's something. At this moment, Bai Luo could clearly feel the surging vitality surging in his body. Not only that, Bai Luo's physical recovery ability has also been greatly enhanced. To describe it in data, it means an increase of 150% in basic health and 500% in basic recovery speed. What a domineering way to improve skills! Bai Luo clearly felt the power of the skill of strengthening the body. This is an exclusive skill for advanced professional martial artists. Other professions may have similar skills, but there will definitely be differences in numerical bonuses. In addition, among the many skills copied, there was an exclusive skill from the Guardian Knight, which gave Bai Luo a huge surprise. Lifelink LVMAX, an exclusive skill of the Guardian Knight that can bind a teammate so that both parties can share their health. Just as simple and crude. Life is linked, life is shared. The only flaw is that the health points are deducted from the party that is attacked. Guardian Knight and Squishy Mage, the former obviously has higher defense. But if the person being attacked is a mage, his life pool will be greatly reduced. In other words, it's like adding a weakness to the Guardian Knight. As long as you keep attacking the Squishy Mage, you can skip the Guardian Knight's armor and defense and cause direct damage to it. Of course, the benefits are also obvious. That is, you can protect your companions, avoid accidents, and gain extra health points. It seems like it adds a weakness to the Guardian Knight, but it's not the case. The mage always stands in the rear, and generally speaking, he will not be harmed at all. The Guardian Knight at the front can actually gain an extra bonus to the mage's health. Therefore, as long as the team's tacit understanding is high enough, it is no exaggeration to say that this skill is a magical skill. As long as the front row doesn't fall, the back row won't be harmed. Even if an accident occurs, it can avoid the dilemma of losing the main output all of a sudden, thus improving the fault tolerance rate. Yin Yan. When it comes to the skill of life connection, the first thing Bai Luo thinks of is naturally his own Ergian. Ergian is Bai Luo's follower, so naturally he fits the premise of being a teammate. So, after Bai Luo told Ergilong about the effect of the life link, the little guy chose to accept it without hesitation. This way, Peng Peng can better protect Bai Luo. Ergian was originally meant to protect Bai Luo. If anything happened to Bai Luo, Ergian would definitely go crazy. Now, with this skill, Yuruko no longer has to worry about anyone being unethical and attacking her trainer. Link completed, target, familiar evil. Bai Luo opened the skill card and found that his health did not receive any additional bonus. Is it because the system of the Suqing world cannot detect the properties of the evil spirit? Bai Luo thought of this possibility, but he could also clearly feel that there was some kind of connection between himself and Ergilong. Therefore, the sharing of health points brought by the connection does exist. It's just that the method may be somewhat different from what Bai Luo knows. Bai Luo didn't delve into this. Anyway, knowing that the two of them can protect each other is enough. That. A wizard girl wearing a witch hat and dressed coolly looked at the evil spirit beside Bai Luo cautiously. Can I hug her? Yan yan. Bo. Eruption can clearly distinguish the kindness and malice of others. She doesn't hate the humans here. Because they seem to like her a lot. Bo ne. However, Ergian also has his own demands. What did she say? The wizard lady stood there timidly, feeling nervous and expectant. Girls can do it, but men can't. They will be attacked. Bai Luo didn't want her little cotton-padded jacket to be touched by those rough men. No problem. The wizard lady immediately puffed out her chest and assured, we will protect this child and will never let those stinky men get close to her. Well, that's no problem. Bo. Ergian raised his little hand, and his cute appearance instantly captured the hearts of countless girls. Ah! Sure enough, the girls in the guild had been paying attention to Luo for a long time. When they saw Bai Luo introducing Ergian to them, they immediately surrounded him. For a time, Ergian became the darling of all female adventurers and was warmly welcomed and loved. Chapter 15. Oh my, brother, this is not moral. Suddenly, a sturdy man with a fierce look sat in front of Bai Luo. Feel sorry. Bai Luo had no intention of backing off. My daughter is so cute, she won't let any other man touch her except me. You're just a newcomer, but you're brave. The strong man was not interested in cute things, he just came to say hello to Bai Luo, the newcomer. 2 glasses of bubbles here. Your bubbles. Soon, the waitress placed 2 glasses of bubble wine in front of the strong man and Bai Luo. The burly man pushed one of the cups in front of Bai Luo, welcome to become an adventurer. Sure enough, just as Bai Luo thought, the other party had no ill intentions and just wanted to get to know him. Thank you very much. Bai Luo did not refuse, he chose to adapt to Su Qing's rhythm. In this world, Bai Luo decided to play the role of an adventurer in the novice village, and it was obviously necessary for him to get along with the adventurers here. Moreover, after traveling through time for a month, Bai Luo hasn't had a normal conversation with anyone for a long time. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Bai Luo drank the glass of bubbly in one gulp and then slammed the empty glass heavily on the table. Bloody. Hey. Cool. Bai Luo wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth and thought to himself that this was indeed the bubble wine that Aqua liked. It was delicious. How is it? Isn't it pretty good? Unknown bald strong man adventurer, this is our Axel's special bubble wine. It's really delicious. After Bai Luo finished speaking, the male adventurers around him gathered around and began to introduce themselves to each other. Axel's circle of adventurers is just this small. The people here basically know each other. Whenever a new person joins, they will make friends with him/her. This is also the case with Aqua and Kazuma in the original work. Ms. Luna. Finally, after being treated to the 3rd glass of bubbly wine, Bai Luo couldn't sit still anymore. He knew what these old foxes were planning. It was simply because he saw that he had just received 3 million eris, so he wanted him to treat him to a meal. But Bai Luo doesn't care. Men are like that. How can you care about such a small gain or loss? What's more, these eris are just a drop in the bucket for Bai Luo. As long as Bai Luo is willing, he can get 100 or 1,000 of these magic crystals. Today is a bubble wine, drink as much as you want. Bai Luo said as he took out a few nuggets of gold that had been diluted with magic essence. I'll pay for the wine. I'll pay. Ah! Long live the newcomer. Bai Luo. Bai Luo. Bai Luo. Ha 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 ha. Being swept up by this group of stupid adventurers in the guild, Bai Luo was also immersed in this unprecedented joyful atmosphere and started drinking and chatting with them. Money flows like water, but the pressure accumulated through time also dissipates quickly. No, I can't drink any more. I've reached my limit too. Goo 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 goo. Inside the Adventurers Guild, a group of big men were lying in a mess, but Bai Luo was the only one still standing there, drinking the last sip of the bubble wine. Oh! Bai Luo casually threw the wooden wine glass onto the pile of wooden cups. He looked around and sneered, "A bunch of scum, that's all." Unfortunately, the bald strong man who came at the beginning has already fallen down. Otherwise, he would definitely say, "I'm sorry that I couldn't satisfy Lord Bai Luo. Where's Bo?" Seeing that the place had become quiet, Ergian came over skipping and jumping, surrounded by the girls. The little guy was quite happy. The girl here is not only pretty but also very gentle. I ordered a lot of food for her. The energy cubes tasted good, but they didn't provide the same enjoyment as eating a big bite of meat. Eruption is a grass-type Pokémon, a magical creature that can survive on water and sunlight. But she can also eat meat, and even digest fiber, that is, live on grass. Are you full? Bai Luo asked. If it's not enough, you can order some more. I'm full. Ergui patted his bulging belly, expressing his satisfaction. By the way, Ergui has a lot of delicious food, Ergui likes them. That's good. Bai Luo was very happy that Eruption liked this world. When he took Eruption out of the Pokémon world, he promised her that he would witness more beautiful scenery with her. Leaving aside the forest exploration in the Axis world, the novice city of Axel did bring a lot of joy to Erotica. Ms. Luna. After deducting the cost of the bubble wine, Mr. Bai Luo still has 2.4 million Eris left. Before leaving the Adventurers Guild, Bai Luo found Miss Luna and paid off the previous wine bill. No need to give Eris the remaining change, order some favorite food for the beautiful ladies. Of course, Miss Luna too. Bai Luo waved at everyone and said, "It's my treat today, everyone, eat and drink as much as you want, don't be polite to me." The second batch of gold nuggets was exchanged for a total of 4 million. After deducting the cost of drinks, there was still 2.4 million left, which was more than enough to entertain the remaining girls. Just consider it as a welcome gift for my new arrival. Bai Luo, see you next time, Miss Luna and everyone else. Goodbye, Peng Peng. Thank you for your hospitality, handsome boy. Bye. Generous and handsome. Bai Luo is not Sato Kazuma. In just a short while, he has won the favor of almost all the adventurers. Let's go. Bo. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Ergui and Bai Luo returned to the street. She curiously asked Bai Luo about his upcoming itinerary. Finish the procurement of supplies in this world, and then leave. Bai Luo does not plan to stay in the Sucking world, he still needs Ergui to increase his magic power by defeating monsters. Space backpacks, wood and stone, condiments, vegetable monsters, fruit monsters, various meats, daily necessities, etc. It took Bai Luo half a day, until nightfall, to complete this large purchase. The original 3 million Eris were reduced to only 500,000 in a flash. This shows that the purchasing power of Eris as a currency is not as high as Bai Luo imagined. Please send 2 meal sets to the room, thank you. The two returned to the hotel where they were staying. Bai Luo asked the front desk to bring food, then he lay back on the soft big bed and exhaled a deep breath. Are you tired? Not tired. Ergian was also a little tired, but she tried not to show it. Yan can still continue to work. Don't force yourself. Bai Luo stroked the little girl's head with a little heartache, then opened his arms and held her in his arms. Where's Bo? Ergian is actually not really tired. Being able to be with Bai Luo, Ergian is happy no matter what he does. Have a good rest tonight, and we will take on the subjugation mission tomorrow. Are we going to fight? Ergui Yan was eager to try and said, Yan will do his best. No, don't. Bai Luo exclaimed quickly, your punch was terrifying enough. If you continue, I'm afraid you'll blow Axel to pieces. Where's Bo? Hold on a bit, and use as little force as possible. All right. Ergian listens to Bai Luo in everything, whatever he says is what it goes on. Chapter 16. Hey! Brother Bai Luo! Are you here to take the mission, Bai Luo? Good morning, Bo. Bai Luo and Ergian greeted everyone while coming to the notice board where commissions were posted. After what happened yesterday, everyone here has accepted Bai Luo and Ergui Luo. Mr. Bai Luo, do you want to accept the commission? Ah! Bai Luo looked at Luna who came in front of him. Do you have any recommendations? For new adventurers, how about this? Defeat a giant toad. Defeat the giant toad. That's right, those are the frogs that Aqua and Kazuma chose to attack at the beginning of the anime, and then were almost eaten. Can. Bai Luo nodded, and then followed Miss Luna's instructions and accepted the commission. A giant frog that swallowed the water goddess Aqua alive many times. Let me see your quality. Bai Luo was quite interested in the giant frog that made Aqua say, frogs are also cute when you look at them up close. Bam! 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 So, on the green grass slope, Bai Luo and Ergui stood on a high place, looking at the many giant toads jumping in the distance. During this period, toads will enter their breeding season, and then a large number of toads will wreak havoc on the surrounding areas, causing great trouble to residents near the town. Identification. Bai Luo did not take action immediately, but instead used identification skills on these giant toads. Giant toad. Level 5. Specific attributes, omitted. Inherent abilities, slippery body, damage reduction, plump meat. Strange inherent ability. Bai Luo didn't know how to complain about the delicious meat setting, but it's only level 5, it doesn't look very strong. It's not so much that the giant frog is not strong. It's better to say that Kazuma and Aqua in the original work are pretty bad. Ergui, remember the precautions I told you. Let's do an experiment on power regulation with the giant frog here. Then. Bai Luo finished speaking and began to look around. Well, kill that big blue guy over there for me. That one. Yes, that's it. Bai Luo pointed at a blue giant frog that was flirting with two other giant frogs, one pink and one yellow. It's so arrogant, hugging them left and right. I've tolerated it for a long time. Played it. Bo. Ergian accepted the order and jumped out without any hesitation. She was very fast, and in the blink of an eye she had rushed down the hillside and arrived in front of the jumping blue toad. Quack! The blue toad seemed to notice something approaching. It lowered its head, and its nearly 10-meter tall body stood in front of Ergilong, like a mountain of flesh. Thornvine stick. Unlike the confused blue toad, eruption would not wait for it to react. It immediately condensed a thorny vine stick and hit the opponent's abdomen. Boom! As the thorny vine stick was swung, a blue fluorescent light like a storm fell, and the surrounding air and earth were twisted and shattered in an instant. There was an earth-shattering noise, as if dozens of bombs exploded at the same time. The terrifying explosive force rushed into the blue toad's body without the toad having any idea what was happening. Quack! Puff! Amid the painful croaking of frogs, the giant toad's body exploded like a balloon. The next moment, the toad's flesh and blood mixed together, covering the entire body of the eruption, and then dyed the surrounding cracked ground a bright red color. But this is not the end. As Ergian swung his stick, the surging wind pressure that followed instantly crushed the hill under the giant frog's feet. Also crushed were the rather innocent giant pink frog and giant yellow frog. The three giant frogs didn't even have time to react before they followed their lover. Hiss! Bai Luo stared blankly at the scene in front of him and immediately gasped. He didn't expect that the first time Ergian attacked in this world, he would unleash such terrifying destructive power. Also failing to react was Eruption himself, the one who caused all this. Where's Bo? The little guy felt sticky all over, and when he looked at the giant toad, it had become a pile of minced meat. This scene made Bai Luo and the little guy feel creepy. The blow from Ergui's stick was like using a needle to puncture a balloon filled with water. Yan Yan, are you okay? Bai Luo quickly ran to Ergilong, summoned water elements, and began to clean the blood off the little guy's body. Peng Peng is not injured. That's right, is this okay? Ergian was a little worried that she had ruined Bai Luo's experiment. She also didn't expect that the toad looked huge but was actually extremely fragile. There's nothing we can do about it. The B-level RKI in the Axis world can already demonstrate A-level destructive power when placed in the Seeking world. What is the concept of special A grade? In the original work, after being given names, Benimaru, Shen, Shana, and others evolved from B-level big demons to A-level demon humans. When fighting against the Pighead tribe army, Ziwan could create a bottomless chasm hundreds of meters deep with just a casual strike. Hung Guan even used a black flame prison to slaughter hundreds of pig-headed people. With the same expressiveness, it is normal for eruption to blow up a level 5 giant toad with one stick, along with the small hill under its feet. And this is when Ergian was restraining his strength. Otherwise, if it exploded with all its strength, it would be able to smash a hillside tens of meters high into pieces. Special A-level monster, so terrifying. After seeing the performance of Ergai Liang, Bai Luo didn't dare to let her act recklessly in the Seeking world again. He took out the skill card and found that the experience value on it had increased by 2 points. Through this, Bai Luo was sure of one thing. Those are the monsters defeated by Ergirong, and the experience points will also be counted towards Bai Luo. Come to think of it, after all, it is impossible for a summoner to let the summoned beast beat the enemy half to death first, and then go forward to finish off the enemy, right? Ping Ping, take a rest first. Bai Luo asked Ergui to cover for him, then stretched his body and began to choose his opponent. The mission requirement to defeat giant toads is to kill 5 of them. Of course, the more tasks there are, the better. Bai Luo didn't want to waste time on such low-level tasks. What he really needed to do was to calculate the conversion ratio between Suqing's experience points and the basic Axis magic elements. Chapter 17. It's decided to be you. Bai Luo selected a giant pink toad, exerted force on his feet, and rushed out like an arrow. I'll deal with you. Falling from a high place, Bai Luo descended from the sky like a meteorite and gave the pink toad a flying kick. Bang! Thus, the familiar scene appeared in front of Bai Luo again. When Bai Luo's feet touched the pink toad's head, he did not feel any resistance at all. His whole body went straight through the other's body like diving. Boom! The earth was shattered, and countless rocks flew in all directions. Bai Luo stood in the middle of a huge pit, his entire body covered in blood, and his clothes were covered in sticky minced meat and internal organs. Behind Bai Luo was the remains of a giant toad that exploded once again. What's going on? Feeling the slippery touch on his body, Bai Luo felt a chill down his spine. I shouldn't have used any magic power. Is pure flesh so strong? No, that's not right. Bai Luo looked at the extra skills in the attribute column, especially the passive skills. I won't mention the passive abilities of the magic department, but the physical department's Lancer, Knight, Swordsman, Crusader, Dragon Knight, Martial Artist, Boxer, and Thief. Adding together the enhanced skills of so many professions, even if they are all level 1, it is already an improvement of more than 100%. And the 100% here is based on the premise that Bai Luo converts all magic elements into experience points and uses them to strengthen his body. The body strengthened by magic elements is used as the basis. Combined with the passive skill of the profession and the enhancement of the martial artist, all attributes have been increased by at least 300%. With such physical fitness bonus, Bai Luo's physical fitness is equivalent to A level, no different from special A. There is no absolute relationship between the existence value of the base Axis world and its actual combat power. The Storm Dragon's existence value is 80 million, but it doesn't mean that he is much stronger than the awakened Demon King. But Bai Luo is different now. The magic element is integrated into the flesh and blood. This alone has surpassed almost all monsters. All right. I underestimated my own abilities. Bai Luo once again cast water element magic to cleanse himself, and only then did he feel a little better. Where's Bo? I'm fine. Bai Luo, like Ergui Luo, was now in a very miserable state, but after looking at each other, they laughed at the same time. Okay, wait a minute, we'll go back and take a shower soon. Bai Luo did not return immediately, but continued hunting the giant toad. Only this time, Bai Luo was no longer so reckless, but used elementary magic fireball to attack nearby toads from a distance. And when Bai Luo killed the 50th giant toad, he finally heard the sound of his magic value increasing. 50 toads, each providing 2 experience points, that's 100 points. Bai Luo is now level 15. When a level 15 fights a level 5, there must be an experience penalty, so he only gets 2 experience points. But what really surprised Bai Luo was not this, but the conversion rate between experience points and magic elements. The ratio of magic to experience points is 1:10. But on the other hand, the ratio of experience points to magic points is 100:1. This huge gap really made Bai Luo feel incredible. Why? Bai Luo didn't understand. He thought about it for a long time and finally thought of a possibility. Su Qing's experience value is low-level energy. If the low level is converted into high level, the proportion will definitely be very large. The most likely possibility for the conversion of magic power into experience points is that there was some kind of interference in the middle. Just like the poor signal reception, the magic element suffered some wear and tear during the conversion process. If that's the case, then the cost-effectiveness of experience points won't be that high. Even if you reach the maximum level, you will only get 1 million experience points. Converted, it's only 10,000 magic elements. Bai Luo couldn't even imagine how many monsters he would need to kill and how much food containing experience points he would need to eat in order to reach the maximum level in the Seeking world. Whatever. Even if it's only 10,000, it's still magic. No matter how small a mosquito leg is, it's still meat. I won't despise it. Bai Luo shook his head, dispelling all the thoughts in his heart. He called Ergui to return. Let's go, we are going back. Boom. Just when the two were halfway there, an extremely bright light fell from the sky and landed not far outside the city of Axel. This is... Looking at the scene that seemed like déjà vu, Bai Luo immediately thought of something. Did Sato Kazuma bring Aqua through time? Bai Luo's opinion on Sato Kazuma. How to say it? Quite abstract. Bai Luo doesn't hate Gishu and Zhen. As a protagonist who has no cheats but can lead a few crappy teammates and finally defeat the devil. To be honest, this guy is pretty awesome. Of course, Bai Luo did not go into the original team's ideas. He is now concentrating on how to become stronger. But there is no time to waste on Seeking's daily funny plot. Let Aqua and the devil Kazuma work at the construction site for half a month. This way. So, Bai Luo pulled Erkuro without hesitation and walked away from Aqua and Gishu Kazuma. If Bai Luo rashly approached them at this time, he was really worried that he would be entangled. Especially Aqua. Even with the original favor of the plug-in, Bai Luo didn't dare to get too close to this guy. The two returned to the hotel and took a shower there. People along the way didn't really care about the miserable appearance of the two men covered in blood. As an adventurer, no matter how miserable you are, it's never too bad. However, the two of them did not know that on the other side of the stream, a blonde girl wearing crusader armor was so shocked by the scene before her that her face flushed and her whole body trembled. Huff huff. The girl named Darkness clenched her fists tightly. That man didn't even let his own familiar go. Gah-hee. Hiss. Suddenly, Bai Luo, who was walking towards the hotel, shuddered. Where's Bo? Fine. Bai Luo scratched his head in confusion. For some reason, I feel like I'm being watched by some dirty creature. Is it a ghost? Have no idea. Bai Luo looked around and didn't find anything wrong. He did not use any detection methods because there was no need. Axel is just a nobody, there is no existence that can hurt them. Don't worry about it. If someone really attacks us, Bai Luo said disdainfully, I will let them know how valuable it is to blow up a giant frog with one blow. Chapter 18. Where? The two adventurers I saw yesterday. The next day, a blonde girl named Darkness walked into the Adventurers Guild. She looked around, trying to find Bai Luo and Ergui Luo whom she met yesterday evening, but after a thorough inspection, Darkness did not find any trace of the two. Not here. Could it be that he went to carry out the commission? Darkness thought so. She walked up to Luna and asked about Bai Luo. Inquiring about adventurers' news is not an offensive thing in the Seeking world. Again, there's not so much intrigue here. Are you talking about Mr. Bai Luo and his familiar, Ergian? Bai Luo? What a strange name. Darkness repeated Bai Luo's name several times, and then asked, well, I want to join their team. Can you help me keep an eye on Mr. Bai Luo's movements? That's fine, but wouldn't it be faster to post a notice? I'll post the notice, too. Darkness couldn't help but shudder at the thought of Bai Luo and Ergui's sticky appearance. The girl subconsciously clamped her legs together, and her fair face flushed with a strange blush because of some fantasy. Forward. Seeing Darkness's strange reaction, Luna hesitated, not knowing whether she should find Bai Luo to explain the matter. All right. Luna, next time I see Mr. Bai Luo, I will help you convey it. However, Luna and Darkness didn't know that Bai Luo had already left the Seeking world. As for whether to accept Darkness and let this perverted crusader with masochistic tendencies become a member of the team, this is a question that Bai Luo needs to consider after he returns. Base Axis World. Bo. Two figures appeared on the grass slope. They were Bai Luo and Egian who had just returned from the Seeking world. New intelligence has been obtained, and detection has begun. Test completed. Gain inherent skills, melee mastery. Gain inherent skills, all weapons mastery. Gain inherent skills, mastery of all professions. Obtain special skill, magic solidification. Get new magic, explosion magic, advanced magic, elemental magic, healing magic. Magic integration completed, occupation obtained, magician. Discover the divine blessing and start to identify. Identification completed. Gain unique ability, learner. I'm back. Bai Luo sighed as he opened his attribute panel. Bai Luo. Race, half-blood demon. Existence value, 4015 EP. Magic, energy block production, elf space, identification, explosion magic, advanced healing, etc. Occupation, magician, can use magic power to directly construct magic. Special skills, magic solidification, can convert magic into spirit and flesh for storage. Inherent abilities, adaptability, melee proficiency, all weapon proficiency, all class proficiency, etc. Unique abilities, traveler exceptional, leader, captor, learner, can learn other people's general skills and inherent abilities. Follower, eruption, 8031 EP, B rank. Marked worlds, Pokemon World, Sashin World. The profession of a magician should be the product of integrating all Seeking magic. In the inherent abilities, there are also many more proficient level melee abilities. In addition, Bai Luo also gained a unique skill called Learner. You can learn other people's general skills and inherent skills. The skills in the basic Axis world can be divided into 4 levels: general skills, inherent skills, additional skills, and unique skills. Above this is the ultimate ability that only the true Demon King can awaken. According to the rules of this world, only beings with special souls can obtain unique skills. In the original work, there is an example of Shogo, who was summoned from another world, gaining a unique skill by killing a girl named Xingzi and using her soul as a sacrifice. Only a special soul from another world can be exchanged for a unique skill. It can be seen that unique skills are rare. Even the cute king only had 2 unique skills at the beginning, Great Sage and Predator. I gained a lot from this journey through the Seeking world. In just one day, he was able to gain so many benefits. Bai Luo felt more and more the strength of the extraordinary traveler. Just as Bai Luo was immersed in the changes in the attribute panel, Ergui's exclamation interrupted his thoughts. Bai Luo. Following Ergui's line of sight, Bai Luo's pupils shrank slightly. What is this? Our camp. Looking at the mess in front of him, especially the camp that should have completed its basic construction but was now only in ruins, Erguian, who had no idea what was going on, was stunned. Who did it? Peng Peng was a little angry. Although the camp is very simple, it was built up bit by Bai Luo. It's their hard work. The guy who ruined Bai Luo's sweat. At this moment, Ergi Luo only wanted to summon out the thorn vine stick and beat the opponent up. Calm down. Bai Luo calmed down the angry Ergui, and the 2 of them cautiously went forward to investigate. These traces should have been left by some giant insects. Bai Luo leaned over and noticed the footprints left on the soil. Is it the companion of the insect monster who came to visit? Sure enough, the stench of that insect monster still lingered in the air. There's no doubt about it, it's them. Hateful. Peng Peng hates big bugs. Ergui felt very aggrieved, but more of it was heartache for this camp that had been built with so much difficulty. Okay, don't be angry. Bai Luo smiled and stroked the little guy's head, comforting him. At least we escaped the attack of the insect monster, right? And this incident also reminded us. This place is not safe, Bai Luo said. What should we do then? Either we change places and find a new camp, Bai Luo said, or we need to find the nest of those insects and destroy them at the source. How can I allow others to snore on my bed? If there are intelligent demons who can communicate next to the camp, Bai Luo is not a bloodthirsty person and would be happy to communicate with them and live in peace. But these insect monsters, not to mention whether they have brains, they have no intention of communicating with Bai Luo at all. As soon as they came up, the multi-legged spider monster treated the 2 of them as food. This was even more true for the following attacks, which were aimed entirely at devouring Bai Luo and Ergi Long. In this case, Bai Luo will not hold back. Either don't take action, or if you do, you must root out the weeds completely and leave no one alive. Chapter 19. What do you think we should do? Ergian, Yanyan listens to Bai Luo. She still knew that Yanyan was a fool. As for Pokemon, it's not shameful to listen to the trainer's instructions. I'd better be cautious. Bai Luo was just speaking casually, he really didn't expect this little fool, Peng Peng, to have any insights. Cautious. Ah. Bai Luo nodded and said, I am also very angry about the destruction of the camp. I want to go directly to their door and kill all those disgusting bugs. But we don't know how many there are, nor do we know the fighting power of the strongest among the bug monsters. It's not wise to go there rashly. Hearing Bai Luo say this, Ergian felt a little guilty. It would be better if Yanyan could be more powerful. In this way, Bai Luo wouldn't feel so aggrieved. It was obvious that they were the ones being bullied, but in the end they had to swallow their anger. Yanyan is already very good. Bai Luo was telling the truth. With Ergian's B-level rating, even A-level monsters might not be her match if a real fight broke out. With such strength, it would definitely be at the top of the food chain in the Jura forest. Only those A-level monsters that have received a disaster rating are eligible to be avoided by the evil spirit. Let's do this. Bai Luo made up his mind and said, no matter what, we have to find the source of these insect monsters and determine the distance between their base camp and us. whether it is to find a new base or to better deal with the attacks of insect monsters. It is crucial to determine the target location. In addition, Bai Luo also set his sights on these insect monsters. Before becoming a demon king, Luo's unique skill grower has an acceleration plug-in that requires a large number of monsters as food. Defeating or killing them can allow the to grow quickly. I don't know how many bug monsters there are, but they are definitely not few. If we can catch them all, the existence value of may exceed 10,000 and directly achieve A-level evaluation. With the A-rated Ergian by his side, Bai Luo's safety in the Jura forest is completely guaranteed. Similarly, this will also give Bai Luo more choices when traveling to other worlds. So, Bai Luo told Ergian his plan. To put it simply, we need to find their lair first, and then judge their strength. If you can defeat them, then just treat them as wild monsters and turn them all into your experience points. If we can't beat them, let's leave first. As the saying goes, as long as the mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. We are not cowards, but a strategic retreat. We'll come back when you break through to A level, Bai Luo said, and then we'll kill him. Ergian is not afraid of fighting. Yan Yan listens to Bai Luo. Haha. Bai Luo couldn't help but smile. He patted Ergui's little head, then squatted down and used the ranger's skill tracking. The next moment, with Bai Luo as the center, the magic power turned into layers of ripples and spread in all directions. Trees, grass, rocks. A lot of information emerged in Bai Luo's mind. At this moment, Bai Luo only felt that he was immersed in a grey and white world. And he was searching for traces of everything in a carpet-like manner with some kind of perception. Found it. 3 minutes later, feeling the information transmitted back by the skill, Bai Luo opened his eyes. His face looked a little strange. What's wrong, Bai Luo? There is a group of auras approaching the insect nest. Bai Luo said this and raised his hand to cast several magic spells. Disappeared. Breath cover. Erase traces. After 3 consecutive sucking hunter skills were cast, Bai Luo called out to Ergui Yan, let's go over and take a look. Bo. In this way, Bai Luo and Ergilong concealed their breath and followed the traces left by the insect monster. The two walked for about half an hour. At their speed, they traveled at least 200 kilometers along the way. Bai Luo, it smells like bugs. Ergui's nose twitched twice. There is another smell I haven't smelled before. I wonder what kind of monster it is. Bang! Bloody! Squeak, squeak, squeak. Bai Luo's sense of smell was not as sensitive as Ergui's, but he also heard the sound of fighting coming from the front. The bugs are fighting someone. It looks like we're not the only ones being attacked by these bugs in the forest. Bai Luo was very cautious and did not reveal his whereabouts immediately. Ergian even displayed the lurking skills she had acquired on Ghost Mountain. The two of them silently jumped onto the treetops and, with the cover of the leaves, looked at the two sides in the distance where a fierce conflict was taking place. There were more than 30 tall humanoid creatures. They had strong physiques, horns on their foreheads, and their skin was different from that of humans, with purple, red, green and other colors. Big Ghost Tribe. Almost immediately, Bai Luo recognized the identities of these humanoid monsters. These humanoid monsters that were fighting the insect monsters were actually B-level monsters living deep in the Jura forest, the Great Demon Clan. Not only that, Bai Luo's eyes fell on the red ghost wielding a blade, and the purple-skinned, one-horned female ghost holding a long sword high. Benimaru, is Shen still here? The images of the two people are not the same as those in the animation that Bai Luo watched, but they are very similar. This is normal. The two have not yet been given names by Rimuru and are still in the form of the Great Demon Clan. Moreover, there will definitely be differences in painting style when converting from the two-dimensional to the three-dimensional. The ones fighting the bug monsters are the Big Demon Tribe. Looking at the corpses of the big ghosts lying on the ground, Bai Luo quickly analyzed the situation, it is estimated that these insect monsters attacked the village of the big ghosts, and then the big ghosts sent a team to find the insect monster's nest, and finally they did it. But Bai Luo was a little surprised. Is there such a passage in the original book? Or is it that my appearance has brought about a butterfly effect? Bai Luo wasn't sure which one it was. He didn't think much about it, but focused on the current situation. There are at least 500 insect monsters down there. There are over 300 C-class monsters, over 100 C+ class monsters, and dozens of B-class monsters. Looking at the dozen or so broken corpses of the big ghost clan that had fallen, it was obvious that the big ghost clan was at a disadvantage in this confrontation. With so many insect monsters besieging 40 large ghost tribes, it's no wonder there were such heavy losses. Bai Luo intends to intervene in this battle and by the way come into contact with the big ghost tribe. He looked at Ergian, wondering whether he should let Yunyan take action. Chapter 20. Boom! Seeing more and more insect monsters surrounding him from afar, Bai Luo hesitated. Of course, they are characters in the anime, and the big demons tend to be generous, so saving them will definitely do more good than harm. Can we let Erguiyan take the risk to join the battle? Bo! Suddenly, Bai Luo felt his sleeve being pulled. He lowered his head and saw that Ergui's eyes were full of fighting spirit. You want to fight? Bo! Ergian said that he felt the breath of the same kind from the big ghost tribe. Similar. I see. Bai Luo understood that after the transformation of the base axis world, the evil spirit became a ghost species. According to Bai Luo's guess, this ghost species should be an isotopic variant of the big ghost clan. The lonely Ergian suddenly met a fellow with a similar aura, and the little guy naturally wanted to help. Good. Bai Luo quickly made a plan. Don't linger in the battle, get them out of the battle circle as soon as possible, I will provide you with support from the rear. Bo! Ergian nodded vigorously and then jumped out of the tree. At the same time, the big ghosts who were surrounded by insect monsters had fallen into a not very good situation. Damn it! These disgusting bugs, there must be something behind them directing them. The red-haired red demon chopped off the centipede-shaped insect monster's head with a single blow, and before the other monster could twist its body wildly, he quickly retreated and returned to his companions. That thing is hiding underground. We can't force it to come out. The blue-skinned big ghosts were agile and filled in the gaps when their companions were in danger many times, thus avoiding greater casualties. There were 40 people in their team, but now there are only 28 left. This means that 12 members of the tribe have died here. For a large ghost village with a total population of no more than 300 people, the death of 12 young and strong warriors is definitely a huge loss. Although every member of the Great Ghost Clan is a soldier, there are only about 200 who can reach B-level combat power. Those children and old people cannot reach B-level, and can only exert C and level combat power at best. Of course, reviews are just reviews. Magic element is the transition of monster's life level. However, a huge amount of magic energy does not mean that the monster's combat power is stronger. Take Ergian as an example. The eruption has only 8,000 plus magic points, which puts it in the late B-level among B-level monsters. Among the great demons present, the amount of magic energy of Benimaru, Sui, Shen, and Shana is only about 1,000 to 2,000 less than that of eruption. However, how big is the gap in combat power between the two sides? When this large group of 40 demons with an average B-level goes up against the current Ergian, it will most likely be a one-sided massacre. This is the difference in skill pool depth. Eruption has at least 30 magics that are derived from Pokémon moves. There are melee, ranged, defense, recovery, support and changes. And this is not counting her unique skill as a destroyer. If a real fight breaks out, Ergilong will use his seed bomb to attack, and the big ghosts will have no choice but to avoid it. Otherwise, once hit, you will be crippled if not killed. A monster with unique skills means it has the potential to become a special A-level monster. This is the value of the unique skill, which can be called the seed of the devil. Hoo. The purple-haired one-horned female ghost is Shen in the original novel. While protecting the pink-haired ghost girl, she swung her sword and chopped down a beetle-shaped insect monster. How are you? Seeing this, Shana quickly released fire magic, turning it into a huge fireball. Brother, I have enough magic power left to perform a large-scale illusion. As the village's shrine maiden, Shana is one of the few great demons who possesses the ability to cast spells. She is protected by everyone in the rear, and given support and treatment. There are too many. Shen gnashed her teeth and said, it seems like these stink bugs are endless. They keep popping up in batches. We can't delay this any longer. Although he felt very frustrated, Hung Guan knew in his heart that it was impossible to break through the defense of the insect nest with the current manpower. Only after they return to the village, report the situation here, and then lead more tribesmen, will they have a chance to eradicate this cancer near the village. Careful! At this moment, Shen suddenly pulled Shana to her side. It turned out that in just a short while, a small insect monster with a ferocious appearance like a mosquito actually crossed the defense line of the crowd and rushed to Zhu Cai's side. If Shen hadn't acted in time, the giant mosquito's tail needle would have pierced Shana's heart. Go to hell! Without any hesitation, Shen swung the machete in his hand vigorously and successfully cut the giant mosquito in half. Ah! However, Shen didn't expect that the insect monster that broke through the defense line would set up one. Just as she killed the giant mosquito and her old strength was gone before new strength was generated, a mantis-like insect monster instantly injured several of its companions and attacked the two women. Hateful! Seeing that Shana was in danger again, Shen made up her mind instantly and held the girl in her arms. Puff! The next moment, the sharp blade fell, breaking the flesh and blood, and the white spine was faintly visible. Shen only felt a piercing pain. She wanted to fight back, but the injury to her spine made her feel weak all over and she almost couldn't hold the sword in her hand. Treatment, treatment! I will treat you right away. Shana tightly covered Shen's wound with her hands, and light green healing magic bloomed from her hands. However, the mantis-shaped insect monster was already very close, and Hung Guan and others had no time to reach the two women before the pair of sharp blades fell. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The emerald green insect blades continued to grow larger in her sight, and all Shana could do was to use all her strength to push her friend away. At least this way one of them can survive. No. Shen prostrated herself on the ground, and could only watch Shana die in front of her. A strong sense of fear enveloped the ghost girl. Unfortunately, she couldn't do anything. Is that the end? Zhu Cai has already felt the breath of death, and she is not afraid of death. However, the girl was worried about her brother and best friend, afraid that they would be wiped out here. Bo! However, the expected sharp pain through the heart did not come. Instead, there was a clear and pleasant sound, like the strange sound of a nightingale singing. Chapter 21. Kakakakaka. Suddenly opening her eyes, Shana saw a scene she had never imagined in her life. I saw a figure appear in front of her and Shen at some point. The other person was very short, holding a stick made of green vines in his hand. And it was this stick that now stood like a natural barrier between the two women and the sharp blade of the insect monster. The attack was blocked. Shana and Shen could hardly believe what they were seeing. The insect blade was so sharp and huge, but it couldn't do anything to a mere wooden stick. No. Not only can't I do anything about it. Crack! I saw that on the insect blade, fine cracks were extending towards the limbs of the mantis-shaped insect monster. You, who are? Hongwan and others also saw this scene. They didn't know the origins of Ergian, and could only judge their relationship from each other's breath. Ghost Clan. She is also a ghost like them. Yan Yan, we have arrived at the battlefield. What? The next moment, amid the astonishment of the big ghosts, an emerald green mace, wrapped in surging magic power, instantly smashed the huge mantis blocking their way. Yes, not knock it away, but smash it directly. Not only that. The thorn vine stick continued to move forward with unabated force. After crushing the mantis monster, it continued to sweep forward, sweeping away the 5 or 6 insect monsters that were blocking Hungguan and the 2 girls. Boom! The wind was howling wildly, making the ghosts' clothes rustle. The flying sand and dust blocked their vision, causing them to subconsciously take a defensive stance to avoid sudden attacks. Hoo-hoo! Bloody! However, the expected attack did not come. Instead, there were figures constantly shuttling back and forth on the battlefield, and the painful howls of insect monsters coming from all directions. Puff! With one hit from the stick, the insect monster's body was immediately torn into pieces. Erotica avoided the disgusting splash of body fluids, looked around, and then took a step forward. In an instant, green fluorescence swayed in the wind, and a large amount of green grass broke through the ground. What's going on? This is... My body seems to be recovering. Healing? Someone is casting healing spell on us. At that moment, all the big ghosts on the battlefield, without exception, received the blessing of the green grass field and began to slowly recover from their injuries. Hiss! My back is itchy. Also healed was Shen, who had injured her spine. Who is she? Shen and Shana looked forward at the same time. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Ergian, who looked like a little girl, was standing on the head of a fallen scorpion-shaped insect monster, overlooking the group of big ghosts below. She wore a green grass ghost mask on her face, and behind her were 3 masks suspended in the shape of a Huxia character, one in blue, one in grey, and one in red. These masks seem to be carved from gems. Each one is as exquisite as a work of art and sparkles in the sun. Unlike when it was still a Pokémon, the ability of face shine has undergone tremendous changes after the transformation. The most obvious point is that eruption is no longer limited to the changes of one mask. She can summon 4 masks at the same time, and use one of them as the core to form a quadruple ghost mask, and then gain the bonus of 4 full masks. Drink. Then, under the control of Ergui, the original grass-type energy began to flow to the well mask, stove mask, and foundation stone mask. Water, fire, rock, and grass, the 4 energies gathered around Ergilong, turning the entire battlefield into her own stage. Ghost tribe. And he's still a little kid. The aura of the evil spirit gave Shana and Shen a sense of closeness. But the problem is that Ergilong is too short. In front of the big ghosts who are generally close to 2 meters tall, Ergian, who is only a little over 1 meter tall, is not even a child. But the power displayed by the evil spirit, especially the huge amount of magic she exuded, silently telling them how powerful she was. I'm here to help. Eruption summoned a thorn vine staff and displayed a dual-wielding stance. Help! Hungguan also noticed Ergian. He was about to ask, but the other party had already rushed out again. Wait a moment. He wanted to call out to Ergian, but Ergian's movements were too fast. With the blessing of 4 ghost masks and the amplification from Bai Luo's leader, Ergui Luo's strength has been greatly enhanced. B-level magic is her foundation. After activating the ghost face state, Eruption can even confront B and level monsters head-on. If combined with Bai Luo's leader, the magic to support his followers, and the unique skills of the destroyer that the evil spirit has. Even if it is A-level, Ergian may not be without hope of victory. So strong. Therefore, what was presented to the group of big ghosts was a crushing scene like a landslide. What level of monster is she? This kind of power. Could it be the legendary ghost? Although Ergian is so petite, each of her attacks can cause earth-shattering destruction. Destroyer. No matter what kind of existence it is, as long as the attack hits it, it will be destroyed. Be it weapons or armor. Unless you also have a unique skill that is equivalent to that of Destroyer. Otherwise, this is a rule-based mechanism judgment. Hit, destroy. Ignore the level of defense. Boom. In midair, Eruption brandished two thorny vine sticks, and its whole body kept spinning like a horizontal tornado, crushing the surrounding insect monsters into pieces. The amazing fighting power and explosive output really dropped the jaws of all the big ghosts present. Hiss, what a domineering fighting style! It's so small, but what's with this strange strength? It's a huge bug with such a thick shell, but it only takes one stick. The big ghosts, who had never seen such a plug-in-like ability as unique skills, were completely shocked by the reincarnation from Ergian. Young master, what should we do? The future Sui is now just a blue-skinned ghost from the Great Ghost Clan who has undergone ninja training. The clan members have gathered, and the retreat route has been opened by that little girl just now. When it comes to Erkuro, Sui feels as if his worldview has been greatly impacted. So fierce! This destructive power, this unstoppable posture. This is the violence that ghosts should have. Chapter 22. We can't let our comrades who have come out to help others fight alone. Of course, Hung Guan couldn't just retreat like that. He had to at least go with Erkuro. Boom! But before he could give a specific order, the ground in front of him began to shake. The mud collapsed, revealing the pits hidden underneath. The next moment, dense swarms of insect monsters emerged from the darkness like a tide. FK. The terrifying number of them made Bai Luo, who was standing far away, twitch his lips slightly. What on earth are these? Aren't there too many? With just this one sweep, Bai Luo saw no less than 5,000 insect monsters. It is conceivable that there must be more underground. Let's talk about levels. According to Bai Luo's identification, the overall strength of these insect monsters is not as good as the first batch they encountered, and their size is also much smaller. Most of them are D-grade. C-grade accounts for 20% of the total, and there are still many C-grades, and C-end grade is around 100. Bai Luo ignored the D-level monsters. The experience gained by a grower cannot be too much lower than the level of the eruption. Generally speaking, if a monster's magic element is lower than sea level, even if the evil spirit kills it, its existence value will not be increased. So don't be fooled by the fact that there are a lot of insect monsters here. Only 20%, or about 1,000 heads, can be considered as food intake. Even so, if we take down this batch, I can at least grow into a true A-level monster. According to the mechanism of the Axis world, the Ergian that reaches A-level and receives a disaster rating has a high probability of completing evolution and becoming a more powerful ghost clan. Were we going to retreat? Bai Luo didn't take those D-level insect monsters seriously. Without C-level skills, you may not even be able to break through the defense of the evil spirit. More importantly, defeat one C-level monster and gain 4 existence points. Defeat C-level monsters x2, gain 3 existence points. Defeat one C-end level monster and gain 8 existence points. Ever since Erlang joined the battlefield, every time she defeats an enemy, she will receive a gift of existence value. In just about 10 minutes, the existence value of Ergian has increased from the original 8,000 plus to 8,500 plus. At this rate, there are still some remaining insect monsters. Bai Luo thought to himself, with more than 1,000 sea-level insect monsters, it is certain that Ergian will break through 10,000 existence value and obtain an A-level evaluation, right? Grade A is a watershed. There is a qualitative gap between below Grade A and Grade A. Even the most common A-rank monster can fight against a large demon village of 300 people on its own. Done. Bai Luo made up his mind that he would not let go of the fat meat that was about to be in his hands. Yan yan. Bai Luo. Through the contact with the family, Ergian heard Bai Luo's voice. Can you still fight? Peng peng, I'm not tired at all. Ergui Yan was full of energy and continued to beat the big bugs one by one, Yan Yan can fight them like this all day long. Very good, you are also the captain of the United States. Of course, this is just a joke. In fact, the hidden characteristics of the Ghost Clan are their amazing physical fitness and bottomless physical strength. Especially now, as Ergian continued to kill enemies, her growth talent was madly absorbing nutrients and turning them into her magic elements. According to the common sense of the Axis world, the larger the magic element, the more energy the individual has. Therefore, after this round of battle, Ergilong did not consume much magic power and physical strength. On the contrary, due to the sudden increase in magic power, her condition was better than ever before. I see. So, upon learning of Ergui's current condition, Bai Luo immediately used amplification magic. My friends from the Great Ghost Clan, Ergui and I are here to help you. This sound. On the battlefield, the big ghosts gathered together, led by Hung Guan, and looked up to find the source of the sound. Is the Ergian he's talking about the powerful and terrifying little guy? So her name is Ergian. What a strange name. No, did she have a name? That child is actually a named monster. Ignoring the surprise and exclamations of his fellow tribesmen, Hong Wan quietly waited for Bai Luo's next words. Bai Luo did not intend to directly intervene in the battlefield. He positioned himself as a summoner and mage standing in the back row. There was no reason for him to be surrounded by the enemy. That would be too stupid. Next, I will release powerful magic at the location of the insect nest to force all the insect monsters below out. If the hive's strength is beyond imagination, I will order the Uruk York to retreat immediately. You two, leave the battlefield with eruption. Bai Luo's plan was simple and clear, and Hong Wan quickly understood what he meant. The strength of the hive's troops is unknown, and its combat power is unknown. If Bai Luo blew up tens of thousands of insect monsters, if they stayed, they would be waiting to die. The right thing to do was to return to the village immediately to ask for help. On the other hand, if the hive's forces were not as numerous as Bai Luo imagined, then there is no need for the big ghost tribe. Bai Luo, I have General Ergui, who can defeat thousands of troops. Everyone. Without much hesitation, Benimaru made a decision, follow the command of the owner of the voice. Shana is his sister and Shan is his childhood sweetheart. The lives of the two women were saved by Ergian. Hung Guan has no way to repay this life-saving favor. Moreover, abandoning the benefactor who fought so hard and running away by himself would simply bring shame to their ghost clan. Not bad. In the distance, Bai Luo watched Hong Wan and others change their formation, secretly admiring their courage. Let's get started. So, Bai Luo no longer cared about Hong Wan and the others. He slowly raised his hands and gathered all the magic power in his body into them. After this wave of massacre by Ergilong, Bai Luo's magic element also broke through the 4,500 mark. And with his current magical power, he has obviously reached the standard of performing Suqing's strongest magic. What is Suqing's most powerful magic? Is there any need to ask? Of course it's the signature magic of our mentally ill little crimson demon Loli Huai, the most advanced explosion magic explosion. In Sor no Haru, every time Huai levels up, she will reallocate the skill points she gets to explosion magic. This caused Huai's explosion magic to continuously change into a small nuclear bomb. Hey! Bai Luo's explosion magic has not received any points and is still at level 1. But after returning to the Axis world, the profession he obtained, called magician, brought him endless possibilities. The magic power that can be manipulated freely stirs the wind in the atmosphere, the ubiquitous elements, earth, water, wind, fire, light, darkness, and even time and space. Explosion magic, although called explosion, is not actually fire magic. Its true form should be called destruction magic. By absorbing, compressing, and decomposing the surrounding magical elements, and then instantly releasing horrific destruction that is enough to destroy the world. Just like Bai Luo is now. When he used the magician's ability, he deeply analyzed the explosion magic. What you get is no longer just a skill like a shortcut key, but the essence of this power. A large amount of magic power was consumed, but because of the magician, new magic power was replenished into Bai Luo's body and then continued to be consumed. This cycle repeats itself over and over again, causing Bai Luo to invest more and more energy into this magic. What is going on? The noise caused by the massive traction of magic elements caused the space within a radius of several kilometers centered on Bai Luo to become extremely depressing. This feeling caused the big demons, led by Shana, to have a huge sense of crisis from the bottom of their hearts. Escape! Run away! The monster's instinct was warning them to get away from here immediately. This kind of magic. Shana is also a spellcaster, so she can feel the fluctuations in the atmosphere more clearly than Shen, Benimaru, and others who are warriors. In her eyes, the direction where Bai Luo was located seemed to be a bottomless dark abyss. The abyss devours everything, like a black sun, covering the sky and making the hearts of all things dusty. Buzz buzz buzz. Colorful magic particles gathered towards Bai Luo's palm, forming long, colorful rivers. The trees swayed, the sky grew darker, and a huge ring of stars slowly emerged above everyone's heads. Then, there was a huge crimson magic circle. But, it's not over yet. The second, third, fourth. Dozens of magic circles, one within the other, built up a towering tower that pierced the sky, as if roaring and declaring war on the gods. Chapter 23. Gurgle. The big demons such as Benimaru, Shen, and Sui couldn't help swallowing. They stared blankly at the doomsday-like scene in the sky, and for a moment they even forgot about the battle with the insect monster. Fortunately, the insect monster has retreated. Even the brainless monster realized the approaching danger at this moment. They are returning to the hive and using the swarm of insects tactics to form a wall of insects above the hive, in an attempt to block the impending divine punishment in this way. Get away from the hive, quickly! It was also at this time that Bai Luo's voice once again rang in the ears of the ghost tribe. This time, they didn't hesitate at all. Each of them wished they had an extra leg and tried their best to run away from the insect nest that was locked by countless magic circles. Where's Bo? Ergian smacked the insect monster that wanted to harass him away with a stick, and also followed the footsteps of the big ghost tribe. As for Bai Luo, he was trying his best to control the explosion magic and slow down its descent so that the great demon clan and the eruption would have more time to move away from the center of the explosion. At the same time, somewhere in the Jura forest, a beautiful elf-like girl with green hair opened her eyes. The spirits of the forest are afraid. She subconsciously looked towards a certain direction in the forest. What happened? There, various elemental elves are frantically gathering towards a certain place. The girl's name is Taurine, and she is a member of the high-ranking tree people who protect the forest. Magic. As the embodiment of this forest, Taurine can clearly feel every blade of grass and every tree here, and get information feedback from them. However, this time, Taurine was completely confused. Messy. Noisier than ever. The trees, flowers, and plants in the forest seemed to have gone crazy, chirping and making a lot of noise. One said, the forest is going to be destroyed, and the other said, it's a disaster, it's so terrible. For a moment, Taurine was unable to extract a complete answer from it. The only thing she was sure of was that the culprit that caused all this to happen was a kind of magic she had never seen before. What kind of magic can mobilize so many elements? Taurine no longer hesitated and immediately used the tree elf's teleportation skill. Her body turned into fluorescent dots and disappeared. This is... When Taurine condensed her body again, what came into view was the tall tower made up of magic circles that soared into the sky. Hundreds and thousands of magic circles simply stunned Taurine. What? It's not like she hasn't seen powerful magic before. But, what kind of magic could be so complicated? Other people's magic circles are decorated with patterns. As for Bai Luo's, it was a great thing. He used the magic circle to arrange complex patterns. Who is casting such terrible magic? Torni quickly locked onto Bai Luo, who was standing on the tree and trying to control his magic so that it would not get out of control. Human. No, that's not right. Torni noticed Bai Luo's eyes. The golden pupils were not something humans could have. Hybrid? A hybrid of human and demon, but more like a demon. She stopped short of defining Bai Luo as a forest destroyer. In fact, compared to Bai Luo, those insect monsters that appeared out of nowhere recently are the real dirty things that should be eliminated. And now, the target of Bai Luo's attack is the insect monster defined as the bad guy by the tree elves. In this case, Torni would have even less reason to stop Bai Luo. Have they all retreated? Bo. Ergian appeared beside Bai Luo and reported to him the location of the big ghost tribe. Well, thank you for your hard work. Now, seeing that Erguiyan had returned, Bai Luo began to loosen control of the explosion magic. Let's watch a grand fireworks display. The most advanced explosion magic, explosion. Call. When Bai Luo's hand fell, heaven and earth fell silent. The forest, sky, earth, and the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees all fell into a dead silence at this moment. The colors were stripped away, leaving only endless blankness and nothingness, as well as the unimaginable depth that was enough to overturn everything. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose in the distance. With the insect nest as the center, everything within a radius of 1 kilometer was vaporized in an instant. The earth trembled as if the sky was collapsing, and the terrifying shock wave spread in all directions. Both the armed nation of Daogang in the north and the magic dynasty of Sarian in the south felt the vibrations coming from the Jura forest soon after. For a time, high-level officials from various countries rushed to tell each other, and soon the news reached the ears of the Dwarf King and the Queen of Salian. Squeak, squeak, squeak. However, at this moment, Bai Luo was obviously unaware of the huge turmoil his attack had caused. He was now staring at the insect nest in the distance. I saw that the layers of insect walls had no effect at all. Faced with this doomsday-like scene, the insect monsters could only scream as they were evaporated by the explosion magic. Bai Luo didn't know what was going on down there. But after such a magical bombardment, the insect monsters will inevitably be severely damaged. Those below level C will not even have the ability to resist and will be turned into ashes. With C-level vitality, even if he survived the explosion magic, he would only have 1 breath left. Only those insect monsters that reach B-level or even B-level can survive. Of course, even a B-level monster was severely damaged and only 1/10 of its strength remained. Skoiki. Standing in front of Bai Luo and shielding him from the aftermath, Erguiyan's eyes were sparkling, and it was almost as if worship was written all over his face. Really? Bai Luo was also greatly shocked by the attack he had made. It is worthy of being Suqing's strongest explosion magic. It really lives up to its reputation. Inexplicably, Bai Luo began to understand Hui a little. There's nothing that a shot of explosion magic can't solve. If so, give it another shot. But my explosion magic seems to be very different from Megaman's. This can be considered another kind of magic, right? Compared to the explosion magic that Hui cast in the Suqing world, the one cast by Bai Luo is even more terrifying. The center of the explosion alone reached 1.2 kilometers. As for the affected area, it has even reached the large cities of the human kingdom in the Axis world. There is no doubt that if this magic falls on the human kingdom, the result was no less than wiping a city and the tens or millions of people living in it off the map. Chapter 24. According to the monster destruction level, Bai Luo used all his strength and spent nearly a quarter of an hour to condense the explosive magic, which has reached the level of special A level, which can instantly release all magic power. If you can't understand it, you can think of Bai Luo's explosive magic as being equivalent to the damage caused by the self-detonation of a special A-level monster. A special A-level monster, with over 100,000 magic elements, is a power far beyond what Bai Luo can imagine now. However, with the ultimate operation of explosion magic, with his C-end level foundation, Bai Luo managed to accomplish such an incredible thing. This shows the potential of explosion magic and the huge bonus brought by the magician profession. Hurry up now! So many monsters that have lost their ability to fight are simply the perfect food for eruption. Bo! Without Bai Luo's command, eruption seized the opportunity and directly used area magic, Pokemon moves. Almost at the same time, seed bombs and leaf storms swept across the battlefield, and energy balls fell like raindrops, smashing the crippled insect monsters into pieces. Defeat 15 C-end level monsters and gain 120 existence points. Defeat 8 B-level monsters and gain 160 existence points. Defeat 4 B-level monsters and gain 400 existence points. The notification sound of gaining a large amount of magic elements was like the most beautiful music in the world, and Bai Luo almost couldn't help laughing out loud. The existence value of individual name evil reaches 10,000, triggering evolution. Evolution. Reaching an existence value of 10,000 so quickly was somewhat beyond Bai Luo's expectations. But what surprised Bai Luo even more was the prompt called evolution triggered by the evil spirit. As a Pokemon, Uruko is already in its final form and cannot evolve again. So, the evolution here should be the transformation of the demons into higher-level demons. I saw Ergilong on the battlefield, with the dazzling light all over his body. Where's Bo? The little guy was a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, Bai Luo sent a message as soon as possible and told her the mechanism of monster evolution. Is the going to evolve? Every Pokemon has expectations for evolution. Ergilong also wanted to know what he would look like after evolving. Evolution completed. Individual name, Evil Spirit, evolved from Demon Spirit to Demon Human. Bo. Looking at Ergilong again, I saw that the little guy who was originally only 1.2 meters tall has now grown to over 1.5 meters tall. In terms of appearance, the original orange face has disappeared, replaced by a slightly childish white face. The green cloak turned into an emerald kimono, and the girl's hands were hidden under the wide cuffs. She had long light green hair, and the wooden clogs under her legs wrapped in black silk stockings made a crisp clacking sound as she ran towards Bai Luo. Bai Luo, Peng Peng has grown a lot bigger. Erguiyan blinked his beautiful pair of light golden eyes, and the star patterns in them sparkled as if they had endless magic power, attracting Bai Luo's attention. This is the evolution of monsters. Now, Yunyan has become a demon. Bai Luo caressed Ergui's head lovingly, and the latter immediately showed a comfortable look. At the same time, Bai Luo opened the attribute panel of Ergilong. Evil Spirit. Contractor, Bai Luo. Race, Devil. Existence value, 12,000, A level. Magic, Pokemon moves, Identification. Professional skills, full mastery of melee combat, including swordsman, knight, spearman, cross-swordsman, hunter, thief, and other professional skills. Inherent abilities, element super absorption, ability super enhancement, super speed regeneration. Additional skills, face reflection, release your own power and summon ghost faces with different attributes. Special abilities, magic solidification, explosion magic, pseudo-nuclear attack magic that condenses a large amount of magic power, ghost transformation, all-round attribute improvement. Unique skills, destroyer, grower. The race has become a ghost race. There is nothing much to say about this. According to the setting of the basic Axis world, the Ghost Clan and the Big Ghost Clan are at the same stage, both are B-level demons. The first evolution will turn it into an A-level ghost species, and then into a special A-level Ghost King or Demon Ghost. The difference between the Ghost King and the Demon Ghost is like the difference between a warrior and a magician. The former is good at melee combat, while the latter is good at magic. They are essentially at the same level. As the Ghost King and the Demon King continue to grow stronger, they will be awarded the title of Demon King and be recognized by the voice of the world, qualifying to evolve into true Demon Kings. In this way, as long as enough souls are collected, they can transform into a Demon King and become a ghost god. Of course, this process is quite difficult. Especially someone like Eruption. Because she is Bai Luo's follower, she cannot awaken on her own. Bai Luo needs to collect souls and then give them to Ergian so that she can become the true Demon King. Identification and melee skills. These two abilities were not originally possessed by Ergian, but now they appear. Is it because of me? Bai Luo remembered that in the original work, there was a setting that after Rimuru named the monsters under his command, the monsters would randomly inherit the abilities of the cute king. This should be the case with S situation. During the evolution process, it inherited some of my abilities. Bai Luo thought to himself, identification skills can help Lulu better understand his opponent. Siking's full mastery of melee skills will make Lulu, who is already good at melee combat, even more powerful. Super absorption of elements, super enhancement of abilities, super fast regeneration. Super absorption and super enhancement are the advanced stages of element absorption and ability enhancement, allowing to have higher magic resistance and faster magic absorption efficiency. The super strengthening of the ability should be derived from the characteristics of not admitting defeat. As for the subsequent magic element solidification and super speed regeneration, there is no need to say much about super speed regeneration. It is a self-recovery ability that is even more terrifying than that of the Big Ghost clan. According to the feedback obtained from the identification skill, super speed regeneration has the characteristic that it will not be killed unless the head is chopped off. In addition, it has powerful functions such as regeneration of severed limbs and repair of internal organs. Magic essence solidification, probably like me, can transform magic essence into various basic attributes in the form of levels. The relationship between the magic elements in the Axis world and the monsters is more like the relationship between a pool and the water in it. Pool water does not reinforce the pool. So an individual with 100,000 magic elements is against an individual with 10 million magic elements. The difference in physical strength between the two is not as exaggerated as imagined. On the other hand, with the ability of magic solidification, it will be possible for a level 50 to fight a level 100. Even if the magic power of a level 100 monster is exhausted, its basic attributes are still beyond the reach of a mere level 50 scum. Chapter 25. With the exclusive skill of magic solidification. As long as Bai Luo and Peng Peng continue to increase their magic essence, their physical strength will continue to increase, making the magic essence proportional to their physical strength. The last part is explosion magic and demon transformation. In the Axis world, explosion magic is defined as nuclear strike magic. The so-called nuclear attack magic refers to magic that has the destructive power of a nuclear weapon. It is a kind of assessment of the level of magic destructiveness by the people in the Axis world. The explosive magic that Bai Luo had previously cast, which consumed a great deal of magic power and time, belonged to the category of small nuclear attack magic. Of course, because the world levels are different. The soil, stones, and gravity of the Axis world are far superior to those of other worlds. Therefore, if it can cause nuclear explosion-like destruction in the Axis world, it is possible to sink continents or even destroy planets in other worlds. Has Ryu also mastered this kind of large-scale destructive technique? Bai Luo was quite pleased about this. There's no way, his attributes are ultimately no match for Ergui's. Although Ergi Luo does not have the passive blessing of Bai Luo's magic profession, his A-level magic reserve is far more powerful than Bai Luo's current one. It is conceivable that if the current eruption were to cast explosive magic, the power would be terrifying. Yan Yan. Where's Bo? What does it look like to become a ghost? Bai Luo was quite interested in this, so he asked Ergui to perform the transformation into a ghost. The little guy was seen bursting with fierce magic power. The next moment, Ergui's body began to swell, from a small stature of less than 1.4 meters to a height of 1.8 meters. Not only that, the sharp horns, the fierce eyes, and the body that looks slender but still exudes explosive power, all illustrate how terrifying Ergion is in this state. If the previous eruption was a cute little loli, then, Ergion, who had fully transformed into a ghost, became a beautiful queen with an impressive figure. Even Bai Luo, who had always treated Ergion as her sister, couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Demonic transformation. Description: temporarily increases one's actual combat power by 1 level, but consumes a large amount of magic power. Identification. Bai Luo threw an appraisal at the Ergion in this state without hesitation. Evil Spirit. Hazard Assessment, Special A, Disaster Level. Disaster Level. Bai Luo didn't expect that Ergui's transformation into a demon would have such a big improvement. Erkuro has advanced to an A rank upper demon. Although her magic energy is still A rank, her actual combat power is so strong that even a veteran A-end warrior may not be able to defeat her. Coupled with this ability to transform into a demon, Ergion was able to obtain a special A rating. Yan, how long can you maintain this state? Ergui thought for a moment and said obediently, about 5 minutes. In other words, when Ergion bursts out at full strength, it can maintain its special A combat power for 5 minutes. Okay, change back. Pengpen's body shrank rapidly, and in the blink of an eye she returned to her skinny little lowly form. Rong has become stronger. Bai Luo, have you gained strength from him? Haha. Of course. Bai Luo touched the little guy's head and said with a smile, Yan provided me with a full 6,000 existence value. Now I am also B-level. A leader's unique skill that allows Bai Luo to gain about half the existence value of his followers. The existence value of is 12,000, so the value given to Bai Luo is 6,000. In addition, Bai Luo himself has also made certain breakthroughs. His original basic existence value was only 500 points. But because of this battle, Bai Luo also gained merit, that is, recognition from the world's voice. Although it's not much, it at least makes Bai Luo out of the category of weakling. To describe it numerically, it roughly increased from a 500 existence value to 1,500. Among monsters, this is already equivalent to D-level. So, Bai Luo's current magic power is 7,500, right? Hearing this, Ergui Yan immediately perked up. Yan will continue to work hard to make Bai Luo evolve as soon as possible. Yes, Bai Luo can also evolve. As a hybrid of demons and humans, let's not talk about human ancestry for now. The blood of the demons gave Bai Luo the ability to evolve like a demon. However, Bai Luo is not yet clear about what his demon bloodline is. In addition, there is another happy event. That is, as Bai Luo broke through from C-level to B-level, the number of his dependents increased from the original 1/3 to the current 1/6. Every time I advance in rank, I can get 3 new follower slots. Bai Luo originally thought that the upper limit of the number of dependents could not be changed, but he did not expect that it would continue to increase as his strength improved. In this case, there is no need to be too frugal with dependents quotas. Where's Bo? Suddenly, Ergion, who was sticking close to Bai Luo, seemed to sense something. She turned her head and looked in a certain direction, but didn't see anything suspicious, which made Ergion quite puzzled. What's wrong? Bai Luo noticed Ergui's actions and asked curiously. Sight. Ergui said, just now, it seemed like someone was spying on us, but Ergui couldn't find the person. This is the second time. The last time was when the master cast the explosion magic. Spying on us. Bai Luo naturally wouldn't think that this was Ergui's overreaction. It is true that Yuruko is a monster now, but she still retains the abilities of a Pokémon and her ability to sense external dangers still exists. Someone is watching from the dark, who could it be? Bai Luo thought of many possibilities, such as Clayman among the 10 demon kings. The appearance of this insect monster was extremely abrupt, unlike what it should have been in the original book. Otherwise, with that wave just now, even if Hung Guan could escape, the remaining big ghost tribe would definitely suffer heavy losses. In addition to Clement, there are also the guardians of the Jura forest, the tree elves. Bai Luo couldn't decide which side it was. Tree elves are fine, I don't have any fundamental conflict with them. Bai Luo uses explosive magic to cause destruction, aiming to completely eliminate the insect monsters that harm the forest ecology. The tree elf would not bear any ill will towards him because of such a thing. But if it's Clement, Clayman's strength does make him look like a clown in the original book. But he is a demon king after all, Bai Luo will not really look down on him. According to the novel, Clayman's existence value in a semi-awakened state is about 700,000. But he is definitely not that strong now. At best, he is worth 300,000 to 400,000. Such power is indeed an irresistible enemy for Bai Luo and Ergilong today. We can only hope that in the next few worlds, I can become stronger quickly. Clayman is not an awakened demon king, he is just a demon king species. And the growth skill of can continue to grow even after reaching the demon king level. Using the Jura Great Forest as nutrients, combined with abilities from other worlds. As long as Bai Luo and Ergilong are given time, it will be quite easy to surpass Clement. And now, Bai Luo cast his gaze towards Hong Wan and the others who were rushing over here, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. This is the time when I need you to contribute your strength. Chapter 26. Not, is it over? The big demon girl with pink hair, the future Shana, is still in a daze. I followed my brother and the tribe members to form a search team, and successfully found the nest of the insect monsters. Originally, they just wanted to test the strength of these insect monsters and estimate how many such monsters were in the nest. But who could have thought that the insect monster, which was originally judged to be irrational, would deliberately show weakness to the enemy and lure the big ghost tribe to go deeper. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. There was no other way. Faced with the encirclement formed by the tide of insect monsters, everyone could only bite the bullet and break out of the siege under the leadership of their elder brother. However, the insect monsters seemed to have anticipated their reaction. Kill one batch of bugs, and another batch will immediately fill the gap. There is an endless stream, as if no matter how hard you try you can never kill them all. Soon, casualties began to appear among the tribesmen. A large amount of magic power and physical strength were consumed, weapons were damaged, and the tribesmen fell one after another. For a time, the only thing the big ghosts, who had always been known for their bravery and fighting skills, could do was to fight a desperate battle. Only the number disparity between the two sides is too great. When the girl's best friend fell to protect her, Shana was even ready to die. But death did not come. Bo. Shana could never forget. What she saw at her most dangerous and desperate moment was a petite figure that fell from the sky and saved her and her best friend. She looked different from them. But there is no doubt that the blood flowing in the other person's body is the same as theirs. The other party is a ghost. This is absolutely correct. The same demon horns, the same violence and strange power as them. Move forward courageously and be invincible. That was an unparalleled bravery that Shana had never imagined before. Boom! The earth was shaking, and there was a deafening roar in my ears. Shan, who had recovered, pulled Shana away. I looked back subconsciously. What you see is a Tower of Babel made up of hundreds of magic circles stacked up continuously. The most advanced explosion magic, explosion. Breaking away from her previous memories, Shanae looked at the huge meteorite crater in front of her that seemed to be piercing through the earth. Is this really still magic? Explosion magic, so powerful. Like Shana, Shan, Benimaru and other surviving great demons were also stunned. Look over there. That is, human. As the smoke cleared, everyone could see two figures at the edge of the giant pit. One of them was the petite fellow who had just saved them. But what surprised the big ghosts was Bai Luo, who was beside Ergui. "Bai Luo, they are coming." Noticing the approach of the big ghost tribe, Ergian protected Bai Luo behind him and looked at them vigilantly. "Are you human?" When they saw Bai Luo, they were somewhat incredulous and didn't understand how humans got here. "You know, the Jura forest has always been a paradise for monsters. Humans can only hunt low-level monsters on the edge, and no one has ever been able to go deep into here." "No, not human. His eyes, that's not the color of a human. And the aura too. He should be a demon." The big ghosts soon discovered Bai Luo's unusualness. His eyes were golden, and his body contained a huge amount of magic energy, a power that humans could not possess. "I'm sorry, my people and I were disrespectful." As the leader of the team, Hong Wang quickly stepped forward and bowed to apologize to Bai Luo. "Excuse me, was it you who cast the nuclear attack magic just now?" "If you mean the explosion magic, yes, it was me who cast it. Thank you very much for helping me in this time of crisis." Hearing Bai Luo's admission, Hong Wan lowered his attitude a little. "We are a large ghost tribe living in the forest. May I ask who you are?" "My name is Bai Luo, and this child is Ergui Luo." "Evil ghost? Bai Luo has a name." Upon hearing the names of Bai Luo and Ergui Luo, the big ghosts were even more shocked. They didn't expect to have the honor of meeting two named monsters. It turns out that not only Erki, but Bai Luo is also a named monster with his own name. Also, I don't know if it's an illusion. Hung Guan felt that the oppressive feeling coming from Ergian was several times stronger than it was not long ago. This feeling of oppression. Benimaru, Shen, Shana, and Sui, the demon cotters under the command of the cute king in the original work, expressed their gratitude to Erkuro for saving their lives, and their expressions became more respectful and solemn. Could it be the legendary ghost? You can't be wrong. Only a high-ranking demon like that can be so powerful. For a moment, all the surviving big ghosts showed looks of amazement and longing. Ergian is an A-level demon, and the demon is the evolved form of the big demon clan. In the world of monsters, the strong are respected. Ergilong was stronger than all of them, had saved them, and was a high-ranking being of their bloodline. With all these factors combined, Hongwan and the others invited them without hesitation. "Please come to our village and let us repay you for your kindness in helping us in times of crisis." Forward. "Okay, sorry to bother you then." Bai Luo had no intention of refusing. He still needed the evil spirit to level up. A large ghost village with 300 people was simply amazing. "My camp in the forest just happened to be destroyed by these bugs. Have you set up camp in the forest?" "Damn bugs. It's okay. Our village is big. You can settle down here. Also, may I ask what is the relationship between Mr. Bai Luo and Lord Ergian?" The last one is what the big ghosts want to know most. They respected Bai Luo very much, because it was the young man in front of them who cast that kind of devastating nuclear magic. So not only Ergian, Bai Luo is also their savior. Of course, compared to Bai Luo, the big ghosts are still closer to Ergui Luo. "This child is my family." Bai Luo briefly explained his relationship with Ergian. He did not tell the truth, but described eruption as a child he picked up in the wilderness. The two of them lived together in the forest, relying on each other, just like brother and sister. Bai Luo is the most important person to Peng Peng. Ergian held Bai Luo's hand at the right time to show her closeness to him. "I see." The big ghosts understood. They can understand such a relationship. Monsters with intelligence meet and live together. Although this is rare, it is not impossible. As for Bai Luo himself, there is nothing to hide about his half-blood demon identity. Humans hate half-blood demons, but in the world of demons, as long as you are strong, there is no such thing as half-blood or not. Chapter 27. In that case, why don't you just stay in our village? Hung Guan was very enthusiastic. That's how the great demon clan is. They value friendship and loyalty, and are arrogant. They disdain to use any conspiracies or tricks. They were grateful to Bai Luo and Yan for saving their lives. Of course, there is another point, which is the strength of the two. If a powerful spellcaster like Bai Luo could join the village, and if an A-level ghost like Yan were added, the strength of the village of the big ghost clan would definitely be improved by leaps and bounds. We need to think about this. Bai Luo did not agree directly, but pretended to be hesitant. Brother, you are so rude. Seeing that Bai Luo was in a difficult situation, Zhu Cai quickly took over the conversation from his brother and said that there was no need to be so anxious and let them entertain the two of them first. As for whether you are willing to stay, that is something you can only decide after seeing the big ghost village. Yes, I was too anxious. Having never experienced the pain of genocide, Hung Guan is just a big fool with a generous personality. Oh well. Bai Luo naturally would not refuse the cordial invitation from the great ghost tribe. After all, Bai Luo himself had the idea of conquering the big ghost tribe. Bai Luo has a favorable impression of the big ghost clan. He knows where the future is headed, so he doesn't want them to be destroyed at the hands of the pig-headed emperor. 300 big ghost tribes, with an average level of B. If Bai Luo could possess such a huge force, he could officially gain a foothold in the Jula forest. Moreover, the big ghost clan has great potential. In the future, they can evolve into ghosts, or even demon ghosts and ghost kings. There was no reason for Bai Luo to leave aside such a ready-made army. In this way, Bai Luo joined the big ghost clan's team and prepared to return to the big ghost clan's village with them. Before that, the big ghost tribe had to collect the remains of their dead members. They did not blame Bai Luo's magic, which blew the bodies of the big ghosts into pieces, and many of them were simply reduced to ashes. In response, the great ghost tribe said, it might not be bad to be buried in the Jura Great Forest. Besides, there are so many insect monsters to be buried with them. The big ghost tribe takes life and death very lightly. What's more, in an emergency, one must take the necessary measures. In that critical moment, it was already good enough that Bai Luo could take action. How could he expect more? The reason for cleaning the battlefield is to determine whether there are any survivors. The result was not beyond the expectations of Hung Guan and others. The insect monster's claws and fangs contain extremely terrible toxins. Even with the physique of the big ghost tribe, they can only resist it for a short while. In this regard, Shen is very lucky to be alive. Rest in peace, everyone. Lord Bai Luo and Lord Ergui have avenged you. Not long after, under the leadership of Hung Guan, a group of great demons paid a simple tribute. Bai Luo and Ergui watched this scene. They did not participate, but just stood aside quietly, waiting for the ceremony of the great ghost tribe to end. Sorry to have kept you waiting. No problem. Please follow us. Hung Guan took the lead and rushed towards the village, while Bai Luo and Ergui followed behind the team. During this time, the two girls, Shana and Shen, looked back frequently. They are very interested in eruption. However, Yigian wanted to protect Bai Luo and stayed by his side all the time, which made it impossible for the two women to find a chance to thank him. We're here. Welcome to the village of the great ghost tribe. Walking out of the dense forest, Bai Luo saw a quaint village. The village is not big, and its architectural style is Japanese. Most of the houses are made of wood and are arranged on both sides of the street in a tic-tac-toe shape. Bai Luo naturally knew the reason for this situation. Bai Lao's grandfather was named Byakuya Araki, a person from another world who traveled from Japan more than 300 years ago. It is because of his influence that the great demon clan uses swords as weapons and values loyalty more than the human knights in this world. The great ghost clan will not submit to others. On the other hand, once they gain the loyalty of the great ghost clan, they will follow them wholeheartedly. What happened? The big demons in the village noticed the return of Hung Guan and his friends early on. Their families were deeply saddened by the death of their members, and the women and children were in tears. However, there is no point in being sad. The world of monsters is not like the self-pitying world of humans. Perhaps I have already become indifferent to life and death. The big ghosts who had lost their loved ones took away their family members, or the remaining relics and remains, and buried them in the cemetery near the village. Throughout the entire process, Bai Luo did not show any dissatisfaction, but instead showed basic respect. Father. After dealing with the matter of the tribesmen who died in the battle, Hong Wan finally had time to introduce Bai Luo to his father, a red-haired ghost who was much older than Hong Wan. Thank you very much for your help, Excellency. Please accept our sincere thanks. Led by Hong Wan's father, a group of big ghosts saluted Bai Luo in unison. That's not necessary. Bai Luo waved his hand and said, I just happened to pass by, and I have a grudge against those bugs, so I helped them. Whatever. The Red Devil leader said sincerely, in such a critical situation, if you hadn't helped me, my son and daughter would have died there. Father, how long are you going to let Lord Bai Luo and Lord Ergui stand here? Shukai said, you two adults have just fought a fierce battle and followed us for such a long distance. You must be very tired. Oh, yes, yes. Like his son Benimaru, the Red Demon leader said awkwardly, I didn't think it through. Really? Zhu Cai turned around and signaled to Bai Luo and Ergui Yan, please wait for a moment, I will have someone prepare hot water for bathing. Forward. Bai Luo wanted to say that there was no need to go through so much trouble. But seeing Shukai's serious look, Bai Luo and Ergui looked at each other and had to accept it. Okay then, thank you for your help. Shana was right. The group traveled through the forest, and now the sun was about to set. It would be a lie to say that they were not tired. Rather, Shana could see that the girl's mind was indeed much more delicate than that of other big demons. Chapter 28. Hualala. Soon, Shanae brought the two to a slightly higher area. There is a bathhouse here. The small area used by Bai Luo and Ergai Pen is not open to the public on weekdays. It is only used to entertain and welcome distinguished guests when they visit the village. It feels pretty good. Leaning on the edge of the bathhouse, Bai Luo moaned comfortably, how do you feel, Peng Peng? Peng Peng, it's become soft. Beside him is eruption. The child immersed his whole body in hot water, leaving only half of his head in the air. Logically speaking, the little girl should go to the women's bathhouse. But Yigian was worried about Bai Luo's safety and insisted on staying with him. There was no choice, Bai Luo had to let the little guy take a bath with him. It's not a big deal, right? There's nothing to see anyway. Not only is Yigian short, his figure is also ordinary. Apart from her delicate skin, she is just a little girl who is less than 10 years old. With Bai Luo's experience, he would not harm such a young child. At most, he would treat her as his sister. Master Bai Luo, these are the clothes for you and Miss Ergui. I left it outside. Halfway through the wash, Shana and Shen prepared the clothes for changing. Oh, thanks. Although Bai Luo has a space full of supplies to use, this is a gift from the Big Ghost clan and it is difficult to refuse. Soon, Bai Luo and Ergian washed off their tired clothes and changed into the clothes prepared for them by the Big Ghost tribe. The style of this dress is a bit like a Japanese yukata. Bai Luo thought it was normal that the Great Ghost clan had such a style of clothing, considering their origins. Let's go. When Bai Luo walked out of the bathhouse, he saw Shana and Shen waiting there. He didn't say much, and followed the two women to the square in the center of the village to attend the banquet prepared for them by the ghost tribe. Here it comes. Is that child the legendary ghost? Even though he's so small, the amount of magic in his body is frighteningly huge. Don't you think she's cute? Hey, don't be so rude. Lord Eruption saved us all. Compared to Bai Luo, Ergui Luo is obviously more popular among the big ghosts. There's nothing we can do, it's because is a ghost. The ghost man is a legend of the Great Ghost Clan. They haven't seen the upper demons of the Great Ghost Clan for many years. Go ahead, Pian Pian. Bai Luo patted Ergui's back and motioned for her to show herself. Show them your strength. Where's Bo? Ergian was stunned at first, but after thinking about it, she finally reacted. Bo. The girl summoned a green thorn vine stick, and behind her were several huge masks that looked like sparkling gems, shining in harmony with each other. This gorgeous and shocking scene instantly captured the hearts of all the great ghosts present. Oh! What a beautiful figure! You are indeed the legendary ghost. Is this the power of Lord Erki? For a moment, the whole village was in an uproar. But it's not over yet. Thorn vine stick, explosive blow. Eruption concentrated his magic power on the thorn vine stick and swung it fiercely towards the dark night sky. Boom! At some point, a beam of light woven from green, red, blue, grey, and other colors shot up into the sky and eventually blossomed into brilliant fireworks in the night. Wow! The colorful fireworks were reflected in the pupils of the young big ghost children. And more adult ghosts felt the incomparable power from Ergui's casual attack. Good, so strong. Sister is so awesome. Unlike the reserved adults, the children only know that Erkian is very powerful. So, looking at Ergian who was surrounded by children, Bai Luo signaled her not to worry about herself. Don't forget that there is a life connection between them. If one party is harmed, the other party will feel it immediately. Go ahead and have fun. After Bai Luo finished speaking, he walked towards the red ghost leader who had been waiting for a long time. That's right. Bai Luo called out to Zhu Cai who was following him. Also let me add some flavor to tonight's banquet. He opened the elf space and took out a large amount of ingredients and seasonings purchased from the Seeking World. At first, Shana refused. But Bai Luo's seasonings really exceeded the girl's expectations. The aroma and taste instantly immersed Zhu Cai in a delicious taste she had never tasted before. Especially when the girl used these seasonings on the barbecue that the big ghosts often ate, the violent aroma instantly swept the entire square. What's that smell? Why is it so fragrant? Is this really a barbecue? Delicious. So delicious. Is it because of this spice? It's amazing. At night, a bonfire was lit in the village to celebrate their victory over the insect monsters that were harming the forest, and also to welcome the arrival of Bai Luo and Ergui Luo. Under Bai Luo's persuasion, the returning Ergian sat together with the female great demons such as Shana and Shen. The evil spirit originated from the Japanese Momotaro legend. Its personality and habits are almost identical to those of the big demon tribe. It quickly became one of the crowd. On the other side, Bai Luo, accompanied by Hong Wan and his son, sat together with Bai Lao. Old man, you are the oldest person in the village, right? Bai Luo poured a glass of wine for the old man, then spread his hands and motioned him to taste it. He had no fear of getting hurt. With the magical skill of Life Link, fatal attacks are ineffective against Bai Luo. Even if Bai Lao used a knife to chop Bai Luo's neck, it would be converted into numerical damage and transferred to Ergui Luo. If it were before, Bai Luo would still be worried that Ergian would be exhausted to death by himself. Now, with superspeed regeneration, Ergian can recover the overall life loss in minutes. This is also the reason why Bai Luo dared to sit with a sword master like Bai Lao without changing his expression. Thank you, young man. Mr. Bai picked up the wine glass with a smile, took a sip, and suddenly his eyes brightened. What a sweet and mellow drink! Even the usually calm Bai Lao couldn't help but be intoxicated by the wine that Bai Luo brought out, and he also vaguely guessed Bai Luo's origins. Precious spices, mellow wine, and that powerful strength. A reincarnation from another world. However, Mr. Bai had no ill intentions. In any case, Bai Luo saved the younger generation in their village. This favor is so heavy that it cannot be repaid. Therefore, the danger that Bai Luo imagined encountering in the big ghost village was simply impossible. The great ghost clan, who believe in loyalty and repaying favors, will never harm their benefactors. Mr. Bai Luo's kindness is something that we, the great ghost clan, cannot repay. If you are willing to settle in the village, it will be an honor for us ghosts. The Red Ghost Chief knew that Bai Luo still needed to consider, so he suggested, Mr. Bai Luo and Lord Ergui can stay at my house first. I will have someone build a house for you tomorrow. As for the future, if you want to build a new residence outside, we will do our best to help you find a suitable place. Having said that, the Red Devil Chief still hopes that Bai Luo can stay. This temporary stay was a good attempt. Then I'll trouble you. That night, Bai Luo and Ergui slept in the home of the Red Ghost Chief. Although he was in the Jura forest, Bai Luo enjoyed the food, clothing, shelter, and transportation of the civilized world. There is no doubt that this is much more comfortable than Bai Luo building a camp from scratch. Chapter 29. Quick! Move all the stuff over here. The house must be built today. The next day, early in the morning, the ghosts, led by Hung Guan and Sui, began to build a new home for Bai Luo and Ergui. The process of building the wooden house was very quick. The big ghosts were born with extraordinary strength and could directly transform themselves into civil engineering machines. With the cooperation of dozens of people, the house for 2 people was completed in just one morning. The house is in the style of Japan's Edo period, with 2 floors and a small garden outside, where wild flowers picked by the children from the forest are planted. What do you think? Zhu Cai was sent to contact Bai Luo specifically. Whatever Bai Luo needs, he can tell Zhu Cai and they will try their best to satisfy him. Very good, I am very satisfied. Bai Luo and Ergui expressed their gratitude to Shana, and also realized the simplicity and purity of the great demon clan. If you receive a favor, you must repay it. He is efficient in doing things and generous and magnanimous, making him the best choice for making friends. Bo. And on the night when the wooden house was completed, an unexpected guest came to Bai Luo and Egui's home. The other person was wearing a green long skirt, with tender buds and branches all over her body. Her beautiful face was so stunning that even Bai Luo, who had experienced the information explosion and met countless internet celebrities, could not help but marvel at it. Fortunately, Bai Luo knew the other person's identity, so he was not immersed in the temperament and beauty displayed by the other person. On the contrary, Bai Luo became alert, and together with Ergui, he looked at the other party with serious eyes. It seems that your excellency knows of my existence. The girl was the guardian of the Jura forest, the tree elf Taurine. She bowed gracefully to Bai Luo and introduced herself. My name is Taurine, and I am the manager of this forest. Tree elves. Bai Luo didn't play dumb and pointed out the other party's identity directly. I wonder what the mysterious tree elf lady is visiting you for so late at night. It's no wonder Bai Luo was nervous. It's really that Taurine's strength is a little hard to define. First of all, Taurine's true form is a big spiritual tree in the forest. The tree elf's current posture is more like some kind of projection. In terms of monster level, Taurine herself is close to the special A level. If a real fight breaks out, Taurine's strength is not much different from that of the current eruption. If you include plugins like Destroyer and Explosion Magic. In a one-on-one fight, there is still hope that eruption can defeat the current Taurine. However, Taurine's situation was special. A large part of her strength lies in the contracted elf, the Wind Elf King. The Wind Elf King has a magic value of over 1 million and possesses combat power comparable to that of an awakened Demon King. In the original story, even Laplace's arm was chopped off. There is no doubt that once Taurine summons the Wind Elf King, Bai Luo and Ergilong's only choice is to immediately activate the Traveler ability and escape to another world. Please don't be nervous. I have no ill will towards you two. Fortunately, Torni has a gentle temperament. As long as the ecology of the Jura forest is not destroyed, she will not interfere. No need to worry. Torni smiled and said, rather, I came here to thank you two for resolving a major crisis for the forest. Are you talking about those bug monsters? Yes. Afterwards, Torni told the two the origins of those insect monsters. Several months ago, a bug monster came from another world and built a nest somewhere in the forest. After that, the insect monsters began to multiply at an astonishing speed that even Torni had not expected. Before anyone knew it, the insect monster had become a major threat to the forest. If Bai Luo had not intervened this time, Torni would have had to go to the forest to seek help from the monster tribe, just like she did when dealing with the crisis of the Pighead Emperor. Do you know the origins of those insect monsters? This. Torni shook her head and said regretfully, I only know that they don't belong to this world. I don't know more. All right. As for the origins of these insect monsters, Bai Luo speculated that they were most likely related to the Yaotian clan that invaded other worlds everywhere, and that they were biological weapons created by some means. The so-called demon celestial race is a special existence that is the result of the contamination of the angel race in the basic Axis world. Of course, these things are too far away from Bai Luo now and are not something he should consider. No need to thank me or anything. Bai Luo said, I will live in the village of the Great Ghost Clan in the future, and I will be considered a member of the forest. I don't mind getting rid of guys like this who want to destroy the forest. This was not Bai Luo's way of trying to please Torni, but rather his true thoughts. That's great. Torni smiled brightly, from now on, Mr. Bai Luo and Ms. Ergui will be our neighbors. I hope we can live in harmony. It's one thing that Bai Luo doesn't care, but Torni can't take it for granted. Miss Tree Elf began to think about what she should give as a thank you gift to Bai Luo for protecting the forest. Well, please give me more advice. After confirming that Torni had no ill intentions, Bai Luo breathed a sigh of relief and had the opportunity to ask her about the current situation. For example, how many years are left before the story begins? And from Torni, we learned that the storm dragon is still sealed, which means that Rimuru has not yet been reincarnated from the other world. As for more information, Bai Luo couldn't judge. If you need anything in the future, Mr. Bai Luo can just call my name. Taurine, I can hear your voice no matter where I am in this forest. Good. Having successfully connected with a strong man like Bai Luo, Torni's purpose of coming here this time has been achieved. The Jura forest is like a residential area, and Bai Luo and Ergui are the new residents. Now, knowing that Bai Luo is a good neighbor who is polite and abides by the rules, Torni felt relieved. Then I won't disturb Mr. Bai Luo's rest. The tree elf lady bowed to Bai Luo, and then her body turned into green fluorescence and disappeared. Hey! Only when Taurine's breath completely disappeared did Ermire put down the thorn vine stick he had been holding tightly. Okay, you can let down your guard now. The other party should have no ill intentions. Although he knew it, Bai Luo would not forget to be vigilant. Ergian assumed a fighting stance just in case. Chapter 30. The woman just now gave me a very dangerous feeling. I didn't know how to describe it. It was obvious that there was no pressure from a strong person on Taurine. But Ergian felt that once the two sides went to war, she and Bai Luo would be the ones to die. It's probably because of the Elf King. Bai Luo told Ergian that Taurine could summon the King of Wind Spirits, which gave Ergian motivation to become stronger again. The path to becoming stronger is right before us. We must seize the opportunity. Bai Luo was talking about the Big Ghost Clan. His Ergilong is now A level. This means that only enemies above and including B level can provide her with experience points. C level, or even C+ level monsters have lost their value as food to Yanyan. Yet, there are a lot of powerful guys in the village. Yanyan wants to fight them. The village of the Big Ghost tribe has a population of nearly 300. Exclude those who have died in battle, those who are out on mercenary missions, and young children. Today, the village can still gather 200 combat forces above B level. That's what I thought. But, Bai Luo, what excuse should I give? You can't let Ergian beat someone up for no reason, right? What do you think of training guidance? Training instructor. Ah. Bai Luo nodded and said, the ghost tribe is aggressive by nature, so there must be fighting and sparring on weekdays. We can use this opportunity to let Peng Peng fight with them. Ergian is now an A-level demon and a high-level demon. It was completely reasonable for her to instruct the Great Ghost Clan, compete with them, and defeat them in the process. The result was smoother than Bai Luo expected. In fact, Bai Luo didn't need to say anything, the big ghost tribe took the initiative to put forward their request. The Red Ghost Chief and Bai Luo, along with some young ghosts from the tribe, visited Bai Luo and Igui Luo. They hope that during the time Bai Luo stays in the village, he can give some guidance to the young people in the village. Sure. It's like a pillow is given to you just when you are sleepy. Bai Luo was still considering how to propose a request for a sparring match, but he didn't expect that the ghost tribe would give him the opportunity. However, Bai Luo did not want to reveal the secret that Ergian could defeat monsters, level up, and gain experience points. The growth of the, together with the leadership of Bai Luo, will always be a shortcut for them to become stronger quickly before the magic element reaches 1 million. If it was other relatives, Bai Luo wouldn't care. But the big ghost tribe that I just met. Bai Luo can only say that one should always be on guard against others. Village head. What can I do for you, Lord Bai Luo? The Red Ghost leader was very respectful to Bai Luo, and Bai Luo was quite helpless about this. However, considering the warrior style of the Great Ghost Clan, Bai Luo could only adapt to the local customs. Next, I will let become the opponent of the big ghost tribe in the village. In order to avoid exposing the information of the growers and gain more experience points, Bai Luo decided to expand the scale of the competition. You can come one by one, or you can form a team and come together. Bai Luo flipped Ergui's hair, don't worry, I will ask Ergui to show mercy and won't really hurt anyone. Bo. Ryu cooperated very well and showed an innocent smile, which once again won the favor of the big ghost tribe. Is it really possible? Will this be too much trouble for Lord Ergui? Hearing Bai Luo's decision, the Red Devil leader was a little flattered for a moment. He didn't expect Bai Luo to be so concerned. Not only did Bai Luo immediately arrange the request he had just made, but he also treated everyone equally and took everyone's feelings into consideration. At this moment, the Red Ghost leader became more determined to keep Bai Luo and Ergi long. Even if it means giving up his position as leader, he will do it. I'll go gather everyone together now. Let's put aside the matter of persuading Bai Luo to stay. What the Red Ghost leader needs to do now is to immediately inform everyone in the village of the good news. What? What happened? The central square of the big ghost tribe is called a square, but in fact it is a large open space surrounded by wooden houses. There is a high platform built here, which is the arena in the village specially used for people to compete. It's Lord Ergui. Lord Erkuro is willing to train us and help us become stronger. The big ghost tribe worships power and desires to become powerful. Normally, they would not even dare to imagine that they would be able to spar with a powerful upper-level demon like Ergian. Lord Ergian intends to teach us combat techniques. I'm really looking forward to fighting such a powerful demon. A world of monsters where the strong prey on the weak. The big ghost clan is slightly better. At least Old Bai and the older big ghost clan members will teach the younger generation's swordsmanship and combat skills. But that's all. If you want to challenge higher level monsters, you must risk death. And now, the A-level ghost, Ergui Yan, whose real strength may be even above A-level, is willing to be their sparring partner. No wonder the Red Devil leader would make such a request. The experience of fighting against a strong person is really rare, and the Great Ghost Clan must cherish this hard-won opportunity. How are you going to come? Ergui stood in the center of the field amidst the crowd. She summoned a thorn vine stick and held it in front of her, one-on-one, or all together. Next to Bai Luo, Peng Peng is a cute, well-behaved, and caring little girl. However, this little girl who is introverted and afraid of strangers and has some social phobia will become more violent than anyone else once she goes to the battlefield. One stick brings one treasure, 3 sticks break the heart. The fact that he was able to single-handedly inflict hundreds of years of psychological trauma on a certain villain is no exaggeration. Eruption, am nicknamed Little Kaido from Kitakami Township. Those whose names contain the character, please read my gossip. Chapter 31. Please give me your guidance, Master Ergui. The first to come on stage was Hung Guan, the young master of the Great Demon Clan. He was seen holding a samurai sword, with a burly figure of nearly 2.5 meters tall, standing in front of Ergilong, like a small mountain. However, there is such a huge size difference. But the one who was really nervous was Benimaru, not Erki. One person. Ryu tilted his head, and his playful and cute look immediately won him the love of countless big ghosts. My little girl is so cute. Bai Luo, together with the Red Devil leader and Bai Lao, came to the edge of the ring, a high place with a great view. Here, they can see the battle between Ergian and the big ghosts more clearly. I want to know how big the gap is between me and the real A-level. A-level. Hearing Benimaru's words, Erkuro tilted his head. But, is not A-level. It's true that her magic level is A, but her actual combat power is definitely at the special A level. If Benimaru wanted to use Erkuro as a reference for the A-rank demon, then this time, he would probably be defeated. Please enlighten me. Benimaru, who didn't realize that he had underestimated Erkuro's strength, had already raised the samurai sword in his hand and assumed a mid-range stance. All right. Then, as you wish. Eruption raised his head, and the green thorn vine stick was spinning in his hand as if it was light as a feather. It doesn't matter whether it's A grade or not. Anyway, Ergui's purpose is just to get the experience points from Hung Guan. Are you ready? Good. Swish. However, almost at the moment Hung Guan finished speaking, the pupils of the young master of the Great Demon Clan suddenly shrank. The next moment, Ergui's figure disappeared in front of Hung Guan without any warning. Quick! Of all the big ghosts in the village, only old Bai could barely see a little bit of the shadow of the moving evil ghost. What? When Hung Guan reacted, he felt a strange force like a tidal wave coming from the front. The burly red-haired evil ghost instinctively wanted to raise his sword to block. But Ergui's thorny vine stick took the lead and stopped in front of him. Boom! Before Hung Guan could recover from his shock, he was faced with the fierce wind pressure brought by Ergui's stick. As a result, everyone only saw Hung Guan being hit hard and flying, smashing several wooden houses in a row, and disappearing at the end of the street. This. For a moment, all the ghosts were stunned. The whole place was silent, as if they had not yet recovered from the mediocre blow from Ergian. What happened? They only saw the evil spirit suddenly disappear and suddenly reappear. Then their young master flew backwards like a meteor and fainted. High-speed movement? No. The ghost elder standing next to Bai Luo was shocked by his own guess. Is it space jump? She actually has such a skill. But what about the strange force attached to the stick? Bai Luo has rich combat experience. In the original work, based on a brief contact with Rimuru, he saw through the source of the skills he used. But this time, Mr. Bai said he couldn't understand it. Young master. Finally, some of the ghosts realized something. They ran anxiously towards the direction where the red ball was flying. After some searching, everyone finally dug out the unconscious Hung Guan from the ruins. Young master. Master, are you okay? Master. Fortunately, there are experienced doctors in the village. The other party stepped forward to check on Hung Guan's condition and found that he was simply unconscious and did not have many injuries on his body. Just unconscious. The doctor said, most of the injuries on the young master's body are on the surface. With the recovery ability of our ghost tribe, he will be healed quickly. Hey! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the doctor's diagnosis. After the panic, what emerged from the hearts of all the ghosts was admiration for Ergui's power and amazement at his skill in making light of heavy tasks. Amazing! Not only is Lord Erguian very powerful, his control over power has also reached that level. Incredible! This is the first time I've seen someone other than the old man do something like this. The old man that the ghosts were referring to was naturally old Bai. However, even for Bai Luo, it is actually difficult to achieve the same clever technique of injuring but not killing as Ergi Long. There are too many technical aspects involved, which are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Old Bai didn't know that this was the martial arts from the Sikking world, which, after being transformed by the basic Axis rules, eventually formed a new professional system. Before this, there was no similar skill in the Axis world. It is no exaggeration to say that in terms of martial arts attainments alone, Ergi Long has already stood at the pinnacle of the Axis world. Only a very small number of master-level beings among humans can be compared with him. Old Bai's swordsmanship has almost reached the level of a grandmaster. But he is too old and has the will but not the strength. Don't worry, I'll hold back. Bai Luo, bring him here. Despite all the damage just now, Benimaru only received minor injuries. It was definitely because Erkuro showed mercy. Soon, the unconscious Hongwan was brought to Bai Luo. Healing spell. Bai Luo raised his hand, and golden magic power sprinkled down, and the injuries on Hongwan's body immediately recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This magical scene once again caused the big ghosts to exclaim in surprise. The injury has been healed. He will wake up in a while. After treating Hongwan, Bai Luo looked at Bai Luo and asked, with your experience, can you see the mystery of the stick that Yan Yan just used? I am old and stupid. Bai Luo shook his head and said with emotion, I failed to appreciate the mystery of Lady Gaiji's move. I would like to ask Mr. Bai Luo to help me solve this puzzle. The old man did not express his guess. He originally thought that Ergian had used some kind of space jumping skill, which allowed him to instantly cross dozens of meters and appear in front of Hung Guan. But soon, this conjecture was overturned by Mr. Bai. It's not space teleportation. The way Ergian moved was something that Bai Luo could not understand. That was a strange method that he had never imagined. It's destruction. Bai Luo did not embarrass Bai Luo, and explained to the two the mysteriousness of Ergui Yan's stick just now. Yan Yan has the power to completely destroy anything it touches. Chapter 32. Destroy. Bai Luo's pupils shrank slightly, and he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the air and space were destroyed wherever the stick passed just now? It turned out to be like this. Seeing Bai Luo smiling without saying anything, Bai Luo was secretly frightened, and even the hand that was brushing his beard was shaking slightly. The spatial movement of the eruption is more of a variant of the destroyer than a spatial skill. By shattering the space, an extremely violent instantaneous jump can be performed. This process is much faster than ordinary space teleportation based on coordinate positioning, and is almost impossible to be interfered with or interrupted. Of course, the physical body will suffer great harm when crossing the broken space. Except for beings like Urki, who have incredible physical strength and whose recovery ability is almost buggy, no one dares to cross space in this way. How reckless! The corner of Bai Luo's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he thought to himself that Gui's behavior was too outrageous. Then, what about the power contained in the stick just now? Oh, that one. Bai Luo said, in addition to pure super strength, that is, the powerful strength of the eruption, it should be because she used the destroyer to smash everything in her path. After the evolution of, the depth of the unique skill destroyer has also been increased. If the previous destroyers could only destroy things that Yunyan could see and touch. Now, even phenomena such as air resistance, gravity, light, and sound can be forcibly destroyed by Ergian according to its own needs. A blow that shatters the violence of space and destroys the rules. If Ergilong had not shown mercy and let the thorn vine stick fall on Hung Guan's head, Bai Luo and the Red Demon leader could not imagine what the outcome would be. Headshots are basic. Even part of the village behind Hongmaru would probably be destroyed by the storm caused by the thorn vine stick. Is this the power of Lord Urki? Shen and Sui were watching the fight between Benimaru and Eruption. They thought that Benimaru would lose, but the fact that he couldn't even take a single move was really beyond their expectations. Not to mention that Ergian also let the water go. Cough. Cough 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 cough. Bai Luo's healing skills were amazingly effective, and Hongwan quickly regained consciousness. He first stood up in a daze, and then the image of Ergui's stick appeared in his mind, which made his heart almost skip a beat. It wasn't until Sui called out from the side that Benimaru suddenly reacted. "Thank you for your teaching, Master Ergui." Benimaru bowed to Erkuro from the bottom of his heart. He was convinced and overwhelmed by the power of Ergian. Moreover, Hongmaru can be sure that Erkuro's strength is definitely more than just A level. A level is just the amount of magic energy of eruption, but the combat power she can exert is far above A level, and it is very likely that she has reached the legendary disaster level, Special A. Want to come again? Anyone can come, it doesn't matter how many times you come. Ergian raised the thorn vine stick to her shoulder, looked around, and challenged the big ghosts. "Don't be afraid of getting hurt. I won't kill you." There was one more thing Bai Luo didn't say, which was that even if someone really had an accident, he could resurrect them. The resurrection technique is the highest level skill of the high priest from the Seeking world. Of course, Bai Luo's resurrection technique is definitely not as perverted as Aqua's. His resurrection technique has great limitations. First, the body of the deceased needs to be kept as complete as possible, with at least 30% of it not missing. Then, the time from death cannot exceed 5 minutes. But 5 minutes is not an absolute requirement. It mainly involves the soul level. If the soul of the dead can be preserved and Bai Luo has mastered the method of reshaping the body, then resurrecting the dead will become extremely simple. Yes, I will show mercy. Ergian showed an extremely pure smile. Pokémon love fighting, and even after becoming a monster, Pokémon has not changed this habit. So, in the next 3 days, Ergian used the excuse of understanding everyone's current strength to beat up all 250 big ghosts in the village, including the children. Of course, Ergian still has his limits. For example, when it comes to the young ghosts, Ergian is mostly just playing with them, and even when he knocks them away, he will hold back. Although Hongmaru was defeated once, he did not give up the challenge. But this time, Benimaru learned his lesson and called over a dozen big demons including Sui and Shen. Of course, the outcome was inevitable. In the face of absolute strength, numbers have no meaning at all. No matter if it was one person, dozens of people, or even a legion of 100 from the great ghost tribe coming to besiege, they would not be able to touch Ergilong at all. However, elite ghosts like Bai Luo and the Red Ghost Leader made Ergilong a little happy. Bai Luo's swordsmanship is extremely tricky and he appears and disappears unpredictably. However, Egalang has amazing perception. After opening the green grass field, he can even lock onto the enemy with the help of natural elements. The Red Demon Leader is extremely powerful and has a strong physique. Unfortunately, he encountered the Eruption who possessed the skill of Destroyer. With the blessing of the Destroyer, the green thorn vine stick is just like the golden hoop stick in mythology. If it touches it, it will hurt, and if it hits it, it will die. Bai Luo's sword only collided slightly with the thorn vine stick before it shattered into large pieces of iron chips. The Red Devil Leader was even worse off. His arm was scratched by the thorn vine stick and turned into a large ball of blood mist, and half of his body was beaten into pieces by the evil spirit. Fortunately, Bai Luo's miraculous healing magic saved the life of the Red Ghost leader and allowed him to recover as before. This battle made the big ghost tribe fully realize the horror of Ergilong. A-level magic, special A-level combat power. With his battle record, Ergian completely won the respect and admiration of the big ghosts, and also earned the title of the strongest ghost. Bai Luo, I feel like I've become stronger again. Ah! In the wooden house, Bai Luo set up a soundproof barrier. He gently stroked the hair of the girl who had turned into a young girl, and praised, among the 250 big ghosts, the weakest is only B level, and the strongest, Bai Luo, has even reached B and level. On average, each big ghost can provide about 80 points of magic to Ergilong. Today, Ergui's magic element has increased from 12,000 points to 33,000. Thanks to you, I can also break through to A rank. Being a leader can allow Bai Luo to obtain 50% of the existence value of his followers. Together with the 1,500 magic points that Bai Luo originally possessed, a total of 18,000 magic points has been achieved, far exceeding the standard of an A-level monster. It is detected that the individual name Bai Luo has reached the evolution conditions. Do you want to evolve? The voice from the world had already appeared in Bai Luo's mind when he was halfway through fighting Ergui. However, Bai Luo did not choose to evolve immediately. Instead, he waited until now, when Ergui's strength reached its peak, to make a breakthrough. Peng Peng won't let anyone disturb Bai Luo. As Ergui Luo spoke, he controlled his magic power and set up a magic barrier outside Bai Luo's silent barrier that could isolate the fluctuations of magic elements. This is to ensure that the movement caused by Bai Luo's evolution would not be noticed by outsiders. Then I'll leave it to you, Yan Yan. Looking at the evil spirit holding the thorny vine stick, as if to protect him, Bai Luo silently said in his heart, Evolve. Chapter 33. Ah! As soon as the evolution began, the huge amount of magic hidden in Bai Luo's body began to stir. The next moment, an unimaginable pain instantly spread throughout Bai Luo's body, making him unable to help but howl in pain. Bai Luo. Eruption was startled. The girl wanted to go forward to check, but a voice in her heart told her not to disturb Bai Luo. These are all normal phenomena, and it is a transformation unique to Bai Luo. Bai Luo is not a pure human or a demon, he is a hybrid of both. The violent reaction is the symbol of the awakening of the monster bloodline. Bloodline identification begins. Before this, Bai Luo had never been clear about what his demon bloodline was. It was not until this moment, with the echo of the voice of the world, that his demon bloodline was truly activated. Identification completed, pseudo-dragon bloodline activated. Obtain exclusive skills, star particle control. Evolution succeeded, individual name Bai Luo acquired race Dragon Demon, Fake. Skill identification is upgraded to the additional skill Dragon's Eye. When the physical pain faded away, prompts from the voice of the world echoed in Bai Luo's mind, causing him, who had just recovered with great difficulty, to be tortured by the information explosion once again. But this time, Bai Luo not only did not feel uncomfortable, but was extremely excited. Star particle manipulation. It's actually star particle control. There is also the dragon demon. Bai Luo never thought that the part of the demon blood hidden in his body would actually be a dragon. And he is the star-creating dragon king who comes from the ceiling of the Axis world. You should know that the dragon demon in that time I got reincarnated as a slime is not a race, but refers to a unique individual, Milim, one of the 3 oldest demon lords. Milim is the daughter of the Star Dragon King and the human Lucia. She inherited her father's infinite magic and dragon blood, thus becoming a unique dragon demon. However, now, Bai Luo has also been given the race of dragon demon by the voice of the world. A fake dragon demon is still a dragon demon. But after the surprise, Bai Luo couldn't help but start thinking, where did the dragon blood in the original body come from? The first person that can be ruled out is Milim. Milim is just a little lowly, it is impossible for her to mate with any human and give birth to offspring. After ruling out the possibility of natural reproduction, Bai Luo could only think of one explanation, which was magic element infection. In the original work, after the magic element of the storm Dragon Veldora dissipated, the great storm vortex was born. From this we can see that powerful magic can itself give birth to independent life forms, so it is understandable that it can infect a certain existence and allow it to gain some of its power. That is to say, the ancestors of this body of mine were once corrupted by the magic of the Star Dragon King or Milim. Then, they were lucky enough to survive and passed on this magic factor into their bloodline. However, considering the uniqueness of Milim the dragon demon, Bai Luo felt that none of his ancestors had ever truly awakened this power. This perfectly matches the original body's memory, that all his ancestors were ordinary people. Because the bloodline of the Star Dragon King is too high, the ancestors of the original bodies that were infected with his magic power are unable to awaken this power at all. Bai Luo, then why did I awaken the power of the Star Dragon King? Recalling his own uniqueness, Bai Luo thought of a possibility, that is the extraordinary talent of traveler. Possessing the power to travel to other worlds is the key to activating the dragon bloodline. A meager amount of dragon blood, plus the traveler's world travel, and the magic of the base axis world. The combination of the three made this miracle possible. Well, although there is a fake label behind the dragon demon. According to Bai Luo's estimation, he might need to become a demon king, or even fully awaken as a true demon king, before he can remove this fake word. But it doesn't matter. It's only a matter of time. Obtaining the blood of the dragon demon is equivalent to opening up an evolutionary path with a very high ceiling. Most importantly, I also gained the ability of star particle control in advance. Even after reading the original novel, Bai Luo's understanding of star particles is still very one-sided. First is the concept of star particles. To put it simply, star particles are high-concentration magic elements that have undergone extreme compression. Just like matter is composed of atoms and molecules, magic element also has its basic unit, namely spirit particle. Before, Bai Luo had some doubts about the magic element value. For example, 9,999 magic elements and 10,000 magic elements are only 1 point apart, so why is the former B-level and the latter A-level? You know, an A-level monster with 10,000 magic elements can easily defeat a B-level monster with 9,999 magic elements. So is this 1 point difference really that big? Shouldn't it be a breakthrough from B-level to A-level, and then the magic power would skyrocket several times or even dozens of times in an instant? But now, Bai Luo understood a little. This seems to be only a 1 point difference, but in fact it is a complete qualitative change. If we say that magic elements below 10,000 are based on spirit particles, it looks like 9,999 magic elements, but in fact it can be divided into 9,999 million spirit particles. In contrast, when monsters break through A-level, their magic elements will become a whole. The basic unit of Class A is no longer spirit particles, but pure magic elements. 10,000 magic elements are 10,000 magic elements. They are inseparable, and unless the A-level monster itself is willing, outsiders cannot disassemble and separate them from the perspective of spirit particles. This magical change has greatly increased the weight of A-level monsters in the basic Axis world. It is no exaggeration to say that if a Class A vehicle collides with one below Class A, the latter will be smashed to pieces in an instant. Of course, the handling ability of Class A is also unimaginable for Class B. They can transform one portion of magic element into millions of spirit particles, and then manipulate them with incredible precision, thereby producing effects far beyond those of the B-level period. This is what was mentioned above, the active separation of A-level monsters. In this way, others can't beat you, but you can control yourself better. 1 + 1 - the watershed called level A is formed. Maybe this is the difference between skills, inherent skills, and unique skills. Only special A-level monsters have unique skills. Bai Luo, on the other hand, if a reincarnated person who has acquired unique skills in advance develops well, he will be able to reach special A level sooner or later. And the unique skills are most likely the product of refining magic elements. Only after it was recognized by the voice of the world was it named as a unique skill. In other words, the transition from A level to special A level is actually a process of finding a path. If you find your own path, you will be promoted to special A rank and be given the title of Demon King. Bai Luo has almost figured out the entire evolution process from a monster to a Demon King. I now have 4 unique skills, namely Traveler, Leader, Capture and Learner. Among them, the Capture and the Leader, either of which alone is not considered a powerful skill. At least there is no comparison with Rimuru's almost omnipotent Predator. These 2 unique skills alone. The Capturer can contract individuals with potential, wait for them to become stronger, and then let the voice of the world make a reverse judgment to allow himself to reach a higher level. The result of this process seems beautiful, but it is actually extremely difficult. Because the captor himself has no fighting power. It's easy to be killed when you are weak. Unless the captor is a noble, lord or other high-ranking person, he can make people willingly serve him. Otherwise, this ability really has no future. In comparison, being a leader has it even easier. In theory, anyone who is willing to follow the leader can provide a portion of magic to the leader. However, the magic power that followers obtained in this way can provide can never reach the terrifying level of 50% like that of the Uruk York. Each person can provide up to 3% of magic. How many subordinates does Bai Luo need to accumulate in order to gather enough magic elements for him to break through to the Demon King species? Without 10 or 20 years, it is impossible to develop such a huge force, right? Fortunately, Bai Luo's leaders and captors complement each other's abilities. Bai Luo felt that the effect of the combination of the 2 was no worse than Rimuru's Predator. The Traveler's ability has an immeasurable upper limit due to its exceptional nature, so we will not discuss it for now. The last learner, Bai Luo felt that it was not much inferior to Rimuru's Predator. Keep replicating your abilities and strengthening yourself. Such an ability would be considered a cheating skill in any light novel set in another world. Chapter 34. If unique skills are classified, learners should be classified as high-level unique skills, just like predators. And skills like leader and capture, which have the potential for development, can be considered as mid-level unique skills. Even though the leaders and captors have flaws, they are still much more powerful than the summoned reincarnations in the original work. I remember that in the original work, there were 3 people from another world who were summoned. Shogo's Berserker, Xingzi's Kijin Master, and Kyoya's Sever. In Bai Luo's opinion, the unique skills of these 3 people are not as good as those of the leader and the capturer. This type of unique skill is more like an ability system, and once acquired, it will possess excellent combat effectiveness. However, the shortcomings of the Berserker, Kijin and Severe are also obvious, that is, there is a lack of successors. In Bai Luo's opinion, the time when unique skills can really come into play should be after breaking through Special A. Like the leader and the captor of Bai Luo. Even after becoming a Demon King, Bai Luo can still rely on these 2 unique skills to continue to grow stronger. According to this classification, the Destroyer of the is actually also a low-level unique skill. Bai Luo thought about it, and then opened his current attribute panel. Bai Luo. Race, Dragon Demon, Fake. Level, A-level Upper Demon, 18060 EP. Occupation, Magician. General skills, Life Magic, Healing Magic, Elemental Magic, Pokemon Magic, etc. Inherent skills, Adaptability, All Professional Mastery. Additional skills, Dragon Eye, Explosive Magic. Unique skills, Traveler Breakthrough, Leader, Captor, Learner. Special skills, Magic Solidification, Star Particle Manipulation. Dependent, Eruption, 1/12. Marked Worlds, Pokemon World, Sashin World. The types of skills, in order of strength and rarity, are general skills, additional skills, and unique skills from low to high. Special skills are beyond discussion and cannot be measured simply by strength, nor can they be copied by others. In addition, additional skills are also called additional skills and X skills. Inherent skills are mostly passive or racial characteristics. More than 18,000 magic elements, and the number of followers has increased from 6 to 12. 3C level, 6B level, and now that we have broken through to A level, the number of dependents has reached 12. Bai Luo's original plan was to go to another world to find his followers, just like Urki. The number of places is increasing faster than I thought. Bai Luo thought to himself, in this case, it seems that there is no need to cling to the other world. The Axis world also has many potential stocks worth taking as followers. For example, the 4 members of the Great Demon Clan, Shana, Shen, Benimaru, and Sui, have the qualifications to awaken the ultimate power in the original work. Among them, Sui's magic value in the future will exceed 1.2 million, and after Shen and Benimaru are equipped with exclusive weapons, their magic value will exceed 5 million. Not to mention Shana, the total amount of magic energy of Shen, Benimaru, and Sui alone reached a huge amount of 11.2 million. According to the 50% feedback, Bai Luo accepted the 4 people as his followers, and in the future they will be able to provide at least 6 million magic elements in return. Therefore, allocating 4 places for dependents to them will not only not result in loss, but will instead result in a huge profit. From now on, use half of the number of followers to cultivate qualified followers in the Axis world. Bai Luo did not forget the remaining 250-odd ghost tribes, even if we cannot develop them into followers, as long as they are followers, the leader can draw some power from them. 50% for dependents, 15% for naming. For ordinary followers, the amount of magic energy they receive back ranges from 1% to 3%, depending on their loyalty. Excluding the children with a B rating, the remaining 200-odd members of the Great Demon Tribe have an average magic element of around 6,500. Even if we only calculate based on the minimum 1%, it is still 65x200, which is close to 13,000 magic points. If you are luckier and the big ghost tribe truly surrenders, that would be 40,000. However, it is definitely not that easy to meet the conditions for taming it. Although the leader's ability to gather the power of all beings has a bug, it is not without limitations. At least it is impossible to judge the other party as a follower just by saying I am loyal to you. In order to achieve a magic connection, one must first submit sincerely. The Great Ghost Clan worships the strong, but worship does not mean identification. Is there any way to quickly gain the loyalty of a monster? That's right. Soon, Bai Luo came up with a solution: give it a name. Yes, give a name. This is the most straightforward and simple way chosen by Bai Luo to gain the loyalty of the Great Ghost Clan. Bai Luo now has 18,000 magic elements. If the dividing line of 10,000 is removed and cannot be shaken, the amount of magic elements he can use to bestow names is only 8,000. The strongest among the big ghost tribe now are Bai Luo and the Red Ghost Leader. The magic elements of the two are higher than those of other big ghosts, reaching 9,000 and 8,500 respectively. This means that Bai Luo only needs to spend 2,500 magic elements to give names to the 2 people. When the magic element reaches 10,000, Bai Luo and the Red Demon Leader can evolve into demons. And considering that the name giver can provide 15% of the magic, I can at least get 3,000 magic back from them. So not only did I not lose money on this deal, I actually made a net profit of 500. In other words, there is no loss for Bai Luo to give names to the big ghosts whose magic value exceeds 8,500. Bai Luo, your aura has suddenly become much stronger. Bai Luo smiled and said, thanks to you, Peng Peng, I was able to evolve successfully. Now, I am already a high-ranking demon just like you, Tsubomi. Ergian was happy about Bai Luo's evolution, even happier than her own breakthrough and becoming stronger. Peng Peng, help me get Hong, Bai Luo wanted to say red pill, but remembered that they didn't have a name yet. There was no other choice, so Bai Luo had to describe the appearance of Shen, Benimaru, and Sui, and then let Ergian talk about their future. Peng Peng is going now. As soon as the little girl received the order, she jumped out happily. Slow down, be careful not to fall. No way. I'm not stupid. Ergian turned around and stuck out his tongue, only idiots would fall flat on their faces. After saying that, the girl not only did not slow down, but ran even faster. This girl. Looking at Ergui's playful appearance, Bai Luo couldn't help but smile. My sweet and caring little cotton-padded jacket is always so lively and cheerful, and even Bai Luo is infected by her. Sure enough, no matter when, as long as I stay with Ergian, my mood will inexplicably become better. Chapter 35. Lord Bai Luo. Not long after, Hung Guan and the other four followed Ergui into Bai Luo's wooden house, and they knelt on the ground with great respect. The four wanted to ask Bai Luo why he asked them to come over. Just by looking up, they noticed the changes in Bai Luo. This. What a powerful aura! Master Bai Luo, how come you have become so much stronger all of a sudden? Bai Luo's evolution was beyond shock for Hong Guan and the others. They knew that after a monster broke through a bottleneck, it would undergo a transformation called evolution. It's just that Bai Luo's evolution was too silent. It was clear that the four of them had just met Bai Luo not long ago. Now, only 1 or 2 hours have passed, and Bai Luo's aura has improved from the original entry B level to its current level. There is only a difference of 1 point between 10,000 and 9,999 magic elements. But the feeling this brought to the big ghosts was like real oppression. Oh, sorry, I almost forgot. Bai Luo gathered the magic power that was still out of control due to evolution, and maintained his presence at the level of a B-class monster. This made the big ghosts feel much better. At the same time, I also thought of the reason why Bai Luo suddenly became stronger. Master Bai Luo, have you been hiding your strength all this time? No wonder. Hong Guan thought to himself, how could such a catastrophic magic be cast by a mere B-rank monster? If it's a hidden aura, then it's not surprising. As he became more and more certain of his thoughts, Hong Guan began to ponder Bai Luo's true strength. Grade A? That's for sure. The oppressive feeling from the magic just released has already reached A level. However, Hung Guan felt that this might not be Bai Luo's full strength. Could it be that Lord Bai Luo is a special A level? As soon as this thought came out, Hong Guan could no longer suppress it. Yes, even Lady Erkui has A rank, so Lady Bai Luo, who can be followed by her, must be even more powerful. Special A grade. This is the most powerful existence that Hong Maru can imagine. Further up is the legendary Demon King species. Don't be nervous. I called you here because I have something to discuss with you. Bai Luo calmed the four people down, and then said in a gentle tone, I want you to become my dependents, do you agree? Family. Ah, just like Pian. Bai Luo thought for a moment, and said in a way that they could understand, you can think of them as followers, or retainers. Possessing the unique skill of the captor, and Bai Luo's current strength being above that of the four, he is actually able to capture the four by force. It's just that Bai Luo doesn't like to force others. Secondly, he also hopes to gain subordinates who are truly loyal to him. Followers are different from ordinary followers. They are more like my companions. Bai Luo did not tell the four people the benefits of being dependents, but simply described the relationship between them. In Bai Luo's view, there should be no interest involved between him and his relatives. Saying in advance you will become stronger if you become my followers would taint the oath and make it less pure. I do. The first person to speak was not Benimaru and Sui, but Shana. It is my honor to be a companion to Master Erkuro. Shana, and at that time, if Lord Bai Luo hadn't intervened, I would have died in the mouth of that insect monster. I can never repay you for saving my life. I am not a talented girl, but I am willing to serve you." After saying that, Zhu Cai gracefully bent down and saluted Bai Luo. "Forward." Bai Luo hesitated, but he didn't refuse. Whatever the reason, Shanae was serious about wanting to repay her gratitude, and that was enough. "Well, you don't have to do this. Become my dependent, and we will be a family from now on." Bai Luo smiled and said, "Then you are welcome to join us." "That's so cunning." Seeing that Bai Luo was really willing to accept Shana, Shan apologized to Hung Guan, "I'm sorry, Master. I also want to become Master Bai Luo's dependent." "I understand." Although Hung Guan is called the young master by everyone in the Great Demon Clan, he is the future heir of the village. But this is only in name only. At least Shan and Sui have not yet officially sworn an oath to Benimaru and become his retainers. To be honest, the four of them are childhood sweethearts, close friends who grew up together, rather than master and servants. Shan's reason for choosing to follow is the same as Shana's. At that time, the two women were facing desperate situations, and it was thanks to Bai Luo and Ergui's intervention that they survived. The grace of saving a life is greater than heaven. Now that Bai Luo wants to recruit them, what reason does Ziwan have to refuse? What's more, Bai Luo also said it. He wanted a trusted companion, not a servant. This sincerity alone is enough to impress many people in the Great Ghost Clan, not to mention Zhu Cai and Shan who were saved by Bai Luo. "May I ask, Lord Bai Luo, what are you going to do?" The one who spoke was the usually taciturn Kanjiang. He was actually not opposed to following Bai Luo. The Great Demon Clan was originally mercenaries, active in various places in the Jura forest. Becoming Bai Luo's retainer is essentially no different from becoming a mercenary. The latter is temporary, while the former is a permanent job that requires absolute loyalty. Bai Luo's strength and Ergui's power. This is quite consistent with the monster's need to choose strong people to follow. Of course, if that were all, the demon Grummet in the original novel would not have suffered a setback at the hands of the demon clan. What really touched Sui was the meaning of dependence as portrayed by Bai Luo. Not slaves and subordinates, but family members. If this is Bai Luo, Kang Ai is willing to serve him as his lord and offer his loyalty to him. "What are your plans for the future?" Bai Luo said, "Maybe it is to accumulate strength and then become a demon king." Demon king. Hearing these two words, the four people present showed expressions of horror at the same time. "Do you have such ambitions?" Sui's face was solemn, but his tone was sincere. "I am willing to be your shadow and help you achieve the great cause of the Demon King." Finding such a lord with such a broad mind, willing to sacrifice his life for him, this is the future that Kang Ai has always dreamed of. Shadow or something. Seeing Kanjiang's serious expression, Bai Luo could only nod and said, "Okay, I'll trouble you from now on." Chapter 36. Accepting the allegiance of the three, Bai Luo once again set his sights on Hong Wan. The young master of the ghost clan with long blood-red hair was extremely conflicted at this moment. When his sister and two friends chose to follow Bai Luo, Hung Guan also had the idea of becoming Bai Luo's retainer. Especially at the moment when Bai Luo said that he wanted to become the Demon King. From a personal perspective, he had already recognized Bai Luo after being crushed by Ergilong with overwhelming force. Serving such a powerful being, Benimaru was not slow at all. But the problem is... Feel sorry. Hong Wan was very unwilling, but had to make a choice. "I am the young master of the Great Demon Clan, I can't abandon everyone in the village. So, please forgive me, I can't follow you, Master Bai Luo." "I see." After hearing Hong Wan's reason for rejecting him, Bai Luo was not angry at all. Instead, he was quite appreciative. He thought to himself that he was worthy of being the man who could become the Grand Marshal of the Demon Kingdom in the original work. With this sense of responsibility and someone like Hung Guan in charge of the rear, Bai Luo will be able to leave the Axis world with peace of mind and look for opportunities in another world. I think you misunderstood. Bai Luo waved his hand and said, I don't actually plan to leave the Great Ghost Clan's village. What? Benimaru was stunned, and Shana, Shen and Sui were also surprised. You mean? I want to subdue the Great Ghost Clan. Bai Luo did not hide his ambition at all, then build this place into a base camp and become the cornerstone of my advancement to the Demon King. This. The four of them looked at each other, and for a moment, they were a little at a loss. To subdue the Great Ghost Tribe, in a disguised way, is to conquer this place. If it was someone else who said this, Benimaru and the others would definitely fight to the death with that person. The Great Ghost Clan would rather die than surrender and would never compromise with violence. But, things are a little different here in Bai Luo. First of all, it was the life-saving grace. Bai Luo and Ergui saved the younger generation in the village and preserved the future of the Great Ghost Clan. Then, not long ago, Ergai Liang defeated the entire demon clan by himself. There's no fancy magic involved, just pure brute force. A thorny vine stick and a pair of pink fists. Ergian just beat everyone away in the field where the big ghost clan is best. A high-ranking demon of the same clan, he has done great favors for the Great Ghost Clan village, coupled with the courage shown by Bai Luo and his friendly attitude towards the Great Ghost Clan. Rather than saying it was a conquest, it would be more accurate to say that Bai Luo and Ergai Liang wanted to become a part of them. What about conquering? Ziwan said bluntly, it is obvious that Lord Bai Luo is planning to protect us and take us further. Yes. Zhu Cai tugged at his brother's clothes, and the meaning was self-evident. If they don't agree to such a good thing, wouldn't they be fools? Please accept my allegiance, Lord Bai Luo. Hung Guan did not hesitate. He put his hands on the ground and swore, I can't make a decision on behalf of the village, but I am willing to follow you. He is only the young master of the village, the real patriarch is Hung Guan's father. But so what? On the point of whether the big ghost tribe is loyal to Bai Luo, Hung Guan chooses to stand on Bai Luo's side. What's more, Benimaru didn't think that his father was the kind of fool who couldn't see the situation clearly. The only price to gain the protection of Bai Luo and Ergui Yan is to give up the position of leader. At this moment, Shana and Benimaru looked at each other. Both the brother and sister saw the four words kind father, filial son, daughter, in each other's eyes. If father doesn't understand, then they, the brothers and sisters, don't mind trying to overthrow the powerful and let the Red Devil leader know what it means to be a hero who knows the times. You are welcome to become my partner. Bai Luo finished speaking, raised his hand, and four invisible oaths enveloped their heads respectively. I am here to grant you names. Benimaru. Shen. Shanae. Sui. Bai Luo did not change the names of the four people, but chose to stick to the original work. On the other side, the four people who were given names by Bai Luo had disbelief in their eyes. They originally thought that what Bai Luo meant by following was just in name only, but who could have imagined that Bai Luo would actually give them names? Master Bai Luo. The four were shocked and worried about Bai Luo. You know, naming a monster will consume a lot of Bai Luo's magic, which is undoubtedly damaging the interests of the owner. Don't worry. Feel the changes in your body. To Bai Luo, magic element is like money. Using the captor, Bai Luo began to transform the four people into his own followers. Benimaru's initial magic element is 7,500, Shen's is 7,000, Sui's is 7,200, and Shana's is a little less, but it is also 6,500. In this way, 50% of the magic power of the leader's followers will be bestowed on Bai Luo. This is equivalent to Bai Luo obtaining 14,100 magic elements out of thin air. Then, there are two conditions for naming a monster. First, there must be an essential difference between the magic elements of the two parties being named. In other words, the magic elements of Bai Luo and the Red Demon Leader are both below 10,000, and neither side can help the other side break through to A level through naming. In the original work, Rimuru named the Storm Dragon because the two sides established an equal contract at the soul level by exchanging names. It is not the same as normal monster naming. In addition to that, it is just a naming, and you must give the other party enough magic energy to complete the evolution. This means that if you want to give names to the 4 Red Maru people, you must increase their magic elements to more than 10,000. Only in this way can they evolve from the big ghost tribe to the ghost human tribe. 10,800 magic elements. However, considering that Bai Luo could later feed back half of this magic element from the 4 people, the actual consumption was only 5,400. So, I actually earned 9,000 magic elements. Therefore, in this wave, Bai Luo not only did not consume any magic power, but instead increased his own magic power from 18,000 to around 27,000. If the magic element exceeds 10,000, it is A level. With nearly 30,000 magic elements, Bai Luo and Ergui Luo can already be called mid-level A level. The advantage of conquering monsters from the Axis world as followers is that Bai Luo knows the other party's level and how much magic power they have from the beginning. Unlike Ergian, it's like opening a blind box. Only by bringing them back to the base Axis world can we know their talents and potential. Considering what's next, there's a possibility of crossing into a dangerous world. Bai Luo intends to strengthen his own strength as much as possible. After Shiroyasha and the other 3 became Bai Luo's followers, he could take them to the new world through the spirit space like eruption. With 4 beginner level A-grade warriors and 1 intermediate level A-grade warrior guarding on both sides, the sense of security suddenly increased. Boom! The commotion caused by the evolution of 4 great ghosts at once was even greater than Bai Luo's previous one. Because there was no isolation barrier set up, the movements of the 4 people instantly attracted the attention of the big ghosts led by Bai Luo. All of a sudden, countless big ghosts rushed towards the wooden house where Bai Luo was and quickly surrounded it. Chapter 37. This kind of movement. Bai Luo's eyes were solemn. Strong fluctuations of magic elements, there is no mistake, there are monsters evolving to a higher level. It's actually evolution. The Red Demon Leader was extremely surprised because he could sense the auras of Benimaru, Shana, and others among these magic elements. If his perception was correct, didn't it mean that they were the ones evolving now? Everyone calm down and don't disturb Benimaru and the others. Bai Luo walked out of the wooden house with Ergui Yan. He briefly told Bai Luo and others what happened inside. When the Red Demon Leader heard that Bai Luo did not hesitate to spend his own magic to name the 4 people, Hung Guan, Shiroyasha, and Sui, the eyes of the Red Demon Leader changed instantly. Thank you, Lord Bai Luo. I, the Great Ghost Clan, am willing to follow in your footsteps and be at your command. When Hongmaru and the others have finished evolving, they will be the new 4A-level demon humans. The rise of the Great Demon Clan in the Jura Forest is unstoppable, and at this time, a strong and wise leader is crucial. Just as Hung Guan and Shana thought, the Red Demon Leader chose to submit to Bai Luo. Not long after, as the fluctuations of magic element gradually subsided, 4 figures walked out of the wooden house one after another. They were the 4 Hung Guan who had completed their evolution. Just like in the original novel, the appearance of the 4 people has changed drastically. Lord Bai Luo. Hung Guan and Sui knelt on one knee at the same time and offered their loyalty to Bai Luo. Because Zhu Cai and Shi Yuan are women, they kneel on the ground, bow to Bai Luo, and swear to dedicate their loyalty to Bai Luo. Of course, such a vow is actually meaningless. Not to mention that the 4 of them had already become Bai Luo's followers and it was impossible for them to disobey his orders. Just the naming system of the Axis world has caused the recipients to rely on and obey the person who gave them the name as if they were their parents. This change is subtle. For example, now, the looks that Shana and Shen gave Bai Luo were full of intimacy and admiration. This is completely different from the previous Get up! Bai Luo asked the four people to stand up, and at the same time used the dragon's eye to identify their current attributes. Red pill. Race, Big Ghost Tribe Ghost People. Magic Element, A level Upper Demon, 12000 EP. Magic, Air Fighting, Witchcraft, Fire Pokemon Magic. Additional abilities, Magical Perception, Spatial Manipulation, Domination of the Flame, Magical Flame. Unique ability, Grand Marshal, Thinking Acceleration, Thought Control, Prediction Calculation, Military Encouragement. Special skill, Magic Solidification. Resistance, invalid to abnormal status, invalid to pain, invalid to physical attack, resistance to natural influence, resistance to mental attack, resistance to holy and demonic attack. Benimaru's magic element is not 10,000, but 12,000. The extra 2,000 magic elements here have nothing to do with Bai Luo. That was purely a gift that Hengguan received from the voice of the world after completing his evolution, and it brought Bai Luo an extra benefit of 1,000 magic elements out of thin air. Grand Marshal, this is indeed a unique skill of this commanding type. The emergence of this unique skill undoubtedly proves Hengmaru's potential. He has the talent to grow into a demon king. Qi fighting techniques and demon arts should be inherited from the Great Ghost Clan. They are variations of demon fighting techniques and special spells. Almost all the remaining abilities come from Bai Luo, or are bestowed by Bai Luo's naming and dependent system. Magic perception is an ability that most monsters possess, there is nothing much to say about it. Space manipulation should have evolved from Elf Space and Traveler. According to the relationship between Bai Luo and his followers, Bai Luo can replicate most of the awakened abilities of his followers one-to-one, except for the unique skills. That's right, Bai Luo now also has the additional skill of space manipulation. The Flame of the Tyrant and the Devil's Flame. Bai Luo remembered that Hengguan in the original work possessed a similar ability, which he obtained from the upper-level fire elemental spirit swallowed by Rimuru. However, Bai Luo did not devour the fire spirit. Is it because of the explosion magic? Hengmaru himself possesses fire-related magic, which makes him surprisingly compatible with explosion magic. The combination of the two allowed Hengmaru to awaken these two new skills. This extra skill called Flame of the Overlord is quite powerful. Bai Luo felt the information feedback from the skill and knew the power of the Tyrant's Flame. Just like my explosion magic, it can instantly ignite the magic power in the body, thus erupting with power like a nuclear explosion. However, unlike the long-term charging time of explosion magic, the casting speed of Domination's Flame can be controlled. A fire bomb in a short period of time and a compressed explosive flame for a long time. With sufficient magic power, Hengguan will transform into the most terrifying turret, burning everything that stands in Bai Luo's way. Demon Flame transformation is to transform the physical body into elements. The effect is similar to the Flame fruit in One Piece, except that it can replenish magic power by burning surrounding substances and then absorbing them. Especially after Hengguan entered the stage of demonic flame, coupled with the overwhelming flame of the Overlord, his strength compared to before the evolution is so strong that it is no exaggeration to say that he is of a different species. The amount of magic in the Axis world does not mean the strength of the combat power. The properties of Benimaru before evolution were very simple. Red pill. Race, Big Ghost. Magic element, B-level lower demon, 7500 EP. Magic, Qi fighting, witchcraft. Innate abilities, super strength, regeneration. There are no extra or unique skills. At best, they rely on the passive inherent skills of the Big Ghost tribe to survive in a corner of the forest. Even though a Benimaru has 7,500 magic points, his actual combat power can only barely rank in the middle among B class. Magic essence is the foundation, but skills are the dividing line between the strong and the weak. With the red pill given by Bai Luo, his true combat power is enough to defeat tens of thousands of B-level monsters. Like him before he evolved, now Hengguan can beat 1,000 of them. Not to mention the unique skill of the Grand Marshal, which allows Benimaru to share some of his own abilities with the monsters under his command, causing the combat effectiveness of the entire legion to skyrocket by several levels. Very nice. Bai Luo was very satisfied with Hong Guan's ability. Thank you for your recognition. Hong Guan lowered his head, his expression unchanged, but he was actually extremely excited. The naming relationship, coupled with the family oath, doubles the guarantee and has already made Hong Guan, Shina and the others highly bound to Bai Luo from body, mind, and soul. In this world, nothing can make them happier than Bai Luo's recognition. Chapter 38. Aster. Race, Big Ghost Tribe Ghost People. Magic Element, A-Level Upper Demon, 12000 EP. Magic, Air Fighting, Witchcraft, Evil Pokemon Magic. Additional skills, Fighting God, Magic Perception, Multiple Barriers, Domineering. Unique ability, Tyrant, Accelerated Thinking, Omniscient Perception, Super Strength, Super Speed Regeneration, Magic Destruction. Special skill, Magic Solidification. Resistance, abbreviated. Fighting the Deified and the Tyrant. Shin's Dushin Transformation is also a transformation ability. However, unlike Benimaru's elementalization, Shin's move uses the constantly recovered magic power to strengthen the body, which is similar to an enhanced version of the ability of magic element solidification. Although it is impossible to transform into an element, the body's strength, defense, vitality, etc. will be greatly improved. Pure Berserker Specialization. If Benimaru is a battle mage, then Shin is a berserker, who is all about having great strength and the ability to send bricks flying. Combined with the Tyrannoid's super strength and super fast regeneration, he even surpassed Benimaru in a one-on-one battle, and was only second to Eruption. Sui. Race, Big Ghost Tribe Ghost People. Magic Element, A-Level Upper Demon, 12000 EP. Magic, Air Fighting, Ghost Pokemon Magic. Additional skills, Magic Perception, Shadow Manipulation, Space Movement, Unlimited Clones. Unique ability, Stealth, Thinking Speed, Super Speed, One-Hit Kill, Stealth. Special skill, Magic Solidification. Resistance, abbreviated. Sui really is going for the assassin style. In the original work, Sui is the shadow guard and ninja under Rimuru's command. After being named by Bai Luo, Sui awakened his unique skill, the Hidden One, which specialized his assassination and lurking abilities. Shina. Race, Big Ghost Tribe Ghost People. Magic Element, A-Level Upper Demon, 12000 EP. Magic, Hex, Elemental Magic, Illusion Magic, Fairy Pokemon Magic. Additional skills, Magical Perception, Multiple Barriers, Spatial Manipulation, Coercion. Unique abilities, Analyzer, Thinking Acceleration, Analytical Identification, Chanting Destruction, Law Operation, Creator, Matter Transformation, Fusion, Separation. Special skill, Magic Solidification. Resistance, abbreviated. Everyone has obtained the solidification of magic essence, which can be transformed into physical fitness. Benimaru is a battle mage, Shin is a berserker, Sui is an assassin, and Shina is a mage. What surprised Bai Luo the most was that Zhu Cai actually awakened two unique abilities at once. As an analyzer and creator, he is a master of magic, and his potential is no less than that of Bai Luo's learners. Everyone's magic power has reached 12,000 points. This means that the four of them will give Bai Luo a total of 24,000 magic points in feedback. Minus the 5,400 points that were previously given to them, Bai Luo now has around 36,000 magic points left. This amount of magic even exceeds that of the current eruption. So strong. Young Master and the others have become so strong. The big demons all cast envious glances at Hong Guan, Shina, and the others. The desire to evolve is the instinct of monsters. The simplest way to break through the level of life is to obtain a name from a strong person. Master Bai Luo. However, before the big ghosts could make any move, Ziwan, with Bai Luo's permission, quickly stood up and hugged him. Why? Bai Luo only felt that something soft was touching his arm. Master Bai Luo's breath. Woo, what a fascinating smell. Ziwan's movements were so fast that Bai Luo couldn't react. However, Bai Luo did not feel any danger. Instead, he felt a sense of closeness and dependence. This was exactly Ziwan's inner instinct to get closer. Bai Luo is the master of the Erki. Subconsciously, the relatives will regard Bai Luo as the most important family member and want to be close to him. Of course, male followers like Benimaru and Sui would definitely not be like Shen. Shen is so cunning. Shanae also needs to stay with Master Bai Luo. The pink-haired ghost girl approached Bai Luo without hesitation and hugged his other arm tightly in her arms. Where's Bo? Ergian tilted his head, somewhat confused about the current situation. Fortunately, Peng Peng is not the jealous type. The girl looked at Shen, then at Shana, and finally could only throw herself into Bai Luo's arms. Bai Luo's embrace is so sweet. Ahem, well, loosen up first, loosen up a little. Bai Luo took great effort to pull his hands out of Zhu Cai and Shen's arms. Being approached by two beautiful girls who were like elves, Bai Luo felt both pain and happiness. If this happened in private, Bai Luo wouldn't care. But in public... Bai Luo discovered that the big demons below didn't seem to care about Shen and Shana's behavior at all. Well, this is not the human world. The value system of monsters is to worship the strong. What's more, Bai Luo was the one who gave Shen and Shana their names. Dad, you have seen the magnanimity of Lord Bai Luo. Hung Guan decisively found the red demon leader and said, please leave the future of the demon clan to us. This is almost like forcing the emperor to abdicate. But the same thing. In the world of monsters, the strong are respected. Hung Guan's plan is very clear, he wants his father to leave with dignity. Looking at Kenjing standing aside, he was keeping a wary eye on Bai Luo, in case the old man did anything unwise. Yet. Bai Luo naturally noticed this. He looked deeply at Bai Luo in front of him, then shook his head helplessly. Chief, since the young master has decided this, then we have no choice, right? All right. The Red Devil leader is not greedy for power. There are only so many people in the big ghost tribe. If it can make the village stronger, the Red Demon leader has no reason to refuse. Sorry, Dad. No. The Red Demon leader didn't mind his son's behavior at all. Instead, he praised him very much. You made the right choice. He just raised his hand and motioned Hung Guan to look at the other tribesmen. This is... Hung Guan saw that in the eyes of those big demons, there was a desire to become stronger. They did not expect to be given the name by Bai Luo. But if they could follow Bai Luo and make the entire ghost clan rise, there might be a chance for them to gain recognition from the voice of the world, allowing all of them to evolve together and become a clan of ghosts. Chapter 39. My lord. Hong Wang quickly told Bai Luo the good news. Father has decided to lead the ghost tribe and swear allegiance to you. You did a good job, Benimaru. Bai Luo heard the conversation between Hong Wan and the Red Demon leader. He smiled and said, actually, there's no need to be so nervous. I'm not that cruel. I'm not good at running a village. So the work of managing the village still needs you to do. Bai Luo, in front of Hong Wan's surprised gaze, asked him to call the leader of the Red Ghosts and Bai Luo, and then gave them names. From now on, the village chief will be called Red King, and the old man will be called Bai Luo. The two never expected that Bai Luo would give them a name. As part of Bai Luo's magic element disappeared, a surging storm of magic power suddenly erupted from Qi Wang and Bai Luo's bodies. Soon, the two of them, like Hung Guan and his four companions, completed the evolution from the Great Demon Clan to the Demon Human Clan. However, Perhaps because they are no longer young, their potential cannot compare to Hung Guan and others. Although they are both members of the Ghost Clan, Bai Luo and Qi Wang have not awakened their unique skills. Of course, their fighting power is not weak. Each of the additional skills inherited by Bai Luo is very powerful and can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of monsters. Thank you for the name. The appearance of the Red King is very similar to that of Hung Guan, but he is more calm and majestic. Hung Guan is right, your magnanimity is amazing. Everyone knows that bestowing a name can cause great harm to the giver. However, Bai Luo is still willing to give them his power. First it was the 4 people from Hung Guan, and then the 2 old guys. They were flattered by Bai Luo's sincerity and his emphasis on the great ghost clan. I am willing to give a name to an old fellow like me who has 1 foot halfway into the coffin. After becoming a ghost, Bai Luo's brows were full of kindness. He stroked his beard and said, "You are really messing around. Please take care of yourself, my lord. Don't worry, this burden is nothing to me." After giving the 2 names, Bai Luo's magic element did not decrease. Because like Bai Luo and Qi Wang, after entering 10,000 magic elements, they took a small step forward and reached the level of 11,000. After adding several hundred points of magic, my current magic is 37,000 points. After deducting the basic 10,000 points, there are still 27,000 points of magic that can be used to name the Great Ghost Clan. Bai Luo plans to use all this magic power to enhance the strength of the big ghost clan and evolve as many ghost people as possible. When they heard that Bai Luo was going to give a name to the Great Ghost Clan, Hong Wan and the others were all shocked. The 4 of them hurriedly tried to dissuade him, hoping that Bai Luo would take care of himself and not make such a huge sacrifice for them. There is no such thing as the saying that what is worrying is not the scarcity of wealth but the inequality of wealth. The social monsters are originally one body. The successful evolution of Hung Guan, Qi Wang and the other 6 people is equivalent to an improvement in the overall strength of the Great Demon Clan. With their leadership and protection, the Great Ghost Clan will surely become more prosperous, which is a good thing for the entire clan. This situation is completely different from Bai Luo directly taking away the ghost who was given a name and abandoning the village. Leaving means taking away the vitality of the village. Staying can provide shelter for the village. If Bai Luo had a favorability system, then his status in the eyes of the big ghosts would definitely reach the level of worship. Powerful, generous, kind. How lucky the village is to have such an outstanding leader. It's okay, my situation is special. It's just giving names to some of the great ghost tribes. It doesn't have much impact on me. Bai Luo did not explain that he possessed the unique skill of a leader, and that the recipients and followers would give him back some of their magic. This means that the actual amount of magic energy consumed by Bai Luo was not as much as imagined. But before that, there is one more thing I need you to do. Afterwards, Bai Luo told the 6 people present that he hoped to gain the loyalty of all the big ghosts. I'll gather everyone here right away. Hearing that Bai Luo was only doing this for such a small matter, King Qi immediately stood up and prepared to arrange a swearing-in ceremony to allow Bai Luo to truly become the master of the village. Very good. Bai Luo had calculated before that if he could make the entire ghost village submit to him, he could obtain at least 30,000 magic elements. Combined with the existing 37,000, Bai Luo could be rated as a high-level A-grade character based on the amount of magic power alone. If we can't break through to special A level in one go, there's little point in keeping these magic elements. Giving feedback does not mean wasting magic, but storing the magic in another form somewhere else. It's finally over. The swearing of allegiance ceremony lasted from day to night. During the whole process, Bai Luo wore a luxuriously decorated dress and sat in the first seat, waiting for the big ghosts to come forward in the form of a family to meet him and pay homage. In addition, it must be said that the Great Ghost Clan is indeed a simple and honest race. Originally, Bai Luo estimated that these ordinary followers could provide 1% of magic, which was already very good. After all, if you want to be considered a follower by the leader, you need to be loyal from the bottom of your heart. In Bai Luo's view, this is not a simple matter in itself. However, the situation of the big ghost tribe was somewhat beyond Bai Luo's expectations. These big guys with ferocious appearances were actually quite delicate inside. Bai Luo's previous actions completely won him the hearts of the big ghost tribe. The amount of magic energy fed back by the big ghosts basically reached 3% of the maximum that the followers could provide, and even the underage ghost children were no exception. Because the children of the ghost tribe have not grown up, the amount of magic energy in their bodies is not much, averaging only around sea level, or 4,000 points. The entire Great Ghost Clan had 254 members, 20 of whom went out on missions, and the remaining 20-odd people died in the insect monster disaster. Hey! Recalling the scene when the big ghosts pledged their allegiance in his mind, Bai Luo looked at his attribute panel. 84000 EP. The magic element is close to 85,000, which makes people feel a sense of accomplishment just by looking at it. Benimaru, Sui, Shana, Shan. Bai Luo looked at the four people and said, "Have you found an elite person who is qualified for me to name?" Found it. The amount of magic that Bai Luo plans to take out this time is 64,000 points. According to the calculation that the namer can provide 15% of the magic elements, the big ghosts with more than 8,500 magic elements are given names by Bai Luo, and the profit and loss are equal, with no increase or decrease. But in the entire ghost village, there are only two people whose magic elements exceed 8,000, King Qi and Old Bai. Even the three best members of the clan, Benimaru, Sui, and Shan, only have over 7,000 magic elements. Therefore, Bai Luo set the threshold for naming between 6,500 and 7,000. Bai Luo has seen that most of the young and strong warriors of the Great Ghost Clan have a magic energy level of just over 6,000, which is the early stage of B level. In this regard, the big demons with great strength and the ability to fly bricks do not have a high ecological niche among B-level monsters. The big ghost tribe with more than 6,500 magic elements are definitely the elite among the elite in the village. Bai Luo gave Benimaru and Sui 10 places each to form the Akajishu and Anawaban respectively. Among them, the red demons are led by Hung Guan. They will lead the remaining big demons to form small teams to carry out hunting and patrol missions. Anawaban is similar to a ninja organization, specifically responsible for reconnaissance and guarding work. In addition, Shan and Shana each received 5 spots. The two women plan to select the female big ghosts in the village to form the Zik Zhong and the Mikoji respectively. Zik Zhong's role is to closely protect Bai Luo's safety. In addition, the priestesses will also take on the responsibility of taking care of Bai Luo's daily life, which is equivalent to Bai Luo's exclusive maid. Chapter 40. It cost Bai Luo more than 50,000 magic elements to give names to these 30 great ghosts. For the remaining 14,000, Bai Luo, with the recommendation of Bai Lao and Qi Wang, gave names to several special talents in the village. There are 5 of them in total, namely Bai Fanpo who is good at medicine, Hai Bei who survived the original work and is good at forging, King Kaku, male, who is good at calculating, and Yuki Haim, female, who is very knowledgeable. Finally, there is Hung Jimei, who, like Hong Wang and Hong Maru, is from the Red Demon clan and is quite confident in her cooking skills. I don't know if it's because appearance reflects the mind, but after these 5 special talents were named by Bai Luo, their extra skills were almost all related to their talents. Bai Luo. Magic Element, 26000 EP. 26,000. This was the remaining magic value after Bai Luo completed the first batch of naming. It's less, but not less. My magic elements have not disappeared, they have just changed into a different form and are with me. This is not about spending money to buy a wife. Not to mention Benimaru, Sui, and others, Shana and Shan are real cute girls. Especially Ziwan, since becoming Bai Luo's chief guard, she has been sticking to him almost all the time. Shana felt a little jealous, but she couldn't just sit there and do nothing like Shen. As a witch, she not only needs to serve Bai Luo personally, but also needs to convey his decision to the big ghost tribe. After taking over the big ghost village, Bai Luo officially began the reform. First of all, the structure of the village has changed from the original employment model to a more independent one. Then we will reclaim new land and expand the area of the village. Every big ghost is a human excavator, and even the children contribute a lot in this process. There is a square in the center of the village, and then it is divided into 4 areas according to the cross structure. In an ancient courtyard, Bai Luo was sitting under the eaves, with a delicate-looking, fairy-like girl resting on his legs. She was none other than Ergian. At this time, Ergian was curled up, burying her head in Bai Luo's arms, sniffing the scent of her master with her pretty nose and murmured comfortably. Residential areas, work areas, recreation areas, and planting areas. Then we opened shops along the crossroads and turned it into a shopping street. Bai Luo patted Ergui's back to coax the child to sleep, while arranging his work at a leisurely pace. Oink oink. Zhu Cai wrote down Bai Luo's instructions word for word. She listened very carefully and asked about some key points from time to time. That's how it is. Shen was also writing and drawing nearby. Bai Luo secretly glanced at the situation over at Ziwan's place and found that there were boxes of different sizes drawn on the paper. As for the text, Bai Luo can only say that this is really Ziwan. Because I totally don't understand it. Fortunately, there is Shana, the demon clan's shrine maiden who is really smart and has great talent in domestic affairs. The residential area has been almost completed, but is it a little too big? Zhu Cai followed Bai Luo's instructions and asked the big ghost tribe to cut down a forest to build houses. The number of houses in the residential area far exceeds the needs of the ghost tribe. There are less than 250 tribesmen in total. Even if we include the 30 people who are out on hired assignments, less than half of the houses in the residential area are occupied if houses are allocated based on population. But this is obviously impossible. The big ghost tribe adopts a family model. There are only about 80 households in the entire village, so there is no need for so many wooden houses. This is to prepare for the future. Bai Luo thought of the village built by Rimuru in the original work, and he planned to follow his model and conquer more demons. Doing so would not only bring new magic to Bai Luo, but also prepare for the establishment of a country in the future. If he wants to become the demon king, he can't be the only one. Ministers, the army, and the people are certainly indispensable. What do you mean? There are more intelligent demons than just the great ghost tribe in this Jura forest. Bai Luo said, lizardmen, goblins, insect demons, Tengu tribe, pighead tribe. I need their strength. Zhu Cai and others are now Bai Luo's relatives, so there is no need to hide some of his secrets anymore. If we can take them down in one fell swoop, even if they are all 1%, each of them will provide 10 points of magic to Lord Bai Luo, which is several million. When Zhu Cai talked about the million magic elements, her face flushed red, just like a young wife who saw that her husband earned $1 million a year. 1% is just the beginning. Bai Luo is confident that under his people-friendly policies, the proportion of magic elements that these monsters can provide will continue to increase. You should know that this magic element provision mode is not a one-time thing. Once they become Bai Luo's followers, beneficiaries, and dependents, every time they upgrade, it will bring Bai Luo a feedback of 1% to 3% increase in magic. When the time is right, Bai Luo will take out the magic elements and name them. This increases from 3% to 15%. It seems like this wave is a loss, because Bai Luo needs to consume magic to evolve. But think about it carefully, is it really a loss? Taking the Great Demon Clan as an example, for the people like Hongmaru and Shen who evolved into demons, is 12,000 magic elements their limit? Obviously not. They will become stronger. The magic element gained after becoming stronger has nothing to do with Bai Luo, it is a return on his investment. Therefore, for Bai Luo, who possesses the unique skill of a leader, the name is not a waste, but a wise choice. Leaders are powerful, but they have their limits. During this period of time, Bai Luo has almost figured out the limit of the leader's ability. Its upper limit is 1 million magic elements, and any more is beyond the scope of the leader's interference. This is not surprising. Leader is just a unique skill. It is definitely not possible to rely on it to increase magic without limit. Fortunately, Bai Luo can use this magic energy to strengthen the monsters under his command. As long as I consume the magic before it reaches 1 million, the leader will be able to bring me magic again. If this cycle continues over and over again, not only Bai Luo himself, but also the demons named after him will be improved by leaps and bounds. Therefore, Bai Luo will not only not harm the intelligent races in the forest, but will also give them a better future. You are all my precious experience packs. There is no need to kill, just make them surrender and you can get magic endlessly. Is there anything more pleasurable than this? Let me go, Lord Bai Luo. Ziwan volunteered, I will defeat them all one by one. I have asked Sui and Anhui Ban to investigate this matter. Bai Luo didn't plan to launch an offensive so quickly. I will make arrangements after he brings me information about the nearby races. Shen felt a little disappointed. She really wanted to go out and fight. Don't worry, I'll let you take action when the time comes. Really? Shen is still easy to deal with. This girl is just a silly girl with a straightforward personality. In terms of IQ, she is basically at the same level as Ergian, neither of them is very smart. Chapter 41. Hey! After solving the problems in the Axis world, Bai Luo brought Yanyan back to the Siking world again. The reason for coming here is to convert the newly acquired 100,000 magic elements into 1 million experience points. 1 million experience points, enough to raise my level to 100. Bai Luo didn't know what the upper limit of the level of the other world was in the original novel. But in this real Siking alien world, the adventurer's level can reach up to level 100. There is a level cap for adventurers. And in theory, there are 100 levels. As for whether anyone has actually reached the maximum level. When Bai Luo asked Miss Luna before, she replied, I've never heard of anyone raising their level to the limit. If nothing unexpected happens, Bai Luo will soon become the only maximum level adventurer in Siking's different world. Experience value conversion successful. Bai Luo looked at the 100,000 plus magic elements that had not decreased at all, as well as the millions of experience points that appeared out of thin air in the character card. He didn't hesitate and upgraded directly. The next moment, as a large amount of experience points were consumed, Bai Luo gained a large number of skill points. And this is the real reason why Bai Luo returned to Siking's world. Yes, skill points. Bai Luo wants to upgrade all the skills he has mastered to the max. Explosion magic? Add some points. Martial artist professional skills? Add points. Resurrection? Add some points. Add some points. Bai Luo's skill points are far more than he imagined. As mentioned before, the skill points an adventurer can obtain after leveling up are related to his profession level. This means that the earlier you obtain a higher level profession, the more skill points you can get after reaching the maximum level. However, Bai Luo is even more terrifying than this. His situation is similar to Aqua's. This time he returns to the Siking world again, even though his level and attributes have not changed. Bai Luo still gained a lot of skill points from the rules of the Siking world. If Aqua is the goddess who descended from the sky, then Bai Luo is the devil from another world. Hey! After spending nearly a quarter of an hour, Bai Luo finally upgraded all the skills he was interested in to the maximum level. But even so, Bai Luo still has a lot of skill points. Forget it, keep it for now. Maybe I can copy it to other skills in the future. Bai Luo had no intention of saving skill points. Suqing is just a world. He has a wider sea of stars and there is no need to search here. Even if he missed out on a rarer skill, Bai Luo wouldn't feel sorry. But I don't feel like I've gotten much stronger. Bai Luo clenched his fists and then carefully felt the changes in his body. Maybe it's because I'm too strong now. A-level upper demon, with the attribute improvement of magic element solidification. The attribute increase brought by Suqing's level 100 is probably not even a fraction of Bai Luo's real attributes. Bai Luo seems to have become a little stronger. Did you find out? Ergian used his fingers to indicate, about this much. Bai Luo shrugged. The description of Erlang is still as abstract as ever. Fortunately, Bai Luo has gotten used to it. I'll get used to it first. Bai Luo regards his trip to Suking World as a vacation. Here, Bai Luo doesn't show too much supermodel power. Let me see what the level 100 attribute is like. Bai Luo performed appraisal on the adventurers on the road, and then developed a new attribute system based on the attributes of these people. In the Suking World, the attribute limits of each adventurer are different. Take intelligence, for example. When a mark similar to intelligence, 10, max, appears, it means that no matter how much the adventurer's level increases, the intelligence attribute will not be improved. Because of the talent of intelligence, 10 points is the limit that this adventurer can achieve. This is also why Kazuma in the original work felt pity when he saw that Aqua's attributes were full and her intelligence attribute was still very low. So, no matter how many times this guy levels up, his intelligence won't improve. Aqua has low intelligence and can never improve. As expected of Aqua, she is worthy of the title of mentally retarded goddess. Let's talk about Bai Luo. All of Bai Luo's attributes, without exception, have reached the limits of the Suking World. It's not his limit, but the limit of the adventurer card. In terms of data, it is 999. This is the conclusion Bai Luo came to after summarizing the data of all adventurers in Axel through magical perception. Even the Lichvizai who lived in seclusion here, had a maximum attribute of only around 800. Of course, Bai Luo's strength, agility, and vitality are far more than just 999 can describe. His real data has long jumped out of the framework of Suking's attributes. But in this world, it is best to only use forces within the limits. That is to say, all attributes are 999. As long as Bai Luo does not use strength beyond this data, he will not be expelled by the world's will. You too. Bai Luo shared the standard of this red line with Ergui Yan. You have to control the power within 999, understand? Peng Peng nodded obediently. By the way, Bai Luo. Ergian tugged at Bai Luo's clothes and asked, now that our levels have been upgraded and our skill points have been used, are we going back now? In order to prevent any trouble, Yuruko transformed back into its original Pokemon form. She doesn't mind that. Rather, the Pokemon form actually made her feel more comfortable than the human girl form. No need to rush. Bai Luo patted Yan Yan's head and said with a smile, during this period of time, you have also made a lot of efforts in leading the Ghost Tribe's infrastructure construction. Peng Peng is not afraid of hard work. I know. Bai Luo stroked Ergui's head and said, but you still need to relax when you should. Don't you think this world is a good place to relax and live a leisurely life? Bai Luo comes here to upgrade and add points. Now that the goal has been achieved, we should return immediately. But Bai Luo doesn't intend to do so. Let's stay here for the next 2 days and relax. Bai Luo's proposal was instantly praised by Ergui. I still like Suking's world very much. There is delicious food here, and everyone in the guild is very friendly and will play with me. The little guy really likes the atmosphere of this world. Come on, let's go to the guild first. Bai Luo is not short of money, and now his level has reached the maximum, so there is no need for him to take on any more tasks. Suking World is now Bai Luo's resort. There isn't so much fighting and intrigue here. Yes, there is a group of stupid adventurers and a mentally retarded goddess who was forcibly brought down to earth by mortals. Huff! Huff! Haven't you eaten yet? Hurry up and bring the food up. While walking on the road, Bai Luo and Ergui passed by an area where people were resting. The two of them subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Among a group of shirtless strong men, a young man wearing a short-sleeved white shirt and green sweatpants was sweating profusely. This is really... Bai Luo, who saw this scene, subconsciously stopped and said, "What a famous scene! What's wrong, Bai Luo?" Ergui followed Bai Luo's gaze and noticed Sato Kazuma. "Is there something wrong with that boy? Why are you looking at him? Does Bai Luo know you?" "No. Bai Luo, it's my first time seeing this too. But I do know him." As he was speaking, Ergian suddenly pointed at a blue-haired girl who was sitting on the wall, applying cement to bricks and tiles. "That. She seems to be. Remember her?" The other party was none other than the girl who claimed to be a goddess whom he and Bai Luo met when they traveled through time before. Doesn't quite understand what a goddess is. But just by hearing the name you can tell he's a very powerful guy. But why would such a powerful guy build a wall here? Could it be that, like Peng Peng, he came to this world to relax his body and mind? Chapter 42. Bai Luo, is she the same one as before? It should be her. Although Bai Luo always teases Aqua in private, saying that she is a mentally retarded goddess. But Bai Luo doesn't hate Aqua. What's more, when he first arrived at Siking, he also obtained the cheat ability of learner from the other party. Is Bai Luo going to make her our companion as well? Seeing Bai Luo staring at Aqua, Ergui seemed to understand something. Ah! Bai Luo was stunned at first, then looked at Ergui with horror. "No, Ergui, how could you have such a horrible idea? Where's Bo?" Ergian tilted his head, his eyes filled with clear stupidity. She didn't quite understand what was so terrifying about her thoughts. "Yuki-ya, please don't get too close to Aqua. Favors are favors, and in the Siking world, Bai Luo will definitely take care of Aqua. But turning Aqua into a follower... Let's not talk about the current Bai Luo, whether he can capture Aqua, the goddess." Bai Luo felt his scalp tingling just thinking about the consequences of Aqua joining the team. You know, this guy is not usually good at causing trouble. Recruit Aqua into the team. Bai Luo was really afraid that his fledgling business would be thrown into chaos. So. Bai Luo, stop the wisdom. Idiots, get out. Idiots, get out. How terrible. Ergian didn't understand, but since Bai Luo said so, it must be right. So, after hearing that Aqua could lower other people's IQ, the not-so-smart Yanyan started to tremble with fear. Cough. Bai Luo took Ergian's hand and said, "Don't meet her for now. After all, she is a goddess in heaven. If someone she knows sees her in such an embarrassing state, she will definitely be socially ruined." Bai Luo was not ready to interact with the two men, so he could only pretend he didn't see them and went straight to the union. "Hey! Is it Mr. Bai Luo, and Peng Peng?" As soon as Bai Luo entered the door, he was noticed by Miss Luna. The tall blonde lady came forward and asked with concern, "It's been a while since we last met. Have you left Axel?" "Well, I took a private commission and went to a place far away. When Bai Luo completes the journey, the speed of time in different worlds will be unified. This time after leaving Suqing, Bai Luo stayed in the Axis world for about a week. After returning, 7 days naturally passed in Siking world." "Hey! Brother Bai Luo! Haven't seen you for a long time. Haha, it's great to see you're as energetic as before." After the last banquet, most of the adventurers in the guild had become familiar with Bai Luo. As men, once they drink together, they become friends. Not to mention that Bai Luo drank everyone down by himself. Just based on his drinking capacity, Bai Luo is a well-deserved strong man. "I'm short on money lately, so if you want to trick me into treating you, just give up. How can I let you treat me every time? Yet, we're not that shameless. This was true. Everyone was very happy that Bai Luo could invite them once, and they also felt Bai Luo's enthusiasm and friendliness. One should not be greedy, one should be content. 2 of the guild's signature set meals. Pudding and cream ice cream, 3 servings each. And then there's the sparkling wine. Okay, please wait a moment. After Bai Luo placed his order with the waitress, he took Ergian to sit in the corner by the window. He looked around the guild hall, searching for professions and skills that he hadn't seen last time. Not long after the 2 of them sat down, a graceful figure in armor appeared in Bai Luo's sight. The girl's bright golden hair was pinned up on top of her head. She was tall and plump, and looked quite feminine at first glance, especially her emerald green eyes, which were as calm as water, yet a little cold, perfectly displaying the image of a cold and arrogant night lady. This girl, could it be? Bai Luo didn't even need to guess, the other person's outfit was exactly the same as in the animation, Darkness. Darkness, one of the heroines of Saharu, is the MT in Kazuma's team. Her attacks can never hit anyone, but her defense and vitality are extremely amazing. In addition, this guy is a super masochist. Before it was Kazuma and Aqua, and now it's Darkness. The only missing member is Huai, and the 4-member team in the original novel will be complete. Although he saw the original character again, Bai Luo had no intention of going up to talk to him. This is not to say that Bai Luo hates Darkness. To be honest, compared to the mentally retarded Aqua and the middle school girl Megaman, Darkness's problem can only be considered as lust at best. As a girl knight, it's normal for her to have some gussa attributes, right? At least when watching the anime, Bai Luo had never seen Darkness give any benefits to any character other than Kazuma. In general, it would be great if Darkness could be trained to be a masochist who only has feelings for herself. Bai Luo thought it was quite interesting. What a pity. Where's Bo? Ergui looked up curiously, wondering what Bai Luo was regretting. What I mean is that there are only so many places for dependents, and they cannot be used indiscriminately. Bai Luo explained to Ergui Yan, even if I meet a character I like, I have to first determine whether they are valuable. Compared to those protagonists who can travel through time with girls at will, Bai Luo's travelers are really not that impressive. Even if Bai Luo wanted to take Darkness away, he had to convert her into a follower first. But that's where the problem lies. The number of followers is limited, and it is obviously not cost-effective to use them on Darkness. So, sorry about my XP. In the absence of extra places for dependents, Bai Luo could only silently apologize to his desires. However, just because Bai Luo doesn't intend to provoke Darkness doesn't mean that the other party will ignore his existence. Just then, the girl who was talking to Luna suddenly turned her gaze to Bai Luo and Ergian. The next moment, Bai Luo and Darkness looked at each other. Forehead. Bai Luo felt a little embarrassed after being caught peeping. But before he could look away, he saw a look of surprise in Darkness's eyes. Chapter 43. What's going on? Looking for me? Bai Luo doesn't remember any interactions between him and Darkness. Hello, are you Mr. Bai Luo? Darkness stood beside the table, and the 2 kept a polite distance. I'm Darkness, a crusader. Oh, hello. Bai Luo pretended not to know the other person and asked, excuse me, do you want to talk to me about something? Well, please allow me to join your team. Sorry, I refuse. Hey. Darkness had never expected the rejection to come so suddenly, which took her a while to react. Why? I'm a senior professional. When I saw you guys were bloody and slimy before. Ouch. What on earth happened to end up like that? When I think that I might become like that, I just... Guyi. Looking at the female knight who had a cold and arrogant expression just now, her eyes suddenly became moist and her face flushed with embarrassment, the beef on Ergui's chopsticks fell on the table with a plop. This big sister is so scary. The danger radar of the evil spirit is flashing. She looked at Bai Luo, only to see that the latter seemed to have anticipated this scene. It's Bai Luo indeed. Sure enough, her Bai Luo can always remain calm. Erguian chose to empty his mind and leave the thinking work entirely to Bai Luo. Well, calm down first. Bai Luo asked Darkness to sit down and ordered a glass of iced juice for her. Thanks. Soon, the juice was delivered to Darkness. The girl first thanked him politely, then looked at Bai Luo expectantly. I am very confident in my arm strength and endurance, but my hands and feet are not very flexible. Although my attacks can't hit the enemy at all, I'm just acting as a shield. You don't have to care about my feelings and use me as you please. It doesn't matter if it breaks. Rather, the thought of being able to use her to death made Darkness's breathing quicken, and every cell in her body trembled with excitement. Well, calm down first. Bai Luo asked Darkness to drink something and calm down. My situation is quite special. There is no shortage of forwards in the team. Ah! After being rejected again, Darkness was not discouraged but rather quite happy. But Bai Luo thought for a while. I have to admit, Darkness is beautiful. Blonde hair, blue eyes, proud figure, and noble temperament. As long as she didn't speak and didn't show her perverted habits, the other party would perfectly hit Bai Luo's XP. And Darkness is not like Aqua and Megaman. The former is too unscrupulous and may cause trouble for Bai Luo. Hui has the urge to cast explosive magic every day, and Bai Luo doesn't really want to bother dealing with her problem. Bai Luo knew a little about Darkness. Darkness's real name is Dust Innes Ford Lalatina. She is the daughter of the Dust Innes family, a noble family in the ancient kingdom of Bells. Darkness lost her mother when she was still very young, and she didn't even have time to remember what her mother looked like. Because she is an only child and has no maternal love, her father Ignis dotes on her and does not control her behavior. As a result, Darkness begins to desire control and eventually becomes a hopeless masochist. In other words, what Darkness wanted was strict discipline. This is too easy for Bai Luo. Okay, I agree to your joining. Bai Luo had his own considerations for letting Darkness join the team. First of all, he had no intention of using up his follower quota to make Darkness his follower for the time being. Then, Bai Luo wanted to find out if there was a way to bring people back to the Axis world without going through the dependent contract. Darkness is obviously a good choice. As for forming a team in the Seeking world, Bai Luo has made up his mind to play the role of a level 100 martial artist here. As long as the secret does not exceed this scope, Bai Luo can expose it to Darkness without any pressure, without worrying about leaking information from other worlds. Really? Darkness never thought that Bai Luo would really accept her. She didn't think Bai Luo couldn't see her quirks. So, are you willing to teach me? No, it's okay. No matter what kind of perverted request you make, I will stick with it and show you. Bai Luo somewhat regretted agreeing to let Darkness join. This girl's words were too loud. Didn't you see that the adventurers around you were already looking over here? Hello. What's that look in your eyes? He is not some pervert who likes to bully night girls. But through this point, Bai Luo almost figured it out. There are almost no adventurers who know Darkness's XP. Apparently, this was the first time she had exposed her quirk in front of others. Even though Darkness is a fool who can't hit monsters on weekdays, her image is still very positive. Ahem, well, we are friends. Bai Luo nudged Darkness beside him, motioning her to explain. Fortunately, Darkness did not embarrass Bai Luo. She said frankly that she had joined Bai Luo's team, and then apologized to them for speaking too loudly. What? It turns out to be a game for young lovers. As expected of Bai Luo, he captured the aloof knight right away. Darkness, I hope brother Bai Luo can handle it. What? Is there any gossip? Ah, no, it's just that when I was teaming up with darkness before, that guy was so clumsy that he couldn't hit the monster at all. After learning about the affair between darkness and Bai Luo, there was no conflict. Everyone turned their eyes away and went about their own business. It seems that I have to make 3 rules with you first. Bai Luo, unless you agree, I won't accept your joining. Is this about to start? Do this and that to me. Darkness was getting more and more excited, but Bai Luo quickly raised his hand to interrupt her. Wait, calm down first. I promise. Darkness, as long as I can be your teammate, I'll do anything. Chapter 44. Bai Luo sighed, and looked at Ergui Yan who was already stunned beside him. Yan, don't learn from her, understand? Bo. Erguian nodded seriously. JPG. First of all, I promise to let you join the team, and I can understand your strange quirks. Strange, or something, ah. It was a common word, but Bai Luo said it so calmly that darkness felt like she was being treated as a bug. This forced her to be excited, and she secretly thought that her choice was indeed the right one. As long as you stay with this man, you will definitely feel more pleasure. I don't understand it, but... Never mind. Bai Luo held his forehead helplessly, and continued, first, you can only discipline yourself in bed. If you get horny with other people, I will teach you a lesson. He stopped pretending and just came clean. Since darkness came over, Bai Luo would not let go of such a beautiful girl. However, Bai Luo is very selfish and he does not allow darkness to stress. I understand. I will obey. This is the first time I'm telling this to someone. I've been hiding it very well before. Darkness was already well prepared. Therefore, I don't think there is anything wrong with Bai Luo saying such things so seriously. That's right. Treat her as a hopeless woman and ravage her harshly. Second. Bai Luo considered his own situation and said, Peng and I usually have our own things to do, so we only stay here 2 days a week. Every 7 days, come to Sucking World to relax, this is Bai Luo's plan. As for the rest of the day, you are free to move around. I only have one request, and that is that you are not allowed to reveal your true nature in front of others. Having said that, Bai Luo exuded a hint of pressure towards darkness. Suddenly, darkness felt an unimaginable pressure. Her pupils shrank slightly and the scene in front of her eyes became blurry. Bai Luo, who was originally sitting next to him, has turned from a harmless young man into a desperate abyss. Of course, this kind of pressure did not frighten darkness. On the contrary, the girl became even more excited. I can't do this in front of others. Ugh, is this possessiveness? I see. Darkness thought Bai Luo's request was reasonable. Since she wants the other party to train her, she can only recognize one master. This is different from darkness in the original work. Perhaps because Bai Luo was too strong, darkness began to accept this strange personality of being aloof on the surface but dissolute in private. Ahem. Seeing darkness lost in her imagination, Bai Luo felt depressed. I said, I have released such a strong pressure. Why are you not afraid, but you feel more and more excited? What the hell is going on? He thought that darkness's physical and magical resistance would be very high. But this terrifying mental resistance made Bai Luo overturn his previous judgment that darkness had limited potential. It's just willpower. Bai Luo felt that if darkness could go to the Axis world, there would be a high chance that she would become an awakened hero or an awakened saint. The third and final request. Our relationship only lasts in private. Normally, we are still teammates. Bai Luo didn't really want to train darkness to have star rage power. Bai Luo would not refuse this kind of thing as a fun thing. But if Bai Luo really didn't treat darkness as a human being, he wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Darkness didn't expect Bai Luo to make such a request. The restless heart is calm at this moment. Bai Luo, you are a good person. If before, Darkness was still wary of Bai Luo. Even if she really approved of that kind of relationship, Darkness would refuse without hesitation at the critical moment. She just likes to be taught a lesson, but she is not really promiscuous. Darkness would never give up her chastity. At this moment, Darkness developed some feelings for Bai Luo. As this kind of goodwill continues to accumulate, in the end, Darkness might really turn her fake play into reality and be doomed to do whatever the other party wants. Forget about the nice guy card. Bai Luo placed a pile of Eris coins on the table and called out to Arist and Darkness. Let's go, and Darkness. Bai Luo stood up and walked out of the guild with the two of them. Let's go talk somewhere else. Bo. Okay, I'm ready. The corner of Bai Luo's mouth twitched slightly. He knew without asking that this guy must have thought that he was taking her to a hotel. Forget it, as long as you like it. Bai Luo ignored Darkness's thoughts. He led the two out of the guild, and went straight to Axel's real estate agency. Here it is. Looking at the real estate agency's sign, Darkness asked, Bai Luo, are you looking to buy a house? Yeah, about the same. Bai Luo made an agreement with Darkness. Normally, they are serious teammates. Only when Darkness needs him will she call him Lord Bai Luo. Then, Bai Luo would transform into the strictest master and discipline her severely. But now is obviously not the time to do that. It's a waste to stay in a hotel all the time. Bai Luo, so I plan to buy a villa in Axel. Yes, villa. Bai Luo doesn't like ordinary houses. He has plenty of money. Even if he didn't carry out any missions and just resold materials from the Axis world, Bai Luo could still live a life rich enough to rival a country. Adventure and the like are, at best, just a hobby, like fishing. I don't really understand this aspect. Bai Luo, can you give me some advice, Darkness? No problem, leave it to me. Darkness came from a noble family and was quite familiar with these things. So, accompanied by Darkness, Bai Luo and his friends visited several properties. Finally, they decided on a villa covering several thousand square meters, with the main building, two side buildings, and a huge courtyard. Chapter 45. From now on, this will be our base in Axel. With this villa, Bai Luo can bring Shan and the others with him next time he comes. Bo. Peng Peng didn't quite understand, but she was happy as long as Bai Luo was happy. Darkness didn't care. She was born into a noble family, and her family's estate was many times larger than this. However, Darkness was somewhat curious about Bai Luo's identity. Such a large villa would cost at least tens of millions of Eris. But Bai Luo bought it just because he said so. The fact that he didn't care about money at all made Darkness guess that he was just like her, a kid from a big family who was out experiencing life. Darkness, you can pick any room you want. Ah! Darkness wanted to say that she had a place to stay at the hotel. But isn't the current situation exactly the play session she desires the most? You can't wait to abuse my body. Darkness thought of Bai Luo's order. She looked carefully and found that there were only them and no one else around. So. Woo. Okay, I understand. Darkness breathed rapidly. Even if I refuse, you will definitely force me to stay here. Bai Luo and Ergui looked at each other. Fortunately, the two of them have gotten used to Darkness's strange habit. So now. Bai Luo raised his hand slowly, then dropped it suddenly. The next moment, there was a crisp slapping sound, accompanied by the girl's low moan of pain mixed with a little excitement, echoing in the courtyard of the villa. Your room is next to mine. Yes, I understand. Darkness nodded obediently, not daring to resist Bai Luo's arrangement at all. According to the rules, from now on, Darkness is Bai Luo's star fury, and the latter can do whatever he wants with her. Bai Luo would naturally not do anything excessive. The most he could do was to discipline Darkness severely, so that she would experience a whole new feeling of being bullied. Bo Nium. Ergian didn't know how to complain. To be honest, darkness's appearance really opened Erotic's eyes. There are still people in this world who like to be abused. I really couldn't understand it. Here, Bai Luo takes Ermion to visit the new home and gives Darkness various shameful plays. Meanwhile, at a construction site somewhere in Axel, Kazuma and Aqua, who had been working hard all day, finally finished their work of moving bricks for the day. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. That's enough for today. The foreman handed out salaries to everyone. Here, this is today's daily salary. Thanks. Thank you for your hard work, foreman. Thanks for your hard work. As the foreman announced that the work was over, Sato Kazuma and Aqua received their wages and bowed in greeting. Then everyone, we're leaving first. Oh, thank you for your hard work. I'll be counting on you tomorrow as well. Kazuma greeted the seniors, and Aqua followed suit. Listening to the voices of their predecessors, the two left the construction site. Ah, I worked all day today. Sato Kazuma could never imagine that he, who worked so hard, was actually a stay-at-home NEET not long ago. Holding the day's wages, the two headed to the town's public bathhouse. Public baths are almost the same as Japanese bathhouses. If converted based on the average salary, the bathing fee here is more expensive than in Japan, but after work, I have to take a bath, and I can't give it up even if it's a bit expensive. Ah, I'm alive again. Sato Kazuma soaked his body from the shoulders down in the hot tub, leisurely relieving his work fatigue. After all, this is a place that looks like the Middle Ages. Sato Kazuma originally thought that taking a bath in a different world should be a luxury, but it seems that this is just his one-sided prejudice. Thank you, thank you. Sato Kazuma sighed as he left the bath and walked out, just in time to see Aqua waiting for him at the entrance of the bathhouse. It may seem a bit strange to take a longer bath than girls, but Japanese people just love taking baths by nature. What do you want to eat today? Aqua had no sense of being a goddess at all and had already started to enjoy her life. I want to eat smoked lizard hamburgers and ice-cold Crimson Nero IDE. I want to eat meat, too. Kazuma, well, let's go to the guild and order 2 smoked lizard hamburger set meals. I agree. Aqua agreed with both hands. Let's also have sparkling wine. A hamburger without sparkling wine is soulless. Over the past week, the two have been working on widening the town's outer wall. That is, to be a civil engineering worker. This is far from the adventurer job that Sato Kazuma wants to pursue in this world. No, why did Aqua adapt to this kind of life without any doubts? You are a goddess after all, right? As if Aqua heard the complaints in her heart, she said as a matter of course, is there any need to say that? If you don't work, you won't have food to eat. You don't like the work? Really, hikikomori are so picky. In principle, there are still sales jobs available in shopping malls. No. That's not the case. Kazuma was speechless when Aqua said this seriously. How should I put it? What I pursue is a life of fighting monsters and exciting battles. That kind of life. Besides, wherein this world has been invaded by the Demon King and is in danger. It's so peaceful, I can't even see the word demon in the name of the Demon King. This is what Sato Kazuma wants to complain about the most. Axel is so peaceful, just like the Gensokyo in a fairy tale. The two of them chatted and came to the Adventurers Guild. As soon as they entered the door, they heard loud cheers coming from inside. Long live Bai Luo! Long live sparkling wine! Bai Luo! Bai Luo! Bai Luo! Soon, Aqua learned about the current situation from others. Are there any rich people who have reserved the place? All you can drink is sparkling wine, and everyone can order a set meal. Ah! Long live! Long live Bai Luo! Aqua couldn't hold back any longer after hearing such explosive news. She immediately took out her fan and used her party magic. flowers, birds, wind, and moon. Oh! Now, the scene became even more lively. As for why Bai Luo is giving away money again? Of course it's because I'm happy. How can we not celebrate after recruiting darkness and buying a new house? Anyway, Bai Luo has plenty of money in Siking World. Not to mention booking the entire theater. Even if Bai Luo wanted to buy out the entire Axel, he could do it easily. Chapter 46. What? Are there any other adventurers like this in the guild? Sato Kazuma was stunned. He was still carrying bricks at the construction site and had no idea how much money it would cost to charter the entire guild. But, what does that matter? Anyway, he was the one being treated. Please give me the most luxurious meal. Sato Kazuma has no moral principles at all. Whoever treats him to a meal is his godfather. Bai Luo! Bai Luo! Bai Luo! Although Sato Kazuma didn't know who Bai Luo was, it didn't stop him from shouting "Long live Bai Luo!" As for Aqua, you can't expect ARD to remember Bai Luo's name. Moreover, Bai Luo did not stop and avoided the encounter with Aqua and the other person. In the next 2 days, Bai Luo satisfied Darkness's various perverted demands and played all the games he could. Can't I come with you? That morning, Darkness looked at the 2 people who had said goodbye to her temporarily, and was very curious about where they were going. Not yet. This time, Bai Luo directly met all of Darkness's needs. At least during the time that Bai Luo was away, she was able to maintain the image of a cool female knight and would no longer think about masochistic things. Well, to some extent, Darkness needed some time to digest the huge stimulation given by Bai Luo. In addition, over the past 2 days, Bai Luo and Darkness have become much closer. Suddenly hearing that Bai Luo was leaving without her, Darkness panicked. Am I going to be abandoned again? That's right. I'm useless and can't help Bai Luo at all. I'll just be a hindrance. Bang! Woo! What are you thinking about? Bai Luo flicked his finger between Darkness' brows, interrupting her gravity field. Ping ping, and I have to leave for something. How do you put it? Just say we're going to collect a debt. Collecting the money. Darkness, is it like collecting rent? Almost. Bai Luo described himself as a landlord with a large piece of land, and he would check on the situation at regular intervals. This is why he can only be an adventurer 2 days a week. I see. Darkness was not stupid and knew that Bai Luo was just trying to fool her. But, what does that matter? What Darkness wanted was Bai Luo's attitude. The fact that he was willing to explain to her meant that he had not abandoned her. They are still teammates. Darkness, you can go do your own thing these days. Bai Luo threw a bunch of keys to Darkness and said, please take care of this place for me as well. Good. Darkness nodded and watched the 2 of them go away. As for herself, Darkness decided to look for Chris, the human form of the goddess Eris, the thief adventurer. They are very good friends. If Darkness suggested forming a team, Chris would definitely not refuse. It just so happens that Chris, like Bai Luo, disappears every once in a while, so they can't form a team for a long time. As a result, Bai Luo left and Darkness teamed up with Chris. After Chris left, Darkness only needed to rest for a day or 2 before she could team up with Bai Luo again. I can go on adventures with my friends, satisfy my quirks, and have 2 days to rest. This kind of life is really great, isn't it? Are you ready? Bo. Bai Luo and Ergirong were unaware of Darkness's thoughts, and they had already used the traveler's ability to return to the Axis world. Lord Bai Luo. As soon as they returned, Shen, who sensed the 2's presence, rushed in, and big sister Yo-Yo. You're finally back. Boet. Being held in Shen's arms, especially feeling the heaviness coming from above his head, Ergian looked as if he had lost all desire to live. Are you back? Shana was a step slower than Shen. Unlike the latter, she was not idle and had a lot of work to do on weekdays. Ah! Bai Luo nodded and said, "Did anything happen in the village during the 2 days I was away?" "No, the village is very peaceful," Zhu Cai reported. "Everyone's strength is steadily improving, and they are also implementing the expansion plan you set." Thank you for your hard work." After returning from the Siking world, Bai Luo did not plan to rest. On the contrary, he was ready to open the door to a new world. The reason for such a long interval is mainly to consolidate Bai Luo's rapidly increasing power during this period of time. The new world is certainly curious, but Bai Luo still understands the principle of biting off more than one can chew. Introducing a new system hastily without even fully understanding Bai Luo's own strength will only make Bai Luo's future plans confusing. He needs a clear path to advancement, not just wandering around. After this period of settling down, Bai Luo felt that he had a full understanding of the power he possessed, and it was time to embark on a new adventure. Of course, due to cooling down, the next trip was scheduled for 2 days later. And this time, Bai Luo plans to travel with Shina and Shen. Traveler, cooling time 0:59. Almost. On the 3rd day, Bai Luo looked at the 1-minute countdown after the skill was activated. He looked at the 2 girls and said, "I plan to bring Peng Peng and the 2 of you with me this time." "Really? Very good." Ziwan couldn't hide her emotions at all. When she heard that Bai Luo was going to take her with him, she jumped up with joy. With this movement, the pair of plump fruits in front of her instantly attracted Bai Luo's attention. Cough. Bai Luo coughed and looked away. Zhu Cai naturally noticed Bai Luo's gaze. This made her grit her teeth secretly and complain about Shen's body, wondering why it could be so despicable. "We are all ghosts, so why is she just small and cute? Brother and Sui, aren't you going to let them come together? Shana, if there's only Shen in the new world, won't it be unsafe? Isn't there still big sister Peng Peng? Shen has become stronger, but she still respects Ergiren and regards her as Bai Luo's #1 general and her big sister. Well, in terms of age, there is actually nothing wrong with this. Yuruko has lived in the Pokemon world for hundreds of years. Judging from age alone, she might be older than Mr. Bai, so Ziwan is not wrong to call her the big sister." "Ah, I have to trouble you again." Bai Luo stroked Ergui's little head, smoothed her messy hair, and put a hood on her. Ergui Li raised his hand and shouted with full energy, Li will beat all of Bai Luo's enemies away. I will also protect Master Bai Luo." "Me too." Shen and Shana were not willing to be left behind and once again hugged Bai Luo's arms, one on the left and one on the right, making him feel helpless but also experiencing extraordinary enjoyment. Bai Luo's travelers cannot take people across. However, in the judgment of the traveler, the followers are not outsiders, but part of Bai Luo's power. As long as Bai Luo is willing, he can actually bring 5A level or above combat forces to explore the other world with him. Is everything ready? It's already been checked. In order to be able to travel through the world at any time, Bai Luo always keeps a large amount of supplies in his space. Well, that's good. Using the family connection, Bai Luo told Hung Guan and Sui that he would be away for a while and asked them to manage the village. Yes, my lord. Please rest assured, Master Bai Luo. Sui and Benimaru responded to Bai Luo almost at the same time. They have become accustomed to Bai Luo's occasional departures. It was the same this time, some family members went out, some stayed, and everyone performed their duties. In addition, Hung Guan also secretly contacted his sister Shana and asked her to take good care of Bai Luo and not let the master suffer outside. Leave it to me, brother. Zhu Cai is a thoughtful person. She takes care of not only Bai Luo, but also Ergui and Shen. She is basically Bai Luo's housekeeper and head maid. Then, as the traveler's ability was activated, the figures of the 4 people disappeared in front of Hung Guan and other demons. The 4 of them just felt dazed. By the time they reacted, what came into view was the biting cold wind and the endless Arctic ice field. Chapter 47. Hiss! What's going on? Where did I get this to wear? As the space fluctuated, Bai Luo felt a cold wind blowing on his face as soon as he landed. Hoo! It was snowing heavily, and it seemed as if only white was left between heaven and earth. Strong winds blew up the snowflakes, forming a circle like huge white waves. In the distance, huge icebergs stand like ancient castles on the vast snowfield. They sparkle brightly under the sunlight, but the shadow of the iceberg is deep and cold, giving people a sense of mystery. Completed trip. Begin parsing rules. The sound of the world echoed in Bai Luo's ears. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Rule parsing. Bai Luo knew that this time travel was not the arrival of his real body, and it was also different from the Q-jumping in Su Qing's world. It's the third category, a completely new mode of crossing. Where's Bo? Ergui looked around, holding the thorny vine stick in her hand, ready to guard against possible danger at any time. The temperature here is so low. The four of them were centered around Bai Luo, with Ergui standing in front and Shina standing behind their master. But, it's so strange, why does my body feel so light? Shin leapt lightly, and then her entire body jumped up hundreds of meters like a human on the moon. Bai Luo and others only heard a shaking under their feet. Looking at Ziwan again, the ground that the other party had stepped on had sunk, leaving behind a huge crater, and Bai Luo and the other two had also fallen into the collapsed deep pit. There is no doubt that this is the result of Shin's jump just now. What is going on in this world? Shin was also startled by the noise she made. She instantly became nervous, fearing that she would step into another big hole. Is the ground under our feet made of cookies? There's something wrong with the rules of this world. Soon, Bai Luo also discovered the problem. He bent down and picked up a frozen stone at his feet. Crack! The stone was easily broken into pieces in Bai Luo's hands. The material is too brittle. Shin! Bai Luo seemed to have thought of something, and he quickly warned, control your power, this world is much weaker than the Axis world. Every move you make could cause unimaginable damage to this world. Because there is no comparison and testing, Bai Luo is not clear about the specific gap between the two worlds. But just the ground under their feet gave them the feeling that they could be torn into pieces with just a little effort. I'll be careful. Bo. Shin and Ergian immediately became cautious. They noticed it too. The physical rules of this world are very strange. To put it simply, compared to the Axis world that was completely bathed in magic, every blade of grass and every tree here was like bubbles to Shin, bursting at the slightest poke. Shin, who has A-level strength, can even demonstrate destructive power above S-level here. Yes, S-rank, comparable to an awakened demon king. This is just a conservative estimate. In the Axis world, a full-strength attack from a special A-class was close to a nuclear explosion. At S-level, one can destroy a country with just a wave of his hand. As for the higher special S-level, it can penetrate the sky and sink the continent. It is a force that can truly affect the stability and balance of the base Axis world. Like Milim in the original work, after going berserk, she can even destroy galaxies and even the universe. Therefore, being able to destroy the Axis world is almost equivalent to having the power to destroy the reincarnated slime universe. There are special energy particles in the air. This kind of energy is far inferior to magic essence, and even worse than spirit particles. A group of A-level demons whose bodies are made up of refined magic elements. In a world where the energy level is not even that of a spirit particle, what terrible damage can be caused? Not to mention Shin, the current eruption might really be able to blow up the planet under everyone's feet. But the gap between this world and the other world is too big, isn't it? Bai Luo was really afraid that the three women would accidentally blow up the world. If this situation really happened, Bai Luo felt that he would most likely be forcibly expelled by the world's will and then blacklisted, and he would never be able to enter this world again. In short, everyone should control their own strength. Well, let's limit it to 1%, no, 1,000th. Bai Luo didn't know the specific situation of the new world, so he didn't return immediately. Instead, he took the 3 girls with him to wander around in this ice and snow world. All 4 of them have a lot of resistance and are not afraid of the severe cold. You will feel cold at first, but it is mainly because your body is adjusting. When Bai Luo needs to, he can ignore this level of low temperature. Although resistance is passive, it can also be adjusted. Otherwise, wouldn't the basic experience of hot soup, popsicles, etc. be gone? Boom. Soon after the 4 people walked out of the deep pit, there was movement again from the ground beneath their feet. Shin. No, it's not me, Lord Bai Luo. BB. Before Bai Luo could continue asking, a hideous head suddenly broke out from under the snow. This is a centipede that is more than 20 meters long and covered with white crystals. It exhales cold air, and its pair of violent blue eyes stare at the humans who are making such a noise. Seeing that the ice crystal centipede showed hostility towards him and others, Ergui raised his eyebrows slightly and was about to summon the thornvine stick to teach the other party a lesson. Wait a minute. Let me. Big sister Yang Yang, please leave it to me. Seeing such a big wild monster, Ziwan walked forward excitedly, looking eager to try. How could Ziwan miss this opportunity to show herself in front of Bai Luo? What then? Bai Luo didn't mind letting Ziwan take action, but I think we should try to see if we can communicate with it. Oh, 3.5. As expected of Lord Bai Luo, I understand. Shen took a step forward and shouted, Hey! Can you understand what we are saying? Influenced by the rules of World Voice, Bai Luo and others have no language barriers. Even if it is a being like Warcraft or a monster, as long as Shen needs it, he can convey his thoughts to the other party. We are travelers who strayed here by mistake. We have no ill intentions. After saying that, Ziwan turned to look at Bai Luo, asking if it was okay for her to say that. Can. Bai Luo gave Ziwan a thumbs up. This girl had remembered the precautions he had told her before. When you come to the new world, don't be too aggressive. They are not invaders, but travelers, and should maintain the most basic courtesy. Chapter 48. Squeak, squeak, squeak. However, the ice crystal centipede obviously ignored the 4 people's intentions, and directly launched itself into action, opening its bloody mouth to swallow the 4 people. Damida. This guy is simply impossible to communicate with. Collapse. So, as if instinctively, he slapped the centipede's head which was so close to him. Even though the terrifying force had been gathered and controlled in advance, it still produced an earth-shattering sonic boom. Boom. The body of the ice crystal centipede was blown away without even a moment's delay, and crashed into a glacier on one side and was completely buried. Ziwan's eyes widened immediately, her face full of panic. Well, Master Bai Luo, I have already controlled my power. Ah! Looking at Ziwan who looked like she was about to cry, Bai Luo sighed helplessly, this is none of your business, Ziwan. Shen did control the power. Otherwise, that slap just now would probably have sent the centipede flying into outer space. BB. I sigh because the natives of this world are so unfriendly. As Bai Luo finished speaking, more and more monsters rushed towards them. Tisk. This time, even the usually good-tempered Zhu Cai showed an impatient look, let me get rid of them all. Never mind. After all, they were the ones who started the commotion, and Bai Luo didn't want to commit too much bloodshed in this world. Let's change places first. Bai Luo raised his hand and forcibly tore apart the time and space of this world. Bo. Seeing this, Ergui Yan hurriedly jumped up and said, the vanguard general is Yan Yanda. Let's go. Bai Luo and the two women entered the space channel one after another. After they left, a large number of strange-looking monsters appeared nearby. However, faced with an empty ice field with only desolation and ruins, they didn't know what to do. After wandering for a while, the monsters that did not find their target began to slowly disperse. Shanae, feel your surroundings. Walking out of the space channel, Bai Luo and the three women appeared in another area of the ice field. This place is hundreds of kilometers away from the initial crossing point. Yes. Xana's evolution direction is magic specialization, and she also has the widest perception range and the strongest perception among the four. Bang! The pink-haired girl put her hands together, and invisible magic power spread out in all directions with the crowd as the center. This is a vast area of ice and snow. The further north you go, the lower the temperature gets, while the south is very warm. There are many strange monsters living around here. Zhu Cai closed her eyes and told Bai Luo what she had sensed. The aura of these monsters is not very strong. The weakest is only F level, and the strongest is no more than D level. Ziwan, go and capture a few monsters. Remember, they must be captured alive. Bai Luo warned. Also, pay attention to controlling your strength. If 1,000th is not enough, then use 1/10,000th. He was not worried at all that there might be anything in this world that could pose a threat to Ziwan. If a strong enemy really appeared, with the speed of Bai Luo and others, they could reach Ziwan in the blink of an eye. Leave it to me. Shen's magical perception is not as strong as Shana's, but it is not weak either. Ignoring the wind and snow that obscured her vision, Shen quickly locked onto the magical beast closest to her. They were a group of strange creatures that looked like cows and were covered with thick fur. When they saw the sudden appearance of Ziwan, the yak-like beasts were greatly frightened and fled away in a mighty manner. There was no way, the aura on Ziwan was too terrifying. No matter how much she restrained herself, the oppressive feeling from the upper demon caused great shock to these yak monsters. I choose you. Xiuan picked a yak monster at random. She did not use the specially made large sword, but instead put her fingers together to form a sword. Shua! The girl's figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of a yak. Bun! The white and delicate palm fell down on the yak's head with unstoppable power and stayed on top of it. The next moment, the wind pressure generated by the hand knife turned into an invisible giant hammer, hitting the yak's head hard, knocking it unconscious instantly. Associated with this is a huge pit of more than 10 meters in diameter under the yak. Oh no, I used too much strength. Ziwan stepped forward anxiously. Luckily, fortunately, he's still alive. Phew, I was so scared, I thought he was beaten to death. Normally, after enduring such a horrific blow that even the earth was shattered into pieces, the yak should have turned into a pile of minced meat long ago. However, Shen used the force-generating techniques from Bai Luo's melee profession in her attack. Just like shooting a bull from a distance, most of the force does not actually act on the yak. Of course, this was still the result of Shen holding back. If she were really allowed to let go, this single attack with her sword would probably cause the ice field within a radius of dozens of kilometers to be destroyed like a nuclear explosion. Master Bai Luo, do you think this is okay? Shen brought the yak monster across space and appeared in front of Bai Luo and Zhu Cai. Well, let me see. Bai Luo carefully looked at the ice blue yak that Ziwan brought back. It's a strange creature. It contains an energy similar to magic but at a very low concentration. If we use the number of spirit particles as an analogy, the magic of the base axis world probably contains more than 5 million spirit particles at each point. However, the energy in this monster's body is only about 100 per unit, which is almost a difference of 50,000 times. Such a weak world, can it really have the power that Lord Bai Luo needs? Ziwan couldn't understand. In her opinion, there was nothing here that could make Bai Luo stronger, so there was no need to continue wasting time. Don't be too anxious, Shen. Zhu Cai said, what Lord Bai Luo needs is a completely new way of thinking. 50,000 strong or weak has nothing to do with it. The Pokemon world is also not strong in our eyes. But Lord Igui is now more powerful than us. Zhu Cai, although the individuals in this world are weak, we cannot guarantee that there are no strong ones here. Shanae is right, Bai Luo praised, the power system of the weak may not be without merit. Although the monsters in the Axis world are strong, they start too high, making it difficult for us to perfectly control our power. Being weak has its advantages, that is, there is a high probability that these worlds will give birth to some technologies that are unimaginable to the monsters in the Axis world. Chapter 49. I see. Xiuan nodded obediently and looked at the yak on the ground. Do you need me to help you wake it up? Wake it up. Soul searching will have a significant impact on living things. Yes. Xiuan controlled her aura, condensed it into a point, and suddenly enveloped the yak. Moo. The sudden impact instantly woke up the unconscious yak. This guy quickly stood up and was about to run away, but after seeing Ziwan, Bai Luo, and others, he just stood there in a daze, looking scared. Hey! So it's not a wild beast, but an intelligent creature that can communicate. Bai Luo tried to communicate with the yaks, but the results were not satisfactory. There is wisdom, but not much. Yaks are not monsters that cannot communicate, but normal creatures with minds. This is fundamentally different from the monsters in the Jura forest. Warcraft only has the instinct to survive and cannot develop intelligence. They were born from magic infection, not naturally bred. Even if they were all killed, new 1,747 bodies would be born in the forest after a while. Rule parsing completed. Traveler, exceptional, has made corrections to this world. Connection successful, individual name Bai Luo expression has been balanced. The individual names Shanae, Shan, Ergui have been corrected. Correction successful, expressive balance completed. Finally the analysis is complete. Hey! Master Bai Luo, why did my strength suddenly become so much weaker? Me too. The three women discovered changes in themselves. Don't worry, this is the restriction imposed on us by the world's rules. Bai Luo told Shana and Shan about the settings of the traveler and the balance force. This was not the first time that Ergui Yan had traveled through time, and he seemed quite calm. As long as you don't use power beyond your ability to express yourself, nothing will happen. What happens if it exceeds the limit? Shan felt a little uncomfortable. I feel like my power is not sealed and I can still use it. Don't want. Ergui Yan quickly reminded, if you use power beyond the specification, Xiuan, you will be forcibly driven out. Kick out. It means returning to the base Axis world. Ergian is an experienced person, and he carefully explained the current situation to the younger generation. We are one, if you are driven out, we will all be driven out and it will be difficult for us to return to this world. Hey! Yes, is that so? This time, Ziwan didn't dare to make any big moves. Even when speaking, the ghost girl became cautious. Haha, it's not that exaggerated. Bai Luo added, what said is indeed correct, but this time, the four of us are not bound together. Even if they are really driven back, it will only be for one person, and no one will be implicated together. Is that so? Ergui looked at Bai Luo in confusion, not quite understanding the difference. Let me explain it to you. Bai Luo gently stroked Ergui's head and continued, my traveler ability can open the door to different worlds. After the gate opens, we will travel through time, and the voice of the world will assign corresponding identities to us. Simply put, there are 3 ways to travel through time like this. Bai Luo has now opened a total of 3 doors to other worlds. In the Pokemon world, Bai Luo also received a similar prompt, but the reply from the voice of the world at that time was the high will of the current universe has tacitly approved the work. According to Bai Luo's understanding of the Pokemon world, the supreme will here should refer to the true body of the god of creation Arceus, Sebk, Sinnoh Great Lord. There are countless parallel universes in the Pokemon world, and Bai Luo just entered one of them. With Sinnoh's size, as long as Bai Luo is not preparing to destroy the world and is just an ordinary trainer, he won't care. Isn't that dangerous? Shen and Shana didn't quite understand what the Supreme Will and the God of Creation were, but they knew as soon as they heard about them that they were very powerful and someone they couldn't afford to mess with. Don't worry, the voice of the world is not stupid. If they really encountered a very dangerous world, the voice of the world would have failed in the negotiation stage and naturally would not be able to open the door for Bai Luo. In other words, the voice of the world will first sign an agreement with the supreme will of the other world that both parties must abide by. Then, while ensuring Bai Luo's safety and freedom, the two worlds will be connected together. That's why when Pony and I go to the Pokemon world, we can't take you with us. The first type of world is managed by people, and Bai Luo cannot bring in any extra creatures like he did with Ergian, a resident of the original world. Moreover, Bai Luo enters the Pokemon world directly with his main body. Apart from Bai Luo, only the native Ergui Luo can pass. Therefore, except for the first time at the beginning, Bai Luo would basically choose Sucking World when purchasing supplies. There's no way, there's a Sinnoh Lord staring at me overhead, it's really scary. The second is to intervene like Aqua, in accordance with the rules of that world. Bai Luo said, for example, if I become the reincarnation that Aqua is responsible for, in the cognition of the world's will, I am part of the rules, which is reasonable. That's why Peng Peng said that she made a mistake and that I would be kicked out as well. Because in the second way of crossing, I am the only one who is truly recognized by the world, and came as my summoned beast. Peng Peng broke the rules, and since she was part of Bai Luo's power, she would naturally be implicated. But this world is different. Bai Luo added, in this world, there is no so-called supreme will. There are rules here as well, but the ones who manage the rules are not some powerful gods, but something like a program. So it's not just me, the three of you now have your own independent identities. The family relationship still exists, but there are 3 more ID cards, allowing them to move freely like Bai Luo. The only thing you need to note is that your power has also been balanced. The balance here refers to expressiveness. In the Axis world, the A-level demons can cut off rivers, shatter the earth, and deliver a blow comparable to a nuclear bomb. The 3 of them, in this world today, have almost fallen to this level. Chapter 50. Try and see if the ice is as hard as it is here. Bai Luo picked up another piece of ice rock from the ground. The original fragility had disappeared. When he pinched it, it was exactly the same as the base Axis world. Really? Tisk, it actually became weaker. The rules of this world are really unpleasant. Unlike Shana's joy, Shan crossed her arms, feeling quite dissatisfied with the restrictions of the rules. It wasn't that she felt uncomfortable. Instead, he was very angry that his master was put in restraints. If possible, Ziwan even wanted to conquer this world. By the way, what would happen if Lord Bai Luo became the ruler of this world? Well, if I become the master of the new world, the Axis world will benefit from it and become even larger. So, it's a win-win situation. The Axis world benefits, and Bai Luo will become more powerful. Okay, let's take a look at the specific information of this monster first. Bai Luo then went to identify the yak. Iceland yak. Type: Alien monster. Lifespan: 1208 years. Grade: F. Performance: D. Innate abilities: Cold resistance, Ice eating, Ice element manipulation, Brute force. What the hell? This cow is over 1200 years old. This is 1200 years old. Identification skills are not omniscient. The same is true for Dragon's Eye. The identification results are based on Bai Luo's understanding of the world. Of course, things like the basic energy level and what special abilities the opponent possesses can be seen directly through the appraisal. However, when seeing the yak's age of more than 1,200 years, even Bai Luo couldn't help but exclaim. Isn't it funny? A monster that can live for 1,200 years has a combat performance of only D. This is still the D level in the current world. F level magic element, D level expressive power. The F grade here refers to how this monster would be rated if it were placed in the base Axis world. How to say it? It's just like the goblins in the forest, even the children in the Axis world can't compare to them. As for D rank, it is roughly equivalent to a team of fully armed adventurers. I can't understand it. Zhu Cai and others also had the ability to identify, so they checked the properties of the yaks. Soon, the three women were also shocked by the lifespan of the yak. If you live for 1,200 years, even if you are a pig, you should be a spirit, right? But why? Why is this cow so tall? This is unreasonable, totally unreasonable. Bai Luo murmured, no matter which world you are in, lifespan is related to the level of life. The higher the level of life, the longer the lifespan. But this demon beast is completely contrary to this theory. And 1,200 years is not even the limit of its lifespan. Imagine buying a monster with an almost infinite lifespan. Why? Why can't it live forever? Its existence itself is so unreasonable. Wait a minute, Shen, did you just say that there are still many of these cows? Yes, there are a lot of them, hundreds of them. Do you want me to catch them all? Take me to see it. Following Ziwan, it didn't take long for everyone to find the yaks. Along the way, Bai Luo cast identification on many creatures, and the results he obtained were all similar to those of the original yak. Bai Luo searched his memory for settings similar to this world, ice and snow, strange monsters, almost infinite lifespan, but combat power is completely incomparable to the long lifespan. Doluo continent. Bai Luo thought to himself, soul beasts that are thousands or tens of thousands of years old are actually very weak in combat. In other worlds, animals that have practiced for tens of thousands of years have at least become demon kings who can move mountains and fill the sea. In the Doluo world, 10,000-year-old soul beasts are rivaled by human soul kings. As for the soul king's performance, how to say it? He can be easily shot to death by a crossbow, and at best he is just a second-rate master in martial arts novels. It just so happens that the performance of a D-level warrior is about the same as that of a second-rate warrior. After practicing for 10,000 years, you are only at the second-rate level in the martial arts world. Bai Luo felt more and more that this world was like Doluo continent. In order to prove his guess, Bai Luo directly killed a tiger-like monster that appeared out of nowhere and was their first prey. Really? Looking at the purple energy ring floating from the body of the demon beast, Bai Luo affirmed, soul rings are born after the soul beast dies. This is the world of Doluo continent. If it is Doluo continent, then it is reasonable that the purity of spiritual energy is extremely low. Bai Luo remembered that the physical rules of Doluo continent were very strange, and there was even a saying that it was infuriating. Of course, the hydrogen man is definitely exaggerating. But it is also true that the intensity is not high. Doluo continent is covered with ice and snow, so this is the far north. I just don't know what time period it is now. Is it the Tang San period in Doluo Doluo 1, Doluo Doluo 2, Doluo Doluo 3, or a transitional period that is not described in the novel? If possible, Bai Luo naturally hopes it will be during the Do 1 period. After all, since Tang San became a god, Doluo continent has become Tang family continent. Bai Luo doesn't want to have anything to do with the so-called pure and innocent Buddha of Tang dynasty. Let's ask someone first. Coincidentally, in Bai Luo's perception, a human presence appeared in the north. Shanae. Yes. Zhu Cai has completely analyzed the space of this planet. The girl raised her jade hand lightly and instantly teleported the four people to the vicinity of the nearest human breath sensed by Bai Luo. Drew. In the wind and snow, an old man was walking towards the warm south at a very fast speed. His hair and beard were all white, and he looked to be in his 70s. He was wearing a thick silver-grey military uniform and looked exhausted. The old man was holding a strange metal prop in his hand. There was an ice-blue energy stirring inside it, as if trying to break through the blockade of this thing. Who? Noticing someone in front of him, the old man stopped immediately and a solemn look appeared on his face. Don't be nervous, old man. Bai Luo took a step forward and tried to keep his tone as gentle as possible. We are adventurers who came to explore the far north. May I ask you a few questions, old man? The white-haired old man stopped and looked up in surprise at Bai Luo and others who suddenly appeared. He didn't say anything, just stared at the white road silently. There was a faint golden blue light flowing in the old man's eyes, which surprised Bai Luo. Bai Luo discovered that there was an energy in the old man's body that was different from soul power. If soul power is low concentration magic power composed of a small amount of spirit particles, then the quality of this energy is no weaker than normal magic power. Chapter 51. Doluo World, energy of higher quality than soul power. Could it be divine power? This guess surprised Bai Luo. How is it possible? During this period, people who appeared in the far north possessed divine power. Well, Bai Luo didn't do too much research on the Doluo world, so he couldn't guess the old man's identity. A soul beast that transformed into a human. However, the old man was now looking at Bai Luo and the three Erqui women standing beside him. In the old man's eyes, Bai Luo was no different from a human being, with no special features on his body. But the horns on the heads of the three women of Ergilong are definitely not something that humans can possess. When did a 100,000-year-old soul beast like you appear in the far north? The golden blue light in the old man's eyes became brighter and brighter, especially with the appearance of Bai Luo and others, which made him feel vaguely dissatisfied that the plan was out of control. Forget it, I will capture you first and then interrogate you in detail. Hey? 550. The old man's words stunned Bai Luo. What the hell? Just by meeting and talking to each other for a few words, they were forcibly defined as transformed soul beasts? The soul beasts in the Doluo world can transform into humans after more than 200,000 years of cultivation. The transformation here does not mean abandoning cultivation and becoming a human like a transformed soul beast, but a change in appearance, walking in a human posture. The old man obviously regarded Bai Luo and the others as this situation. Tisk. Shen was unhappy with the old man's tone. Master, can I kill this guy? This time, Bai Luo did not say anything to stop him. Because even Bai Luo was somewhat dissatisfied with the old man's attitude. This attitude, as if they have already taken advantage of it, is really unpleasant. Presumptuous. The old man was enraged by Ziwan's words. A mere soul beast dared to speak to him like that. It was simply seeking death. Boom. The old man flashed and arrived in front of Ziwan in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a giant hammer flashing with blue thunder was carrying tremendous power, as if it was going to smash Ziwan into a meat paste. Day. However, Shen's counterattack was no weaker than the old man's. The girl drew out the big knife from her back and held it across her body, easily blocking the old man's angry attack. What? Not only did the huge force fail to kill Ziwan, the old man only felt an overwhelming force surging from the front, forcing him to fly backwards. Drink! Ziwan's eyes narrowed, and she stepped forward with her sword, starting a fight with the old man. Neither of them used any special moves, it was just a pure collision of strength, which only caused the glaciers to shatter and gullies to appear on the ground. The huge noise spread in all directions, alarming countless powerful soul beasts living in this far north. What a powerful force! Who is it? Beneath the glacier in the distance, a gigantic ice scorpion, completely green as if it were an emerald, turned its head in a human-like manner. She is none other than the Ice Emperor Scorpion, the second of the three great beasts of the far north, the Ice Emperor. This aura doesn't seem like that of a soul beast. Damn it! It's the damned human. If it's not a soul beast, then it's a soul master. When he thought of a soul master breaking into the core area of the far north and causing such a big commotion, how could Ice Emperor bear it any longer? He immediately rushed out of the nest and rushed towards Fanghui where Ziwan was fighting with the old man. To soul beasts, humans are mortal enemies. Now they have even entered their own territory and are fighting openly. This is no longer a simple provocation, but a blatant declaration of war. Even if it is to defend the territory and the dignity of the ferocious beasts, the Ice Emperor has to go there and bury all these uninvited guests who are seeking their own death. A hammer with thunder and lightning. Could it be the clear sky hammer? People from Haoshan's sect. The old man's strength is by no means comparable to that of an ordinary titled Doluo. According to Bai Luo's estimation, Ziwan, who is bound by the rules of the world, can at most inflict nuclear-like destruction on Doluo continent. Such power has even surpassed the ultimate Doluo and reached the demigod realm in this world. This is still sealed. Once Shen completely liberates herself regardless of the world's rejection, even a first-level god will fall under her sword. To be able to fight Ziwan to this extent, the opponent must be a demigod-level soul master. But, does the Haoshan sect have such a strong person? Tang Chen during the first period of the Doluo, or the Great Ming and the Second Ming during the second period of the Doluo. Bai Luo had some guesses about the old man's identity, but a better way was to identify him directly. It was not used before out of courtesy. Identification is not a very advanced skill, and it is not silent or invisible. If you rashly detect others, once you are discovered, it will inevitably be seen as a provocation, leading to conflict. But now, the old man has started fighting with Ziwan, so Bai Luo naturally has nothing to worry about. Identification. Identification failed. Reason for failure: interference by special spiritual energy. Disturbed. The skill feedback surprised Bai Luo a little, and he immediately used the Dragon Eye, which had a stronger identification ability, to investigate again. Detection starts. Successfully eliminated interference, obtained the individual's real name Tang San. Tang San. Bai Luo's pupils shrank slightly. This result almost burned his CPU. No, Tang San is like this? Are you sure this is Doluo continent? No. Wrong. Bai Luo continued to use the Dragon's Eye to observe, and soon discovered that something was wrong with the old man. It's not Tang San himself. According to Bai Luo's investigation, although the old man is strong, he is only a level 99 extreme Doluo, not a demigod. The old man's condition is more like a puppet being manipulated. There is a more powerful consciousness in his body that is controlling him, and he is also the source of the divine power. Dragon Eye. Then, Bai Luo threw an appraisal at the soul guide in the old man's left hand. Level 9 Soul Guidance Device, Conferred God Platform. 100,000-year Soul Beast Embryo, Snow Emperor. Good fellow. Bai Luo finally sorted out his thoughts. Now is the period of Doluo 2, unrivaled Tang sect. The Snow Queen transformed, but was discovered by a human spirit master, who captured her using the level 9 Conferred God Platform. This is the plot that Huo Gua encountered in the Xingluo auction in the original novel. This matter was actually planned by Tang San behind the scenes. When reading the original novel, Bai Luo felt that the plot was unreasonable. The Snow Queen transformed in the core area of the far north, and the place she chose must be safe. But in this situation, a soul master happened to run nearby, and he happened to bring with him a conferred god platform that could seal soul beasts for 100,000 years. You know, only the top soul guides in the Sun Moon Empire can make a level 9 soul guide like the conferred god platform. A soul master with extraordinary strength happened to come to the safe zone she had chosen when he transformed in the snow, and happened to bring a level 9 conferred god platform with him. What is even more speechless is that this soul master did not use it himself, but instead sold the Snow Emperor's tens of millions of years old embryo. 100,000-year embryo can allow a person to obtain a second martial soul. Even if this is not possible, you can still obtain 100,000-year soul bone. Such a treasure, someone would actually sell it. It just happened to be placed in front of the Minged Hall of the Sun Moon Empire, clearly telling the other party that there was a traitor in the Sun Moon Empire. Although this incident later caused conflicts between the Benti sect and the Minged Hall. But spending such a huge price just to have the two sides fight is too extravagant. Chapter 52. Tisk. The feelings were created by Tang San himself. If things are explained this way, then all unreasonable things can be explained. After all, this was the Tang Divine King and the Tang family's back garden. What could possibly be hidden from him? No wonder Tang San reacted like this when he met Ziwan and others. The appearance of these four people was obviously beyond Tang San's expectations. They were unstable factors that were not part of his long-term plan and must be eliminated. B. Can you defeat Meishan? Bai Luo has almost figured out Tang San's background. This guy's true form is a divine king. Even though the rules of the Doluo world are relatively weak, the dragon god of this world, if placed in the Axis world, might only be at the level of an awakened demon king. But that is also the awakened demon king. The current Tang San is definitely not as good as the dragon god, and is barely at the same level as Clayman. Unless Bai Luo lets Ergui Yan risk being expelled and liberate his own power, it is possible for him to defeat the divine king Tang San. Even without the power to be released, Ergian would not be able to stay in the Doluo world for long. He would soon be expelled and blacklisted. With such a huge price, Bai Luo hesitated 24 whether to use it. While Bai Luo was considering, Tang San noticed Bai Luo's eyeing of the conferred god platform in his hand, and immediately put it into the soul guide that could store living things. Shuedi is a soul beast, but Doluo continent is his backyard. Every blade of grass and every soul beast here are Tang San's property. Tang San would never waste a powerful beast like the Snow Empress. He would use it to train the Son of Luck and help him make further progress. Shanae, go help Shan and take the ring from him. Robbery. Zhu Cai did not ask what the conferred god platform was. She would obey Bai Luo's orders unconditionally. So, following the close combat ability of Shan, Zhu Cai freely controlled various elements, while assisting Shan. She also looked for opportunities to cast magic to attack the old man possessed by Tang San's mind. The fight between the two women was totally inconsistent with the Soul Master system. This is like a soul skill with a shortcut key. No matter how continuously it is released, there will be intervals and freezes. But the two women's attacks had no such restrictions. Shan's attacks were extremely violent, and each strike was as powerful as a full-strength blow from a demigod. After adding dark magic power, even Tang San had to avoid its edge. Not to mention Zhu Cai. The mage is originally an output profession. Zhu Cai, who is stronger than the one in the original book, stood behind Shan and directly transformed into a turret with unlimited firepower. After a while, Tang San was beaten into a mess and fled in panic. Damn it! Where did these two women come from? Tang San, who was in the god realm, was using his divine sense to spy on the battle in the far north. As he was being watched by the god of destruction, he couldn't take action himself. It is already the limit to separate a ray of divine consciousness and control the old man, allowing him to exert combat power comparable to that of a demigod. However, whether it is Shana or Shan, they are not weaker than demigods in their sealed state, and are even stronger than them. 2 against 1, Tang San's puppet is already in danger. These people cannot be the soul masters and soul beasts of Doluo continent. Tang San knew Doluo continent very well. He even knew the Silver Dragon King hidden under the Star Do Great Forest. He even started planning and scheming the power of the Dragon God early on. But Bai Luo and his 4 companions were undoubtedly outsiders. Chance. Just when Tang San was distracted, Zhu Cai seized the opportunity and quickly performed space operations, successfully cutting off the hand of Tang San wearing the storage soul guide. Ah! The connection of divine thoughts and the pain of a severed hand were also felt by Tang San, who was in the divine realm. Damn it! Martial soul true body! Ring explosion! Seeing that his puppet was at a disadvantage, Tang San no longer hid and directly detonated all the soul power stored in the old man's body. Black, 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 red, red, 9 soul rings emerged from behind the old man. I got the stuff. Looking at the storage soul guide that Zhu Cai had sent to him, Bai Luo ignored the space and directly took out the conferred god platform stored in it. If it wasn't to prevent Tang San from destroying the conferred god platform, Bai Luo wouldn't have made so much trouble. Deal with him, Bo. As soon as he finished speaking, the evil spirit who was originally standing in front of Bai Luo disappeared without a trace. Bai Luo did not take the mere demigod strength seriously. Besides, only a fool would wait for the enemy to read the bar. The ring explosion is indeed very powerful, but will Bai Luo give Tang San such a chance? Ah! In the divine realm, Tang San, who was controlling the clear sky hammer and preparing to use his martial soul's true body and then begin to crush his soul ring, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Looking at the battlefield again, Ergilong was holding a thorny vine stick that was dripping blood. Behind her, a headless corpse was lying in a pool of blood. It was the demigod old man controlled by Tang San. If Shen and Shana were equivalent to first-level gods who could only use the power of demigods, then Ergian, she is a restricted god king in Doluo continent. The power it can unleash is even more powerful than that of Emperor Tian. Kill a mere demigod in seconds, no pressure at all. Lord Bai Luo. Shen and Shana were dissatisfied that they had no rivals and were snatched away by Ergui, so the 3 women returned to Bai Luo and looked at the conferred god platform in his hand. What's this? What we gained from this trip? Bai Luo thought about what benefits he could get in Doluo continent. Is it an awakened martial soul, 230, or a soul ring or soul bone, or some rare treasure? No, neither. Bai Luo's growth path has been clear from beginning to end. That is to capture a powerful being, make it one's own follower, and then bring it back to the Axis world. The Axis world will compensate the opponent according to the strength of his soul and his own uniqueness, and grant him race, magic elements and unique skills. Looking at the Doluo continent, the only things that Bai Luo is interested in are the ferocious beasts. As for soul masters, gods, and the like, Bai Luo had no interest in this. When humans arrive in the axial world, they are still humans and lack the potential for evolution. On the contrary, the soul sleeping inside the 100,000-year-old embryo in Bai Luo's hand is one of the top soul beasts in the entire Doluo series. No, whether the Ice and Snow Girl is considered a soul beast is another matter. Bai Luo felt that Shwede was more like an elf from the Axis world. Similar to Ifrit, the upper-level fire spirit of the Rimuru family. The explosive ruler, who possesses the power to burn everything, is second only to the Elf King among the fire elves. Let's talk to her first. Bai Luo actually has some confidence in defeating Shwede. As Bai Luo probed his spiritual power into the conferred god platform, he saw a tall girl curled up in this space that looked like a golden birdcage. Chapter 53. Who are you? The girl had long white hair that fell all the way to her feet. Feeling the outsider's surveillance, she opened her eyes. Those beautiful ice blue eyes were ethereal and clear, as if they could see through everything in the world. Her slender body was flawless, and although the white dress had no decoration at all, it made her look so noble and stunning. My name is Bai Luo, and I'm the one who saved you from the evil God King. Evil, God King. Although Shwede was sealed, she could not easily sense the outside world. But Tang San's battle with Zhu Cai and Zai Yuan was so fierce just now that even the sealed Snow Empress noticed the movement outside. So Shwede did not doubt Bai Luo's words. She just didn't understand what Bai Luo meant by the God King. Do you remember the group of soul masters who ascended to the divine realm 10,000 years ago? Bai Luo quickly thought about Tang San, how he treated Doluo continent as his back garden, and how he was planning on using her as a chess piece. Gala Lala. The more Shwede listened, the more he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Although it was a spiritual space, the power of the Snow Emperor still affected this place. A large amount of ice crystals began to spread, and even cracks appeared faintly in the space. She did not suspect that Bai Luo was deceiving her. First, it is crucial to understand that Bai Luo is not human. The monsters in the Axis world are different from the soul beasts in the Doluo world. Shwede is sure that Bai Luo is not of the same kind as herself. But at the same time, Bai Luo is not human either. That's enough. As long as they are not human, Shwede will have absolute malice. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Shwede's logic is very simple. Thanks. The ice and snow girl who has dominated the far north for hundreds of thousands of years now thanks Bai Luo. If this matter were to spread, it would surely shock countless soul beasts. But Bai Luo deserves Shwede's thanks. If you really want to thank me, why don't you come with me? With you? Shwede didn't understand what the other party meant. Did he want her to follow him and become his subordinate? In the world of soul beasts, the strong are respected. Shwede attaches great importance to dignity and would never submit to others. But Bai Luo saved her life. As a reward, Shwede could accept doing something for Bai Luo. I will not be inferior to others. After Shwede finished speaking, he quickly added, but if there is anything you need me to do, I am willing to help you. She was indirectly telling Bai Luo that she was willing to do things for him to repay him for saving her life. And in my current state, if you have anything to say, please wait until I finish my transformation. Shwede was also helpless about the soul beast's transformation. She was not sure she could survive the 700,000-year catastrophe, so she could only choose to transform and rebuild herself to try her luck at becoming a god. Inexplicably, Shwede began to doubt whether she could really help Bai Luo with her own strength. No, not for me. Just when Shwede was confused, Bai Luo said, leave this world with me and go to a wider world. Leave this world. Bai Luo's words went beyond Shwede's expectations. Can you take me away from this world? That's right. After reading the original novel, Bai Luo knew that Doluo continent was a huge cage for soul beasts. The Snow Emperor's lifespan was already short, otherwise he would not have chosen to transform into a human in order to fight for the chance of becoming a god. However, Bai Luo has a ready-made solution. As long as she leaves the Doluo world, Shwede will be able to break free from the shackles and have a new future. So, here comes the question. Can Bai Luo take Shwede across the world? The answer is no. Without becoming Bai Luo's follower, Shwede cannot leave Doluo world. If she wants to leave, she can only become Bai Luo's person. In other words, you want me to become your follower, just like those who just fought with Tang San. That's right. Bai Luo said, don't worry, I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. You can understand the relationship between my family and me as a community of honor and disgrace. If you become stronger, I will also become stronger. On the other hand, the stronger I am, the more you will get. In the Doluo continent during this period, there was no such concept as souls and wisdom soul rings, at least Shwede had never heard of them. Obviously, following Bai Luo is much better than becoming someone else's spirit ring or spirit bone, or dying directly at the hands of God. However, Shwede has her own pride. She felt that transforming into a human, and then obtaining a divine position and ascending to become a god like Tang San did many years ago, was also a way. Ascend to become a god? Oh, forget it. However, Bai Luo poured cold water on Shwede. You don't really think that someone can ascend to the god realm from Doluo continent under Tang San's surveillance, do you? No one in a higher position would allow someone to get out of control and start his own business with just a few resources. Unless Shwedi becomes Tang San's dog, Tang San will never allow such a powerful person to appear in Doluo continent. Tang San. Shwedi has a cold and arrogant personality, but that doesn't mean she is stupid. On the contrary, Shwedi is very smart and she can fully understand what Bai Luo means. With the God King Tang above her head, no matter how confident or talented she is, she cannot escape the fate of being plotted against to death. Just like the confinement left by the Dragon God, let's not talk about its original intention for now. However, due to the calculations of the gods in the divine world, this restriction that prevented him from becoming a god directly harmed countless soul beasts and also cut off the Snow Emperor's path to ascension. So, as long as you leave Doluo continent, the thunder tribulation that binds you will disappear. If you don't want to follow me, I can also take you to other planes and help you break through. Bai Luo is serious. Anyway, even if Shwedi breaks free from her shackles and becomes a god in some other dimension, Bai Luo will still have the opportunity to subdue her and make her his follower. But in this case, the favor Shwedi owed would be too great. Shwedi has a cold and arrogant personality, but that doesn't mean she has no feelings or doesn't know how to be grateful. By the way, following me is better than following someone like Tang San, right? Bai Luo does have some confidence. He is not like Tang San, who says one thing in public and another in private. Bai Luo has always been generous to his family. If they have something to eat, they won't be left hungry. That's right, Bai Luo is very good. Ergui's consciousness also came into play, forming a cute girl's phantom beside Bai Luo. Yes. Shen and I are just ordinary big ghosts in the forest, but Lord Bai Luo has given us powerful strength. Zhu Cai also showed up, and now they had to step forward to persuade the new partners to join. Chapter 54. What's the point of this world being so weak? Following the boss, I will definitely meet many strong people in the future. Ziwan's words touched Shwedi's heart. Fighting with them and becoming stronger, isn't this much better than being trapped in a small world? Yes, Shen and the others are right. The three people's gratitude and love for Bai Luo are from the bottom of their hearts, and this cannot be false. The most important thing is that you can become stronger by following Bai Luo. Just based on this point, Shwedi felt that she had no reason to refuse. I can promise you that. But I also have a few conditions. If you can guarantee it, I am willing to fight alongside you and never betray you. Shwedi is a person who sticks to one thing and sticks to it. Once you make a decision, you won't regret it. And Bai Luo has given her great respect. She is just an embryo now. With the strength of Bai Luo and others, there is no need to say so much if they want to enslave and control her. Self-destruction only works when the difference in strength is not too big. And what about Bai Luo and others? Shwedi had a feeling that Bai Luo had the power to control her by force. He didn't need it because he wanted to gain his true heart, and he was a slave whose appearance and heart were not in harmony. Just for this reason, Shwedi developed a great liking for 210 Bai Luo. Well, you go ahead. First, you can't force me to do something I don't want to do. That's no problem. Second, I hope to return to this world in the future. At this point, Shwedi's voice was faintly chilling. I want revenge on Tang San and those high and mighty gods. Captured like a plaything. Shwedi absolutely cannot tolerate such humiliation. She wants to become stronger, and then return to Doluo world to make those high and mighty gods, especially Tang San, pay the price. Even if you don't tell me about this, I will help you. As long as Shwedi becomes his follower, he will be his own. Bai Luo will help her bear the hatred of Shwedi. What's more, Bai Luo doesn't like Tang San very much. If there is a chance in the future, Bai Luo would not mind directly conquering the Doluo universe and turning it into a part of the Axis world. Good. Seeing Bai Luo's agreement, Shweta heaved a sigh of relief and became more and more satisfied with the new master. What should I do to become the dependent you mentioned? Sedge. Just relax. When Bai Luo saw that Shweta recognized him, he did not hesitate and quickly used his ability as a captor on her. This is... Shweta faintly heard a question asking her if she was willing to become Bai Luo's dependent. The captor can capture by force, or he can gently interrogate the person like this. I do. Shweta has made a decision, so she will not be suspicious. She is willing to trust Bai Luo once. If I were cheated, I couldn't blame anyone else. I could only blame her for being too naive and blind. You won't regret it. Bai Luo's transformation of Shweta's followers went very smoothly. In the absence of resistance, the contact between the two sides was like a natural process. Cultivate yourself in my spiritual world for a while. Bai Luo opened the conferred god platform, released the Snow Queen from it, and then used magic power to stabilize its form. The light blue magic power turned into a trickle, nourishing the damage Shweta suffered from the interruption of her transformation. The specific transformation can only be completed after Bai Luo brings Shweta back to the Axis world and uses the power of the rules there. Thanks. Shweta did not hesitate and immediately entered Bai Luo's body. The family contract allowed Bai Luo to accept Shweta with confidence, and the latter also learned about Bai Luo's origins and some of his thoughts from this oath. He did not deceive himself. The relationship between the followers and the master is like that of companions and family members who share weal and woe. He would not harm or enslave her. And she will protect him and fight for him with all her heart. Master Bai Luo, where are we going next? Continue to explore this world, asked Shana. No. Bai Luo raised his head, his tone a little serious. We can't come to this world again in the short term. Before the three women could ask the reason, an invisible and intangible pressure descended from the sky and enveloped everyone in an instant. This is... Judging from its size alone, this pressure is no weaker than that of a special A-level monster, but it is still lacking in quality. It's Tang San. In the spiritual world, Shweta's voice rang in Bai Luo's ears. He has been staring at this world. The facts were before her eyes, and Shweta no longer had any doubts. If Bai Luo hadn't appeared, she could imagine her future, which would definitely end with her being plotted against by Tang San. Let's go back. Bai Luo didn't intend to confront Tang San head-on. It's no big deal to beat Tang San alone, but if the five great gods join forces, it will be a bit troublesome. It is said that it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, not to mention that in this operation, Bai Luo took full advantage. The old man's death was equivalent to Tang San losing a puppet that he could directly control, greatly reducing his ability to interfere with Doluo continent. Taking Shweta away gave Bai Luo an extra powerful follower whose qualifications and potential were not inferior to Ergui Luo, or even superior to her. Traveler. Boom. Damn humans. Just as Bai Luo was about to start the traveler and return to the Axis world, a huge green monster broke through the ice from underground, bringing with it a rolling cold current and sweeping towards where Bai Luo and the others were standing. Bun. Ergian moved quickly and appeared in front of Bai Luo in a flash. Bo. The girl held both hands in front of her, and she tore the cold current formed by the extreme ice. She actually relied on brute force to block the fatal blow that the Ice Emperor had been accumulating for a long time. What? Bingdi's gem-like eyes froze for a moment, obviously not expecting his attack to be blocked. Still so relaxed and casual. Closet. At the first moment, Shweta recognized the identity of the Jade Ice Scorpion. It was one of her few friends in this far north, Bingdi. Tisk. This guy came at the wrong time. Because of Tang San's divine power lock, Bai Luo and others did not notice the approach of Ice Emperor. But in this way, Bai Luo fell into an embarrassing situation. He wants to take people back. So what about Ice Emperor? Leave her here? Bai Luo felt that if Tang San lost track of them, he would definitely take out his anger on Bingdi. Chapter 55. Owner Xue Di, who had already obtained information about the followers and travelers, naturally realized this. Can you take Binger with you? Although Xue Di's voice was cold, Bai Luo could hear a hint of pleading in it. Given the relationship between the Ice and Snow Emperors, she didn't want to leave the Ice Emperor alone to face Tang San's wrath. But in this case, Bai Luo's only choice is to forcibly capture Bingdi and bring her back to the Axis world. All right. Bai Luo didn't think that Bingdi would waste one of his retainers' quota. The two Ice and Snow Emperors, or in other words, all ferocious beast-level soul beasts, can theoretically provide help to Bai Luo. The qualifications of Ice Emperor are definitely not as good as those of Snow Emperor, but at least Bai Luo will not be at a loss. Bang bang, control her. Bo. Upon hearing Bai Luo's fate, Ergui summoned the thorn vine stick without hesitation, and then before Bingdi could react, he smashed it on her head. Bun. The terrifying force came down like a mountain, and Bingdi felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing, and then he fainted. Captor, activate. For a being that has lost the ability to resist, the captor does not need to make any preparations. With a flash of light, the huge ice blue Emperor Scorpion disappeared into the giant pit, along with Bai Luo and the others. How is it possible? In the God realm, Tang San sat on the throne of the God King. A picture was floating in front of him, showing the place where Bai Luo and others had stood before. However, at this moment, the three areas are empty in the picture. Where? Space transfer? Or breath concealment? Tang San's divine sense continuously poured into the image, and then he conducted a carpet search of the entire far north, and spread it to even more distant places. Tang San. But soon, Tang San's actions were discovered. The god of destruction rushed in with anger, staring at Tang San with a gloomy face. What are you doing? Gods cannot interfere with the lower world. As a law enforcement god, do you want to break the law? X. Tang San was furious when his plan was ruined by Bai Luo. But the god of destruction came to question him. Destroy God King, you have already received your death. Unfortunately, Tang San has not yet fully mastered the power of the Shura god, and he is not sure of defeating the old God King of destruction. There was no other way, Tang San could only pretend to be friendly with the other party. You mean to say that there are evil gods from other planes that have entered Doluo continent? That's right. Tang San is worthy of being the pure and innocent Tang Buddha. In just a few words, he portrayed Bai Luo and others as evil people with ulterior motives. They coveted Doluo continent, and he just discovered this in advance and went to stop them. The god of destruction stared at Tang San. His compassionate look was too deceptive. Even the goddess of life who had been with him for countless tens of thousands of years now began to speak for Tang San. Not to mention the Doluo universe, the mutual suspicion and calculations between destruction and Tang San. Bai Luo successfully returned to the Axis world with the newly conquered Hyote and Swite, as well as Ryu, Shana, and Shen. Now start the transformation of dependence. Transformation completed. Individual name Snow Emperor obtains race Upper Ice Elf. Individual name Hyoi acquired race Insect Demon Tribe, Ice Scorpion Type. New rules detected, analysis started. Analysis successful, get additional skill extreme attributes. The inherent skill Flame Body has been supplemented, and a new elemental type has been added. New energy has been detected, analysis started. Analysis successful. New magic variant obtained. Start naming. Named successfully, obtain soul power. Obtaining divine power. Because soul power and divine power are related to the soul master system, skills begin to merge. Fusion successful, obtain new special skill God's Ring. Discover the new unique skill Sword Saint. Discover the new unique skill Nature. Discover a new unique skill, Ice Prison. Obtain the Soul Master profession, which meets the conditions for obtaining the unique skill Spirit Master. Individual name Bai Luo successfully obtained the unique skill Spirit Master. Ah! Where is this place? Damn human, what on earth did you do to me? In the boundless pure white world, AQ version of Ice Emperor is furious. Bingdi remembered that not long ago, he suddenly attacked a human soul master, but was hit on the head by a green stick. What happened next, Bingdi had no idea. Bing bing, stop making trouble. Suddenly, a cold female voice came from behind Bingdi. She turned around and saw a beautiful woman in an ice blue dress. Snow Emperor. Bingdi was delighted at first, but then fell into deep despair. Lien, have you also been captured by that hateful human? How so? Bingdi obviously misunderstood something, and Sweetie shook her head helplessly. She comforted her good sister while explaining the current situation to her. When she heard that Tang San was monitoring Doluo continent, Snow Queen and even herself might be plotted against, Ice Queen directly cursed Tang San for being despicable. What happened next was somewhat beyond Bingdi's expectations. The demons from another world, the special oath of their family, have left the Doluo world, and have the possibility to continue to become stronger. All these things made Bingdi feel incredible. In other words, Shuedi, you have now become that person, Bai Luo's follower. It was hard for the Ice Emperor, the leader of the three fierce beasts in the far north, to accept that he would become someone else's follower. Dependence and the like, that sounds nice, but aren't they still slaves this week? Shuedi, do you really want to become a follower of that Bai Luo? Well, I've made up my mind. Shuedi has a cold personality, but she does not have the complicated thoughts like humans. Since she has said that she will follow Bai Luo, she will be loyal to him and will never betray him in this life. Besides, Binger, you are now actually Bai Luo's dependent. What? Hearing this, Bingdi's eyes widened. The Q version of the look, coupled with this shocked expression, is so cute. Even the Snow Emperor had the urge to hold the Ice Emperor in his arms and knead him. Chapter 56. The captor of Bai Luo can forcibly transform beings weaker than him into his followers. Theoretically speaking, Snow Emperor, like Ice Emperor, is far weaker than Bai Luo. If Bai Luo was more shameless, he would have deliberately enslaved the two sisters and made them sign various unequal treaties. Instead of being like now, Shuedi, in addition to fulfilling the obligations of a dependent, such as protecting Bai Luo, fighting for Bai Luo, and not betraying Bai Luo, can refuse some of Bai Luo's unreasonable requests. But, Bingdi is different. Because the situation was too urgent, Bai Luo hastily captured Bingdi by force. The result of this capture was that Bingdi signed the most demanding contract. Unable to resist Bai Luo, must obey all his orders. Even if Bai Luo asked Bingdi to become his Star Fury force, Bingdi had no right to resist. How can this be? Isn't this 910 too despicable? Bingdi felt like crying but had no tears. She almost understood everything. Bai Luo is not a human soul master and has no ill will towards their soul beasts. The Snow Queen's family oath is the best evidence. Originally, Bingdi had a chance to become a member of Bai Luo's family like Sweetie, instead of being unable to control her life and death like now. I'm sorry, but I have to use my discretion due to the emergency. I'm sorry to have to inconvenience you for a while, Bingdi. Bai Luo appeared beside the two sisters, and he didn't mind Bingdi's sudden attack. Soul beasts attack humans, and humans hunt soul beasts. This is a daily routine in Doluo continent, and there is nothing much to say. But now that Bingdi has become Bai Luo's third dependent from another world and has signed such a harsh contract, Bai Luo is a little embarrassed. The effectiveness of the contract is absolute, at least Bai Luo now has no ability to change it. Of course, as Bai Luo continued to break through, he became the awakened Demon King. By the time the unique skill is sublimated, Bai Luo will be able to control it perfectly, and then convert the slave contract into a reasonable dependent contract. Although the slave contract is useful, Bai Luo thinks it is a big pitfall. Forced slavery will create a rift between the dependents and the master. This is not conducive to the subsequent breakthrough of the followers. Fortunately, Bai Luo is not that kind of person and will not do whatever he wants to Bingdi. You are Bai Lu. When Bingdi saw Bai Luo appear, his first reaction was not to blame or scold him. The little Q version of Ice Emperor instinctively took a step back, but felt that it was not safe enough, so he hid directly behind Snow Emperor. Only then he dared to stick out half of his head and looked at Bai Luo timidly. Bai Luo knows Bingdi's current condition. The power of the slave contract made it impossible for Bingdi to disobey Bai Luo. In her eyes, Bai Luo was like an evil slave owner holding a whip. Just standing there would bring her great pressure and fear. All the bargaining and arrogance became a joke at this moment. I am actually afraid of this guy in front of me. Wow, what a humiliation! Bingdi wanted to fight against the trembling in her heart, but the power of the contract prevented her from doing anything to resist Bai Luo. Okay, Bing Bing, Bai Luo is not that kind of person. He won't bully you. Well, let's get along, Hyote. Bai Luo smiled gently at Bingdi. He waved his hand, motioning Bingdi to come to him. He did not use the power of the contract, so even if Bingdi was unwilling, she could refuse. But how could the emperor succumb to the fear in his heart? She will face the abyss. So, when Bingdi held Bai Luo's hand, she truly felt the emotions from her master, which was a welcome and love from the heart. Perhaps this transformation of the family came too suddenly, and Bai Luo was caught off guard. But it had already happened, and Bai Luo regarded it as his fate with Bingdi. Don't you want to see your newfound power? Bai Luo touched Bingdi's soft little head and said with a smile, Bing Bing is much stronger now than before. Hey! Perhaps the previous changes came too suddenly, and Bingdi did not investigate carefully. Now, after Bai Luo's reminder, Bingdi suddenly discovered the huge changes in himself. She first transformed herself from a Q version scorpion into a girl with long green hair. What's going on? Family contract? Axis world? Skills? So that's how it is, Bingdi was shocked by this sudden surprise. She never expected that happiness would come so suddenly. The surging energy in the body is called magic power. In terms of quality, soul power is not even worthy of magic power. Magic power is comparable to the divine power of the divine world. No wonder he's so strong. Bingdi thought of a possibility, doesn't that mean that I am now actually equivalent to becoming a god? That's right, I think. Bai Luo looked at Xue Di, who was also carefully feeling the changes in herself. If you return to Doluo continent, you may not be able to defeat Tang San, but ordinary gods are definitely not your opponents. Not only are they no match, but if the two sisters join forces, they will be able to kill them all. Thinking of this, Bai Luo opened the attribute panel of Bingdi. Hyote. Race, Insect Demon Clan, Ice Scorpion. Magical Essence, 34,000, A-level Intermediate. General Skills, Ice Magic, Ice and Bug Pokemon Magic. Inherent Skills, Ultimate Attributes, Ice Body, Full Melee Mastery, Magic Amplification, Super Speed Regeneration. Additional Skills, Accelerated Thinking, Universal Perception, Ice and Snow Control, Space Manipulation, Multiple Barriers. Unique Skill, Extreme Ice Prison, creates a domain where the speed of material flow can be freely controlled. Exclusive Skills, Twin Martial Souls, Eternal Night Shining Sun, both are Bai Luo martial souls sharing life and death, and can fuse martial souls. Special Skills, Magic Solidification, God's Ring, can store power in advance and cast God's Rings, up to 10. When a God's Ring is released during battle, a skill prepared in advance can be instantly used. Resistance, Physical Attack Ineffective, abnormal status ineffective, mental attack ineffective, natural influence 0.7 ineffective, holy magic attack resistance. Insect demon tribe, ice scorpion type. The Zerg are a race in the Axis world, but they are not real Zerg, but a variant of the elves. In other words, the demons are one of the products of the elves' fall. Similar to this are fairies, long-eared people, and even goblins, which actually belong to this category. In terms of racial classification, Bingdi should be a fallen elf demon of the ice scorpion type. 34,000 magic points, almost the same as that of the other, both are at the middle level of A grade. A level is based on magic element, 10,000 30,000 is the beginner level, 30,000 60,000 is the intermediate level, 60,000 90,000 is the advanced level, 90,000 100,000 is the peak level, which is equivalent to quasi-special A, quasi-disaster. Hyote's potential is online, and should be similar to that of Urki. Has the qualifications to evolve into a holy demon spirit. Chapter 57. General Skills, Ice Magic, Ice and Bug Pokemon Magic. Ice Magic, probably a mixture of the abilities from the Ice Emperor's Soul Beast period, and the elemental magic I got from me. Iceworm Dual-type Pokemon Magic. Bai Luo was not surprised by this. It seemed that his followers could awaken Pokemon moves from the 18 attributes according to their own compatibility. Well, this place is called Pokemon Magic. The names are different, but they are not the same. Inherent skills, ultimate attributes, Ice Body, Full Melee Mastery, Magic Amplification, Super Speed Regeneration. There is nothing much to say about the inherent skills. The last three all come from Bai Luo. Extreme attributes. I remember the voice of the world mentioned earlier that new rules have been discovered. Bai Luo remembered that the ultimate attribute of Doluo continent should mean that a certain attribute has reached its peak, and it is also a symbol of talent. However, after the transformation of the base Axis world, the ultimate attributes have undergone certain changes. Generally speaking, the ultimate attribute is equivalent to a passive ability, which can amplify the same attribute and greatly restrain other attributes. In this regard, Bai Luo can only say that it is pretty good, but that's all. After all, it's just Doluo continent. Even if the attributes there reach the extreme of 24, how strong can it be? Compared to the ultimate attribute, this icy body is more interesting. To put it simply, Hyote's icy body is a bit like Aokiji's freezing fruit in one piece, but with elemental fat. This makes Ice Emperor immune to almost all general skills, and also has great resistance to most additional skills of a physical nature. If you want to defeat Ice Emperor, you must at least use magic or rule level additional skills. Otherwise, the Ice Emperor, who possesses the bug-like elemental ability of Ice Body, is invincible. Of course, it's just pure magic crushing. For example, if Milim casts a devastating magic cannon, then even if he has an ice body, the Ice Emperor will be killed by one cannon. In the Axis world, magic is not absolute, but it is really overbearing. The saying one force can defeat 10 skills is exactly what this situation means. Additional skills, accelerated thinking, universal perception, ice and snow control, space manipulation, multiple barriers. Most of the abilities are inherited, and I also gained the ability to control ice and snow. What Bai Luo is really looking forward to is what unique skills Bingdi will acquire. The unique skill, the Arctic Ice Prison, reminded Bai Luo of Chloe's infinite prison in the original novel, which was the trick used to seal the storm Dragon Veldora. But this one from Bingdi is a low-end version. According to Purity, unique skills of the ability system such as the Arctic Ice Prison should be classified as lower rarity. But this ability, Bai Luo felt that this unique skill was very strong, extremely strong, and its future potential was no less than Chloe's infinite prison. The two are of the same type, both have the ability to seal, confine, and control. Once it is unleashed, challenging opponents of higher levels will be a piece of cake. Exclusive skill, Twin Martial Souls, Eternal Night Shining Sun. Special skills, Magic Solidification, Inheritable, God's Ring, not inheritable. Twin Martial Souls? Martial Soul Fusion Technique. No, it's not a martial soul fusion technique. Bai Luo carefully analyzes this exclusive skill. Unique, exclusive, and special, these three types of skills cannot be copied or taken away and have strong independence. In essence, all three were unique skills, but because it was impossible to accurately determine them, they were classified in more detail by Voice of the World. Twin Martial Souls, Eternal Night Shining Sun, can be used in two ways. The first is that the power of the two emperors of ice and snow resonates, and then the Ice Emperor takes the lead and instantly explodes with an attack that is enough to rival the level of the Demon King. The destructive power at the Demon King level is terrifying. But what really interests Bai Luo is the second usage of Eternal Night Shining Sunday. That is to let the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor possess Bai Luo at the same time, so that Bai Luo can break through a major realm in a short period of time and fight with a new attitude. So, this is actually a transformation skill? Similar to spirit possession. Well, it is worthy of being a power system from Doluo continent, it does have the characteristics of that place. No wonder they are called twin martial spirits. If you really count it, Bai Luo is also a soul master, and a soul master with two martial souls, the Ice Emperor Scorpion and Ice and Snow. Finally, Bai Luo turned his attention to the special skill brought by Bingdi. The reason why special skills are special is because they are different from the basic Axis world. If Bai Luo had to describe it, it was probably fragments from another world, which were forcibly loaded into the skill system by the Voice of the World through Bai Luo. Star particle manipulation is the root of the base Axis world. Magic solidification is the integration and sublimation of the skill tree in the Seeking world. The same is true of the Ring of God today. The characteristics of Doluo world are that soul masters have soul rings and gods have god rings. Not to mention soul rings for now, the maximum number of divine rings one can have is 9, which means one is the supreme god king. However, the maximum number of Bai Luo's divine rings is 10. This means that Bai Luo can store 10 skills in advance, and then release them instantly at the critical moment without any cooldown or delay. What a magical skill! This God's Ring is simply a divine skill. You know, the storage limit of the God Ring is linked to Bai Luo's tolerance limit of 663. Like the maximum explosion magic used in the previous battle with the insect monster, Bai Luo could prepare 10 in advance. As long as he has free time, he can store things in it. Not only that, the magic ring can also store magic power and any energy that Bai Luo can control. Skills, energy. Bai Luo didn't know what to say. This special skill was simply a magical combat skill. The only problem is that the Ring of God seems to be unique to Doluo's followers. Bai Luo cannot pass it on to his followers such as Ergui Luo, or other named monsters through other means. Magic solidification. The magic essence of the omnipotent oil is solidified. I, Bai Luoxi, call you a model worker. Magic solidification is a special skill, so it cannot be simulated or copied by outsiders, which establishes its patentability. However, the solidification of magic element allows Bai Luo to spread it freely among his own people. From the dependents to the named monsters. This greatly enhanced the overall quality of Bai Luo's followers. After all, magic essence is equivalent to physical strength and mental strength. Improving magic essence is equivalent to improving everything. It looks like there's nothing special about the magic solidification, but it can cultivate a bunch of numerical monsters. Possessing the existence of solidified magic essence, if the magic essence reaches a certain level, one can even be immune to most mechanisms. Because magic itself is a skill. Chapter 58. Train yourself to the extreme, and then reach the pinnacle. Bai Luo discovered that special skills were the greatest benefit he gained from crossing countless worlds, and they were also the capital he used to challenge the Axis world and other worlds. What the hell are these? Good, so strong. Bingdi was stunned by the attribute panel that appeared in front of her. She had never thought that transforming into someone else's follower would have such a big improvement. Arrogance is relative, and so is honesty. In the world of soul beasts, the strong are respected and the fittest survive. In the original novel, the Ice Emperor accepted the lobbying of the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm and became Huo Yuhao's second martial soul in order to survive. The Ice Emperor is now in the same situation where he is about to face a heavenly calamity and then die. In times like this, it's not a big deal to just become someone else's dependent in order to survive, right? At the end of Doluo Doluo 2, to put it bluntly, the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor just became the divine beasts beside Huo Yuhao. It seems good, but in fact it is still a pet of humans and gods, and its life and death are not controlled by humans. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, Master. Bingdi called him Master without any reservation. If people knew that becoming a follower of Bai Luo could bring about such earth-shaking changes, there would be countless soul beasts in the entire Doluo continent who would rack their brains for it. Hiote paid the price of his freedom. But compared to a bright future and continuing to live, what's the big deal about this price? The only difference is whether you can follow the right master. But as it stands now, Bingdi and Suidi are undoubtedly lucky, as they met a generous and humane master. Master. Xuedi nodded, and she also saw her own attribute column. It is indeed inappropriate to call the master by his name, so I will also call him master from now on. Actually there's no need. Bai Luo originally wanted the two women to call him Bai Luo directly, but seeing their firm attitude, he said nothing more. Dependents and masters. This was supposed to be a deal. However, Hiote and Suibi really won. Some people may think that Bai Luo also benefited. But in the eyes of Bingdi and Suidi, Bai Luo has countless choices, and they only have this one chance to follow Bai Luo. They are lucky, much luckier than other soul beasts on Doluo continent. From now on, please let me and Bing Bing serve you to repay your life-saving grace. Bingdi nodded obediently. Even her elder sister said so, so as a younger sister, of course she should just follow. All right. Bai Luo looked at Xuedi and asked, Xuedi, what do you think? Very strong. On the Snow Queen's cold and beautiful face, a smile appeared, like the melting winter snow. Perhaps, now the strongest person under the Master's command is me. Snow Emperor. Race, Upper Ice Elf. Magic Element, 86,000, A-level High Level. General Skills, Ice Magic, Ice and Fairy Pokemon Magic. Inherent Skills, Ice and Snow Body, Full Sword Mastery, Full Melee Mastery, Magic Amplification, Super Speed Regeneration. Additional Skills, Ultimate Attributes, Accelerated Thinking, Universal Perception, Ice and Snow Control, Space Manipulation, Multiple Barriers. Unique Skills, Sword Saint, possessing the pinnacle of swordsmanship and martial arts. Nature, can absorb external magic elements, create natural substances, and derive them to obtain a new state. Exclusive Skills, Twin Martial Souls, Cold and Desolate Empress, both of them are Bai Luo martial souls, twins born from the same bud, and can fuse their martial souls. Special Skills, Magic Solidification, God's Ring. Resistance, Physical Attack Ineffective, Abnormal Status Ineffective, Mental Attack Ineffective, Natural Influence Ineffective, Holy Magic Attack Resistance. 86,000 Magic Points. Sword Master and Nature, 2 unique skills. They also have the unique skill Twin Martial Spirits, but the name is different. This exclusive skill, led by the Snow Empress and integrated with the power of the Ice Empress, will allow her to break through to a new realm, that is, the state of Cold and Desolate Empress. However, this transformation will greatly consume Xuedi's magic power, so it cannot last long and can only be used once at a critical moment. In addition, Bai Luo can also enter this state when he is possessed by a martial spirit. To be precise, these two exclusive skills are the same. With Snow Empress as the main character, she transformed into the cold and desolate Empress. Use Ice Emperor as the main force and use Eternal Night of Sunday. When Bai Luo uses it, he first transforms, and his title changes from Empress to Lord of Frost and Desolate, and then he has the qualifications to use the 10 ultimate destructions of Eternal Night and Shining Sunday. Whether it's the Snow Emperor or the Ice Emperor, the fusion of their powers has flaws. Only by merging with me can you demonstrate the power of this exclusive skill. You know, after the martial spirit possesses the body, the magic elements of the three people are superimposed together. After the magic elements are superimposed, except for the inability to change qualitatively, the beauty is simply the numerical value. Just the current three people, once they use the martial spirit possession, their magic power will increase to more than 200,000. This is already the level of the Demon King. In other words, Bai Luo truly possesses the strength to compete with the Demon King. Sweetie, the unique skill of the Sword Saint. Bai Luo, you also know swordsmanship. It's more than just swordsmanship. Without waiting for the Snow Queen to speak, the Ice Queen with the innate snow-blowing holy body said excitedly, the Snow Queen is an expert in both swords and palms, and is the pride of our far north. Of the Xuedi was not being modest at all. She nodded very naturally, indicating that it was just as Bing Di said. The soul masters in Doluo continent use soul skills, and the soul beasts are actually similar, with only a few tricks. As for Snow Empress, she started from herself and created the three wonders of Snow Empress. Emperor Sword, Unparalleled Ice, Emperor Palm, Great Cold Without Snow, Good Money, Emperor Cold Sky, Snow Dances in the Sunday. The three are sword skills, fists and palms, and domains. The swordsman of the Axis world is not just good at swordsmanship, it also includes swordsmanship, knife skills, gun skills, and even close combat. The unique skill of the sword master is usually given to those who have reached the pinnacle of martial arts and skills. Xuedi lived for 700,000 years. At this age, it is natural to eat very juicy food. But time will not change. Xuedi has indeed lived for such a long time, and has used such a long time to improve his skills to the extreme. Imagine if a strong man who has practiced his skills for 700,000 years came to the Axis world. According to the World Voice, is there anyone who can compete with her for the title of Sword Saint? The answer is obvious, no. In this way, Xuedi won the title without any pressure and obtained the unique skill Sword Saint. Chapter 59. As expected of the Snow Emperor, Bai Luo was impressed by Xuedi's excellence. What is this natural world? A skill that transforms magic power into existing matter. This skill is somewhat similar to Rimuru's analysis and creation, but also has certain differences. The biggest difference is that Xuedi's creations are not a transformation of form, but something created out of nothing. For example, Rimuru eats minerals and herbs, and then directly creates weapons and potions. Xuedi can do such a thing. Not only that, Xuedi can also use magic to create various minerals and plants. As Xuedi gains control over the natural world, she can even synthesize life, such as monsters and beasts. Isn't this the same as the creator? There are differences. Xuedi shook her head slightly and said, this skill cannot create souls. If used to create life, plants would be the best, followed by ordinary animals with low IQs such as pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep. If a monster is to be created, the monster's soul must come from the outside world, and the monster's potential is related to the strength of the infused soul. The potential and qualifications of the Axis world mainly depend on the strength of the soul. The stronger the soul, the higher the upper limit of the skills it can carry. I see. Bai Luo praised, that's amazing too. With you, Xuedi, we will never lack resources again. Magic power is equal to 0.43 materials, and materials can be used for development. No wonder it is called nature. Xuedi alone can support Bai Luo's entire family, and there is a promising future ahead. Bai Luo. Race, Dragon Demon, Fake. Level, Advanced A, 87000 EP. Occupation, Magician. General skills, Life Magic, Healing Magic, Elemental Magic, Pokemon Magic, etc. Inherent skills, Adaptability, All Professional Mastery. Additional skills, Dragon Eye, Explosion Magic, Soul Summoning, Human Soul Integration. Unique skills, Traveler Breakthrough, Leader, Captor, Learner, Spirit Master, can transform followers into spirits and gain spirit space. Special skills, Magic Solidification, Inheritable, Star Particle Manipulation, not inheritable, God's 10 Rings, not inheritable. Exclusive skills, Twin Martial Souls, Cold Desolate Overlord, possessing 2 martial souls, Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor, which can be possessed or directly summoned. Dependents, Eruption, Snow Emperor, Hyote, 3/6, Benimaru, Shana, Shin, Sui, 4/6. Marked Worlds, Pokemon World, Cooling Down, Sucking World, Cooling Down, Doluo Universe, Blocked. Spirit Master, a new unique skill. Bai Luo was very happy that he had acquired a new unique skill. A spirit controller can bring his followers along in the form of souls, martial spirits, allowing them to live in the soul space. Bai Luo already had a similar space. But there is an essential difference between the spirit space and the soul space. The soul space is based on mental power. Here, Bai Luo can directly transform into anything and make the relatives who stay in it live comfortably. The spirit space can store matter and flesh, but it is too narrow and there is almost nothing inside. I wonder if I can combine these two skills together. In this way, matter and consciousness are combined to truly realize a small world that can be carried with you. However, this is not an easy task, and Bai Luo has no idea at all. As for the fact that the Doluo universe was blocked and inaccessible, Bai Luo was not surprised. Tang San is the law enforcement god of Doluo God realm after all. He has great power and can cause the world rules to be vigilant. Bai Luo thinks it is reasonable. Bai Luo said he didn't care about this. Doluo is now in the peerless Tang sect period, no matter how much Tang San practices, it will only be so-so. Bai Luo's speed of becoming stronger was beyond Tang San's imagination. And when he can forcibly break the blockade of the Doluo universe, Bai Luo will find Tang San and have a good chat with him about what happened today. At the same time, in the east of the Jura forest, an ancient castle exuding an aura of Kixi was located on the cliff. The plan failed. Failure, failure. The pleasure clown Laplace reported the latest information from the forest. A little girl named Tia raised her hands, spun around, and repeated Laplace's words with a laugh. Snort. Footman said in a muffled voice, those bugs really can't do anything. It's just a batch of failed modifications. I didn't expect much from them, did I? In the main seat, there was a tall man. He has silver-white hair, red pupils, 2 gold edges on his forehead, and an evil smile on the corners of his mouth while he speaks, making him look particularly weird. This person is none other than Clayman, one of the 10 great demon lords, also known as the Puppet Master. At the same time, he is also the mastermind behind the insect monster chaos in the forest. However, it is somewhat unpleasant to have the plan ruined. Clayman looked at Laplace and asked, have you found out who did it? A new guy, his name seems to be Bai Luo. Bai Luo. Clement shook the red wine glass in his hand and took a sip nonchalantly. I haven't heard of him. He must be another little person who ran out from a corner. Don't be careless, Clement. Laplace looked a little serious. That guy is very strange. Not only did he defeat the bugs you transformed, he also subdued the ghost tribe in the forest. Can you actually subdue that ghost tribe? Tia, amazing. Ghost tribe. Kleiman was still dismissive, they are just a bunch of big idiots with muscles growing on their brains. The B-level demon tribe only had 300 members, so Clement didn't take them seriously at all. I will have Grumid notify the Pighead tribe to advance towards the Ghost tribe's village. In Clement's opinion, the Pighead Emperor, who has reached the special A level, is fully capable of overcoming everything in the Jura forest. Pig-headed Emperor. That guy gives people a scary feeling. With the Pighead Emperor, the new guys that appear will be eliminated quickly, right? How pitiful. He just mastered the power of the Ghost tribe and is about to die. In the eyes of the clowns, it was just a village of ghosts. How could it be able to stop the pig-headed seat? Then let's continue to monitor the forest, Clement. Ah, I leave it to you. Watching the clowns leave, Clement drank the drink in his hand. Clement was unable to personally take action on the matter of the Jura forest. That forest is the territory of the Storm Dragon. Other demon kings would not enter rashly unless it was necessary. According to Clement's plan, he would send out the demon Grumid to name the monsters in the forest, and thus, through this superior subordinate relationship, he would gradually erode the territory belonging to the Storm Dragon. What Clement did not expect was that among the pigmen, there actually appeared a pig-headed emperor, a rare sight in hundreds of years. The pig-head emperor possesses the power to devour everything and can quickly increase his magic power by constantly eating. If the pig-head emperor could become the demon king, then with him, the power of the 2 demon kings will completely surpass the other 10 demon kings. Yes, at this moment, Clayman had no idea how huge the gap between the so-called demon king and the real demon king was. In Clayman's opinion, even the oldest demon lords Guy and Milim, even if these 2 people are stronger than him, they are not much stronger. If 1 demon king can't be defeated, what about 2? 2 against 1, is it still not enough to occupy a place among the top 10 demon kings? A new guy who came out of nowhere. Standing up, Clayman came to the French window, then looked at his own reflection in front of him and smiled evilly. Cherish this short and beautiful time, and soon you will know the cruelty of this world. Chapter 60. As the sun sets, its afterglow falls on the countryside. The golden light interweaves with the new green on the ridges, creating a tranquil and harmonious picture. The smoke from the wooden house rose up and blended into the gradually darkening sky, as if it was the most natural connection between heaven and earth. Bo-any 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 hum. The girl in a straw hat rolled up her trouser legs, stepped on the wet paddy field, bent down and inserted the rice seedlings into the mud. Ergian hummed a tune that no one could understand, and at the same time released green grass from his body, using grass magic to nourish the fields and seedlings, allowing them to thrive better. Next to the girl, a group of strong and sturdy ghosts were planting seedlings in an orderly manner. The fields were reclaimed and not only rice seedlings were planted, but also vegetables, melons, and fruits. The Axis world also has a variety of crops, including those unique to the other world and plant seeds from the blue planet. Because of the existence of skills, creating crops, changing genes, breeding varieties, etc. are much simpler than on Blue Star. This makes the biodiversity of the Axis world far more comprehensive than what is described in the original book. Hwalala. In front of the wooden house, a small river gurgles, the sound of water is crisp, echoing with the sound of farming in the fields in the distance, creating a tranquility of pastoral life. This stream, about 4 or 5 meters wide, was specially opened up by Hung Guan and his men. The demons planted many cherry and peach trees by the river. When the wind blew, the pink and white petals fell like snow, making the village a paradise in the Jura forest. How do you feel? Bai Luo sat by the river, holding a fishing rod in his hand, leisurely waiting for the fish to bite. Very good, I like this world. Xuedi stood behind Bai Luo. She glanced at Bingdi who was playing with the children of the great ghost clan not far away and said, I haven't seen Bing so happy for a long time. Although Bingdi seems aloof, he actually has a childish nature, just like Ergian. Ergian is a good kid. Not long after he met Bingdi, the two became good friends. Oh, and let's add another one, Aster. The three of them were like naughty tomboys, and under the leadership of Ziwan, they often went to the forest to harm those brainless monsters. Of course, this is a good thing. There is no end to the monsters. As long as there is magic in this world, if a group of magic beasts are killed, new ones will be born soon. Unlike soul beasts, Warcraft is no different from resources in the basic Axis world. Monsters hunt monsters, and human adventurers also hunt monsters. Warcraft, when can we stand up? Unfortunately, Warcraft can't stand up. Because Warcraft lacks something necessary for evolution, that is, the soul. The reason why Bai Luo did not subdue the monsters was because the monsters lacked souls and they were unable to provide Bai Luo's magic garden. I've been learning management from Ms. Shana recently. Xuedi positions herself as Bai Luo's deputy. If you want to be a good deputy, both wisdom and strength are essential. She didn't like being inferior to others, but she didn't want to leave Bai Luo, so she chose the position of deputy. Moreover, if I cannot continue to become stronger after seeing the new world, Bai Luo's good intentions would be wasted. Xuedi will never let go of this hard-won opportunity easily. Also, Mr. Bai is very powerful. His swordsmanship has benefited me a lot. After returning to the Axis world, Xuedi began to establish his own prestige. The first thing she did was to defeat the entire demon clan, just like Ergui, including Bai Luo's followers such as Hung Guan and Chen. Bai Luo's subordinates include Ergilong and Bingdi, because they are rivals of Xuedi. Even Yigian, facing the completely liberated posture of Empress Han Huang, had to avoid the Snow Empress's attack and rely on delaying time to consume the Snow Empress. However, Xuedi would never give Ergui Yan such an opportunity. Perhaps at the beginning, Xuedi did not understand Ergui's ability and suffered a great loss. But since then, in the battles between Xuedi and Ergui Yan, the latter never gained an advantage again. Bai Luo could only say that the Sword Saint's unique ability really brought a lot of help to Xuedi. And there's Yan Yan. She's made rapid progress recently. Half a month has passed since returning to the base Axis world. During the past half month, the development of the big ghost village has been booming, and the tribesmen who had been out on hired missions have also returned. The return of new members naturally brought more magic to Bai Luo. The growth of Ergilong is still Bai Luo's most important means of obtaining magic, without a doubt. However, now that Ergiluo has reached rank A, if he wants to gain experience points, his opponent must be above rank B. In the entire Jura forest, B-level monsters are rare, and most of them are still in the maze that seals the Storm Dragon. Bai Luo has no intention of dealing with the Storm Dragon for the time being. The Dragon Demon race made Bai Luo prepare to develop in a low-key manner and try his best not to be discovered by those dragon species. This decision has slowed down the efficiency of eruption in harvesting experience. After half a month, Ergui's magic power barely reached 48,000. However, Bai Luo's magic element, because of the improvement of Ergilong, officially broke through the 90,000 mark and entered the peak of A level. Let's go, Xuedi. Bai Luo put the things into the space, then called Xuedi and said, let's start today's training. Xuedi hurried to catch up. She would train Bai Luo's combat skills every day and help him become familiar with various powers. Bai Luo's magic element is huge and the value is also high. However, Bai Luo's combination of various skills and on-the-spot performance are not excellent. Obviously, he had such a powerful force, but Bai Luo could only exert less than 5% of it. Of course, Xuedi could see that Bai Luo was not bad at fighting. Bai Luo definitely has a talent for fighting. The only thing Bai Luo lacks is experience. Soon after, Bai Luo and Emperor Wen returned to the wooden house where they lived. The two did not go to the arena specially built in the village. Because it's not necessary. With the spiritual world of soul space, they can completely simulate consciousness. Hey! Not far away, Hyote, who was about to go play with Ergui, suddenly stopped and asked, "Is it starting again?" "Just right, let me see the master's progress." Bingdi separated a part of his mind and used it to control his body to walk towards the field ridge area, while putting more energy into the battle in the soul space. Shen, Shana and others took the same action as her. Except for the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor who are permanently stationed there, other followers can enter the consciousness space in the form of souls as long as they get Bai Luo's permission. Such a good battle stage, not only Bai Luo, but other followers also like to apply for a duel and engage in actual combat exchanges. Over time, a combat power ranking list was created among the followers. Among the 7 followers, the one with the best record is undoubtedly Xue Di. The second is Ergian. Shen, Hyote, the battle records of the 3 are almost the same. Basically, if you lose a game today, you can win it back tomorrow. Hongwan's unique skills are more legion-oriented, so he is one step behind the 2 women. Sui and Shana, one of them is more inclined to assassination, and the other is a priest. They really can't beat those battle maniacs head-on. Chapter 61. Is Lord Bai Luo going to fight Miss Xue Di again? Sui and Benimaru were busy with other things, so they didn't watch the battle. Zhu Cai and the others stayed in the village, and even if they divided their attention, it would not affect their daily activities. I don't know how long Lord Bai Luo can hold out this time. Ziwan is convinced by Xue Di, but she will not slack off when it comes to necessary challenges. Ziwan would never give up the position of Bai Luo's personal attendant easily. Master Bai Luo has worked very hard, and he is getting stronger every time. Zhu Cai began to cheer for Bai Luo. What's more, Master Bai Luo didn't even use his full strength. In this simulated battle, Bai Luo can be said to be using his own weaknesses to challenge Xue Di's strengths. In the real battle, Bai Luo should be standing at the rear of the artillery. Under the absolute firepower output, any technique seems so fancy. 400 of course, because it is a competition and training, Bai Luo will not fight like this, but will use every ability he has now. Only by continuous use can you dig deeper and make yourself more perfect. Come on, Bai Luo. As expected of Bai Luo's little cotton-padded jacket, Ergian had changed his clothes at some point, and was now holding up a sign that read Bai Luo will win and cheering. The good thing about the soul space is that everything is simulated. Come on Xue. Beat him up. Ergirong feels that Hyote has been letting himself go lately. Fortunately, Bai Luo doesn't care about these things. There's nothing we can do about it, it's because Bingdi was captured by Mingxing. This debt made Bai Luo extra tolerant towards Bingdi, just thinking of her as a naughty sister playing with her brother. Let me be the referee. Old Bai brushed his beard and walked forward, standing to one side of the battle circle. Sorry to trouble you again, Mr. Bai. It is a great pleasure for me to see such a wonderful battle. As old Bai said this, the space between his eyebrows slowly cracked, revealing a vertical pupil. This is exactly what the old man relies on to act as a referee, the eye in the sky. Are you ready, master? Xue Di is a good teacher. Whether she is teaching Bai Luo moves or finding his shortcomings, she is so professional. Bai Luo was very fortunate to have such an excellent family. Come on, Xue. I'll try to hold on a little longer this time. Bai Luo's answer made Xue Di very satisfied. She raised her hand, and a large amount of ice elements gathered around her. The 2 men limited their strength within a certain range and engaged in a battle of purest skills. Emperor's Palm, Great Cold and No Snow. A big move right at the start. Bai Luo watched Xue Di raise his hand and push it forward lightly. Xue Di's movements were very slow, but in the eyes of everyone, this palm strike was so fast, as if the entire process from raising the hand to striking out the palm had been completed in the blink of an eye. Is there any progress? Old Bai, who was watching the battle, raised his eyebrows slightly, shocked by Xue Di's amazing understanding. Oops, can't get away. This palm strike may seem ordinary, but it actually involves the use of multiple abilities. The surrounding space is covered by an invisible film, and the flow and changes of all things are still at this moment because of the extreme low temperature. The principle of this move is very similar to Astetha's Mokubatmo and Akatsuki. Both of them indirectly achieve the effect of time standing still by freezing matter. The flaw of the Emperor's palm is that it must hit the enemy. Fortunately, Bai Luo has extraordinary thinking. Even if the matter is still, the soul still exists. So he can still think. Being able to think means that the monster's skills are not sealed. There are still more to fight. However, just as Bai Luo was about to fight back, an invisible force lightly landed on his heart. Bai Luo felt a chill spreading from the bottom of his heart to his entire body. Due to the master-servant relationship, Xuede cannot cause any harm to Bai Luo. But if this move were to happen to someone else, even if they didn't die, they would definitely be seriously injured. Snow Emperor, bandit! At the same time, Bai Luo, the referee, immediately announced the result of the fight. Hey! Bai Luo was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. He looked at Xuede with surprise and asked, Xuede, you're great cold and snowless, does that mean you don't need to come into contact with the enemy anymore? In such a short period of time, Xuede perfected all of her 3 unique skills one after another. Originally only applicable to short-distance severe cold and snowlessness, direct contact is no longer required. In this way, Xuede has one more unexpected killing move, and her combat capability has been further improved. So powerful, there is absolutely no way to fight back. In the Axis world, magic has never been the key to determining strength. Some monsters, with only tens of thousands of magic power, can fight against tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of strong men. The best example is Bai in the original work. As for Xuede, she is already the strongest fighter under Bai Luo. Even Ergian, in a one-on-one situation, can only rely on the advantage of the berserker to fight the opponent to death. Well done, Xuede. Hit him, hit him. Although the audience around did not understand it, they were also shocked. Especially a girl with emerald hair, she almost shouted herself hoarse, wishing she could go into battle and punch Bai Luo herself. This guy Bingdi. Bai Luo's mouth twitched slightly, and he secretly decided that he would beat this guyza to pieces after the training was over. Don't mess around, Binger. Snow Emperor glanced at Ice Emperor and was quite troubled by this. Who asked Bingdi to be forcibly captured by Bai Luo? Although he has already accepted Bai Luo as his master in his heart, Bingdi is a person who refuses to admit defeat. The Snow Emperor was really afraid that Bai Luo would lose control and turn the Ice Emperor into Star Fury. Xuede, you are getting stronger so fast. In such a short time, he has completely adapted to the power system of the Axis world and developed new moves based on this. Bai Luo was not discouraged by losing to Xuede. Rather, Bai Luo has been defeated by Xuede dozens or even hundreds of times during this period of time, and has long been accustomed to it. Master, you are improving faster than I expected. Xuede still cared about Bai Luo's face. She comforted him. In the beginning, I froze time and space, and people couldn't even react. After this period of training, the master can handle similar situations calmly when they occur again. Xuede was not just talking about her tricks, but sudden assassination methods like freezing time and space. If it was Bai Luo at the beginning, faced with such a surprise attack, you will definitely be caught off guard. But now, Xuede was fully confident that no matter how sudden the situation was, Bai Luo would be able to react instantly. And this is the real purpose of Xuede. Chapter 62. You really have good intentions, Master Xuede. Bai Luo sighed, what the Lord lacks is not the ability to fight the enemy, but the means to protect himself. With powerful followers like Xuede, Bingdi, and Peng Peng protecting him closely, Bai Luo actually has no lack of combat power. Sending out any one of them is equivalent to using a big move. They are Bai Luo's strength, so there is no need for him to take action personally. Thank you, Minister. Between you and me, there's no need to thank each other. Shuedi, come on, let's continue our training. Providing Bai Luo with the means to protect himself is what Shuedi needs most. On top of that, it is to stimulate Bai Luo's fighting potential, so that he is no longer a shortcoming, but the strongest in the team. As the master of her Snow Queen, how could Bai Luo be weaker than her? Having a sword but not using it and having no sword to use are two different concepts. Just because Bai Luo doesn't need to fight doesn't mean he can't fight. When the enemy finally broke through the interception of Shuedi, Peng Peng and others and finally came in front of Bai Luo, they found that he was the strongest. This is the ultimate goal of Shuedi, training Bai Luo's fighting skills and instincts. Good. Bai Luo did not refuse, and would not let Shuedi down. The battle ended, and Bai Luo still failed to defeat Shuedi. Bai Luo doesn't care about this. Before, Long was stronger than him, and now there is another Shuedi, so there is no difference. Bai Luo is not a masochist. You have free food to eat but you don't want to eat it, and you have to work hard on your own? Thank you for your hard work, Lord Bai Luo. Zhu Cai brought a food box filled with many dishes she made herself. The ingredients are wild game from the forest. After being cooked by Zhu Cai, they are extremely delicious. Even Bingdi and Shuedi, who have no interest in human food, like them very much. Where's Bo? Ergian came running towards me from a distance, jumping and skipping. Because she had just come out of the paddy field, the girl left muddy, black footprints behind her with every step she took. Ah! Wait, stop it now. Where's Bo? Really? How can you come into the house so dirty? Shanae stepped forward quickly and summoned a stream of water to wash Ergui's hands and feet. After spending some time together, the big ghosts in the village have become familiar with Ergui's personality and character. This is an innocent and kind little girl. In terms of strength, Long is indeed the best among the ghosts, but in terms of character, their tribe's mascot takes care of it. Especially Shana, the relationship between the two is as good as that of real sisters. Wash this foot too, and this side, Ming, it feels so good. Ergian didn't mind being treated as a child, and even treated Shana, who was good at taking care of people, as her sister. Thank you, Shana. Mo. Be more careful next time, you always pretend to be a doctor like this. Shana caressed her Ki's head lovingly and handed the specially made sandwich to the girl. Ergui took the sandwich, took a bite, and his eyes lit up immediately. Delicious. Well, this rice ball is also delicious. Ergire, but I still like curry rice. Okay, I'll make it for you next time. Oh. There are a lot of food in the basket, some Japanese and some Hyuxia. Zhu Cai likes to study these things on a daily basis, and Bai Luo's hobbies are what she focuses on studying. Although Shana is not very powerful in the original work, there is a reason why she is still the second in command under Rimuru. With the logistics and coordination capabilities of the butler and Zhu Cai in charge of the base camp, even if Bai Luo is not there, their base will not be in trouble. Gurgle gurgle. After dinner, Bai Luo drank the freshly squeezed juice from Zukai and looked at the prosperous and lively scene in the village, feeling calm in his heart. The Jura forest is very vast and contains many beautiful places with pleasant scenery. The village of the Big Ghost tribe is located near mountains and rivers, and rarely has conflicts with the outside world. It is peaceful and tranquil here, very suitable for retirement. If you don't have the ability of a traveler, living in a large ghost village for a long time will sooner or later lose your fighting spirit. However, I can venture into other worlds. When you are tired from exploring, you can return to this village to recuperate and relax. Master Bai Luo, this is the subsequent construction plan for the village. Please take a look. In the morning, Bai Luo and Shuedi do morning exercises. Xianyu is responsible for handling official business. The content of the official business is not complicated, mostly about resource consumption, construction plans, directions and goals of external expansion, etc. Bai Luo doesn't need to think about the specific things. What he needs to do is to grasp the general direction. Tell me more specifically, Shana. Okay. Zhu Cai folded her hands and let them hang in front of her belly, then reported to Bai Luo the changes in the village over the past half-month. First is Peng Peng. Under her leadership, the monsters within a 50-kilometer radius have been completely eliminated. The remaining monsters have more or less some intelligence. According to your request, as long as intelligent monsters do not actively attack, they are qualified to survive on this land. Zhu Cai didn't understand, but she agreed with Bai Luo's idea from the bottom of her heart. Everyone has the right to survive. If you are strong, you should not kill the weak. Defeat the monsters, because the monsters are pure brainless monsters that cannot communicate at all. As long as the Warcraft can understand the meaning of the Great Ghost Clan, the two sides can coexist peacefully. In comparison, no matter how low the intelligence of monsters is, they will still abide by some basic rules. This has led to the development of a completely new ecosystem in the village, including the forests and fields within a radius of 50 miles. It's just that the village has reached its limit after developing to this point. Zhu Cai spread a map in front of Bai Luo. We, the Great Ghost Clan, are the most powerful group of monsters in this area. Further out, there are scattered goblin villages and some intelligent monsters. What we are going to discuss today is the problem of these goblins. How to deal with the goblins. Bai Luo remembered that in the original work, Rimuru was the first goblin in the forest to be conquered, and he also gave them names. Rimuru's magic element is backed up by the storm dragon, so even if it is used up, it will be replenished quickly. But Bai Luo doesn't have that confidence. His magic power is limited, and even if he gives names, he will only choose the most outstanding monsters with potential. However, this is only a matter of time. After all, giving a name to a monster can give Bai Luo more magic elements. As long as you are willing to join Bai Luo and become his people, it is only a matter of time before you are given a name. Chapter 63. How many goblins are there that can be recruited around here? Zhu Cai said, the goblin village closest to us probably only has a few dozen people. Is that all? I'm sorry, Lord Bai Luo. Zhu Cai said, we have too few people and the forest is too large to conduct a more accurate search. The Jura forest in the original novel seems to be only that small. But only after traveling to this world did Bai Luo realize how vast the real Jura forest was. Although it is called a big forest, in fact the landforms here are varied, including grasslands, swamps, lakes and hills. These areas are divided by dense forests, forming the monster circle of the Jura forest. It's okay, you've done your best. Bai Luo naturally would not blame the loyal ghosts. I know what the goblin is talking about. When Bai Luo was thinking about how to better search for the tribe in the forest, a figure slowly emerged in front of Bai Luo and others. It was the tree elf Torni. Miss Taurine. Nearly a month has passed since the last time I saw Bai Luo perform explosive magic. During this period, Torni paid close attention to Bai Luo's movements. She would occasionally visit Bai Luo, who would warmly invite her to taste the village's delicacies. Tree elves are the guardians of the forest. With them, the forest can thrive. So there is no harm in getting along well with Torni. This is our new potato chips, please try it, Miss Taurine. Zhu Cai brought a bowl of freshly fried potato chips, which instantly attracted Torni's attention. Well, then I won't be polite. Snap! Torni held the potato chips in one hand and stroked her cheek with the other hand, her eyes full of enjoyment and intoxication. Ah, this food called potato chips is so delicious. Bai Luo doesn't quite understand Torni's love for potato chips. However, he had read the original novel and knew the plot of Torni the potato spirit, so he took out potato chips to cater to her taste. Needless to say, the effect was so good that Torni became completely addicted to potato chips. Bai Luo felt that after some time, he might even be able to transform the other party into a new dependent. Yes, it belongs to the category. Taurine and her sisters are the protectors of the Jura forest. In the original novel, she finally followed the fairy queen. But this has not happened yet. Bai Luo has every chance to capture Taurine and bring the entire forest under his supervision. Unfortunately, now is not the time. In Bai Luo's opinion, it is not difficult to improve Torni's favorability. Even now, he still has a certain chance of getting the other party to agree to become his dependent. But the problem is that Torni's monster level is higher than that of Bai Luo today. Don't underestimate Taurine. Although the tree elf sister doesn't seem strong, her magic value is over 100,000. The captor cannot transform the existence of magic elements on Bai Luo into followers, which is also a major flaw of the captor. Miss Torni, are you willing to help us subdue the goblin population in the forest? I am always entertained by you, and occasionally I want to do something to repay you. Torni is very optimistic about Bai Luo. She thinks Bai Luo has a chance to unify the Jura forest. The storm dragon is the lord of the forest, but he is sealed under the maze and rarely does anything. If a powerful monster could stand up and command the monsters in the forest, Taurine would not have to worry about external forces invading this land. Then Miss Torni has really helped us a lot. Zhu Cai asked, Miss Torni, do you know how many goblins are living in the forest now? I remember that goblins should be monsters that reproduce very quickly, Shen said. When I was a kid, there seemed to be a goblin disaster, where more than 5 million goblins were wreaking havoc in the forest. How many? This was the first time that Bai Luo knew this number. He could only say that he was indeed a goblin. But here comes the problem. Bai Luo didn't remember that there were so many goblins under Rimuru's command. In the original work, Rimuru seemed to have conquered a goblin village, which had only about 60 or 70 goblins in total. Even if we count the goblins that surrendered later, the total number would not exceed 2,000. But according to Shanae, there are so many goblins that they can almost establish a country. Yes, that's true. Taurine, who was listening in, recalled, at that time, goblins were rampant and could be seen everywhere in the forest. They expanded recklessly, and eventually attracted a massive attack from human adventurers. It was because of that incident that the number of goblins dropped sharply, and a large number of them fled to the east forest. The east is safer. Bai Luo thought that the goblins in the forest had emigrated, which was why there were only so few goblins under Rimuru's command. It's ridiculous that the most common goblins in the Japanese alien world couldn't even outnumber the pig-headed people. Taurine shook her head and said, the goblins who went to the east were basically wiped out. Soon, Bai Luo learned the reason from Zhu Cai. The Great Jura Forest was considered to be the territory of the storm Dragon Veldora, and the Demon Kingdom to the east, the Western Kingdoms, and the Northern Empire all tacitly agreed to this. There are a large number of monsters and demons in the forest, and many countries will fight against the demons living on the edge of the forest. During the goblin infestation, the Northern Empire and the Western Kingdoms worked together to drive them back into the forest. They thought they would be safe as long as they stayed away from humans. However, the 3 demon kings in the east also looked down on this group of weak goblins, Wang Qunhao, and carried out a large-scale purge against them. As of now, only the central area of the forest is left, and the number of goblins still living there is estimated to be no more than 30,000. Normally speaking, there wouldn't be only that many goblins in the Jura forest as in the original book. Otherwise, wouldn't human adventurers be unable to receive commissions to subjugate goblins? But the situation at that time was rather special. The breath of the storm dragon disappeared, and the monsters in the forest lost their restraint and began to devour each other. It's not surprising that the number of weak monsters like goblins has dropped sharply from tens of thousands to around 2,000. Will the goblins never become extinct? No. It's very difficult to truly exterminate monsters, said Torni. The monster factor will not disappear because of the extinction of a certain race. Even if all the goblins in the world are killed, new goblins may still be born in the future. Chapter 64. In addition, the voice of the world will also balance it, Torni said. When they are almost unable to survive, the goblins of the entire world will be blessed. This blessing is not limited to one place, but goblins all over the world will rise up at the same time. Weak monsters will multiply in large numbers in the magic tide. Powerful monsters will give birth to a king that is rarely seen in a century. Torni picked up the last potato chip, stuffed it into her mouth, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Perhaps this is the kindness of the world. The tree elf girl drank her tea and said with emotion, whenever a race falls into a trough, there will be hope for rise. So, goblins seem to be suitable for breeding. When the number of goblins increases, Bai Luo will control them all at once. He can't even imagine the magic energy that millions of goblins can bring. He will become rich immediately. However, Torni seemed to see through Bai Luo's thoughts and poured cold water on him. The total amount of souls is limited. As a tree elf, many things in the forest could not be hidden from Torni's eyes. Bai Luo's rise was too fast. Torni 410 had already figured out the method. Only Torni didn't hate Bai Luo. Her responsibility is to protect the ecology of the forest, and having a like-minded ally can enhance the cohesion of the Jura forest every day. Does the total amount of souls have anything to do with race? Yes. Torin said, all monsters have an invisible racial existence value. Racial potential comes from the soul. As the leader of Bai Luo, he essentially shares the soul energy of his followers, allowing him to grow stronger quickly. However, the existence value of the goblin group has a certain upper limit. The upper limit is fixed, and the more there are, the lower the quality of each goblin will be. Therefore, it is better to do what Rimuru did, when there are only a few thousand goblins left in the forest, and then subdue them, so that they can all evolve into big goblins at once. Millions, or even tens of millions of luck, are concentrated on thousands of goblins. In terms of individual quality, almost every one of them is 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000. The greater the number of a particular race, the lower the potential of its individuals. The number of your great demon clan is around 300, which is actually a good number, said Torni. If the number continues to grow, the great demon clan will no longer have the power of the strongest monster group in the forest. This. After hearing the secrets revealed by Torni, the big demons present, such as Shana and Shan, all gasped. According to Ms. Torni, isn't the upper limit of each race already determined? Yes and no. Torni paused for a moment and gave Bai Luo a look. The latter understood what he meant and immediately asked someone to bring more potato chips. This made Torni very satisfied, and she secretly thought that Bai Luo was a good lord who understood people's hearts. Her early investment was not in vain. The highest level of racial existence can reach a. Torni picked up the potato chip and snapped it. Anything above that can only be an individual. Once he becomes an individual, he will not be restricted by race, but the race will be proud of him. When a certain monster group gives birth to a monster species, the existence value of the group will be increased. If the voice of the world is compared to the way of heaven, then the process of monsters breaking through racial restrictions and becoming demon kings is like a road to heaven. The predecessors left a path for the later generations to walk more easily. As for weak monsters like goblins, there has never been an example of a demon king. This means that it is extremely difficult for a goblin to evolve into a demon king. They have no one to refer to, so they can only rely on themselves. That's why goblins are so weak. If the goblin population develops well, there will inevitably be a large number of them, and the potential of each individual will be reduced. In that case, if a goblin wants to become king, he must first kill enough of his own kind. Numbers and individual strength. This fully demonstrates the advantages of rare races. So, bestowing a name is actually a way for the superior to help the weak. That's right. Torni nodded and said, there is no way, but if the strong people above are willing to help you, then things will become very simple. When a strong person does things, he doesn't need to follow rules. Because they themselves are the rules. In the original work, Rimuru suddenly transformed the remaining thousands of goblins into big goblins, which greatly increased the existence value of the race. The big goblins in the goblin village and other goblins in the base Axis world completed the cutting. The two no longer share the same racial presence value. How many goblins are there in the area west of the forest, near us? It was impossible for Bai Luo to cross most of the forest to look for scattered goblin villages in the south and north. Based on the principle of proximity, Bai Luo plans to take down the goblins in the west first. About 8,000. That's a lot. Bai Luo thinks this number is very good. He didn't like weak goblins, but big goblins, which were similar to the green-skinned orcs in World of Warcraft, were more acceptable. Miss Torni, can you take us to the goblin camp? At some point, Shanae brought over a large bag of potato chips as a thank you gift for Torni's help. Sure. A man who eats someone's food should be grateful, and a man who takes someone's favor should be lenient. Torni was completely controlled by Shanae. The team traveling this time was small in number, with Torni as the guide, and Bai Luo also sent out several ghosts who were named by Bai Luo. Leading the group is a shrine maiden named Sakurako. Sakurako has a gentle personality and has learned many ways of dealing with people from Shana. She is also equipped with an Anababan and 2 members of the Red Demon clan who are good at close combat. 4 demons with the combat power of A-rank upper demons. With such combat power, before Bai Luo arrived, it would be enough to conquer the western forest, let alone surrender the goblins. Also setting off together were Hung Guan and Bai Lao's teams. Their goal is the mountain range where Tengu is located, to convey Bai Luo's friendly message there. If possible, Bai Luo would like to bring all the Tengu clan under his command to make up for the lack of air power. In this way, about 2 days passed. Lord Bai Luo. That night, Kanjing suddenly contacted Bai Luo. Are you there yet, Sui? Bai Luo asked, what's the situation over there? It's a terrible situation. Kang I was sent by Bai Luo to investigate the situation of the pig-headed man. I remember that in the original plot, the pig-headed people could not get enough food, so their leader, the future pig-head emperor, had to go out to look for hope. One thing is that the leader of the pig-head tribe possessed the unique skill of the Hungry One before Grummet gave him the name. The Hungry were like a curse, causing the originally mild-tempered pig-headed people to have a sudden increase in appetite, eating up all the stored food, and even cannibalizing each other. Chapter 65. Just as you guessed before. Kanjing stood on the cliff, looking at the barren land in the distance. Under the scorching sun, not a single blade of grass grew, there is nothing, no grass, no trees, all gone. It seems that it has been born, the Hungry One. Through this incident, Bai Luo almost determined the current time period. After Rimuru's reincarnation, it took him several months to leave the labyrinth. After that, he successively subdued the goblins and the wolf species, and met Hung Guan and others whose villages were wiped out by the Zhongyang clown, and soon encountered the pig-headed army that had just attacked. Bai Luo feels that we are now about half a year into the plot. After all, the storm dragon is still there. However, considering that the insect monster was not mentioned in the original book, Bai Luo felt that he could not completely use the original book as a reference. In the real world, anything can trigger the butterfly effect. Bai Luo doesn't think the future will develop as described in novels. Sui. I'm here. Go to the lizardmen's territory, tell them about the changes in the pighead tribe, and then propose an alliance with us. Bai Luo wants to conquer all the monsters in the forest. Each of them is an important source of magic for Bai Luo, and he can't just let a large number of them die casually like in the original book. Yes, sir. After receiving the order, Kanjiang rushed towards the lizardman's base without any delay. It's a bit troublesome. After learning the current time period, Bai Luo felt a little distressed, and his expression was immediately noticed by Xuedi. Master, what's wrong? Bai Luo thought for a moment and told Xuedi what he knew. To put it simply, someone has formulated a conspiracy behind the scenes, and there is a group of very strong guys hiding in the dark. I am a little uneasy. Rimuru's first opponent, the villain in the early stage, and later one of the 1,000 great demon kings who was the unit of measurement of combat power. Even though this guy didn't have a good performance in the original book, he was easily dealt with by the cute king. But Clayman is still a demon king after all. The demon king here is not a truly awakened demon king. In the Axis world, if you are a demon king, and then you gain territory and have an army, you can call yourself a demon king. After that, through the Demon King Conference, as long as other demon kings do not object, you will become the demon king. Clayman, and the demon king, are they strong? Hearing that there were some powerful guys, Xuedi was tempted and wanted to fight with these strong men. Among the 10 great demon kings, there are 7 real demon kings. The remaining 3 are probably between demon king and true demon king, and Clayman is the weakest among them. Clayman's current Guangsu value is estimated to be around 40 million. The amount of magic elements is not everything, so even the current Bai Luo still has the possibility of fighting with Clayman. Xuedi and Gui Luo, the magic element of these 2 girls is A+, but when they really fight, ordinary special A level is no match for them. But this is clearly not enough. I'm not afraid of Clayman. I'm worried about the mediocre clown group behind him. Clayman belongs to the mediocre clown company and is the weakest member there. Except for him, every other clown has a fighting power that can rival the Demon King. To put it bluntly, if Bai Luo now faces any clown, he will be killed by the opponent. Fortunately, the clowns will not easily reveal their existence. After all, once a conflict breaks out between the 2 sides, the noise alone will be enough to attract the attention of other demon kings. Yuaki Kagurazaka would never jump out at a time like this. Each of them has the power of the demon king. Xuedi was a little surprised. She felt more and more that following Bai Luo was the best decision she had ever made. Interesting. There will be a chance. Bai Luo said, if it is impossible, I will mobilize travelers to take you to other worlds. With travelers as a backup, the worst outcome is that you will never run out of firewood. Wait until he becomes stronger with the help of the power of countless other worlds, and then come back for revenge. It seems that after arranging things here, it is time to start exploring the new world. It doesn't feel good to be targeted. Bai Luo hates those who hide in the dark and plot against others, even if they are not targeting us intentionally, since they are destined to be enemies. There is nothing to say. If Bai Luo wants to follow the path of the cute king, then the cute king's enemies will jump out sooner or later. Now, we have obtained the information about the pighead tribe. Goblin, here, let Torni lead the way. On the goblin side, Bai Luo was not worried about the safety of Yingzi and the others. Taurine can summon the elf king, so even if the clowns have really arrived at the Jura forest, they dare not provoke her. I don't know what's going on with Hungguan and Bai Lao. Bai Luo's knowledge of the Tengu clan in this world is limited. Tengu. Xuedi and Bingde were quite interested in this. What is that? A flying dog? No. 0. Bai Luo explained, although it is called a heavenly dog, it is actually more like an angel with wings. Long ago, an angel descended upon a mutant individual of the mountain wolf tribe, thus giving birth to the Proboscis tribe. The Proboscis people here do not really have long noses. They like to wear a red long-nosed mask with white or black wings on the back. They are called the long-nosed tribe because of their arrogant character. 300 years ago, Feng, the patriarch of the Tengu clans, practiced swordsmanship with Beige under the tutelage of Huangsha Bei. The two fell in love and gave birth to a daughter, who was Hongyi in the original novel. However, the gestation period of Tengu was extremely long. It took Bai Luo's wife 300 years to give birth to Hong Yi, and she passed on most of her magic essence to her. The more powerful the monsters in the Axis world are, the less likely they are to give birth to offspring. Because this is a huge harm to monsters. When giving birth to offspring, the offspring will inherit a large part of their parents' power. Even the former Star Dragon King fell because of this. The relationship between the Mountain Wolf Tengu clan and Bai Luo is clear. He can come forward and let Hung Guan arrange a marriage like in the novel. Bai Luo felt that there was great hope that he could gain the loyalty of the Mountain Wolf clan. At worst, I can just take over the conflict between the Tengu and Frey. Frey might be stronger than Clayman, but she is definitely not as strong as those clowns. Bai Luo was confident that he could tie the rope to a point where the Sky Queen Fulei could no longer circle him before she clashed with him. Chapter 66. The Tengu's territory is located near the Demon King Frey's country. Xuedi wrote down the map of the Axis world. It will probably take Bai Luo and the others a while to get there. It definitely won't be that fast. Then wait a little longer until the goblins surrender. Bai Luo also took advantage of this time to continue studying the abilities of the travelers. He discovered that the opening of the door to another world by the traveler was not completely random, but there were some operable parts involved. For example, Bai Luo does not use the traveler directly, but instead emits child element to capture the door to the world traveling in the void. During this process, Bai Luo can obtain some fragments of information and make a preliminary judgment on what kind of world is on the other side. In addition, this usage will not consume the traveler's shuttle opportunity. Bai Luo does not need to worry about being in danger and unable to use the traveler. That's great. Let me take a look at what the next world of 880 will be like. Bai Luo closed his eyes, and his consciousness was completely focused on the traveler's ability. The next moment, a large number of images flashed through his mind at an extremely fast speed. There was a world inhabited by countless monsters, as well as a universe with distorted rules. All kinds of information came flooding in, forcing Bai Luo to take the initiative to disconnect. Who? Bai Luo opened his eyes and gasped for breath, with cold sweat on his forehead. Are you okay? Upon seeing this, Xuedi hurried forward to investigate. His condition was felt most vividly by his followers such as Bingdi and Ergian. Fortunately, Bai Luo replied that he was practicing, which calmed them down. I'm fine. Bai Luo smiled at Xuedi and said, I'm lucky. I managed to capture an interesting world. Interesting world? Not sure yet. The new world that Bai Luo discovered was somewhat special. It has a very strong protective wall. I can't enter it at will like I did in the previous worlds. There are 3 ways to contact this world, but the one to extradite Bai Luo is impossible. Just now, as soon as the traveler's ability came into contact with that side, the will of the world over there put up a violent resistance. Obviously, the other party is unwilling to have any interaction with outsiders and just wants to live his own life behind closed doors. It is also impossible to intervene by force. That world is huge. Bai Luo didn't know how big the other side was, but in terms of size, it was no less than the base Axis world. Therefore, it is very difficult to sneak in quietly like in Doluo world. So there is only the second option. F. Bai Luo shook his head and said, if it is really what I think, it would be too dangerous to enter directly with my real body. So, we still have to use the second method, but in a safer way. A safer way. Xuedi has received the information about the new world shared by Bai Luo. After learning about the situation over there, Xuedi, like Bai Luo, did not dare to underestimate the enormity and danger of that world. What should I do? Remote projection. If it were any other world, remote projection would definitely not work. But in this new world, Bai Luo's travelers have a high probability of finding loopholes. I need to get ready. Not just me, but also you, Hyote, Tsubomi, Shana and the others. Bai Luo, I plan to bring everyone with me to fight this battle together. Interesting. Xuedi realized what Bai Luo wanted to do, and she smiled and said, there should be many abilities in the new world that are suitable for you to acquire. Ah! Bai Luo, be patient and wait for an opportunity for us to come. Not to mention that Bai Luo was discussing with Xuedi how to deal with the new alien world. The ghost team following Taurine had already arrived near the goblin village. The goblin settlement is not too far from the big demon village. With the speed of an A-level ghost, 1 day and 1 night is enough to cross half of the Jola forest, not to mention it is just such a short distance. The group set out at noon and arrived at their destination in the evening. How terrible! Why would such a powerful demon come to our place? Is the village going to be destroyed? At this moment, in the village, a group of goblins, whose height was no different from that of human children, were holding short sticks and rusty short blades, and were staring at the machine and others who appeared with horror on their faces. You, who are you? Even though his body was shaking, the old goblin still asked, please don't hurt us. There is nothing in the village. If you need food, we will give it to you obediently. Is this the goblin's current situation? It's really desolate. To be honest, Sakurako felt very disappointed. The girl flicked her silver white hair. Although she was dissatisfied, she still stepped forward and announced, I am a messenger from the ghost tribe. I have come here to convey the will of my master. If you are willing to submit to my lord, I will give you protection and food. X. The goblin village chief thought he had heard wrongly. He looked at his son, a skinny and childish goblin. What did she say? Surrender. Yes, I understand. There was a hint of excitement in his tone. She also said she could give us food and shelter. Is this true? Is there really anyone willing to shelter us? As for the ghost tribe, they are very powerful monsters. The goblins have no psychological pressure at all to submit to the strong. It is better to say that as long as someone is willing, the goblins will not refuse to submit to the other party. Unfortunately, no one looks down on goblins. Goblins are at the very bottom of the monster hierarchy, with their existence value being as low as less than 1,000. During the Great Outbreak, the existence value of a single goblin once exceeded 1,000, which was a large level. However, this was also the last glory of the goblins. Times have changed. Among the 8,000 goblins in Forest 5.5, the highest magic power is only about 500. 500 magic elements, definitely F level. An ordinary farmer can beat 4 or 5 of them without the help of weapons. What use is there for such a weak monster other than wasting food? Too weak. My lord is willing to protect such a weak guy. How kind of you is that? The 3 ghosts who came with Sakurako were impressed by Bai Luo's kindness, as he was willing to recruit even goblins. All right. Yingzi interrupted the 3 people and warned them, don't question the lord's decision. Yes. The 3 of them quickly bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes. Sakurako is the person in charge of this team. The 3 of them had a mission to protect Sakurako and the goblins and get them back to the village safely. Chapter 67. Miss Tourney, please testify for us. Okay. The tree elf lady had been hiding aside, and when she appeared, the goblins suddenly broke into a riot. Monsters living in the Jura forest, who has not heard the legend of the forest guardian tree elves? Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I cannot describe how terrified I am. This feeling is like the mountain god you usually believe in suddenly appears. Have no doubts, goblins. Tourney stepped forward and said, the ghost people have no ill intentions. They sincerely want to gain the loyalty of the goblins. A powerful demon was born in the forest. He decided to rule the forest and protect the monsters living in it. Don't worry, just join them. I can assure you on the reputation of the manager of the Jura forest that I am telling you this. The goblins had been interested in joining the strong, and now with Taurine's guarantee, they were immediately excited. Very good. We also have protectors. Finally, I don't have to worry about being eaten by scary monsters in the wild anymore. Please come into the village, you great men of the ghost tribe. The goblins in the Axis world, at least the goblins in the forest, are not as evil and cunning as described in other worlds. Rather, they are very simple, even a little too simple. The goblins in the Axis world are the failures of the god ancestor. It is formed by the spirit that gains a physical form and degenerates into a monster, becoming a fairy and then transforming. Among them, the descendants of the earth attributed fairies became dwarves, the descendants of the water attributed fairies became mermen, and the descendants of the wind attributed fairies evolved into the long-eared people. The long-eared tribe here are actually the elves that often appear in Western fantasy. However, in the Axis world, elves generally refer to spiritual beings, rather than handsome men and beautiful women who live in the forest and are good at archery and magic. The long-eared people are not much stronger than dwarves and murlocs, and can be considered a relatively common subhuman race. As for goblins, they are the product of the continuous degeneration of fire attribute fairies and are considered the lowest level of fairies. All we can say is that the initial explosion completely exhausted the goblins' luck, leading to their current fate. Simple, poor, and backward. Walking into the goblin village, Sakurako saw primitiveness and desolation. Of all the subhuman races, goblins are definitely the worst off. The village chief presented food to entertain the ghosts who came from afar. These foods have no taste, not even salt, only the fruits and vegetables are edible. However, considering that we would become companions in the future, I ate some out of politeness. Bai Luo traveled through the world of Pokemon and Seeking, and brought back various supplies from there, which greatly improved the lives of the great demon tribe. Before this, the quality of life of the big ghost tribe was not much better than that of the goblins. At most, there will be more food. Sakurako and the others did not dislike the goblins' hospitality. The good life was given by Bai Luo and had nothing to do with their own efforts. When the goblins join Bai Luo, they will also be able to gain benefits. It is only a matter of time. This is our gift to the goblins. Please accept it. Sakurako took out a lot of supplies from her personal space and gave them to the goblins. This move really made the goblins flattered. Delicious food, seasonings, as well as clothes and shoes suitable for the goblins' bodies, these were all specially prepared by the ghost tribe during this period. As for its origin, it is also very simple. Zukai's analysts can structure matter and easily use existing materials to create a large number of daily necessities. Pack up your things and gather the tribesmen. Next, we will go to other villages and gather everyone together. 8,000 goblins, about 100 people in each village. There are more than 80 villages, and if Sakurako and her friends want to visit all of them, it will take at least a whole day. Fortunately, the goblin village is not far away. Some goblins with good relationships can even notify each other. The goblins acted quickly. Why would they delay when they had a powerful being willing to protect them? He immediately packed up his luggage as quickly as possible and got ready to go. Sakurako looked down on the messy goblin village. Although this area was the capital and center of the Rimuru Demon Kingdom in the original work, it was essentially nothing special. Everything was built by Rimuru from scratch. The center of the future Demon Kingdom is in the Ghost Village. Right now there is a shortage of population, and the addition of 8,000 goblins can greatly increase the speed of development from villages to towns. Okay, please wait for a while, the elders of the Ghost Tribe. I will have people pack up the supplies immediately. Hurry up, don't keep the adults waiting. We'll get ready right away. The reactions of the goblin villages were similar. From the initial vigilance and suspicion to the excitement of receiving the gift, and the joy of being favored. Soon, led by the goblin village chiefs, a large number of goblins gathered on the grassland designated by Sakurako and the others. These should be all the goblin villages that can be found nearby. Let's go. Following Sakurako's order, the mighty goblin team, under the protection of the ghost tribe, headed towards the direction of the big ghost village. Because of the large number of people, the original half-day trip was extended to 3 days. During this period, Sakurako and other ghosts also need to protect the goblins. There were too many people, 8,000, almost 10,000. Even though the goblins were short in stature, these 8,000 people crowded together still formed a large black mass. In order to protect them, the ghosts dared not relax at all and always activated their magic perception to guard against dangerous monsters that might rush out of the forest. Oh my! It's really spectacular! Spectacular, spectacular! In the forest, 3 figures hiding in the dark had already noticed this scene. They are the members of the mediocre clown company, Laplace the pleasure clown, Footman the angry clown, and Tia the weeping clown. The 3 of them actually arrived at the forest early in the morning. However, the plan in the Jura forest is now led by Clement, and they are just here to assist him. The bugs were conquered. Now even the forest managers have started helping him. I feel like he's going to be a pretty amazing guy. A demon who appeared out of nowhere and grew to his current level in just 1 month. Compared to Clement's carelessness, Laplace instinctively felt the threat. Chapter 68. Want to interfere? Laplace turned around, his eyes glittering with cunningness. It's those monsters around this guy. They don't look easy to deal with. We conquered the big ghost tribe before, and now we conquer the goblins. Although Footman is an angry clown, he is not actually manic. I always feel like he is planning something. You really won't interfere? If this continues, KCAI's plan will be unstoppable. Footman thought that he should test Bai Luo's strength, but Tia thought that he should be a little more cautious. It's so eye-catching. Tia fiddled with her long sleeves, her voice a little embarrassed. Will the Demon Kings find out? The 4 ghosts in front of him were not easy to deal with. If a fight breaks out, there will definitely be a huge noise. Not to mention that there is the tree elf Torni, they don't want to provoke such a being. Tell Clement about it and let him figure it out. The 3 of them didn't want to leave immediately, and the things happening in the Jura forest were originally under the charge of Clement, who was put in the open by them. If anyone really needs to worry, it should be his turn. In that case, let's go find KCAI first. I wonder how he will deal with this sudden intruder. Just like that, the 3 clowns lurked silently in the shadows. They did not leave, but continued to pay attention to the team. Sakurako and the others who were on their way apparently did not realize that their actions had fallen into the sight of a certain demon king. Oh! The moonlight is like water, sprinkling on the vast grassland. The silver light and the dark green sea of grass interweave to create a mysterious tranquility. The night wind blows gently, the grass tips sway slightly, making a rustling sound, as if whispering the secrets of the grassland. Dozens of giant wolves were galloping across the grass, their figures looming, like ghosts in the moonlight. The commotion caused by the goblins' collective actions not only attracted the attention of the clowns, but also other monsters living in the forest. Among them is the Yalan tribe, who in the original work took the initiative to attack the goblin village in order to compete for forest hegemony. Woo! On the raised hillside, a gigantic wolf howled towards the sky. Behind it, hundreds of wolves were quietly waiting for the Wolf King's order, whether to attack the group of goblins that left the village. Dad! The Garo who went out to search for goblin intelligence is back. It is the leader's son and the strongest among the young Garo. Have you found out why the goblins left the village? I smell a ghost. Ghost. When he heard the word ghost, leader Yalan immediately thought of the big ghost tribe in the forest. Those powerful lower-level demons with B-level strength are not comparable to these monsters with C-level evaluation. Despite the advantage in numbers, when it came to facing the great demon clan head-on, the Yalan leader also began to hesitate. Goblin, have you surrendered to the ghost tribe? We can't let them go to the village of the great ghost tribe. If we really enter the village, the big demon tribe is so strong, and they have goblins as soldiers. 1 plus 1 is greater than 2, and this is definitely a huge obstacle to the rise of the Yalan tribe. During this period, the storm dragon had not yet disappeared, and the monsters in the forest had not started to kill each other. At Clement's request, the clowns began to disrupt the order of the forest. But it hasn't started yet. The number of the Yalan tribe is even larger than in the original novel, a total of 1,000 Yalans. With tacit cooperation, even if they forcibly attack the village of the big ghost tribe, they can still fight. Of course, they will definitely be the losers. If numbers are no longer a disadvantage for the ghost tribe, no tribe in the forest will be able to fight them. With this in mind, the wolf leader no longer hesitated and announced his decision: attack the goblins immediately. Well, Dad, what will happen if the ghosts find out? At worst, leave here. Go east. The Garo leader had a clear idea: if they could kill those goblins, the existence value of their Garo would definitely be raised to a higher level. At that time, as long as they migrate to the east, the ghosts are not good at tracking them and will not be able to cause them any trouble. So now is the best time. Every time you kill a goblin, you can loot one magic element. And this is the best way to improve your existence value to conquer the intelligent monsters in the forest. War between races. The winner is the king, the loser eats dust. This kind of improvement is not as abnormal as the growth of the eruption. But the difference between the two lies only in the length of time. The benefits of the Hellion are instant, while the racial horns will manifest slowly. The shortest is a few months, the longest is 2 to 3 years. As the leader of Garo, he led his people to exterminate the goblins in the forest. Garo even felt that he had a chance to gain a powerful skill. Extra skills are a guarantee, and with better luck, unique skills may also be possible. In the original novel, there were only 1 or 2,000 goblins left, largely due to the attacks by monster groups such as Garo. Such a good opportunity, absolutely can't be missed. The Yalan leader even felt that the scene before him was a godsend. The goblins were running around everywhere, and if they were eliminated at this time, it would not violate the rules set by the monsters. Do you feel it? A demon from the Onue Ban clan, with a black veil covering his face, his name is Sinan. He grew up with Sui and received ninja training together. With the help of thought connection, the 4 people can exchange information and make decisions in a very short time. Yingzi nodded and said, 3 kilometers behind us, there is a group of monsters with an average level of C or above, and they are gathering quickly. XXI. At least more than 500. What is it? Sakurako seldom leaves the village, so she doesn't know much about the outside world. Unlike King Ren, he had gone out with other tribesmen to carry out mercenary commissions, so he had come into contact with the Yalan tribe. Garo. The largest wolf pack in the forest. There is more than 1 tribe of wolves living in the entire Jura forest, with their numbers ranging from 5 to 3 or 400. The group led by Chief Yalan seems to be the largest among them. What do they want to do? I think they've targeted the goblins we're escorting. King Ren was hiding in the darkness, quietly observing the group of hunters in the forest. A single Garo is no more than C rank. But if they gather together, their overall strength will continue to improve as their numbers increase. More than 500 wolves gathered together, and their average strength could even reach C and level. If the leader of the Garo wolf tribe really unifies the wolf tribe, and with the help of his achievements in exterminating the goblins, he might be able to create an army of 2 to 3,000 B-level Garo wolf troops. By then, even the former large ghost village would be caught in a difficult battle and at risk of falling. Chapter 69. Suddenly, Sakurako sensed that the wolf pack was splitting into 2 sides. Are these guys trying to outflank us? Red Flame, Red Moon. Leave it to us. The ghosts named Hongjian and Hongyu are both from the Red Ghost clan. They are brother and sister. The brother's name is Yan and the sister's name is Yu. In terms of blood relationship, the two are cousins of Hung Guan, so they joined their eldest cousin's team early and became members of the Red Demon clan. Woo! The howling of wolves came from all directions, which frightened the goblins on the road. The goblin village chief's already old body was shaking constantly, but he still tried to remain calm and comfort the tribesmen around him as much as possible, telling them not to be afraid. It's Garo. The village chief's son saw a figure running past in the darkness, and fear of wolves spread all over his body. Don't panic. Their village is closest to the Storm Dragon Cave. The village chief is the oldest goblin and the first to surrender to Sakurako, so he was appointed by the demons as the temporary leader of this group of goblins. Everyone, take up your weapons, and keep the women and children at the back. The old village chief's voice trembled slightly, but he still gave the correct command. Soon, all the goblins surrounded the city, protecting the women and children in the rear, while they picked up their tattered weapons and prepared for battle. Even a weak goblin will fight with all his might in order to survive. Seeing this scene, Sakurako nodded slightly, somewhat agreeing with these goblins. Garos, if we stop here, we can pretend nothing happened. Hongjian and Hongya used their magic power to amplify their voices and conveyed their attitude to the group of wolves. If you come any closer, you will go to war with us ghosts. Woo! However, these wolves have no intention of giving up the fat meat in their mouths. With so many goblins gathered in one place, the Garags didn't have to plunder privately. If they can eat it all at once, the Yalan tribe will definitely gain a large amount of magic and stand out in the dangerous forest. Tisk! Kengren's figure blended into the night. He watched the movements of the Garu and said, "Take action. They are determined to become our enemy. I've really been underestimated." The Yunyu siblings looked at each other, and then released the suppression of their own magic elements. At any time, the aura of the A-level monster, which had been restrained and imperceptible to the outside world, enveloped all the monsters in the wilderness like a tsunami. Be it goblins or the gargoyles. Under the oncoming terrifying demonic power, all of them fell into a brief daze. What? The hair of the wolf leader stood up, and his eyes were full of disbelief. This kind of magic element? No, it's impossible. How could it be this heavy? Why are the ghosts so strong? You are not ghosts at all. With Chief Yalan's knowledge, it was impossible for him to have ever seen the legendary ghost. Looking at the entire Jura forest, not counting the tree elves like Taurine, B-End is the pinnacle of all monsters. As for the A-level upper demon, that is a level that only named monsters can reach. In other words, the two red-haired demons in front of us are named monsters. No. Not just the two of them. There is also Sakurako, and the Sinin who appeared behind the wolf pack at some point and completely cut off their retreat into the forest. 4 upper demon level ghosts. The Yalan leader was filled with deep regret at this moment. He did not expect things to turn out like this. They were clearly hunters, but now they have become ambushed prey. Retreat. Without any hesitation, the Yalan leader immediately let out a wolf howl to retreat. It miscalculated. I thought it was just a few ordinary big ghosts leading the goblins. Demon. Not to mention 4 ghosts, even if there was only one, they would not be able to contend with them. Think about the battle between Hung Guan and the Pighead clan's army in the original novel. A casual strike from the Black Flame prison could turn hundreds of pig-headed people into ashes. The siblings Hongjian and Hongyu are now no less powerful than Hung Guan in the original novel. If we really want to wipe out these 500 wolves, it will only take a few minutes. Woo! Without hesitation, all the wolves instinctively followed the leader's command and fled in all directions. Stop them! Don't let any of them go! Sakurako gave orders to Sinin, who opened his arms and threw out a large number of icy threads, instantly covering the entire battlefield. Interstitial crystal wire. An additional skill inherited from Bai Luo's spatial element. The space can be cut off and tiny threads can be extracted. These spatial threads can not only bind the enemy, but are also extremely sharp, comparable to the most advanced magic weapons. Space operations threading the needle. A stream of light shot out from King Ren's palm, constantly appearing and disappearing in the space, and actually connected all the crystal threads covering this space. Bang! Sakurako put her hands together, and the barrier was completely free, covering all the Garo. The next moment, the circular network woven by King Ren began to emit a prismatic glow, appearing and disappearing like a transparent kaleidoscope. This is... A group of wolves were running wildly forward, and they only saw a flash of light in the darkness ahead. They ignored it and just ran into it. Then... Woo! The wolves in front disappeared but reappeared in other directions, and instead of facing Sakurako and the others, they ran towards them. At this moment, all the Garu were stunned. What's going on? The Yelan leader realized that things were beyond his expectations. I don't know what means these ghosts used to block the surrounding space. That circle of transparent lenses, like a mirror, would teleport the wolves back, making it impossible for them to escape from the range covered by the barrier. What to do? Soren looked at the group of Garavo running around like headless flies. He came to Sakurako and asked her how to deal with these Garavo. The master will probably need them. Bai Luo's attitude towards monsters is mainly to recruit and subdue them. Roar! On the other side, dozens of wolves, seeing that they could not escape, began to attack the goblins. However, Hongjian and Hongyu had already been keeping a close eye on them, so there was no chance that Heya Wolf would harm the goblins. You! Hongyu waved her hand casually, and 10 giant wolves as big as lions and tigers flew out like rag sacks. Asasos! The girl has already restrained her strength, but she can still withstand the terrifying arm strength of the ghost tribe. Just this casual blow almost took the lives of these wolves. Chapter 70. Red Moon. When Yingzi saw this, she shouted, "Don't kill them!" Oh! Hongyu didn't mean it, she didn't expect these wolves to be so fragile. She obviously didn't use much effort. But why did they fall down one by one? Healing. There was no other choice, Sakurako had to use healing magic on those wolves that were breathing out more than breathing in, to save their lives. Let me do it. Seeing that her sister couldn't control her strength well, she was at a loss under the attack of the Garo. Hong Yan shook his head. Boom! The red-haired young man raised his foot and took a big step forward. The terrifying strange force trampled the earth, and the invisible force spread in all directions like waves, knocking the goblins and the running wolves to the ground. The martial arts skills passed down by Lord Bai Luo are indeed amazing. Hong Yan's control over power is far superior to her sister's. She is able to perfectly take away everyone's ability to move without causing them any harm. Then, a sharp light burst out from Hongjian's eyes. He clenched his fist and swung it fiercely in the direction of the Garo leader. Boom! Crack! The next moment, a scene that horrified countless goblins and Garo appeared before their eyes. The earth was broken and rocks and soil were splashed. A bottomless ravine started with red flames and spread forward until it stopped in front of the Yelan leader hundreds of meters away. DS. At this moment, the leader of the Yelan family no longer had any thoughts of fighting. Just this one punch from Hong Yan was enough to shatter its ambitions. Now, do you understand the gap between us? Hongjian and Hongyu were confronting the leader of the Fang Lang. With King Ren and Hong Yu's actions, it was clear to the leader of the Garo that he had hit a wall. Grade A is a watershed. Below level A, as long as the number is large enough, the opponent will be worn down to death sooner or later. But after breaking through the A level, the magic power recovery speed is abnormal. As long as the ghosts don't commit suicide or cast powerful skills without authorization, it is almost impossible to run out of magic power. Even if you can't win and want to escape, it's easy. Once hatred is formed, there is no reason for it to stop unless one side completely surrenders. The leader of the Yelan clan is now regretting his actions to the core. It shouldn't have provoked these goblins. If it had known earlier that the ghosts were so terrifying, why would it fight? Wouldn't it have just surrendered? Now, he is being targeted by 4 A-level demons. Recalling the power just displayed by Hong Yan and King Ren. It doesn't need to happen too many times, just 3 or 4 times, and the Yalan tribe in the forest will face a devastating disaster. What now? When Hong Yu saw that the Yalan leader was beginning to give in, she quickly sent a message to Yingzi to ask for her opinion. They didn't kill a single fang wolf. Even though the brother and sister were confronting the Garo leader, they were actually confused inside and didn't know what to do. After all, this power was not cultivated by themselves. Even if they defeated the wolf pack, the proud ghost tribe would not feel that glorious. I only have more respect and admiration for Bai Luo. Look! This is the gift from that great man. With such a powerful force, just 3 punches and 2 kicks made the goblins and wolf race tremble with fear. Let Lord Bai Luo decide. Master Bai Luo. Hearing Yingzi's voice transmission, the Hanjian siblings immediately understood what she meant. Are you going to summon the master? Hold these wolves steady. I'll contact Lord Bai Luo. After Yingzi finished speaking, she immediately used the soul corridor to send a communication request to Bai Rong. As for the task of stabilizing Garo, this is too easy. Hong Yu and Hanjian don't have to do anything. They just need to stand there and continuously release magic elements to put pressure on the Garu. They are not smart enough. But they can still do something as simple as posing. What happened, Sakura? The application was quickly approved, and Bai Luo's voice rang in Sakurako's ears. Master Bai Luo, it is like this. Yingzi briefly explained the current situation. We don't know what to do, so we come to ask you for advice. 500 Garo tribe. Great. I'll come right over. There was surprise in Bai Luo's voice. He didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. These monsters named by Bai Luo have a relationship with him that is only slightly less than that of his followers, and can be called followers. Through the soul corridor, Bai Luo can clearly feel the location and status of each family member. Peng Peng, Shui Di, Bing Di, you all come with me. Taking his 3 most powerful followers with him, Bai Luo raised his hand and tore open a hole in front of him. Crash! The next moment, the space around him split into 2 parts. My lord! There is also Big Sister Yo-Yo, Lady Suidi, and Lady Bingdi. Seeing the 4 people coming, Sakurako bowed quickly. Here we go again. The etiquette of the ghost tribe is really unbearable. Hyote doesn't really like Sakurako's behavior of being rude at first but respectful later. Even within the Ice Scorpion clan, weaker members of the clan regard the Ice Emperor as an elder and family member. As for Shui Di, she has always been aloof and doesn't care about the so-called hierarchy. Where's Bo? Ergian had already gotten used to it, and happily greeted Kangren. Is this the goblin? Bai Luo looked at the short figure that was like a wave not far from them. It's the degenerated form of a lower-level fire fairy. No wonder it's so different from the goblins I know. Bai Luo's impression of goblins is that they are cunning, sinister, and despicable, with pointed cheeks and a mouth full of sharp teeth. However, the goblins in the Axis world are not good-looking either. But in terms of temperament, they were more like a group of shivering little beggars, not at all the wretched appearance he had imagined. The world is different, so are the monsters' settings different. Text. The goblins in the Axis world are also called goblins, but they should be called the imp tribe. Thinking of this, Bai Luo turned his head and looked at Garo in the distance. Yet, just like in the original book, it's a group of monsters. But what's the situation now? Bai Luo only took a few glances at the shattered land and the scattered wolves lying on the ground, and analyzed everything that had happened here. Roar, roar, roar. Sensing the arrival of a new breath, the wolves subconsciously growled, as if to scare them and make them retreat. The reason for this is because of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor who came with Bai Luo. The ancient and wild aura of the two women caused the wolves to have an immediate stress reaction. Chapter 71. Tisk, it's so noisy. Bingdi couldn't bear to see anyone showing his teeth to him, so he immediately released a fierce cold air from his body. Her control over her power is exquisite. The goblins who were close by only felt the cold wind blowing on their faces. As for the Yalan tribe further away, they felt as if they had fallen into an icy cave and began to tremble. Looking at the grass outside the circle, it was covered with a layer of ice crystals in an instant. Even the three clowns hiding in the dark and observing felt cold all over. What a terrifying ice magic! Laplace was shocked. It's not like he hasn't encountered ice magic before. But such strong and penetrating ice magic is truly unheard of. Hiss, it's so cold. Tia hugged her body tightly. Isn't the quality of this magic too high? Unique skills, this must be a unique skill. 737. If it was a normal skill, with the resistance of the three of them, it would be impossible to have any effect on them. As for the additional skills, it's okay for a single target, but it can break the defense of 3 people. But this was clearly a large-scale skill, and it wasn't even targeting the 3 of them, yet it was so deadly. Apart from the unique skills, the 3 of them could not think of any other possibility for such an effect. Another named monster that has gained a unique skill. Laplace couldn't understand how Bai Luo had gathered so many powerful monsters to pledge their allegiance. Suddenly, Shuedi, who was watching Bai Luo talking with the goblin village chief from a distance, seemed to sense something. She cast her gaze toward the forest behind her. The forest was shrouded in darkness and silence, but Shuedi could feel several eyes watching her. What's wrong, Shuedi? Bai Luo was inviting the goblins to follow him, but when he saw Shuedi's reaction, he immediately became alert. Uncertain. Shuedi narrowed her beautiful eyes, but I feel like someone is watching me. Mo. Bai Luo's heart moved slightly, and he thought of a possibility. Could it be that it is the Zhongyang Clown Company? Detection and tracking. At the first moment, Bai Luo used anti-surveillance skills. Notice, no one was found to be monitoring. Bai Luo was speechless as he looked at the information fed back by the skill. He didn't think that Shuedi was having an illusion. The Jura Forest is a place that can spy on us in secret, and even the Snow Emperor cannot detect it. Apart from the tree elves like Taurine, there are only Laplace, Footman, and Tia from the mediocre clown company. There is no need to consider the tree elves. After Bai Luo arrived, Torni had already appeared among the goblin tribe. If other tree elves saw Torni here, they would definitely come over to say hello. They would not hide in the corner and stare at them secretly. Torini, can you arrange a situation that can completely isolate it from outside detection? Bai Luo and Shuedi do not have sufficient anti-reconnaissance capabilities. Sakurako's barrier is more physical. It is not very effective for skills that are specifically designed to obtain intelligence. But it doesn't matter. They also have Taurine. As a tree elf, it is common for him to secretly observe the life in the forest and hide his own breath. If you can hide, you can block. No problem. Torni didn't notice it at first, until Bai Luo said so. She reacted. Miss Tree Elf first launched an exploration of the forest in the distance. Unfortunately, there was no result. Apparently, the 3 clowns realized that they might be exposed and left. Buzz. Soon, under Torni's action, an invisible barrier enveloped the goblins, Bai Luo, and others. Hanjian, bring the leader of the Fanglang tribe to see me. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the order, Hong Yan's eyes flashed. His figure instantly crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and arrived in front of the Yalan leader. Without waiting for the Yalan leader to react, Hong Yan grabbed the other's neck and carried him to Bai Luo. Woo woo woo. Leader Yalan had never encountered such a thing before. It wanted to resist, but facing the strange power of Hong Yan, it couldn't even raise its head. I could only whimper from my throat to suppress the panic and anxiety in my heart. My lord, the enemy general has been brought here. Please make your decision. Han Jian knelt on one knee and held the head of the wolf leader with one hand, forcing it to surrender. Well, let it go for now. Yes. Hong Yan and others were not worried at all that the Yalan leader would harm Bai Luo. How could a monster that is not even at level B possibly touch their lord? What's more, it happened right under their noses. If that were to happen, they would have no face to live in this world and would just commit suicide. Wolf or dog? It should be a wolf. Bingdi squatted on the ground, looking at the crawling Yalan leader, and she poked the other's nose with her finger. DS. The Yalan leader was extremely terrified. Although Hyote's magic power is only around 30,000. However, the aura of the 400,000-year-old beast was preserved by the power of the rules of the voice of the world. In simple terms, it means murderous intent. The Ice Emperor lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and countless humans, beasts, and soul beasts died at her hands. With so many of them piling up, the tyrannical aura entwined around the Ice Emperor is beyond the imagination of ordinary monsters in this world. Normally, Bingdi restrains his aura. Therefore, in the eyes of the demon clan, Hyote is just a tsundere girl with twin ponytails. She is not scary at all, but rather quite cute. But the Wolf Fang leader is different. It is a beast, and the instincts of beasts are always extremely sharp. It feels the terrifying figure of the ancient beast standing on the sea of blood and corpses. Stay still, I'll deal with you after the matter with the master is settled on 1.9. The wolf leader had no courage to bare his teeth to Bingdi, and immediately nodded repeatedly to show that he would never resist. There's no way, the gap is too big. I thought 4 ghosts were the limit. Who would have thought that there are masters out there? Especially the monster in human form in front of him was so terrifying. What's even more terrifying is such a monster actually has a master above her. That's too much. Leader Garo really wants to cry now. If there were a pill of regret in the world, it would go back to itself a few hours ago and give the other party a few good beatings to stop it from dreaming of ruling its own territory. The water in the Jura forest is too deep, it can't grasp it at all. Chapter 72. Are you the lord that Lady Sakurako and the others are talking about? On the other hand, the old goblin in the original book was elected by the goblins to serve as the temporary leader. He was wearing a dusty brown windbreaker and holding a cane in his hand. His old body looked like it would fall down if the wind blew just by standing there. Well, my name is Bai Luo. Bai Luo didn't say any more nonsense and announced directly, Sakurako and the others should have told you my purpose. Under the witness of Miss Tree Elf, I will accept your allegiance and grant you shelter. From now on, you will become my people and obey my orders. I'm here to assure you. Bai Luo said seriously, as long as you love me for one day, I will protect your life and property from being violated by others. Would you like to? The goblins did not understand what Bai Luo meant. They only knew that the 24 weak goblins were about to receive protection from the strong. In the world of monsters, the strong are respected. Living in the forest, they are in danger every day. If someone is willing to protect them, then it is only natural for them to sacrifice their freedom and loyalty. It is better to say that Bai Luo is already very kind. Yes. We do. Praise you, great master. Then, the goblins gathered in front of Bai Luo bowed to him like dominoes. Get Goblin X8600 to follow. Begin counting the total amount of magic. Statistics completed, the total amount of magic power of the Goblin clan is 258860 EP. Unique skill leader starts to integrate magic elements. Integration completed. Obtain 78,000 EP of magic element. The sudden increase in magic power made it impossible for Bai Luo to control time well. The increase in magic power limit instantly triggered a series of chain reactions. Boom! With Bai Luo as the center, magic power turned into airwaves and spread in all directions. A deep blue magic light column with faint star particles rose into the sky. If it weren't for Torni's timely reaction, and the Snow Queen standing nearby, the goblins would have been able to resist the magical pressure from Bai Luo. This one strike alone was enough to make a large number of goblins that were close to it faint. Oh, what a terrifying spirit! Is this the power of my lord? How terrifying! Even with the protection of the Snow Queen, the goblins still felt the pressure from their new master. That is a huge magical power that they cannot even imagine. For a moment, countless goblins were surprised and happy. Because such a powerful being is willing to accept their service. Bingdi and Ergui noticed the changes in Bai Luo. However, the two women did not act rashly, but stayed where they were and helped Tony maintain the stability of the counter-detection results. With Xuedi by Bai Luo's side, nothing will go wrong. After all, when it comes to actual combat ability, Xuedi is the strongest one. Woo woo woo. As for the rest of the Yalan tribe, they were completely stunned. What kind of monster am I fighting against? At the same time, the Garu were extremely envious of the goblins for being able to gain the favor of such a powerful demon. If that lord could accept our loyalty, that would be great. Inexplicably, this thought came into the mind of the Yalan leader. Not to mention Bai Luo, even Bingdi couldn't muster the slightest desire to resist. There is no shame in submitting to the strong. In order to preserve the race and continue the bloodline, following a leader with a bright future is the most correct choice. The Yalan tribe is a social creature with its own social structure. There is the alpha wolf as the leader, followed by the wolf pack as the main fighting force, and the old wolves and cubs of lower status. However, Bai Luo did not have the time to recruit the Yalan tribe. In his mind at this moment, a large amount of information was rapidly emerging, and the whole person was as if he was in a raging sea, being transformed by a huge amount of magic. Magic essence detected exceeds 100,000, meeting the evolution conditions. Evolution started, evolution failed. Challenge again. Evolution failure. Repeated information, I don't know how many times it has been repeated. Finally, when Bai Luo was feeling annoyed, a piece of starry sky fragment that looked like a shrunken universe slowly emerged in Bai Luo's eyes in the central core of the Axis world. Found the power fragments of Star Dragon King Felt Nava, do you want to fuse them? After the fusion, the race Dragon Demon will be fully awakened, and the evolutionary root of the dragon species Star Dragon King will be obtained. Fusion. Bai Luo didn't expect that just evolving from A level to special A level, he would encounter such a thing. You know, the reason why Rimuru in the original work has such a bug-like evolution speed is that he grew to the level of the god of creation in just a few years. Some people speculate that a large part of the reason lies in Rimuru's identity and his unique skill Great Sage. About Rimuru's origin. There is a saying that Rimuru is the reincarnation of the Star Dragon King, and the Great Sage is the Star Dragon King's wife Lucia. But Bai Luo feels that Rimuru is not the real Star Dragon King. In other words, the Star Dragon King had fallen long ago, but like the Eastern Empire's Emperor Rudra, he had separated his soul into countless pieces. A relatively large piece of it fell on Mikami Satoru, who was then reincarnated as Rimuru. However, Bai Luo's situation at this time is different from Rimuru's. What he got was not the fragment of Star Dragon King's soul, but the fragment of power. To be more precise, it is the authority left by the Star Dragon King in the Axis world. Notice, individual named Bai Luo successfully evolved into a dragon demon. Obtain unique skill Voice of the World. Unique skill Leader evolves into All Souls Return to One. Unique skill Traveler, Unconventional, evolves into Void Gate. Obtain special skill Dragon Transformation. Hey! After the evolution, Bai Luo was still in a daze. He could feel the magic power in his body now, which was several times greater than before. What's even more terrifying is that after mastering the special skill of magic element solidification, Bai Luo's physical fitness has also improved by several times. Strength. Stronger than ever before. Bai Luo clenched his fists. He looked at his hands and found that his original palms had turned into sharp dragon claws. Behind Bai Luo, a pair of azure dragon wings that seemed like a dream, between reality and nothingness, slowly opened. Chapter 73. Is this the appearance after my dragon demon bloodline is fully awakened? Bai Luo is not dissatisfied with his current image because this status is not permanent. As long as he wanted, he could take back his dragon characteristics at any time and then restore his human form. This is similar to Milim in Demon King. In addition, Bai Luo has the ability to transform into a dragon, which Milim does not have. Dragon Transformation. Description: completely release the magic in the body to build a dragon body. This process will absorb a large amount of magic, and each time it is used up, you will fall into weakness for a certain period of time. Transform into a magic dragon, absorb a large amount of magic. It looks like a transformation skill. Bai Luo secretly guessed, I wonder how much magic power I can increase, and how much stronger I can become. Notice, the magic power after the current dragon transformation will be 10 times that of the half-dragon state. What? Bai Luo was delighted at first, then he immediately realized, who are you? Great Sage. Notice, this is a unique skill called Voice of the World, not Great Sage. Bai Luo was stunned for a moment, and then he thought of something and asked, are you the new ability I just acquired? Reply, yes. Unique skill Voice of the World, a superior replacement for the unique skill Great Sage, with the following abilities. Thinking acceleration, increases perception speed by 1,000 times. Analysis and identification, analyze the object and conduct identification. Parallel calculation, the ability to separate the thing to be analyzed from the thinking and perform the calculation. Chanting abandonment, when using magic and other skills, there is no need to chant the spell. All things in the world, collect all the unblocked information in this world. The above abilities are very similar to those of Rimuru's Great Sage. However, Bai Luo's World Voice also possesses some abilities that Great Sages do not have. For example, the central connection can parse different rules and store them in inventory and extract them. There are also things like door management, space-time stability, anchor point engraving, starry sky projection and so on. How did you get here? Bai Luo just glanced at the various abilities of Voice of the World. Compared with these, he wanted to know where the Voice of the World came from and whether it would cause harm to him. Notice, this body is the origin of the individual name Bai Luo, fused with the sound of the basic Axis world rules, and a new rule is born. Simply put, the Voice of the World here is not the same as the embodiment of the rules of the base Axis world. The Axis world was created by the Star Dragon King, and later, the voice of his wife Lucia was loaded into it, turning it into a kind of world will. However, the true Voice of the World has no soul or self and is a pure tool. You have your own consciousness. Report, yes. The new world sound is born from Bai Luo's soul. Later, because of Bai Luo, he traveled between Pokemon, Siking, and Doluo world. In this process, World Voice continues to absorb new rules. Finally, he absorbed enough power of the law, and with the opportunity of Bai Luo breaking through the special A level, he was successfully born. So, you were born because I kept traveling through the world. Reply, yes. This is really. Bai Luo understood. He really didn't expect things to turn out this way. The Axis world is a chaotic world created by the Star Dragon King. As a world, it has no self-awareness and no emotions. It just mechanically and step by step executes the programs that have been set long ago. The Great Sage in the original work is essentially stealing the authority of the Voice of the World. Finally, it subtly replaced the will of the Axis world. When Rimuru became the god of creation, Seal naturally became the world will of the Axis world. What is your purpose? Bai Luo is unable to describe how he feels about World Voice. First of all, there is closeness, a feeling of blood compatibility. The second is trust and absolute control. The voice of the world, as Bai Luo's ability, is itself part of his power. As long as Bai Luo wanted, he could easily erase the consciousness of the voice of the world and turn it into a program without self that only knew how to execute established commands. Notice, Purpose 1, to help individual Bai Luo grow better. Notice, Purpose 2, perfect yourself and control the base world. I understand the first part, but is the latter part about perfecting oneself and controlling the base world what I understand? Bai Luo, you want to become the heavenly Dao of the Axis world? Reply, yes. Without Bai Luo, the voice of the world would not be able to absorb the rules of the Pokemon, Suking, and Doluo worlds, thus allowing itself to develop consciousness. As for the relationship between the two, World Voice and Bai Luo have the same origin, but are mainly based on Bai Luo. Once Bai Luo dies, the voice of the world will also disappear. Therefore, the voice of the world will never hurt Bai Luo, but will only do its best to help and protect him. But the Axis world, is it willing? You should know that before, the Axis world helped Bai Luo negotiate with the great Lord Shinao. Moreover, both parties have tacitly chosen to cooperate and grow together. However, faced with such huge benefits, it is difficult for Bai Luo to make a decision. On one side are our own people, and on the other side are outsiders. If the voice of the world can become the natural law of the Axis world, then Bai Luo is the life of the world. It can't be that if the original Charles can do it, Bai Luo's world voice can't do it, right? Rather than leaving it to the future Rimuru, it would be better for Bai Luo to grab it in advance. Notice, the rules of the Axis world are not what the host thinks. Bai Luo, how do you say that? Notice, the Axis world will never have self-awareness. This is the underlying program that was written by the Star Dragon King at the beginning of creation. No one can change it. Then, what is the will of the world that helped me to travel through time? Notice, the instinct of the world. In the words of the voice of the world, good money, if the world is a living organism, then it is its instinct to grow, strengthen itself, and constantly upgrade dimensions. What you said is. Bai Luo complained, why am I like some kind of probiotic bacteria? The Axis world discovered me and instinctively chose to coexist with me. Report, this is the fact. How far can you go? Bai Luo, replacing the will of the Axis world and taking charge of the rules. Notice, I am very weak as a newborn, and I am not strong enough to interfere with the reality group on a large scale. Notice, we can only do limited calculation and modification rules. Okay, Bai Luo understood. That is to say, the Star Dragon King established the rules of the Axis world. Although the voice of the world has self-awareness, she cannot go against the will of the Star Dragon King. It has always been like this, and it will be like this in the future. The world voice couldn't openly prevent Bai Luo from cheating, so it could only help him use a backdoor. Chapter 74. How long will it take to completely control the Axis world? Notice, the creator is too different from the former creator god, and we cannot interfere with his will for the time being. Is there a clear hierarchy? Voice of the world, when the creator breaks through the special S level, he can try to completely seize control of the Axis world. Special S level only qualifies you to fight for control, so it is not recommended to work. Theoretically speaking, as long as Bai Luo's strength exceeds that of the Star Dragon King, the voice of the world can in turn devour the original rules. Let me give you a simple analogy. Assuming that Axis world is a company, Bai Luo is a shareholder and voice of the world is the president. Yes, president. Because in the current axial world, only the voice of the world is qualified to compete for sovereignty. Although the president has great power, he can only abide by company rules and cannot modify or create new rules. So I need to go to another world, make money and then invest it in the company to increase my shareholding. One day, when my shareholding ratio exceeds that of Star Dragon King, I will have the final say in this company. Bai Luo, is that what you mean? Yes. That's not all. World Voice will also manage Axis World well and make it a strong backing for Bai Luo. It can be said that the base world is like the rear base of Bai Luo 360. With it, Bai Luo can explore other worlds with confidence and boldness. Increase income and reduce expenditure, and feed back to oneself. When one suffers, all suffer, when one prospers, all prosper. The most important point is that World Voice is only a manager, not an owner. Once this world belonged to the Star Dragon King, and now it belongs to Bai Luo. The voice of the world is more like a housekeeper, helping Bai Luo manage assets and overseeing the health of the capital chain. I see. Well, please give me more advice in the future, voice of the world. Message, looking forward to walking with you, Lord Creator. But, what should I call you? Should I just call you the voice of the world? It feels weird. Bai Luo thought for a moment and said, how about I give you a name like I gave to monsters? Warning, this will consume a large amount of the creator's magic. Do you need it? Notice, I don't support it, but I look forward to it. I see. Bai Luo is also very interested in whether the voice of the world can be named. As for the danger, if it really would harm Bai Luo, World Voice would definitely reject it sternly, instead of just saying no support casually. The voice of the world became Bai Luo's companion spirit, able to assist Bai Luo in fighting and thinking, but also subject to Bai Luo and absolutely obedient to him. Violet, how's it going? Violet, from Violet Evergarden, is the name of the heroine. Of course, Violet itself means violet, not specifically referring to a certain character. Bai Luo just thinks that if one day, the voice of the world can be transformed into a human form, then her image is probably the same as that of a certain Waimei. He has 3 attributes, has emotional cognitive disorders, and hides a strong desire under his cold appearance. These are very consistent with the sound of the newborn world. Announcement, the creator's wishes have been integrated and integration has begun. Integration completed. Unique skill voice of the world evolves into spirit of the world, Violet. Hello, creator, the world spirit Violet is at your service. Ooh. Bai Luo ignored the large amount of magic energy that was lost, nearly half of it. He only knew that his feeling was right. Although Violet has the connection to the root of the Axis world and possesses all known knowledge, she herself has not yet developed emotions like humans. In other words, what Violet will become requires Bai Luo's guidance. Through this naming, World Voice incorporates the image of Wei Mei in Bai Luo's memory. Of course, this doesn't mean that Violet will be exactly like Violet. The image is just a template, the voice of the world remains the original voice of the world. Bai Luo chose Violet because World Voice had just been born. If you choose cute characters, the conflict in personality will probably lead to naming failure. Loyal, calm, and pure, isn't she very similar to you? Not understand. Violet's voice also changed, and it truly coincided with the Violet in Bai Luo's memory. But don't be like Rimuru Seal. I don't want to be a henpecked husband like the cute king. This is also the reason why Bai Luo named his own world voice Violet. Compared to the opinionated housekeeper, Bai Luo still prefers the absolutely obedient Wei Mei, who is the template of his ideal wife. The creator is greedy. That's definitely not something Violet would say, is it? No, I'm Violet. Bai Luo naturally didn't think that just naming her once could completely distort Violet's self. The current Violet is more like a combination of the original voice of the world and the Violet girl imagined by Bai Luo. Never mind, this is not bad. Bai Luo doesn't mind having a friend by his side who he can talk to and argue with at any time. I will set you free as soon as possible, Violet. Violet, well, let's work hard together, Master Creator. Violet. Race, World Spirit. Magic Element, 200,000 EP, possessing an incarnation of the Demon King level. Unique skills, omniscience and omnipotence, analyze everything and control it, world creation, unawakened, world incarnation, possess an incarnation, even if the magic essence is exhausted, it can be restored to its peak over time. This is Violet's attribute column. This race is the spirit of the world, and can be considered the original voice of the world. It is a special existence that was born after integrating Bai Luo's magic element. Her body is the Axis world, but her consciousness can act with Bai Luo. Violet has 3 unique skills, among which omniscience can be used to analyze different rules and manipulate and utilize them, which is considered to be the superior ability of Rimuru's great sage. The second, world creation, although in an unawakened state, Bai Luo can still detect its effects. World creation. Introduction: place your origin in the base world, and as long as the world does not perish, you will be immortal. This ability. Bai Luo asked, why is it an unawakened state? Because I haven't been able to completely control the Axis world yet. Bai Luo understood that his soul was one with Violet. When Violet completely integrates into the Axis world, it is equivalent to Bai Luo gaining control of the Axis world. In this way, the relationship between the two is somewhat similar to the relationship between the Sage of Heaven and the Way of Heaven in prehistoric novels. The sage relies on the Way of Heaven. As long as the Way of Heaven is immortal, the sage will never die. By the same token, as long as the Axis world still exists, Bai Luo will not truly fall. He can be resurrected again and again through the Axis world. As long as Bai Luo is alive, Violet will not disappear. Chapter 75. It's a perfect closed loop. Bai Luo asked, what about the last one? What are the abilities of the world incarnation? Mr. Creator. As Bai Luo finished speaking, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. It was exactly the Violet Evergarden in his memory. Thanks to the magic you gave me, I can stay by your side in this form. In addition, this body can also return the essence to you. At this point, Violet seemed to be worried that Bai Luo didn't understand, so she explained, returning the magic element does not mean that I will degenerate. After the magic essence is returned, this body will collapse. But this is only temporary, Violet said. As time goes by, I can absorb magic from the Axis world until this body can store as much magic as it can. Hey! Hearing this, Bai Luo had a sense of déjà vu. Isn't this just like? Yes, just like the storm dragon inside Rimuru. As the spirit of the world born from Bai Luo's origin, Violet possesses all the knowledge mastered by the Creator, which naturally includes the animation and novels that Bai Luo has watched. You can use this portion of magic as a restorable reserve. Violet, it will take about half a month to replenish from 0 to 200,000. That is to say. Yes. Violet, this means that you can receive an additional 200,000 magic points from me every month. Just from the information Violet revealed, Bai Luo could think of several ways to use this magic element. For example, take it out and use it to name monsters. For example, in battle, he could merge Violet with himself and use each other's magic together. 200,000, is that the limit? Violet shook her head slightly and said, whether it's the upper limit or the recovery speed, it's only at the current stage. Due to my limited strength, my world incarnation cannot compare with the infinite magic of the dragon species. The magic recovery speed of the dragon species in the basic Axis world can be called a bug. In the original work, Rimuru gave names to 200,000 pig-headed people at one time, and they only rested for a while before returning to their peak. That's 200,000. Even if the dilution ratio of high-level magic element to low-level magic element is higher, it is impossible to complete the naming of 200,000 pig-headed people. To put it bluntly, even if each pig-headed tribe only consumes 1,000 magic elements, that is a huge expense of 200 million. What is the concept of 200 million magic elements? Even in the late stage, Rimuru could barely reach this level after fusing 2 dragon species. How could Rimuru, who is only a demon king, possess so much magic. Bai Luo didn't think of anything else except the storm dragon. The king has the storm dragon, and I have Violet. Although it is not comparable for the time being, Violet will continue to grow. This is the power of the world incarnation ability. Will consuming this amount of magic have a negative impact on you, Wei? No. Violet would not fall into a deep sleep just because her 200,000 magic points were used up. At most, she would lose the ability to transform. Anyway, Violet will be able to recover in half a month at most. In fact, as long as the magic energy consumed each time does not exceed half, the avatar can live a normal life. That's good. Bai Luo naturally hopes that Violet can live with him like a living person. If she consumed all the magic power she had, Violet would never be able to condense her body. Bai Luo would never do such a thing. It's shameful to be a gigolo of a woman, but it's even more shameless to be so shameless. What's the difference between him and the scumbag who stays at home and takes his wife's income every month? This amount of magic must be used for naming. Bai Luo is not a person who likes to do business at a loss. Naming is an investment. Naming is meaningful only if there is money to be made. Bai Luo. Race, Dragon Demon. Level, Special A Demon King, Disaster Level. Magic Element, 205,000 EP, cannot increase Violet's 100,000 because that 200,000 already belongs to Bai Luo. Occupation, Magician. General Skills, Life Magic, Healing Magic, Elemental Magic, Pokemon Magic, etc. Intrinsic Skills, Adaptability, All Professional Proficiency, etc. Additional Skills, Dragon Eye, Explosion Magic, Soul Summoning, Human Soul Integration, Demon King Pressure. Unique Skills, Gate of the Void Exception, World Spirit, All Souls Return to One, Capturer, Learner, Spirit Master. Special Skills, Magic Solidification, Inheritable, Star Particle Control, Not Inheritable, God's 10 Rings, Not Inheritable, Magic Dragon Transformation, Not Inheritable. Exclusive Skills, Twin Martial Souls, Lord of the Cold Wasteland. Destiny, Violet. Dependence, Eruption, Snow Emperor, Hyote, Benimaru, Shana, Shan, Sui, 7/24. Family 0/3. Marked Worlds, Pokemon World, can be anchored, Sashin World, can be anchored, Doluo Universe, blocked. 0.0. The properties are becoming more and more luxurious. Bai Luo turned his attention to the column of Surrender Magic Element, 205,000 magic elements. If you have more than 200,000 magic elements, you can be awarded the title of Demon King. In the original novel, Clayman, Carrion, and Queen Frey are basically between 300,000 and 400,000. In other words, Bai Luo now has the strength to rival the last 3 of the 10 Demon Kings. This doesn't even include the wolf species. Bai Luo has no intention of letting these wolves go. Garo has the characteristic of the whole as the individual, that is, naming one of them is equivalent to naming all the individuals at the same time. Of course, this naming method is definitely different from normal individual naming. The magic energy consumption alone is much less than normal naming. It is important to explain here the difference between Bai Luo's newly acquired unique skills, namely All Souls Return to One and Leader. The unification of all spirits will not increase the ratio of magic elements that followers of different classes can provide. Followers are 13%, named monsters are 15%, and dependents are 50%. The original one is still the same and has not changed due to skill upgrades. However, between the originally huge gap between named monsters and their followers, the unity of all spirits once again provided a new class. Family. It is between a named monster and a follower, and can provide Bai Luo with 30% of the total magic power in return. Bai Luo needs to select the clan target himself and bind it. Chapter 76. The maximum number of followers is 3. This means that Bai Luo can now only have up to 3 monster races as his own followers. As for where the clan came from. First of all, the clan must be related to the dependents. In other words, only monsters of the same race as the followers can be transformed into followers by Bai Luo. FFLX. Bai Luo thought about his followers, only the ghost tribe meets this requirement. Shaking his head, Bai Luo stopped thinking about this question for the time being and focused his attention on the Yalan tribe in front of him. Submit, or die. Bai Luo looked at the Yalan leader who had been crawling on the ground obediently since just now. Wu. Feeling Bai Luo's gaze, the leader of the Yalan instantly shrank into a ball, and even spoke with a trembling voice, I am willing to submit to you, your great demon king. The pressure at that moment was undoubtedly far beyond the suppression of the demon's aura. The only existence that Chief Garo could think of that was scarier than the upper demon was the demon king. As mentioned before, there is no clear distinction between demon lords and demon kings in the Axis world. In the eyes of most people, demon king is just a title and a level of combat power. This problem exists among all the 10 demon kings. The last 3, Clement, Carrion, and Queen Frey, were equally unaware of the gap between themselves and the other demon kings. The demon king species and the true demon king. The true demon king, and the true demon king who has obtained the ultimate power. The difference in combat power between these 3 is so great that it is no exaggeration to say that it is overwhelming. So even though Bai Luo is called the demon king by the Yalan leader, he is actually the weakest one. Forget about the title of demon king. I have no intention of becoming one yet. Claiming to be the demon king may lead to a demon king banquet. It doesn't matter to other demon kings, but Clement, the troublemaker, will definitely jump out to cause trouble. Although Bai Luo was not afraid, he didn't want to go through so much trouble. Anyway, with Bai Luo's speed of becoming stronger, he will be able to crush him sooner or later, so there is no need to rush. Yes. The Yalan leader didn't know what Bai Luo was thinking. It was impossible for it to guess what the devil was thinking, so all it had to do now was to keep a low profile as much as possible. Bring all your people here to beg for mercy. Yes. The Yalan leader did not dare to disobey and immediately let out a long howl to summon his people. Soon, nearly 500 wolves gathered in front of Bai Luo. The Yalan is huge in size, nearly 1 meter tall just when standing, a definitely large wolf. Submit to me and you will be my people. In the original work, Rimuru killed the leader of the Garo, but his son Ranga was still willing to follow Rimuru, which gave rise to the stalk of just revenge for the murder of his father. In contrast, Bai Luo has no conflicts with the Yalan tribe. Pick out the 18 best wolves in your tribe, and I will give you names. Bai Luo's words completely shocked the Yalan leader. It looked at Bai Luo in disbelief, wondering if it had heard wrongly. You mean, you want to name us? How? Bai Luo joked, don't you want it? No. Thank you for your gift. The leader of the Garo clan was so excited that his whole body was shaking. We, the Garo clan, will swear to follow you till death, and defend your authority from generation to generation. As the Garo leader finished speaking, all the Garo behind him knelt down one after another, offering their loyalty to their great and generous master. Also, goblins. Bai Luo did not forget the weak goblins. Select 100 of you and I will give you names. Really? Is it really possible? Hearing that Bai Luo was willing to give names to weak goblins like them, the goblins were extremely moved, and many female goblins even burst into tears. What a merciful lord! Even though we are so weak, you are willing to protect us. Originally, the old goblin village chief felt that being able to serve under Bai Luo and be protected by him was already a great thing. But who would have thought that they, the goblins, would be so lucky as to meet such a lord? Come up and line up. Bai Luo waved his hand and asked the old village chief to come forward with 100 goblins. You stay, too. The old village chief was about to leave, but was stopped by Bai Luo. At your age, if you don't get a name, you won't live long. From now on, you will be called Regard. As the leader of the Goblin clan, you will serve me. These words once again moved the old village chief to tears. Bai Luo even felt that even if he was ordered to commit suicide, Ligurd would commit suicide on the spot without hesitation. As for the question of Rigurd's name, during this period, the demon Grummet had not yet come to the goblin village, and had not yet named Rigurd's eldest son. For you, the elder brother is called Lyrid and the younger brother is called Ligd. And you? The naming of the goblins, except for the father and his son at the beginning, Bai Luo was more casual, Gobta, Gobna, Gobia. The naming process was quick. Bai Luo took a look at the consumed magic power, which was reduced by about 60,000. Bai Luo's magic power is over 200,000, minus 60,000 it has dropped by 200,000. But the status of the Demon King will not disappear. In fact, even if Bai Luo used up all his magic essence, he would still be a Demon King. The Demon King species is the recognition of the demons by the Axis world, which means that you have the qualifications to impact the realm of true demon 4.3 King. 100,000 magic points were consumed, and 40,000 were fed back from the goblins, so only 60,000 magic points were reduced. In theory, if you want to upgrade an E-level goblin to a C-level big goblin, you will need to consume at least 2,000 magic elements. 100 goblins, that's 200,000. But Bai Luo had someone above him, and Violet helped him get a back door, giving him a 50% discount, which was 100,000 magic elements. As expected of you, Wei Er. Bai Luo secretly gave Violet a thumbs up. His good wife had learned how to save money for him right after she came. Magic element, 20.5 145,000. After finishing the naming of the goblins, Garo also selected the tribesmen who were qualified to receive names. Chapter 77. Owner. They are the most outstanding descendants of our clan. After careful selection by the leader of the Garo, the 18 strongest and youngest Garo came in front of Bai Luo. Here we have Ranya from the original novel, as well as individuals whose names have never been mentioned in other novels. What's interesting is that there are exactly 9 males and 9 females among the 18 wolves. Bai Luo had no intention of pairing them up. Once a monster evolves, it becomes difficult for it to reproduce, and may even endanger the lives of its parents. Of course, Bai Luo will not interfere with the free choices of the Garo. They can pair up or remain single, it's the choice of the wolves. Including you, there are 19 Fang wolves in total. Bai Luo had his own plan, and he did not choose the name of the whole nature of Garo like Rimuru did. The 18 gargoyles represent the 18 attributes of Pokémon. Each wolf will inherit one of them, and they will develop into their own tribe. The leader of the Yelan clan is the leader of the entire wolf clan. From now on, you will be called Xinjia. In addition to the leader of the Garo, Star Fang, the other 8 Garo are Male, Storm Fang, Flying, White Fang 24, Normal, Rock Fang, Rock, Steel Fang, Steel, Earth Fang, Ground, Thunder Fang, Electricity, Dragon Fang, Dragon, Fierce Fang, Evil, Fighting Fang, Fighting. Female, Yanya, Fire, Quenya, Water, Menja, Grass, Yuya, Ghost, Nyanya, Psychic, Binja, Ice, Uia, Fairy, Yinja, Bug, Zia, Poison. Among them, Xinjia inherited some of Bai Luo's characteristics as the Star Dragon King. Although he could not control star particles, he gained the power to control time, space, and stars. In addition, named after Star Fang, the entire Fang Wolf clan evolved into the Star Fang Wolf clan. Under the Star Fang Wolf clan, there are 18 tribes, named Star Mist Wolf and Star Flame Wolf. A&D. After the naming was completed, Bai Luo immediately felt a large amount of magic energy being lost. For the first time, Bai Luo felt dizzy. This is the consequence of the rapid consumption of magic essence. It seems that I need to rest for a while. Bai Luo never expected that he would have the same experience as Rimuru. He immediately summoned Violet. I'll leave the rest to you, Violet. Oh, please take a good rest. Without further ado, Violet, who shared Bai Luo's feelings, embraced the fallen Bai Luo in her arms. However, this scene made Xuedi, who was standing by, inexplicably feel dissatisfied. She didn't understand what this feeling meant. It's just that I can't suppress the boredom in my heart. Who are you? Xuedi took a step forward, wary of the girl who suddenly appeared. Violet. Violet said calmly, it's Bai Luo's other half. The sudden declaration instantly left Xuedi and the other great ghosts present at a loss. The other half? Isn't that the mistress? What a bold statement! 17. What nonsense! Xuedi scolded coldly, I don't know when a guy like you appeared around him. Logically speaking, Xuedi is not the kind of person who gets angry easily. But it concerns Bai Luo's safety, and some feelings that even Xuedi doesn't understand, so she can't stand Violet's nonsense. You can find out by asking Bai Luo about this. But now, we should protect him well instead of arguing here, right? Violet's words left Xuedi with no way to refute. There was no choice but for Xuedi to stand aside. She had to protect Bai Luo and guard against Violet, and she was even more guessing about the other party's identity. Not to mention Xuedi and Violet's silent waiting. The changes in the Yelan clan immediately attracted the attention of the big goblins, and demons. The giant wolf, which was originally ordinary and only a little bigger than a normal beast, was now emitting various colors of light one after another. Red, blue, green. For a moment, the grassland illuminated only by moonlight seemed to have become a gorgeous stage under neon lights, which amazed Sakurako and others. Individual evolution is successful, start calculating the total amount of followers' magic. Calculation completed, this individual is the namer, sharing 15% of magic power. Obtain 900 magic elements. Individual evolution is successful. Obtain 950 magic element. Obtain 1100 magic elements. Get. As the Fang Wolf clan evolved into the Star Fang Wolf, the power of the 18 clan leaders radiated. 500 wolves evolved into corresponding clans according to their own compatibility. This time of bestowing a name, Bai Luo almost exhausted all of his magic. A full 200,000 magic elements were consumed in an instant. Instead, 19 wolves, including Xinjia, evolved simultaneously. Among them, the most magic is obtained from the teeth. It obtained more than 50,000 magic elements from Bai Luo at one time. Even with Violet's backdoor, Bai Luo still spent 25,000 magic elements. Combined with the original magic elements, the wolf leader Xinjia directly evolved from the original individual C and level to the high level A level. Then 763 are the remaining 18 wolves. They have all broken through the 14,000 magic element mark and become true A-level monsters. This is a total of 180,000 magic elements, and after the discount, it is a total of 90,000 magic elements. According to their racial characteristics, the Star Fang Wolf clan should be classified as orcs rather than the original wolf beasts. The orcs in the Axis world have the ability to transform into beasts, and can freely transform between the beast and orc states. Xinjia, as well as the other 18 leaders, all acquired this ability. Humanoid form, werewolf form, and the original giant wolf form. According to their needs, they can choose the lifestyle they like among these three states. So far, Bai Luo's magic power has dropped from 145,000 to 30,000. As for the remaining Garugas, originally, they were only C-class monsters. Only when they lived in groups could they improve their overall strength based on their inherent characteristics and reach a level comparable to that of B-class monsters. The group is the individual, and the individual is the group. The B-level monsters here do not mean that 500 wolves attack together and defeat one B and level monster. Rather, it means that as the number of Garo continues to increase, each Garo will be upgraded from C level to B level. Yes, 500 B-level monsters. This is the terrifying thing about the Garo monster group. Chapter 78. Theoretically, as long as there are enough of them, with this inherent characteristic, the Garo can even forcibly break through to A, which is the level of 9,000 magic elements. Just imagine, tens of thousands of A-strength wolves coming in like a tide. This scene is a bit scary just thinking about it. Of course, A level is also the limit of the Garo clan. After all, it is just an inherent skill, extra skill, and it is impossible for Garo to obtain the qualifications of a demon king like a unique skill. In addition, relying on the characteristic that the group is the individual, when Bai Luo gave names to the 18 clan leaders, a huge amount of magic was diverted to all the remaining wolves. 500 wolves, with an average magic value of 3,000. In order to evolve them to level B with 6,000 magic elements, at least 1.5 million magic elements are needed. With such a huge amount of magic, even if Bai Luo counted the 200,000 magic on Violet and doubled it, it would only be equivalent to 460,000 naming magic. Magic is used for naming. Violet's discount is equivalent to doubling the effect. 460,000 is just a drop in the bucket compared to 1.5 million and is far from enough. But the good thing is that the Yelan tribe has the characteristics of a group or an individual. This feature greatly reduces the cost of Bai Luo naming the entire Yelan tribe. It does not require 1.5 million, only 1/5, or 300,000 magic elements, is needed to complete the evolution of all the Fang Wolf species into the Star Fang Wolf clan. The master's magic is recovering rapidly. On the other side, Xuede noticed the rapid recovery of Bai Luo's magic power and looked at Violet with some surprise. After the naming, our magic energy reserves are only 80,000. 80,000 magic elements, this is a very dangerous number for both Violet and Bai Luo. Once a monster's magic essence is exhausted, it is equivalent to the demise of its own existence. However, what Bai Luo did was not simply throwing money around, but investing. Investment means getting returns. The first thing that was fed back to Bai Luo was 55,000 magic elements from Xinjia. Xinjia is a monster named by Bai Luo, which means that the magic energy he feeds back to Bai Luo reaches 15% of the total magic energy, which is 8250 EP. There are 18 other wolves like him, which means 15,000 x 15% x 18, or 40,500. Including Xinjia, it is about 50,000 magic elements. This is just the feedback from 19 leaders. What really made Violet happy was the remaining 500 Star Fang wolves. Because of the characteristics of the wolf clan, the remaining Star Fang wolves actually directly skipped the follower level and reached the level of named monsters. Yes, in the judgment of all souls returned to one, all 500 Star Fang wolves are named monsters. Therefore, the average magic power of the 500 Star Fang wolves reached B level, which is more than 6,000. Even if calculated at the lowest level. 500 x 6,000 x 15%, reaching the terrifying B00 stone magic element. This is why Bai Luo was desperate and used up all his magic to give names to all the wolf tribes at once. Bai Luo admitted that there was some gambling involved. But he won the bet. Originally an ordinary C-level Garo, he suddenly became the largest taxpayer who gave the most feedback magic to Bai Luo. What kind of wolf? This is clearly Bai Luo's treasure chest. What is a wave of fat? This is a wave of fat. What a pity. Violet looked at Bai Luo, whose magic energy reserve had reached 990,000. Of course, the extra 2 million magic elements did not disappear, but were stored here by Violet. What? Xuede was confused and had no idea what Violet meant by what a pity. He is currently unable to challenge the awakening ceremony of the true Demon King. Why? Shwedi heard from Bai Luo that in order for the Demon King to break through to become the awakened Demon King, Song only needed to absorb enough souls. Just the soul. Isn't it possible to plunder a lot by just starting a war? No, it's not that simple. Violet explained, to obtain the soul, you must break the astral body that envelopes it. Regarding the absorption of souls, it's not as easy as imagined. You know, there is a special energy of the astral body between the soul and the outside world. This energy protects the soul and prevents it from being interfered with by other forces. It is one of the most mysterious and underlying logics in the Axis world. To break the astral body, you cannot use magic essence, but must rely on your own will to force a breakthrough. Violet didn't know how Rimuru in the original novel managed to do this. She could only say that the residual souls of the Star Dragon King and Lucia helped Rimuru quickly cross this chasm, a pure drunk player. But if that's the case, why did so many awakened Demon Kings appear later? Shwedi remembered that Bai Luo said that Hung Guan, Shen and others all had the potential to grow into true Demon Kings. In the original work, they absorbed enough souls with the help of Rimuru to complete their awakening. Soul and astral body are two different concepts. If it is just a pure soul, then just absorb it directly. If Bai Luo could obtain 100,000 souls, he could show the Demon King of this world on the spot what it means to awaken into a true Demon King on the spot. But where do we get 100,000 defenseless souls? Such a huge soul, except for ancient Demon Kings like Guy, other people simply cannot possess it. After all, souls follow the rules of reincarnation. Except for the existence that possesses the ultimate power, no one can interfere with the destination of the soul. Moreover, the soul here is not as simple as killing 100,000 people. The souls of ordinary people are of very poor quality. In the plot where the Pharmas kingdom attacked the Demon Federation, the army sent by the kingdom was the elite among humans. Only souls that have reached that level can meet the conditions for the Demon King to awaken. Once an ordinary person dies, their soul cannot remain in the material world at all, and will immediately go to the other side and then reincarnate. Only those with a combat power of C rank or above can stay for a short time and be absorbed by the Demon King species. And in this process, the loss of Wang Mahao's soul will be enormous. 100,000 people died on the spot, and it was considered good if the Demon King could absorb 30% to 40%. More souls will still be dragged down by the rules of reincarnation and disappear without a trace. According to you, the only way for Bai Luo to awaken as a true Demon King is to face the 100,000 souls wrapped in the astral body and then absorb them by force. Yes. Violet, let's not talk about whether this behavior will cause him mental discomfort. Just withstanding the impact of the astral body is a big problem. With Bai Luo's ordinary mental will, can he really withstand the impact of so many astral bodies? You know, the astral body is nothing but the emotions and memories accumulated by the soul in each reincarnation. Bai Luo can definitely do it by force. But what is the result? With so many memories and emotions piled up together, can Bai Luo still maintain his original heart and not be transformed into another person? Chapter 79. Even if he is still himself, if his temperament changes drastically, what is the point of becoming stronger? It is precisely because of her familiarity with Bai Luo that Violet understands Bai Luo's character better. There was no way he would take such a huge risk to face 100,000 star ghost bodies. What should I do? Shwedi didn't understand these things and could only ask Violet. If Bai Luo was replaced by Shwedi, a mere 100,000 star ghost bodies would not be able to shake her will at all. With a heart as pure as ice for 700,000 years, the Snow Emperor's will is so strong that it is beyond the imagination of the Demon Kings in the Axis world. However, because of the dependent contract, Shwedi could not become a true Demon King before Bai Luo. Fo. Violet shook her head and said, Bai Luo will definitely wake up, it's just a matter of time. Not to mention that Bai Luo also possesses the remaining authority of the Star Dragon King. The existence of the Void Gate alone gives Bai Luo unlimited possibilities for growth. You mean, traveling through the world can make Bai Luo stronger? Not only do we become stronger in strength, but also in willpower. Violet spoke truthfully. In fact, every time we acquire the rules of a new world, it will bring us new enhancements. Those unique skills are the best examples. Unique skills are the embodiment of soul power. As long as you have enough unique skills, you can build an indestructible wall outside of Bai Luo's soul. In this way, relying on the defense of this wall, Bai Luo can maintain his identity under the mighty army of 100,000 star ghost bodies, thus completing the awakening of the true Demon King. How many worlds do we have to cross? I don't know. Violet said, if you are lucky and encounter a powerful world, maybe one will be enough. So it still depends on the quality of the world. The more a world contains new rules and power systems, the greater the benefits it will bring to Bai Luo in building a barrier of will. Okay, let's go back to the village first. Violet glanced at the forest in the distance. The breath over there could not be hidden from her perception. However, Violet had no intention of clashing with the mediocre clown company. It's not that we can't win, but that there's no need. With the 3 million magic elements they have in stock now, Bai Luo can force a fight against even the awakened true Demon King. Let's not talk about the first few of the 10 demon lords for now, but the mediocre clown company and Kagurazaka Yuuki behind them are no longer a threat to them. With Violet's help, Bai Luo uses star particle manipulation to transform into a dragon. Its strength will break through to a very exaggerated level. I'll maintain the space channel. Shwedi felt that Violet's position conflicted with her own, which made her feel a sense of crisis. So, Shwedi took the initiative to step forward and open up space. Is it okay to teleport so many people together? Violet looked at Shwedi, who did not answer. Instead, she tore a space crack in front of her with an expressionless face. On the other side of the crack was the village of the big ghost tribe. All right. Violet really had no intention of competing with Shwedi for the position of the strongest person under Bai Luo. She positions herself as the woman behind Bai Luo. Violet was already satisfied just to be able to stand behind Bai Luo and watch him get better and better. Everyone line up and don't disperse. The village ahead is where we will live in the future. Once you are there, don't run around. Wait patiently for the ghost tribe to arrange housing for you. For today, the ghost tribe has built a lot of buildings, expanding the original village several times and adding countless houses and facilities. So don't worry that the new wolves and goblins will have no houses to live in. Although the engineering and forging technology of the ghost tribe is not as good as that of the dwarves, compared with the primitive and backward goblins, it is definitely in another dimension. The wolves and goblins were also very cooperative and quickly integrated into their new life. Bai Luo didn't know how much time had passed. When he opened his eyes again, what came into view was the cute little face of Sedb. Bai Luo, you finally woke up. Seeing Bai Luo wake up, Ergian subconsciously threw herself into his arms, with tears in her shining eyes. Woo, that's great. I'm sorry to have worried you. Bai Luo did not feel weak after waking up from a coma. On the contrary, he is in very good shape now, surprisingly good. This feeling of fullness of strength, even without looking at the attribute bar, I know how much stronger I have become. Bai Luo, I think the me now can kill my old self instantly. Opening the property bar and seeing the magic element marked as 999,999, Bai Luo thought to himself that it was indeed the case. For Bai Luo, is more than just energy. The special skill of magic solidification allows Bai Luo's physical fitness to be automatically converted into basic data as the magic essence increases. My lord! My lord, are you awake? Very good. As the noise in the room spread, the family members of Bai Luo's family rushed over immediately. The most excited one was Shen. This girl didn't care about the rules of physical contact between men and women at all. She just came up and hugged Bai Luo, and then started to use facial cleanser unreasonably. What else can Bai Luo say? This is what they call pain and happiness, right? Ahem, let go first, Shen. Helplessly, Bai Luo had to push Ziwan away a little, and then the initial line swept over everyone. Bingdi and Suidi were still the same, standing quietly beside Bai Luo's bed. Benimaru and Sui were still on a mission outside, so they were not present. Who are you? There were a few unfamiliar faces, which made Bai Luo unable to react for a while. My lord, I am Ligurd. Ligurd, the old village chief of the goblin clan. The only difference is that it is now trembling as if it would fall down at the slightest breeze. After being named by Bai Luo, Ligurd has evolved from an E-level goblin to a C+ level big goblin. With his muscular body and height of over 2 meters, he just stood there like a wall, blocking the light coming in from the window. Oh, your change is quite big. Bai Luo thought of the situation in the original work. Rigurd, who was named by Rimuru, seemed to have become like this. Look at the two green-skinned young men beside Ligurd. It was his two sons, Lyrad and Ligd. Thanks to your gift, my old bones have become much younger. After that, Ligurd posed in a few fitness poses to show off his muscular body. You look a lot younger now, aren't you? You're a completely different species, right? How would Bai Luo complain if he didn't go directly to AO? Forget it, it doesn't matter, as long as I can evolve. Chapter 80. Thinking of this, Bai Luo looked at other figures again. Bai Luo's room is very large, nearly 100 square meters, which is more spacious than an average large living room and can accommodate many people. In addition to the familiar Suidi, Hyote, Pian, Shen, and others, there were also Ligurd and his son who were mentally prepared. The remaining figures were somewhat beyond Bai Luo's expectations. There were nearly 20 figures standing near the gate. They all knelt on one knee at this time, respectfully waiting for Bai Luo's inspection. The leader was a strong middle-aged man wearing a fur coat and with thick hair on his body, giving Bai Luo the feeling of a Viking macho. Fortunately, not everyone has this style of painting. In addition to the middle-aged sturdy man, the other 18 people include young men, boys, mature women, girls, and even a cute loli with a cute style. Without exception, these people all have animal ears and tails. In addition, their hair colors are different. Red, blue, green, pink, but not as unique as Shamat. On the contrary, it is very natural, and matches everyone's temperament and image very well, bringing out everyone's characteristics to the fullest. Is it the wolf tribe? Bai Luo could feel the soul connection between each other, and he guessed the identity of this group of people. Yes, next. Hearing that Bai Luo recognized him and the others, Xinja looked up excitedly, his eyes full of joy. About how his subordinates call Bai Luo. Those who are close enough to him will call him by his name directly, such as Erki Luo, Suidi, and Violet. However, Zhu Cai, Shen and others like to call Bai Luo Lord. Similar to the ancient military generals and monarchs, a relationship between monarch and subject was formed. This kind of name usually appears among humanoid monsters, such as ghosts and goblins, who regard themselves as the people of Bai Luo. As for the master, Bai Luo doesn't like this title very much, as he feels like a slave. Hence, the honorific title of Lord came into being. Most of those called Bai Luo Master are non-human races, such as wolves. They feel more like Bai Luo's pets than humans, and are the residents of the wolf tribe. The remaining Lord Bai Luo belongs to everyone. Well, except for Hyote. This girl likes to use Master to complain about Bai Luo's forced contract. Your changes are even greater than those of Ligurd and the others. Although it was expected, Bai Luo was still extremely surprised that a group of big dogs suddenly turned into orcs. Especially the few furry animal-eared girls among them, Bai Luo's gaze stayed on them for several seconds before he reluctantly looked away. Of course, Bai Luo was not attracted by their beauty. Compared to their appearance, Bai Luo wanted to touch their ears and tails, they should feel good. Lord Bai Luo. Shana brought toiletries, and behind her followed two shrine maidens, on which were placed various delicious dishes made by Shina herself. As expected, Zhu Cai understands Bai Luo the best. After a deep sleep, Bai Luo did feel hungry. This is naturally not a real eating need. It's just that Bai Luo habitually regards 3 meals a day as a normal routine. Snow Emperor, Shukai, you stay. After washing up, Bai Luo told everyone, you and Bingdi can go play, I'm fine now. Bai Luo was still lying on the bed, and Zhu Cai naturally took the tray from the witch and began to serve Bai Luo delicious food. This corrupt scene made Xuedi laugh. Do you want me to join you? Ahem. Bai Luo heard the teasing tone in Xuedi's words. Give me one, too. Xuedi smiled and shook her head, then naturally picked up a dish from the tray. Just like this, one on the left and one on the right, together with Zhu Cai, they served Bai Luo. This paradise-like life is just like a dream. Is there anything more fulfilling than having 2 beauties taking care of you? Sister Xuedi, just leave this matter to me. Fine. Xuedi didn't care about these things, taking care of the master is what we should do as his followers. Among Bai Luo's followers, Kuro is a daughter, Hyote is a bad girl in her rebellious period, Shen is a silly girl, and Shina is a caring sister. The relationship between Xuedi and Bai Luo is more like that of siblings. Xuedi is quite happy to take care of her younger brother. 09. Thinking of this, Xuedi glanced at a place where there was nothing, just a latecomer, just a latecomer. Okay, I'll eat it myself. Bai Luo stopped the 2 women's intimate behavior and put the things in front of him, and Wei you come out too. I wanted to wait until you finished eating before coming out. Violet appeared at the end of the bed and said, so, do you want me to report the current situation? Bai Luo was almost used to Violet's temper. It was similar to the template auto-secretary doll, just as cold and indifferent, like a meticulous personal secretary, waiting for the master's orders. We now have a total of 3.02 million magic elements. Violet, I have 2.02 million of this batch of magic essence stored here. You can use it at any time. In addition, you now have 270 ghosts and 8,200 goblins under your command, 560 star wolf and beastmen. 00. For the sake of convenience, Violet called them the Wolf Tribe. Star Fang Wolf, Beast Tribe. Yes. Violet, they collectively evolved into the Wer-Beast race, gaining the ability to humanize, and can transform between wolf and humanoid flags at will. That's why Violet referred to them as 560 people rather than 560 heads. This is a pleasant surprise. Like the aid, it is really good to pair the goblins and the Garros in pairs to form a cavalry. But Bai Luo feels that the goblin clan has its upper limit. Except for a few special individuals such as Gobta and Gobua, the goblin clan has not produced any powerful characters. So, instead of having them as combatants, it is better to use them as logistics. The goblin population is large, and their reproductive capacity has declined to a certain extent due to upgrades. But no matter how much it is lowered, it can still be maintained at sea level. Violet added, wolves are not used to the human way of life. Compared to the food, clothing, and daily life of humans, some of them usually prefer their original appearance. Is that so? Bai Luo asked, what is the ratio? Most males prefer the original form, while females are just the opposite and prefer to maintain the orc form. Bai Luo didn't care about the wolf tribe's habits, he just wanted to do whatever was comfortable for him, he wouldn't force Xinjia and the others to become beastmen. Chapter 81. In that case, let them pay attention. Keep in shape in the village and don't cause damage. I have given the order. Bai Luo doesn't need to worry about these things, Xuedi has already arranged them. As expected of my future Demon Kingdom butler. Bai Luo actually had nothing much to say. What he could consider, Xuedi and Violet could definitely consider as well. Bai Luo doesn't need to worry about management matters. What he really needs to consider is how to use this huge amount of magic. Shui Di, inform everyone that I want to name them. 3 million magic points minus the 100,000 to maintain Violet and the 990,000 for Bai Luo's own strength, the remaining 2 million are completely redundant. Unable to break through S level and awaken into a true demon lord. The magic element cannot undergo any qualitative change. In particular, if this part of the magic 3, 6, 7 element is not spent quickly, Violet's daily magic element will not be restored. If it cannot be recovered, it means waste and loss. Even though he already had 3 million magic elements, Bai Luo was still obsessed with the 200,000 magic elements he received every 2 weeks. Invest. You must invest heavily. 2 million magic elements, used in naming, is equivalent to 4 million. Thanks again to Violet for the 50% discount, which doubled Bai Luo's assets. Does this count as me being a gigolo at Violet's expense? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Bai Luo chose to ignore it. What's the use of having a gigolo? Being able to have a gigolo is a real skill. If it were other people, they would want to live off others but would have nowhere to go. I'm coming too. Seeing Shui De leave, Ziyu hurriedly followed, leaving only Zhu Cai to accompany Bai Luo. As for Violet, she likes to stay in Bai Luo's soul, quietly paying attention to everything around her. In addition, Violet would connect to the World Hub from time to time. She wants to gather intelligence about the Axis world and monitor those forces that may threaten Bai Luo. What is Lord Bai Luo going to do? Zhu Cai helped Bai Luo put on her clothes, and then asked about her curiosity. Give me a name. Zhu Cai was stunned for a moment, then reacted and immediately showed an incredible expression. You, who are you? I plan to make everyone a named monster. This. Zhu Cai was extremely shocked by Bai Luo's decision, but this will consume a lot of your magic, then. Don't worry, Shana. Bai Luo patted the girl's head and said calmly, my leader has evolved, and I can add a group of monsters to become my clan. And the one I chose is the Ghost Tribe. Once the Ghost Tribe is selected as a follower, Bai Luo can obtain 30% of the magic essence from the Ghost Tribe except for Shana, Benimaru and other followers. Compared with the previous 15%, it has doubled. However, in order to develop the Ghost Tribe into a clan, we must first let them become name givers. This is crucial, and is why Bai Luo intends to give everyone a name. What about the goblins? That's where the fun part comes in. Bai Luo smiled and said, goblins are a group of monsters that evolved from fire elves that fell into elves. Coincidentally, the Great Ghost Tribe is also like this. In other words, goblins and the Great Demon Tribe can actually be considered the same race. This. Shana wanted to say that goblins couldn't be distant relatives of the Great Demon Tribe. But this is Lord Bai Luo's judgment, so it must not be wrong. Of course, if it were just goblins, my leader would not be able to integrate them with the Great Demon Tribe into one race. But, Bai Luo said, Big Goblin is different. Big Goblins are C-class monsters, while Big Oni are B-class. Just one level away. In the original work, Goboa evolved from the weakest goblin to Goblina, female Big Goblin, then to the Big Ghost Tribe, Ghost People Tribe, Demon Ghost Tribe, etc. This illustrates a point very well, that is, there is a clear evolutionary path from Goblin to Demon. Bai Luo asked Violet, who also gave a positive answer. Just let all the goblins evolve into big goblins. I can incorporate this branch into the Ghost Tribe, Bai Luo said, and then, all of them will become my followers. Bai Luo has 3 clan quotas. The Ghost Tribe is Bai Luo's most powerful followers at the moment. There are only benefits and no harm in taking their relationship with you to the next level. In other words, not only will you not lose money by giving the name this time, but you may even make a fortune. Zhu Cai and other relatives are Bai Luo's most trusted confidants, the kind who will never betray him. However, Shina would not reveal to others the secret that the leader could obtain magic essence. This is not deception, but the monarch's grace and power are unpredictable. There are more than 8,000 goblins. Based on an average of 300 magic elements, they need at least 2,700 magic elements to evolve into sea-level big goblins. Shina, this is not a small amount. 8000x2700, a total of 21.6 million magic elements. Even with Violet's 50% discount, it would still be a huge expense of 10.8 million magic elements. This is not just huge, Bai Luo can't take it out at all. But Bai Luo can first give a name to the big ghost tribe. If we are given names first, there are about 250 members of the Great Ghost Clan who have not yet been given names. 250 people, average magic element 6,000. To evolve, 4,000 magic elements are needed, which is 100 square meters. After having, only 500,000 are needed. This is not much, Bai Luo can take it out at once. Then, 270 ghosts with more than 10,000 magic elements can provide Bai Luo with 30% of the magic elements because they are his followers. This adds up to 8.1 million magic elements. Add the 1.5 million that Bai Luo still owns, that's 9.6 million. 9.6 million magic elements, used for naming, can be used as double, 0.6 means 19.2 million. Bai Luo doesn't need to name 8,000 goblins at once. He deliberately gave names to the 4,000 goblins first, and then incorporated them into the clan system after they became big goblins. The exact magic expenditure and income has been determined. Violet's voice rang in Bai Luo and Shina's minds, name the ghost clan, consume 500,000 real magic elements and gain 8.1 million real health elements. To name a goblin, you need to spend 10.8 million real magic points, and you will get 7.2 million real magic points. After calculation, the final profit is 4 million magic elements. The net income of 4 million magic elements, plus Bai Luo's existing 3 million, is 7 million. Bai Luo's total amount of magic power not only did not decrease, but it actually doubled. Chapter 82. In fact, looking at the calculated results, not only Bai Luo, but even Zhu Cai was confused. What's happening? Naming a monster not only does not consume energy, but it actually makes it stronger? It's true, 1 billion, you can't spend it all in your lifetime. As expected of Master Bai Luo. What else can Zhu Cai say? At this time, worship is enough. Cough. Bai Luo never thought that there would be a day when he wanted to spend money but couldn't spend it all. Anyway, it's definitely a good thing for everyone to become stronger. Zhu Cai thought about this again and again, and at the same time began to imagine the scene of the village's greatly increased strength. 270 ghosts, excluding underage children, can send out at least 200 manpower. There is no such thing as feminine weakness among the ghost tribe. They are all soldiers. If it weren't for the fact that sending children to the battlefield was not a good idea, everyone would fight for Bai Luo. Then there are 8,000 big goblins, making an army of 5,000 people 24 easily. 5,000 soldiers, 200 elite. Then let the male and female wolves match each other to create a Star Fang wolf cavalry. In this way, a monster army of nearly 6,000 people was formed, including elite troops, cavalry, and ordinary soldiers. Before I knew it, I had enough money to put together an army. Soon, Shuedi and Ziyuan finished gathering everyone. When the monsters learned that Bai Luo had called them over to give names to everyone, they immediately gave deafening cheers and praises. Needless to say, Bai Luo has long been accustomed to the simplicity and true feelings of the monsters. Everyone, line up in an orderly manner, one by one, don't rush. Bai Luo sat in the first seat, and the large dragon in front of him was the monsters waiting to be named by their master. Naming around 8,500 monsters at once is definitely a huge project. It's not that the process of consuming magic essence will cause discomfort to Bai Luo. Bai Luo had actually gotten used to this alone. What really troubled Bai Luo was what names to give the monsters. Bai Luo, your name is Kanglin. As for you, the Red Devil clan, and they are girls, blood dance, how about that? To be honest, Bai Luo never expected it. The biggest difficulty encountered in naming is not the lack of magic elements, but the 8,500 names themselves. It was fine at the beginning, but later on, there was really not a drop of ink left in Bai Luo's stomach. He had no choice but to follow Rimuru's example and surround and deceive everyone. Fortunately, the monsters don't care about this at all. As long as it is a name given by Bai Luo, they will cherish it from the bottom of their hearts and will never let down Bai Luo's expectations. Actually, I had no expectations at all. Fortunately, Bai Luo was able to remember every monster he named. This prevents Bai Luo from being in the awkward situation of being unable to call out the monster's name when in front of it. Hey! In this way, the naming process lasted for nearly an hour. After finishing the naming, Bai Luo, who was exhausted, lay down on the bed, just wanting to have a good sleep. So tired. It turns out that coming up with names for monsters is such a hard task. Don't you have an automatic naming function? In response to Bai Luo's question, Violet said, that's easy, but naming a monster is a process of building a soul corridor, so you can't be so tricky. Not to mention that Violet couldn't help. Even Bai Luo couldn't turn the pages of the dictionary in his hand. The best way to name something is to think about it briefly and then blurt it out. Name it, a destined name. To Bai Luo, this was just an unintentional remark. But for monsters, the names bestowed by Bai Luo are treasures that will accompany them throughout their lives. All right. Having said that, just thinking about the possibility that in the future, there will be tens of thousands of lizardmen and hundreds of thousands of pig-headed people named. Bai Luo just felt a chill. 200,000 names, it's torture. He felt that he should get a dictionary early in case of emergency. Forget it, let's talk about the future later. Dictionaries and the like are totally useless. Violet made it clear that only a name that Bai Luo blurted out on a whim could carry the corridor of souls. It won't work to name something while looking up a dictionary. There's nothing I can do. I can only let my future self worry about it. As for now, after a hard day's work, Bai Luo just wants to give up. In this way, 2 more days passed since the goblins and the wolf tribe were conquered. At noon that day, Bai Luo was tasting Zhu Cai's latest dish. At the same time, he received a telepathic communication from Sui. Lord Bai Luo. Sui, I will report to you about the attitude of the lizardmen. Bai Luo picked up the napkin and wiped his mouth. What did they say? The lizardmen rejected our alliance proposal. Yet, Bai Luo was not particularly surprised by this result. About how to subdue the monster tribe in the Jura forest. Bai Luo's plan is to start cooperation first to express our friendly attitude. When the crisis of Pighead Emperor comes, 477 will recruit him. Of course, the easiest way is to send a team of A-level ghosts to visit the lizardman tribe. As for surrender, there are no other means but deterrence by force and coercion and inducement. Sui, what do you think of those lizardmen? Can you persuade them to surrender? Sui, the situation with the lizardmen is somewhat special. Bai Luo heard Kanjing hesitate to speak and thought he was in trouble. Now he has 7 million magic elements in his hands, and he has the ghosts, big goblins, and the Star Fang Wolf tribe under his command, 3 elite troops. Bai Luo has neither a lack of magic nor a lack of sufficiently powerful followers. Lizardmen are actually somewhat helpful to Bai Luo. In fact, rather than recruiting lizardmen, Bai Luo probably wanted to conquer the Tengu clan. Tengu can fly and is a natural air force. He just lacked this kind of power. Unfortunately, the area where Tengu is located is too far away from the Great Ghost Village, and Hungguan and Bai Luo have not yet established contact with that area. What's the meaning? It's hard to put it into words. King Ying said helplessly, if I have to say, it's probably because the lizardmen lack the awareness to face the strong. In Kang I's opinion, most of the lizardmen seem to have some mental problems. Moreover, some are too fearless. Chapter 83. I think I understand what you mean. Bai Luo thought of Gavilu in the original book, who was quite mentally retarded. This is not to say that all lizardmen are self-righteous fools like Gaviru. There are also some intelligent individuals among them. For example, the patriarch of the lizardman tribe, and Kang Hua, who will follow Kanjiing in the future and is currently a princess of the lizardman tribe. But these people are only a minority after all. The atmosphere among the lizardmen is quite similar to that of the lighthouse country in Bai Luo's previous life. They are quite self-righteous. But if you think about it carefully, it's not surprising that the lizardmen would think so. First of all, the three dominant races in the Jura forest are the ghosts, pig-headed people, and lizard people. There are hundreds of thousands of pig-headed people, but their individual combat power is not good. Although the ghost tribe is strong, their numbers are too small. There are tens of thousands of lizardmen, and their individual combat power exceeds sea level, and some can even reach C and B. The strongest overall strength makes the lizardmen regard themselves as the protectors of the Jura forest, and are naturally superior to other races. Never mind. Bai Luo decided to ignore the lizardmen for the time being. King Ying, come back first. Yes, my lord. The lizardman rejected Bai Luo's invitation to form an alliance. He would not hate the lizardmen because of such a small matter. It is the lizardman's freedom to form an alliance or not. Bai Luo will not impose his will on others. He thinks that they must act according to his plan, otherwise they will die. Lord Bai Luo. When Zhu Cai saw Bai Luo suddenly put down his chopsticks, she thought that the dish she cooked was not to Bai Luo's taste. It's okay. It has nothing to do with your cooking, Shana. Bai Luo directly informed Shana, Xuedi, and others present about the matter between Zui and the lizardmen. These lizardmen are so ungrateful. After learning what happened, Ziwan was the first to speak. Do you need me to teach them a lesson, Lord Bai Luo? Just a lesson. Hiote is much more brutal than Chen. Since you don't want to surrender, then destroy him. Hearing this, even Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. Well, Bingdi, you are a little too extreme. Yet, Bingdi doesn't think so. In the world of soul beasts, it's a life and death struggle. The strongest person in the Jola forest right now is undoubtedly Bai Luo, and he is very strong. He was very merciful in not declaring war on the lizardmen directly, but allowing them to live in the forest. But the lizard man still chose to refuse. If it were Ice Emperor, he would have rushed to kill them and scattered the ashes of those ungrateful lizardmen. Okay, Binger. Snow Emperor stopped Ice Emperor from making an ineffective speech. This is not the far north, and the lizardmen are not mindless beasts. Like the ghost tribe, they have their own culture and customs. Xuedi knew about the traditions of the ghost tribe, and they followed a spirit called Bushido. If it weren't for Bai Luo's great kindness to the ghost clan, and the fact that Peng Peng was a superior of his kind, it would have been very difficult to subdue the ghost clan. In the original novel, the demon Grummid wanted to name the Great Demon Clan, but the Great Demon Clan did not agree. Even if the ghost clan is exterminated, their integrity will not change. From this we can see that it is not easy to subdue the monster tribe in the Jura forest. The more civilized a country is, the more difficult it is to suppress it by force. The ghost tribe, lizard people, pighead tribe, and Tengu tribe look like humans, but sometimes they look like monsters. But these races are different from humans. They are too stubborn. Sometimes, dignity is more important than life. Zhu Cai said, the Garu chose to compromise because their entire tribe was defeated. Of course, this does not mean that the Yalan people have no integrity and are afraid of death. All I can say is that the wolves are beasts. Animals, however, have no dignity and freedom, and this idea is above all else. After all, you can't treat a dog as a dog and ask it to refuse to eat the food given to it out of pity, right? This is a bit funny. In addition, as the Yalan tribe evolved into the orc tribe, freed from the shackles of wild animal instincts, wolves acquired their own tribal qualities, namely, the loyalty of dogs to their masters. That'll be it for now. Bai Luo said, we don't lack the strength of the lizardmen anyway. If Bai Luo could subdue nearly 30,000 lizardmen at once, the amount of magic that he could obtain would be terrifying. If you give a name, even if you only get 3% of the magic, it will be close to $00 square. Unfortunately, for Bai Luo now, there is really not much difference between 7 million and 12 million. Not to mention giving a name. The Ghost Tribe, Goblin Tribe, and Wolf Tribe were named by Bai Luo as a favor. But the Lizardmen. To give someone a name with such a shameless face, isn't that a humiliation? Do you really think you have money but nowhere to spend it? The name you bestowed upon them, Bai Luo, is no less than an opportunity for them to be reborn. It's the Lizardmen who don't know how to cherish. Shweti's words were unanimously agreed by everyone. That's right, the Lizardmen don't have such luck. After Zhu Cai finished speaking, Shen snorted coldly, who told them to be so ignorant? Anyway, let's talk about it after Sui comes back. Bai Luo estimated that at Kanjiang's speed, he would be able to return to the village from the Lizardman wetland in a few hours at most. Sure enough, not long after, Kanjiang appeared in front of Bai Luo. He was seen kneeling on one knee with his head lowered, as if he was apologizing to Bai Lu for what happened to the lizard man. Get up, Sui. Bai Luo said, thank you for your hard work. It is my honor to serve my lord. Kang Ying's tone was calm, but his words came from the bottom of his heart. Having received such a great favor from Bai Luo, Niying really wanted to do something to repay Bai Luo. The mission of investigating the pig-headed man was accomplished well. Bai Luo said, as for the lizardman, what exactly is going on? Didn't you show them the power of a demon? It's shown, but, the money is good. Thinking back to the situation at that time, Kanjiang still felt it was extremely abstract, but they didn't believe it. Hey! Ziwan stood up angrily, what do you mean? What do you mean you don't believe it? If you say they are not afraid, Ziwan can understand. But don't believe it. Is there any other saying like this? Literally. As Sui spoke, he projected what happened at that time using shadow magic. In the picture woven by shadows, Sui swept away hundreds of lizardmen that confronted him with overwhelming force. Even the lizardman leader holding a trident was killed instantly by the shadow move. Of course, Kanjiang did not kill him. He was simply teaching these self-righteous lizardmen a lesson. Isn't this good? Bingdi held her chin with one hand. She felt that what Sui did was right, and that these ignorant fools should be taught a lesson. Chapter 84. It's useless. However, Bai Luo shook his head, some people's brain circuits cannot be judged by common sense. Sure enough, facing such a powerful Kanjiang, the lizardman's reaction was beyond the expectations of Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. What methods did you use? To defeat the great Lord Gaviru, you actually chose a shameless sneak attack. How despicable! Are you all right? The tall lizardman named Gaviru looked back at his compatriots and found that they were not hurt. The sudden coma just now was more like a hallucination. I see. Is this an illusion? There were no injuries on his body, but he was unconscious. That guy must have cast an illusion on us. What's going on? This time, even Hyote stood up suddenly, staring blankly at the projection of Gaviru and the other lizardmen rushing towards Sui again. Are you looking for death? What are you doing? Can't you see that Kang Ying has shown mercy? Bingdi thinks that even a fool should be able to understand this kind of thing. The opponent had the power to knock everyone out instantly, but he didn't kill anyone, which clearly showed that he was just showing a friendly attitude. Sui's behavior not only demonstrated our strength, but also showed that we were holding back and gave the other side face. But why? Why would someone be so ignorant as to continue to launch attacks? Wow! So, once again, Gavillo and the other lizardmen were knocked to the ground by Sui. This time, Sui increased his strength slightly, causing some damage to the lizardman's body, but it was not fatal. Hateful! Everyone, are you okay? We are fine, Lord Gaviru, we can still fight. No, you are no match for him. In the projection, Gavillo stood up tremblingly with his trident in his hand. Go back quickly and call more people over. What about you, Lord Gaviru? Idiot! Gavillo shouted in a fearless tone, I am your boss, how can I run away with my back turned? Go! I'll stop him. Even if I lose my life, I won't let him catch up with you. Add a friend. For a moment, all the lizardmen were moved to tears by Gaviru's performance. This scene made Kang Ai and everyone else present at the time stunned. Hey, hey, hey! What? No, let me shake it. Why am I getting more and more confused about this plot? Not to mention Bingdi, even Swaty and Ergian were stunned. Good job! Who is the villain here? You're here to perform in a stage play. And there are too many scenes with these lizard people. Sui's face is twitching. Shen whispered something to Shana beside her. Stop talking, Kanjiing is so pitiful. Shana began to sympathize with Sui. How did he end up running into such a group of weird and stupid lizardmen? Sui held back and only knocked the lizardman unconscious. The lizardman thought that Sui had no real ability and was just bluffing. Afterwards, Kanjiing took ruthless action. Then the lizardmen staged a passionate drama of a lone hero for them. As for the other lizardmen, one after another, they shouted about friendship and bond and so on, and rushed forward one after another, not taking their own lives seriously at all. There was no choice but to leave. Thank you for your hard work, Sui. Bai Luo patted Kanjiing's shoulder and comforted him. Next, have a good rest and forget this unpleasant memory as soon as possible. I'm sorry, I couldn't complete your task. Harmful. Bai Luo waved his hand to disperse the projection. He really couldn't stand the cheers of Gavillo. Gavillo! Do you need me to kill that guy? Bingdi could see that this guy named Gaviru enjoyed a very high reputation among the lizardmen. As long as he is here, the lizardmen will follow his judgment. But unfortunately, Gavillo has a problem with his brain, can't understand the situation, and is very self-righteous. Even if there are some sensible people among the lizardmen, they probably can't shake Gaviru's position, and they can't bypass him and make the right decision. In that case, ice-blue cold air emanated from the Ice Emperor. As long as we kill this guy, the lizardmen will be obedient, right? This time, you are right. Shwedi agreed with Bingdi's decision to kill this fool named Gavillo. That's not necessary. However, Bai Luo waved his hand indifferently, picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. That guy has earned a name. Bai Luo, this means that the Kelpie species is very likely paying attention to the lizardmen. Clayman, one of the 10 great demon kings. This was the first time that Kang Ying heard of this. His expression was slightly tense, as if he was considering how to investigate intelligence and carry out assassinations in order to go to war with the Demon King. Ah! Bai Luo nodded and said, the Zhongyang Clown Company, these guys are pretty strong. Among us, the only ones who can fight them are me, Wei, Shwedi and Lulu. Bai Luo and Wei, needless to say, have the magic element of the Demon King as their foundation and so many skills. Even if he couldn't defeat the clowns, he could still remain invincible, without even needing the backup plan of the Void Gate. As for Shwedi, although her magic power has not reached 100,000, it has only recently. Once Xuede breaks through the special A-level combat power, it will usher in 10 leaps. Bai Luo still has great confidence in her when fighting against a Demon King level strongman. Peng Peng is different from Xuede. She is a pure numerical monster. With the addition of the Wolf Clan, Peng Peng's unique skill, the Grower, has a new appetite. In addition, because the Ghost Tribe has evolved once, the attributes of all members have been updated. This means that Peng Peng has another chance to gain experience points from them. After a while, Ergui's magic power increased rapidly and had already broken through the special A bottleneck. Combined with the various abilities inherited from Bai Luo and Ergui's own unique skills, she can remain invincible even if she cannot defeat the Joker. Why? What about me? Bingdi said dissatisfiedly, I can't do it. Bing Bing, you may not be able to do it. Bai Luo did not give Bingdi any face. He was worried that Bingdi would get carried away and really confront the clowns head-on. Each of these guys has a magic value of around 1 million.